The system seizes hold of your mind and refines it in an instant. Refinement result: wealth 999, luck 999. Yunhai City. Inside the job change hall, the place was packed with people. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air. The crowd that had been noisy moments ago now silently fixed their gazes on the very center. There, a tall platform rose above the crowd. A massive array diagram floated in the air overhead, countless runes weaving into streams of light, dazzling and resplendent. The job change ceremony. This was the special day that decided everyone's fate and future. Chunming stood upon the high platform, feeling countless complex gazes on him, yet his eyes remained as calm as a still well. Don't be too nervous. Just relax your body. The director in charge of awakening looked at Chunming with an encouraging gaze. For this student, whose spiritual potential had broken historical records, she naturally placed great hopes upon him. As the ceremony began, the runes within the array diagram started to flicker. The director's eyes grew brighter along with the rising radiance. Yet in the very next second, the array's rotation came to an abrupt halt, and the light cut off suddenly. The director froze. In all the years she had presided over ceremonies, it was the first time she had seen an array halt halfway. She hurriedly looked toward the instrument, only to see that Chunming's awakening information had already appeared on the display. However, once she saw it clearly, the director fell silent for a long moment. Only after quite a while did she raise her head, look at Chunming with a hint of pity in her eyes, and slowly say, "Chunming, you have awakened a crank class, shield guard." As her voice faded, a strange silence descended upon the hall. A crank class. Not exactly trash, but nowhere near anything that could be called good. For an ordinary person, it would be considered decent luck. At least it was not a drank or lower life support class. But this was Chunming, the one whose spiritual potential had broken the record of Yunhai No. One high school. Everyone had believed he would be one of this year's strength candidates. In the crowd, murmurs of discussion gradually rose. No way, right? Chunming is our school's genius seed, and yet his class is only crank. And it's only a single attribute, shield guard. In pure defense alone, he might not even match a Brank Knight who balances offense and defense. Seems that even high potential isn't a guarantee of awakening a high-rank class. On the high platform, the director opened her mouth, then closed it again, and in the end could only offer comfort. Awakening a class is only the first step. There will be chances later on. Don't burden yourself too much. That was what she said. But she herself knew how slim that chance truly was. For a job changer, nothing was more important than skills. And the first skill was tied directly to the class rank. This meant that with his crank shield guard class, Chunming could now only awaken a crank skill. Future level ups and resource acquisition would be anything but easy, let alone obtaining rare resources to awaken high-rank skills. Chunming nodded, not saying much. He simply walked down from the platform with a quiet demeanor and returned to his own class. Dozens of gazes fell upon him, some mocking, some disdainful, some tinged with shared misfortune. Yet no one spoke up. Crank class shield guard. Chunming looked at the information on his own panel, lost in thought. Having transmigrated for 3 years, he had long since gained a clear understanding of this world. Exotic beasts roamed rampant, occupying over 70% of Blue Star's habitable regions. Every Blue Star human who reached the age of 18 could undergo the job change ceremony and awaken their own class. For class bearers, class rank was the sole symbol of status. Of course, job changing was not purely a matter of luck. Various potential values exerted enormous influence, among which spiritual potential was paramount. Chunming's spiritual potential reached as high as 19. What did that mean? Put it this way, in previous years the record for 18-year-olds in Yunhai City had been 12. That was why his awakening of an ordinary class had drawn such intense attention. Even so, Chunming showed no trace of dejection or despair. His gaze shifted to the bottom of his personal panel. A line of glaring text was flashing there. Charge progress 99. 99. Almost there. Looking at the last sliver of progress about to vanish. Even Chunming could not help feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. "Ching, are you okay?" A familiar voice sounded. A boy with a close-cropped buzz cut walked over and patted Chunming on the shoulder. "Chinga, don't lose heart. With your spiritual potential, you'll definitely have chances to awaken new skills after leveling." The boy's name was Sun Yang, Chunming's closest brother-in-arms. "Let's form a party. I'll carry you while we level." Sun Yang patted his own chest confidently as he spoke. He had awakened a Brank class, Shadowblade Assassin. It was a type of assassin class. Chunming waved his hand, his face calm. "Don't worry, I'm fine. As for forming, we'll talk about it later." He needed to see what ability he would gain once the charging completed. Battles with exotic beasts were no child's game. Every fight was a struggle between life and death. And forming a party was undoubtedly the best way to increase one's chances of survival. Before job changers reached a certain level, they usually went out in pairs, both for safety and for leveling efficiency. Only afterward would they move on to full team operations to challenge dungeons. Compared with the fog-shrouded wilds, large dungeons not only contained known information on exotic beasts, but also far more generous rewards. Some rare resources could only be obtained in dungeons. Just then a commotion rose from the crowd. Chunming turned his head to look. On the high platform, the array diagram was flowing with ultimate brilliance, nearly lighting up the entire ceiling of the hall. Endless motes of light poured down like a curtain of rain falling upon a tall, slender figure standing on the platform. Qin Jishua. The director in charge of Awakening stared at the information on the instrument, her voice trembling with excitement. Awakened, S-rank class Holy Radiance Angel. With that announcement, after a brief dead silence, the entire hall erupted into an uproar in an instant. Double rank. Double S. There hasn't been an S rank in the entire Jiangnan province for 10 years, has there? I thought producing in strength this year would already be the limit, and now there's an S rank. No wonder she's the genius who broke every record except spiritual potential. You're wrong. Compared to previous years, Qin Jishua's spiritual potential also broke records. It's just that this year Chen Ming set an absurdly high new mark. My goodness, Holy Radiance Angel. The most all-round of all-rounders. Offense and defense, both maxed plus team support buffs. If I could team up with Qin Jishua, I'd gladly be her underling for life. Hiss. Speaking of which, isn't Qin Jishua on the same team as Chen Ming? Someone suddenly brought it up in the crowd. Many people's gazes unconsciously shifted toward the back, where Chen Ming sat there, looks hard to read. I heard they were temporarily grouped together by the school for the city-level potential competition. Teams formed before job change don't mean anything. S-rank and crank. Anyone can tell they won't stay together. Say what you will, their personal info still shows them as one team right now. Just wait, I bet the first thing Qin Jishua does after job changing is leave the party. If she doesn't, I'll eat my words. At the back of the crowd, hearing the surrounding chatter, Chen Ming finally remembered this matter. Previously, under the banner of a competition, the school had made him form a team. In truth, it was simply to let highly talented students interact and learn from one another. One was an almost all-round genius who had broken nearly every record, the other a specialist genius whose spiritual potential exceeded all norms. Because of this, he and Qin Jishua had dealt with each other for a period of time, though not very much. He opened his personal panel. In the team overview, the words Mingchen Squad were displayed prominently. Captain. As for the members, there were 3 in total, Qin Jishua included. Should I disband the party? Chen Ming pondered. This party had been formed entirely by chance under the school's arrangement. It was never his intention, nor that of Qin Jishua and the other 2, to truly form a long-term team. Now that everyone had successfully changed class, they each needed to seek out and build their own combat party. Forming a team was no child's play. Comrades who would fight shoulder to shoulder had to be people one could genuinely trust. Yet Chen Ming did not know these 3 all that well. He had studied and exchanged pointers with Qin Jishua for some time. As for her personality, she was as cold as her name suggested. As for the other 2, he truly was not familiar with them at all. Moreover, Chen Ming glanced at the party information on his panel. Qin Jishua, S-rank Holy Radiance Angel. Song Chuan, S-rank Battle Soul Vanguard. Zhang Yi, a rank title mage. Including himself, the 4 of them were the top 4 in potential rankings for their entire cohort. So unsurprisingly, the other 3 all possessed rather high-ranked classes. Especially Qin Jishua. As a mere crank party leader, he seemed somewhat out of place among them. Forget it, they'll probably leave on their own. After thinking it over, Chen Ming decisively dismissed the idea of disbanding the party. He was the one who had chosen the party name. He had personally created this party from scratch. Why should he disband it just for others' sake? If they didn't wish to stay, they could simply withdraw on their own. Besides, creating a party cost gold coins. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10,000. Setting up a foreman party meant 40,000. No small sum for early-stage class changers. Although he hadn't actually spent his own money back then, and had basically freeloaded off the school, he had earned it by ranking first in spiritual potential. Since he fought for that qualification, it was his by right. Chen Ming then opened his own class panel, preparing to examine his stats in detail. With a thought, lines of information unfolded before his eyes. Name Chen Ming. Class Shield Guard Crank. Level 1. Strength 10. Physique 6006020. Recovery 5510. Agility 10. Spirit 11919. Skills. Crank Battle Hardened LV. 0. A passive skill that did not require leaving combat, allowing him to continuously enter a recovery state, with recovery efficiency increased by 10. For Crank and above classes, there were inherent attribute bonuses. Crank granted a bonus to a single attribute rank to 2 attributes, and so on. This was why the gap between classes of different ranks was so great. Having a class 1 tier higher than someone else meant an extra 20 bonus to 1 attribute. As a Crank Shield Guard, he had only a single bonus to his physique. Battle Hardened. Chen Ming looked at his skill. Though it was only Crank, if used well, it could still be considered a decent. It amounted to unrestricted mobile regeneration, though it relied heavily on his recovery stat. Just then a crisp chime rang in his ears. A clear, ethereal voice echoed by his ear. Charging progress 100. Chen Ming's eyes widened at once. It was here. At long last. Gazing at the prompt that had popped up before him, the usually calm face of Chen Ming showed a genuine smile for the first time. 3 years. His wait had not been in vain. You have activated a special talent. Every 10 levels you may obtain an additional SS rank skill. You have received an activation reward 1 random max level SS rank skill. Claim now. An SS rank skill every 10 levels. When he read the first line, Chen Ming's breathing grew noticeably heavier. Every time a class changer rose by 10 levels, they could use rare resources to awaken a new skill. Aside from the first skill whose rank matched the class, subsequent awakened skills were not fixed in grade. Low-rank class changers had a chance with rare resources to awaken high-rank skills. Conversely, high-rank class changers who lacked sufficient resources could still end up awakening low-rank skills. Thus, although the gap between class changers began to widen from the moment of awakening, it was not completely set in stone. Otherwise, why would any low-rank class changer still charge into leveling and dungeons with such fervor? But now every 10 levels Chen Ming was guaranteed to obtain an SS rank skill. Even SS rank class changers themselves could not be certain of awakening an SS rank skill every time. Does this count as unlocking a second class for me? One that doesn't even require resources? Chen Ming could not help but think. He turned his gaze to the second line of information once more, then abruptly froze. Max level SS rank skill. He could understand a skill every 10 levels and knew how valuable that was. But this activation reward. Compared to the SS rank itself, what caught his attention even more, what truly puzzled him, were the words max level. Unlike ordinary leveling through experience, a skill's level reflected its proficiency and the user's mastery. Chen Ming turned to the side and nudged Sun Yang, who was craning his neck to look at the high platform. Do skills have a level cap? Skill levels? Of course not. Sun Yang scratched his head at the question, looking thoroughly confused. Chen Ming nodded. That matched everything he had ever heard. In that case, it meant no one in this world had ever raised a skill to its true limit. Would he be the first person to possess a max-level skill, and an SS rank one at that? Chen, have you forgotten Teacher Wang's classic quote? Sun Yang seized the chance to start chatting. Clearing his throat, he said solemnly, there are no useless skills, only useless class changers. He said that to make us value improving our skill levels because their upper limit is infinitely high. Alright, I was just confirming. Chen Ming raised his hand to cut him off before he could continue. He then turned his gaze eagerly to his activation reward and silently murmured, claim. As the text flashed, a new prompt appeared. You have successfully awakened an SS rank skill, Absolute Defense max level. Absolute Defense. Chen Ming's heart stirred. Defense was a special attribute. He hurriedly opened his class panel again. Name Chen Ming. Skills. Crank, Battle-Hardened LV. 0. Passive ability does not require leaving combat. Can continuously enter a recovery state. Recovery efficiency 10. SS rank Absolute Defense max level. Passive ability when receiving physical or mental damage compares the physique spirit attributes of both sides. If the attacker's attribute is lower than his physique spirit, he receives 0 points of physical or mental damage. If it is higher, regardless of how much higher, he receives only 1 point of physical or mental damage. Damn. After reading through the skill description at speed, Chen Ming could not help blurting out a curse. This skill was downright broken. Chen, what's wrong with you? Sun Yang turned to look and saw Chen Ming staring ahead with an inexplicably excited expression. His eyes were opened so wide they seemed ready to pop. You didn't really get traumatized by something, did you? At this moment, Chen Ming had no time at all to bother with Sun Yang. He once again read through the description of Absolute Defense word by word. Swallowing hard, he felt utterly shaken. What kind of bug-tier skill was this? As long as their attributes were lower than his, they could not harm him at all. Even if their attributes surpassed his, no matter by how much. Each hit could only deal 1 point of damage. Even an immortal would still only deal 1 point of damage. Even if some heavenly king descended, they would have to cut him 600 times to kill him. What kind of absolute defense is this? Has it directly stripped away my defensive attributes? Logically speaking, the higher the defense attribute, the less damage one would receive. The defense attribute is a special attribute that is not displayed in the data. This is due to the many factors that influence it. The same goes for attack power. Strength plus skill are the decisive factors of power. However, at this moment, the amount of damage Chen Ming receives is no longer determined by defense. Does this count as a direct modification of the rules? From now on, the damage he receives will only be 2 numbers. Only a world of 0 and 1 has been achieved. Chen Gu. Damn, don't scare. Sun Yang stared at the dazed Chen Ming, his lips twitching. By the looks of it, he must have been quite shaken. How much of a shock could a clever profession have brought to Chen Gu? To the point where he looked stunned. After digesting his almost bug-like skill, Chen Ming finally came back to his senses. Huff. Seeing Chen Ming's complexion return to normal, Sun Yang let out a sigh of relief. It seems the symptoms haven't reached an irreparable stage. He then solemnly placed his hand on Chen Ming's shoulder, his gaze particularly serious. Chen Gu, please don't give up on yourself. From now on, it'll help you level up. A shield guard paired with an assassin is a... In that moment, Sun Yang felt the weight of responsibility. Forget it, you should find a level warrior or mage to team up with and level up to level 5 as soon as possible. However, Chun Ming doused him with cold water. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take Sun Yang along, but his current leveling method wasn't really suitable for teaming up. At this point, his advantages and shortcomings were very clear. His advantage was having absolute defense, allowing him to charge forward without fear of death. He showed no fear when facing any monsters or demons. However, his shortcomings were also glaring. Low attack, low speed. Thus, to level up quickly, he needed to challenge higher-level beasts. While others at level 1 would only dare to fight level 1 creatures, he was different. He could not only challenge higher levels, but also take on entire groups. He could wear down beasts through attrition. In such circumstances, having Sun Yang team up with him would be far too dangerous. He had a blood-locking mechanism, but Sun Yang did not. One misstep could lead to a crisis. Later, when levels rise and strength is guaranteed, forming a team to take on dungeons would be possible. As for right now, naturally, they couldn't team up. Not teaming up. Sun Yang looked puzzled, gazing curiously at Then who do you plan to team up with, Chun Gu? Chun Ming nodded slightly. I will level up alone. Teaming up. He didn't need it. Sun Yang was momentarily speechless. He lowered his head and muttered. It seems the symptoms are still quite serious. It wasn't that he looked down on Shingo. Before level 5, a new job changers should team up to level in the wild. After level 5, they would challenge dungeons as a team. This is basic knowledge. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, no one would be there to help. Unless one is a versatile combat profession without weaknesses and at least level S. Otherwise, fighting solo has a very low survival rate. A single misstep or accident could lead to a corpse left in the wilderness. Half an hour later, everyone's job change ceremony finally concluded successfully. Looking at the restless crowd, the head instructor felt a bit emotional. Another batch of students has successfully graduated. In this age of rampant beasts, universities have long been abandoned. For the vast majority, graduating at 18 means stepping into society. She walked onto the high platform and lightly cleared her throat. Students' job changing is just the beginning. The upcoming month-long major examination will determine the Alliance's graduation rating for you, the major examination is an evaluation and test for every awakened job changer. The graduation rating serves as an official certification essential for joining various guilds, groups, and Alliance departments in the future. At the same time, this is also a benefit provided by the Alliance to awaken job changers. Because the major examination comes with generous rewards. Just then, the massive array on the high platform began to rotate, radiating brilliance. Consequently, all students in the hall received a notification. You have entered the Huaxia Alliance Job Changer Graduation Examination Dungeon. Time 30 days. Current region, Yinhai City. Holy crap, awesome. It's starting. Is this the major examination dungeon? Finally seeing it. Although I had heard of it before, experiencing the Alliance's super large dungeon for the first time is still thrilling. Indeed, the major examination is essentially an ultra-large artificial dungeon covering the entire Alliance. All newly awakened graduates are job changers challenging the dungeon. Different completion conditions correspond to different ratings and final rewards. The crowd suddenly became excited. Many people rolled up their sleeves, unable to wait, eager to level up immediately. Chun Ming looked at the densely packed information before him, feeling somewhat moved. Lastly, students, please remember, you only have one life. Be sure to pay attention to safety. After the job change concluded, the job changers from Yunhai No. 1 high school began to leave the hall one after another. Everyone's goal at this moment was the same. Outside the city, the Beast Forest. Chun Ming walked out of the hall alone, preparing to follow the crowd to the edge of the city. After repeatedly confirming with Chun Ming that they wouldn't team up before level 5, Sun Yang could only helplessly go find temporary teammates. Chun Ming. Just as he exited the hall, a man and a woman stopped him. The man was thin, wearing glasses, looking rather refined. The woman was dressed in a white short skirt, sporting a ponytail. The two of them attracted quite a bit of attention as they walked by. Chun Ming instinctively raised an eyebrow. This was because these two were his so-called Ming Chun squad nominal members, Jiang Yi and Song Chuan. What could they want from him? Chun Ming, we need to talk to you about something. Song Chuan stepped forward, his expression serious. He got straight to the point. Due to the school's arrangements, we formed a temporary team, and you are the captain. Now that everyone has changed their jobs, we need to consider forming a proper team. And you? Song Chuan pushed his glasses up, his gaze tinged with mild disdain. His meaning was clear. He'll be blunt: transfer the captain position, and then withdraw yourself. Chun Ming was momentarily stunned. He even doubted whether he had heard incorrectly. Transfer the captain position, and then withdraw. What kind of nonsense could only be said by someone with their head up their ass? At this moment, everyone around turned their gaze to watch the spectacle. The renowned genius of mental potential for 3 years was about to be publicly humiliated. Don't you have hands? Can't you leave the team yourself? Chun Ming's gaze turned cold as he looked at the two with a look of disbelief. Chun Ming, we are not here to ask for your opinion. This team does not belong to you alone. Song Chuan frowned, his tone turning stern. At this moment, Jiang Yi also spoke up, her voice cold. We can pay you 1 gold coin to create a new team, how about that? Chun Ming laughed in anger. Is this how you expect me to beg? At the same time, he understood that these two likely had ulterior motives. However, Ming had no intention of speculating on their true intentions. Without further ado, he directly summoned his personal panel observing Ming's actions. Song Chuan and Jiang Yi both breathed a sigh of relief. You're quite perceptive. They came to find Ming clearly not just to make him withdraw from the team. If they didn't want to team up with him, they could simply leave Mingchen behind. The most important reason was Qin Jixue. She was an S-level profession, a radiant angel. If they could team up with her, the future would be bright indeed. And the Mingchen squad was just a means to an end. They could easily follow this lead, attempting to form a team with Qin Jixue. This was an opportunity that had to be seized. However, Ming was truly too useless, having awakened a clever profession. To prevent Qin Jixue from leaving the team out of disdain for him, the two hurriedly rushed to Ming to demand the captain position. Just transfer the captain position to me. Before Song Chuan could finish his sentence, a notification popped up on his personal panel. Unfortunately, you have been removed from the Mingchen squad by the captain. Song Chuan blinked, unable to believe it, and froze for a moment. You dare kick me? He glared at Ming. Generally, team withdrawals are voluntary by the members. Kicking someone out is undoubtedly an act of humiliation. Ming coldly scoffed. Aren't you trying to leave the team? I'm helping you out. Jiang Yi also reacted at this moment, her face turning pale. She glanced at the panel, and indeed a notification popped up. Unfortunately, you have been removed from the Mingchen squad by the captain. You. Jiang Yi momentarily lost her words. She never expected Ming would be so bold as to directly kick both her and Song Chuan, the two high-level professionals, out of the team. At this moment, the crowd around them understood what was happening. Wow, Ming is ruthless, kicking out an S-level and an A-level professional in public. What guts? When humiliated, one must strike back fiercely. That's not guts, that's just recklessness, to offend an A-level and an S-level professional. Anyway, it's none of my business. I'm just enjoying the show. Too reckless. If they encounter him in the wild or in a dungeon, Ming is likely to suffer. Clearly, regarding Ming's actions, everyone thought he was just seeking a moment of satisfaction. Although having the captain forced to transfer the position before leaving is truly excessive. But who told them they were S-level professionals? You can only hold your nose and accept it. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Ming clapped his hands. Alright, you've got some nerve. Song Chuan pointed at Ming, his eyes dark. Ming, can't you see reality? Do you still think you're the genius you once were? Jiang Yi's face was icy. In her opinion, the fact that she and Song Chuan came personally to talk to Ming was already showing him a lot of respect. Are we familiar with each other? Ming interrupted, waving his hand to dismiss them. Now that the matter is settled, step aside and don't block the way. Jiang Yi wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Song Chuan. Forget it, why argue with a clever? You'd best pray we don't meet in the wild otherwise. He snorted coldly, turning to leave with Jiang Yi. However, just a few steps away, he suddenly saw a graceful figure walking towards them. It was a strikingly beautiful woman, tall and clad in a simple moon-white long dress with a short cardigan over it. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her features were exquisite. Senior Qin. Song Chuan's eyes lit up, his gaze towards the newcomer filled with warmth. The newcomer was none other than Qin Jixue. Her appearance caused the entrance of the hall to fall into an inexplicable quiet, all eyes converging on her. Senior Qin, I'm Song Chuan, you should still remember me. Song Chuan took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his expression, smiling as he stepped forward. I awakened an S-level warrior profession. How about we form a team together? The Mingchen squad was merely to play a facilitating role. Since that approach was no longer feasible, he could only directly extend an invitation. He was an S-level warrior. Presumably Qin Jixue would have no reason to refuse. After all, there was no second S-level professional in Yunhai City this year. The urgency stemmed from concerns that other schools, or even individuals from other cities, might come to seize the opportunity. If Qin Jixue didn't want to team up with the A-level Jiang Yi, he would immediately distance himself. Just as Song Chuan eagerly awaited Qin Jixue's response, the other party merely glanced at him calmly, saying nothing. Then, to Song Chuan's astonished gaze, Qin Jixue walked straight towards Ming. Is there something you need? Ming frowned slightly. Although his relationship with Qin Jixue couldn't be considered close, they were not strangers either. She wouldn't be coming to ask him for the captaincy, would she? Would you like to form a team with me? Qin Jixue spoke softly. As soon as she finished, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The expressions of the crowd at the entrance turned strange, filled with surprise, astonishment, and excitement at the juicy gossip. As for Song Chuan and Jiang Yi, not far away, their dazed faces were filled with confusion. Did they hear something? Qin Jixue asked Ming if he wanted to form a team. An S-level professional actively inviting a clever professional. You want to team up with me? Ming looked at the cool and calm woman before him in confusion. During the exam period, I can help you level up to level 10. Why? You helped me before. Oh, I'm not used to being indebted to others. Ming was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized. Qin Jixue must be referring to the prior learning exchange. The school provided him with a team creation worth 40,000. To be courteous, he taught Qin Jixue some simple techniques for cultivating spiritual potential. Of course, what he thought was simple could have genuinely helped her back then. Alright, but I don't need it now, let's contact each other when doing dungeons later. Chun Ming pondered for a moment and nodded with pleasure. An S-level teammate is not something to be passed up. Teams are essential in this world. Moreover, in dungeons, forming a team does not split completion experience and rewards. If he could quickly reach level 10, he could also awaken a new SS level skill. Perhaps it would help cover some of his shortcomings. Good. Qin Jixue nodded gently, saying nothing more as the dialogue between the two was very brief. Qin Jixue was repaying a favor and Chun Ming was eager to reach level 10 as soon as possible. An S-level professional and a clever professional had thus temporarily formed a team. Until Qin Jixue left, the scene was filled with silence. Although they didn't hear the subsequent conversations between the two, it seemed that it worked out. I can't believe it, what a scoop. What is the relationship between Qin Jixue and Chun Ming? Could it be an S-level and a clever teaming up? Is that really okay? This could be hailed as the most bizarre combination in history. How infuriating. How could Chun Ming have such luck to team up with Qin Jixue? At this moment, envious and jealous gazes almost drowned Chun Ming. Not far away, Song Chuan stood frozen in place. He suddenly felt a prickling sensation in his nose. It seemed that something red was about to sprout out. Yanhai City, the borderline of the urban area. Temporary camps had already been set up 3 days prior. In addition to various school camps, there were also camps from numerous guilds and groups. 4 early-stage job changers looking to rapidly enhance their strength equipment and certain items are indispensable. At this moment, countless awakened job changers surrounded the camps of major guilds. Buying equipment or teaming up to find a strong ally created a lively atmosphere. I need a mage. An upgrade warrior can tank and deal damage, a powerful duo. Me? Can I join as a grade mage? Seriously, a pair of first-grade Swift shoes enhanced 1 is going for 2,000. That's way too expensive. Looking for someone with an entire set of first-grade equipment enhanced 5 or above for the first day leaderboard. Your 2 later-grade professions have already formed teams. Do you think I can join it? At the exit of the Linyuan Guild, Chun Ming emerged holding a long knife. Looking at the strength equipment he had just purchased for 5,000, he couldn't help but click his tongue. The cost of buying equipment is simply too high. Just a first-grade item with 4 strength cost half a gold coin. He initially wanted to buy a piece of armor to increase his constitution attributes. However, his already diminished purse could hardly support further extravagance. Kraid Shield Guardian. Hey buddy, wanna team up? Hey, it's you, Chun Ming. Just as he stepped out of the guild, several people approached wanting to team up with Chun Ming. Although in the eyes of everyone, Chun Ming had already lost his title as a genius. But for ordinary people awakening low-level professions, the Shield Guardian class is still quite viable in the early stages. After all, with such low levels and weak combat power, having a dedicated Shield Guardian offers a significant sense of security. Chun Ming am a grade mage. Let's team up, you tank, and he'll deal damage. Naturally, Chun Ming refused all their invitations without exception. Then, under the curious gazes of the crowd, he walked towards the city exit. What's going on? He's a Shield Guardian and won't team up. Tisk acting all proud. One person who was rejected felt a bit embarrassed and angry. Does he think he's still a genius wanting to solo like those with grade? Look at the strength equipment he bought. He can't possibly want to solo, right? For a Shield Guardian, why focus on enhancing strength attributes instead of constitution? Ignoring the strange looks along the way, Chun Ming exited the urban area alone. He opened his personal panel, and the map unfolded before his eyes. Although the forest of exotic beasts is shrouded in mist, and many areas are quite dangerous thanks to the efforts of countless job changers over the years, some low-level exotic beast activity zones close to the city have been charted. These are referred to as safe zones. Within the safe zones, the information about the exotic beasts is mostly known, and there are no dangerous areas. The area selected by Chun Ming is named Qingfeng Forest. As soon as he stepped out of the rugged buffer zone of the outskirts, he was captivated by the sight before him. A vast grassland unfolded ahead with knee-high wild grass growing thickly resembling a green In the distance at the edge of the forest, shadows of massive valleys could be seen shrouded in layers of mist appearing faintly. Screech. A piercing cry came from the right front, sharp and ear-piercing. Chun Ming gripped the hilt of his knife, tightly staring at the rustling grass. The next moment, an oval creature covered in sharp spikes appeared before him, baring its teeth. Spike Rolling Beast Level LV. 1. Ability Whirlwind Roll. Description: active in the edge zones of first-level exotic beast forests. It will trigger its ability when provoked and relentlessly pursue its target. The Spike Rolling Beast has a wind attribute attack ability, charging straight ahead rapidly, with a weakness located beneath the area with the densest spikes. Chun Ming recalled the information about the Spike Rolling Beast in his mind. Because of its speed, it's difficult to evade its attacks, making this type of exotic beast quite troublesome. However, the Spike Rolling Beast has relatively low defense. This was also why Chun Ming chose this place. Difficult to dodge. Sorry, he never intended to evade. I wonder whose constitution attribute is higher, mine or its. Whoosh. Seeing that the intruder was unwilling to retreat, the spike-rolling beast launched its attack. It leaped into the air, curling its body into a ball mid-jump. All its spikes scraped against the ground, and it charged straight towards Chun-Ming. Chun-Ming instinctively took a combat stance, bracing his left arm against the long knife, using it as a shield to block. Although he knew he had an almost bug-level health lock, he hadn't experienced it firsthand yet, and couldn't fully let go. Boom. The spike-rolling beast collided with the blade without any hindrance, producing a resounding impact. At the moment of collision, some small spikes split off from its body, shooting towards Chun-Ming. 0. No pain. No impact. Chun-Ming only felt a gentle breeze brush against his skin, slightly tickling. He looked down at his wrist. Those spikes easily tore his clothing, but not one penetrated his skin. Had he been wearing armor, Chun-Ming felt that this attack wouldn't have even torn his clothes. So it turns out its constitution attribute isn't higher than mine. Now I'm completely at ease. The spike-rolling beast's attack just now couldn't even make me take a step back. The impact that should have been caused by the collision seemed to have dissipated invisibly. Indeed, if it couldn't inflict any damage on him, what could be said about the residual effects and impacts after the attack? After testing his ability's effects, Chun-Ming finally felt relaxed and swung his blade at the spike-rolling beast. 21. A plain and unremarkable basic attack. He had no choice, both of his skills were purely passive abilities. None had an active release attack capability. 21. Once fully relaxed, Chun-Ming abandoned any form of defense and attacked the spike-rolling beast with both hands, wielding his knife. The spike-rolling beast did not back down, either choosing to engage Chun-Ming directly in combat. As an exotic beast, its bloodthirsty nature was its most basic instinct. 0. One person and one beast fought like crazed warriors, relentlessly attacking. However, one was continuously losing health. The other had its health bar locked. 42. Chun-Ming seized the opportunity and struck at the exposed weak point of the spike-rolling beast. This strike was effective. The spike-rolling beast let out a painful screech, its eyes quickly turning blood red. As if provoked by a fatal wound, it shrieked and began to tremble all over. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose from the ground. The spike-rolling beast curled its body and began to roll wildly in place. Ability: Whirlwind Roll. Chun-Ming saw the shadow filled with spikes move rapidly left and right, then suddenly lunging at him from his blind spot. It made a sudden attack towards his side. Puff! Accompanied by a strong wind, several sharp spikes, stacked together, fiercely struck his waist. However, despite the momentum and the scene, the damage was 0. Chun-Ming was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. This ability is ridiculously overpowered. It's simply unfairly twisted. A flurry of actions like a fierce tiger. Upon checking the damage, it didn't even surpass 0. The judgment of absolute defense only considers the attributes of both parties. The physical attributes of the spiked rolling beast were lower than his. Even if it could unleash the most powerful attack, it would still deal 0 damage to Chun-Ming. No hesitation followed as Chun-Ming launched an attack at the visibly weakened spiked rolling beast. Finally, with the last stroke, the spiked rolling beast let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Kill the spiked rolling beast. LV. 1 experience 6. A faint glimmer flashed beside the corpse. The first one not bad. Chun-Ming exhaled, shaking the blood off his long knife, then stowed away the palm-sized object in front of him. The beast core infused with wind attribute energy can be used to forge equipment for strength and agility. The beast core obtained from killing exotic beasts can be sold to the guild. This is also a primary source of income for job changers, who otherwise even a low-tier equipment costs thousands, which no one can afford to waste. Chun-Ming glanced at his current physique. Physique 600600. After a battle, he remained completely unharmed. Based on this efficiency, if I keep killing level 1 spiked rolling beasts, I can probably reach level 2 in half a day. A job changer needs a total of 100 experience to level up to 2.
She stared at the youth before her, the boy she had watched grow up from childhood, who was now looking back at her with a mixture of stubbornness and terror.
Although it seems the required number isn't many and can be easily achieved, exotic beasts are not the weak enemies from games to be slaughtered at will. Every battle comes with risks and crises. Don't be fooled by the fact that he solved one so quickly. It's purely due to his reckless, no-care-for-life approach. A normal job changer engaging in a direct confrontation with an exotic beast would likely be on the brink of death, even if they managed to kill the opponent. Thus, a job changer reaching level 2 on the first day is already considered very fast. Moreover, once the physique state is damaged, the recovery time usually starts from half a day. Job changers must constantly weigh the pros and cons based on their physical condition. Some adventurous ones retreat when their physique drops below 100 points, recovering to continue the fight. Meanwhile, the more cautious ones flee when their physique drops below 200 points. Thus, most job changers will traverse the exotic beast forest multiple times in a day. It's considered an A-grade combat profession speed to reach level 2 on the first day of awakening. Achieving level 2 in half a day is the solo efficiency of an grade combat profession. Chun Ming's reckless playstyle directly accelerated his leveling speed to this grade. This was achieved despite his current severe shortcomings in attack power and limited means. I still need to find higher-level exotic beasts. Although fighting level 1 exotic beasts feels great with 0 damage, there's no point in having high physique if it still results in 1 damage. Killing higher-level exotic beasts means faster leveling up. Chun Ming continued deeper into the jungle, occasionally encountering other job changers, all of whom were in pairs. Their combat style was a standard tug-of-war, fearing that a spiked rolling beast might charge and injure them. Hiss! A sharp sound rang out, and Chun Ming halted. Out of a tumter-high thicket, 3 spiked rolling beasts jumped out surrounding him. They did not offer any warning or hesitation, directly launching an attack on Chun Ming. Normal job changers, when surrounded by 3 exotic beasts, would choose to flee without hesitation. However, Chun Ming smiled, raising his knife and charging forward without fear. Surrounded, he would welcome more of them. 0 damage. 0 damage. The 2 spiked rolling beasts at the front rushed toward him, initiating their attack. However, it was evident that the physical attributes of these 2 level 1 exotic beasts were still lower than Chun Ming's. Their attacks were ineffective. 22. 20. Chun Ming didn't play favorites, delivering a strike to each of the 2 spiked rolling beasts. 1. Just then a slight sting came from his rear. Chun Ming instinctively swatted back. However, he felt a sharp spike. He turned around to see a much larger spiked rolling beast had launched a sneak attack while he was distracted. Spiked rolling beast level LV 2, so it's a level 2 spiked rolling beast. I thought it was a mosquito. Chun Ming immediately redirected his attack target, preparing to deal with this level 2 exotic beast first. As for the other 2, their attacks were ineffective anyway, so he didn't need to pay them any mind. 17. A normal attack displayed noticeably lower damage. Level 2 exotic beasts naturally possess higher defensive attributes. However, Chun Ming was not worried at all. It would take 600 of their attacks to be fatal. Meanwhile, after several hundred strikes from him, he would definitely reduce it to a pulp. 1. 17. The other 2 level 1 spiked rolling beasts saw that Chun Ming completely ignored them. They even exposed their backs completely defenseless and let out angry howls in unison. Hiss! 0 damage. 0 damage. Just as Chun Ming and the level 2 spiked rolling beast were locked in a heated battle. In the distance, a duo had just finished a battle. The 2 were preparing to rest when they noticed the commotion on Chun Ming's side. What's going on over there? It's chaotic. Are the exotic beasts fighting for territory? Damn, fighting for territory. That's a person surrounded by 3 exotic beasts. One exclaimed in surprise, pulling his companion up, ready to rush over for rescue. Looks like it's just one person. Where's his companion? Could he be dead already? The 2 felt a tightening in their hearts and quickened their pace. But as they got closer, they sensed something was off. Though it was indeed one person surrounded by 3 exotic beasts, the scene was not as bloody as they had imagined. One person, more accurately a reckless man, was employing a very primitive fighting style against one of the spiked rolling beasts. You charge, I strike. Meanwhile, 2 other spiked rolling beasts were frantically attacking the man, who seemed oblivious, focused solely on attacking the exotic beast before him. The whole scene could be described as bizarre. Hiss! That's a level 2 exotic beast. Damn, is this guy who taught him to fight monsters like this? The 2 immediately focused their attention on the man. He's still a Kraid shield bearer. They initially thought they had encountered an Kraid combat maniac. But you tell me, under the attack of 3 spiked rolling beasts, how can someone remain unflinching and trade blows with a level 2 spiked rolling beast, and yet he's just a Kraid shield bearer? Are you crazy? Not to mention a crank shield guard. Even an Shrank shield guard shouldn't fight like this. Isn't this simply exchanging blood with the beasts? However, the 2 were quite surprised to see that the person in the arena appeared completely unfazed. In fact, he seemed to be getting more and more energized. Is this right? At this moment, Chun Ming also noticed the 2 people not far away. He glanced over, and in that instant of eye contact, he saw the 2 suddenly shudder. Do you need help? I see you. One of them hesitated and asked tentatively. They were no longer sure if the other person was even human. Thanks, but I don't need it. Chun Ming replied calmly while wielding his blade. All right. The 2 hesitated for a moment, but slowly backed away. However, they did not leave. Instead, they rested at a distance while quietly observing. The 2 were genuinely curious about how this crank shield guard would deal with the 3-headed beast's attack. However, after waiting for a long time, they still did not see Chun Ming using any skills. The entire time was just plain, ordinary attacks. He was simply fighting the level 2 spike rolling beast with one strike after another, while simultaneously withstanding the attacks of 2 level 1 spike rolling beasts behind him. What kind of fighting style is this? It's absurd. This is the first time I've seen someone so reckless. The most crucial point was, despite having taken so many hits, the person didn't seem to be injured at all. Wow, it seems like he might actually win. The level 2 spike rolling beast is getting agitated, gets about to use its skills. The 2 nervously focused on the battle in the arena, afraid of missing any details. Under relentless attacks, Chun Ming finally found an opening in the spike rolling beast's defenses. With one strike, he hit its weak point. As expected, the level 2 spike rolling beast went into a frenzy. A gust of wind rose around it as the beast unleashed its abilities, transforming into a black shadow and lunging forward frantically. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it struck Chun Ming twice. 1. Chun Ming remained unperturbed, maintaining his original rhythm. 34. This scene left the two watching from a distance, utterly dumbfounded. No way he's actually going to withstand this. He's insane. The spike-rolling beast's desperate counterattack was extremely dangerous with high speed and damage. If an ordinary class changer were hit a few times, they would probably be killed instantly. The standard tactic taught is to kite and dodge, waiting for the spike-rolling beast to exhaust itself before finishing the fight. 34. Defeated spike-rolling beast LV. 2 experience 15. Finally, under Chun Ming's continuous attacks on its weak points, the level 2 spike-rolling beast was successfully slain. The time taken was not significantly longer than killing a level 1 spike-rolling beast, but the experience gained was over double. As expected, I need to hunt higher-level beasts. I can level up in no time with just a few of them. Chun Ming let out a sigh of relief. A faint glimmer flashed before his eyes. Obtained spike-rolling beast core LV. 2. Obtained power talisman 1. Talisman, a special material containing energy of the laws which can enhance attribute abilities when used. A talisman has dropped. Chun Ming's face brightened. Talismans are precious items that enhance equipment attributes. One could say that equipment is merely a container for talismans. The true improvement of a class changer's attributes comes from the effects of the talismans. Different levels of equipment can hold varying numbers of talismans. For example, first-tier normal equipment can hold a maximum of 10 talismans. The Power 4 longsword he purchased from the guild has 4 power talismans added to it. Generally, the probability of a talisman dropping after a beast's death is quite low. Clearly, he was lucky. Without hesitation, Chun Ming applied this power talisman to his longsword. The light brown, translucent stone shattered into pieces, and then a bright glow surged into the blade. Power talisman used successfully. Normal longsword Power 5. After finishing everything, Chun Ming still paid no attention to the 2 spike-rolling beasts frantically attacking him. He took a glance at his current health attributes. Health 573600. After killing a level 2 beast, my health dropped by about 1/10, but I can automatically recover 55 health points every hour. With that calculation, he could completely focus on edge zones of first-level exotic beast forests. It will trigger its ability when provoked and relentlessly pursue its target. The spike-rolling beast has a wind. As for the remaining 2 level 1 spike-rolling beasts, he chose to ignore them. He had lost interest in them. On the other side, having witnessed Chun Ming kill the level 2 beast and walk toward deeper areas as if nothing had happened, the 2 members of the squad silently exchanged glances. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. This was the first time they had seen such monster farming. Using his body to withstand blows, he managed to grind down a level 2 beast. One was a rank assassin, the other a crank knight. Only by cooperating could they maintain their state and take down a level 1 spike-rolling beast. Is this person's health like wholesale? How can he not run out? Although he hasn't used a single skill, I feel like he's extraordinarily ferocious. He's simply superhuman. This is no crank shield guard. This is a freaking SS rank humanoid. Time flew by quickly. Chun Ming began to repeatedly search for and kill level 2 beasts in the 35. Defeated spike-rolling beast LV. 2 experience 16. Obtained spike-rolling beast core LV. 2. Defeated flying leaf mouse LV. 2 experience 14. Obtained flying leaf beast core LV. 2. 3 hours later. Congratulations. Your level has been raised to level 2. 200 experience needed for next level, finally leveled up. Chun Ming exhaled deeply. His body, which had been somewhat fatigued and weary, was rejuvenated in that instant of leveling up. He looked at his profession panel. Name Chun Ming. Profession Shield Guard. Level 2. Strength 25. Health 871. 120020. Recovery 11212. Agility 20. Spirit 238. 19. Skills. Crank Battle Hardened LV. 2. SS Rank Absolute Defense Max Level. My health increased by 600 points and I regained a lot of health. The level of Battle Hardened has also risen. The level of skills increases through continuous use. The LV 2 Battle Hardened has already reached a recovery efficiency bonus of 12. Breaking through to level 2 in less than half a day, probably only Qin Jixue, the SS rank class changer in Yunhai City, can achieve such speed. Chun Ming was quite satisfied with his leveling efficiency, even exceeding his expectations. Although his health locking mechanism is quite abnormal, other aspects still need improvement. Weak attack single strategy. Originally, he thought that reaching the solo efficiency of an rank class changer would be enough. Now plans have changed. Today he aims to reach level 3. As he ventured deeper, Chun Ming arrived at the innermost part of the jungle at the foot of a valley. Surrounded by several level 1 and 2 exotic beasts like stars around the moon, they continuously attacked him, but Chen Ming ignored them. Having reached level 2, he naturally no longer valued level 2 exotic beasts. His current target was the level 3 beasts, or even level 4. Although the Clear Wind Jungle is said to be an active zone for level 1 to 3 exotic beasts, level 3 ones were pitifully scarce. He had not encountered a single one along the way. Further ahead lies the area outside the safety zone. He looked up, seeing towering trees and thick mist. A clear boundary formed between the jungle and the valley. The area ahead resembled a massive primordial forest shrouded in mist. Just looking at it was filled with mystery and danger. Inside was the true level 1 exotic beast forest, a chaotic and disorderly world. Exotic beasts here are even more dangerous and unknown, with no fixed level range. In other words, any place inside could spawn a terrifying creature. Even in the information about the Great Exam instance, there were special reminders for job changers not to step outside the safety zone unless necessary. However, it should be no problem for me. No matter how powerful the exotic beast, it could only take away a drop of health. If he couldn't defeat it, he could simply run away. Moreover, despite the immense danger of the true exotic beast forest, there were also rarer resources within. Outdoor instances, advanced resources, and even some precious exotic plants existed in the exotic beast forest. If he were lucky enough to encounter some rare resources, it would be a windfall. Having made up his mind, Chen Ming immediately stepped out of the jungle and into the valley. Behind him, the few persistent exotic beasts that had been chasing him stopped and did not follow. They looked at the valley with fear in their eyes and then scattered away. What heavy humidity! In the valley, Chen Ming surveyed his surroundings. The valley was dim with large trees blocking nearly all sunlight, and the air was thick with the damp, earthy smell. It was exceptionally quiet, with hardly a sound of insects or birds. A rustling sound came through. Chen Ming suddenly halted. In the next second, a huge red shadow suddenly darted out from the forest ahead. Stepping on the gravel, a wild boar abruptly came to a stop in front of him, its massive body resembling a small mountain covered in smooth red fur. Beneath its skin lay tightly packed muscles and a pair of curved tusks measuring nearly half a meter long. Red tusk, boar level LV. 3. Ability Crimson Charge. Description: bloodthirsty and brutal, its tusks like knives. Do not underestimate its ferocious speed and explosive power due to its burly and clumsy appearance. So it really is a level 3 exotic beast right off the bat. It emitted short, agitated breaths, its eyes sizing up Chen Ming. Humph. Upon realizing that the human before it was merely a It emitted short, agitated breaths, its eyes sizing up Chen Ming. Humph. Upon realizing that the human before it was merely a weakling, the red-tusked boar let out a contemptuous grunt. Chen Ming. Had he just been looked down upon by a pig? Up ahead, confirming the opponent's strength, the red-tusked boar charged forward with explosive speed. Its hooves kicked up dirt, each step striking the ground like a heavy hammer. 1:20. The red-tusked boar was fast, carrying a wild momentum. However, at the same time that its tusks hit his arm, Chen Ming also struck back with a knife. Although his speed wasn't fast, he didn't need to defend, he could easily launch a timely attack. After a hit, the red-tusked boar did not rush for a second attack. It slowly turned around, shaking its head. Its shiny fur shimmered, and the muscles on its back bulged like iron. Huff! It circled around Chen Ming leisurely, its breathing echoing long as if toying with its prey. Chen Ming twitched the corner of his mouth. A pig was putting on airs. Come on, I'll let you use one hand. Chen Ming was not without temper. He placed his left hand behind his back and waved with his right hand, holding the long knife at the red-tusked boar. Feeling provoked, the red-tusked boar let out an angry grunt. Roar! It directly unleashed its skill. Crimson Charge. The red-tusked boar's body was enveloped in a red glow, its figure nearly blurring. The curved, sharp tusks charged forward with ferocious force. Bang! 1. The sharp tusks slammed into Chen Ming's chest, creating a deafening sound. However, it was as if it had crashed into an immovable giant peak. The red-tusked boar was even slightly dazed, struggling to stand firm. 20. Taking advantage of the boar's moment of confusion, Chen Ming raised his hand and delivered 3 consecutive roar. The red-tusked boar was completely enraged. Its innate ferocity caused its eyes to turn bloodshot, and it began to rampage. With a roar, the red-tusked boar charged forward again, its figure like a streak of red light. 1. The violent sound of impact, accompanied by a strong tremor, sent dust flying. However, its proud tusks still failed to tear through this weak human in front of it. It couldn't even push him back a single step. 40. Chen Ming discovered the red-tusked boar's weakness, its hind hooves. Weak point exposed. 40. The red-tusked boar let out low growls. Its hooves scraped wildly against the ground, attempting to pierce the human in front of it with its tusks. 1:40 roar. 40. Kill red-tusked boar LV. 3 experience 26. Acquired red-tusked boar beast core LV. 3. Acquired Constitution Talisman Stone 1. This pig has a decent drop rate. I got a talisman stone. Chen Ming stored the Constitution Talisman Stone. He currently had no Constitution equipment, so he couldn't use this Talisman Stone for the time being. However, after selling the Beast Core he obtained today, he should be able to buy a piece of Constitution equipment. A level 3 exotic beast plus around 26 experience. I only need about 7 or 8 more to level up. It seems leveling up to level 3 today is a sure thing. Grinding experience by fighting above one's level is indeed fast. To normally slay a level 2 beast, one would need at least 18 or 19 to level up to level 3. Chen Ming continued deeper into the beast forest. Experience 25 for slaying the Spirit Stone Monkey LV. 3. Obtained Spirit Stone Monkey Beast Core LV. 3. The further he went in, the more beasts there were. For others it was a perilous place fraught with danger. Yet for Chen Ming, it was an endless source of experience. Slaying the Triangular Lizard LV. 3. Experience 27. Obtained Triangular Lizard Beast Core LV. 3. Slaying the Earth Mouse LV. 3. Experience 26. Obtained Earth Mouse Beast Core LV. 3. Obtained Strength Rune 1. In a depression, Chen Ming finished the recent battle. Looking at the rune that had dropped before him, he nodded in satisfaction. It seems the probability of runes appearing from beasts in the forest is higher. Chen Ming murmured to himself. He didn't think too much about it, and applied the strength rune he had just obtained to his long knife. Strength rune used successfully. Ordinary long knife strength 6. Current strength 26. Level 2, 90 more experience needed to reach level 3. Strength 26. Constitution 711, 1200, 20. Recovery 11212. Agility 20. Mental power 238, 19. Still need 90, I have to kill 4 more. The Constitution cost for slaying level 3 beasts is similar to his battles with level 1 and level 2 beasts. This is Chen Ming's greatest advantage. No matter what beast he faced, the maximum damage he could receive was always 1. The strength of this ability only becomes more apparent as time goes on. His Constitution limit would continuously increase as he leveled up, yet the consumption required for slaying beasts at each stage remained almost unchanged. For instance, if he were to advance to level 10 or 20 or reaching a constitution of tens of thousands in battles against beasts of higher levels, he would still only lose a limited amount of constitution. Moreover, considering the passive ability of Battle Hardened, which automatically restores health, perhaps at some point in the future Chen Ming could truly face all enemies without injury. Clevel Battle Hardened in my case manifests effects comparable to its level skill. Absolute Defense Battle Hardened akin to a steed meeting a worthy rider. Hiss! At that moment a chilling hiss echoed. Chen Ming felt a cold gaze fix upon him and frowned. He attempted to discern the source of the sound, suddenly feeling a chill sweep over him. His body instinctively issued a warning. Without hesitation, he quickly dodged to the side. In the next second, a twisted shadow surged from above the trees where he had just been. A green figure appeared before him. It was a 2-meter-tall green snake with a robust lower body and 2 heads on its upper body. Double-head rattlesnake. Level LV. 4. Ability Cross Venomous Fangs. Description: prefers to lurk in the shadows and ambush enemies. Its attacks inflict poison damage. The 2 snakeheads, one left and one right, stared at Chen Ming with pale yellow vertical pupils. Its entire body was covered in green scales that glimmered coldly, exuding a chilling aura as it flicked its tongue. A level 4 beast, and its attacks also inflict poison damage. Chen Ming raised his hand to inspect his arm, where he noticed a very small wound. Currently 1 health. He still didn't know how absolute defense would hold up against the lingering damage of poison. The common saying about poison damage has always been that no amount of defense can stop poison damage. Because poison damage doesn't rely on physical impact to bypass defenses, but rather permeates and erodes the body from within. Thus, professions like Shield Guard, which excel in damage resistance, are most afraid of negative attacks like poison damage. However, Chen Ming believed that absolute defense as a fully upgraded SS level skill should provide more than just superficial protection. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to test it out. Chen Ming was focused on his wound, while the double-head rattlesnake did not rush to attack. Its attack method was primarily ambush and poison damage, and it generally did not initiate frontal attacks. Moreover, its first strike had already delivered the cross-venomous fangs, and the toxin had permeated this human's body. It only needed to wait. The 2 beings, 1 human and 1 beast, were locked in a strange standoff in this dim depression. It was eerily quiet. After about a minute, Chen Ming lowered his arm. His suspicion had indeed been correct. The wound on his arm showed no signs of spreading poison. Under auto-recovery, it had fully healed. During this time, no further damage had occurred. The cross-venomous fangs from the double-head rattlesnake could only be considered a single bite. Poison. Sorry, immune to it. From this, Chen Ming inferred that perhaps he had another hidden ability: immunity to all negative effects. High defense, still afraid of poison damage. Sorry, but if I have a defense so high that it can completely withstand your toxins, doesn't that mean I am impervious to poison? Very good. Upon discovering his hidden ability, Chen Ming felt elated, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. Even the double-head rattlesnake across from him looked much more pleasing to the eye. However, he still had to kill it. 15. Chen Ming launched an attack on the double-head rattlesnake, still going in with his knife. Fighting against a beast 2 levels higher, the damage feels a bit low. Looking at his damage of only 15, Chen Ming's heart stirred. But it didn't matter. Level 2 against level 4. The advantage is mine. 1. 15. The double-head rattlesnake's attacks were slightly slow. Each time it attacked, it needed to release toxins which required a certain time to buffer. After all, its venom was not unlimited. After each attack, the double-head rattlesnake would observe its opponent's condition. Logically, just a few cross-venomous fangs should be enough to overwhelm the opponent with accumulated poison damage. However, today it encountered its greatest nemesis. By the end, the double-head rattlesnake had completely exhausted its venom. By the time it realized something was wrong, it had already been beaten to a state of exhaustion by Chen Ming. Without venom, the fighting capability of the snake was drastically reduced. It could only passively endure the blows. In this battle, Chen Ming even found his constitution increasing rather than decreasing. Slaying the double-head rattlesnake LV. For experience 46. Obtained double-head rattlesnake beast core LV. For obtained dungeon rune 1. Dungeon rune. Chen Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. Chen Ming never expected to be so fortunate. He actually managed to obtain a dungeon token. Although it is similar to an attribute token both acquired by defeating exotic beasts, the probability of obtaining a dungeon token is extraordinarily low. One can obtain several attribute tokens by killing a number of exotic beasts. Yet some job changers may not even acquire a single dungeon token after a whole year of hunting. This comparison clearly illustrates just how rare dungeon tokens are. Comprehensive dungeon token. Upon use, it marks the location of the dungeon on the job changer's personal map. It's actually a comprehensive type, not a challenge dungeon. Chen Ming could hardly contain the smile on his lips. Dungeons are usually divided into small and large types. Large dungeons are always present and do not disappear after being cleared. They are the primary means for job changers to level up after reaching level 5. Small dungeons, on the other hand, are known as wild dungeons and are considered one-time dungeons. While the name contains the word small, their rewards can be more generous than those of large dungeons. Unlike large dungeons, wild dungeons include not only challenge types, but also treasure hunting, comprehensive, and mysterious dungeons. In other words, small dungeons can be seen as personal opportunities for job changers. If one can obtain a dungeon token in the wild, especially of the treasure hunting type, successfully, clearing it will yield significant benefits. Chen Ming looked at the dungeon token in his hand with anticipation. Although it's not the simplest or most rewarding treasure hunting dungeon, a comprehensive dungeon is still decent. Comprehensive dungeon token used successfully. Chen Ming opened his personal panel to check the location of the dungeon on the map. It's a bit far. Looking at the marked location on the map, it was quite a distance from where he was. It was already deep within the level 1 exotic beast forest. If it were another low-level job changer, they would surely hesitate to head there. They'll check this dungeon out once I reach level 5. Chen Ming shook his head, realizing he should first accomplish today's goals. 1. 32. Defeated red-tailed fox LV. 3. Experience 26. Acquired red-tailed fox beast core LV. 3. Just one more to go. Looking at the time, Chen Ming noted he still had an hour until nightfall, which was completely sufficient. He continued searching for a level 3 exotic beast. However, he encountered a little unexpected surprise on the way. Black armored rhinoceros level LV. 5. Ability rock armor description: the thick and sturdy black armor can withstand most physical impacts and favors brute force charges. A level 5 exotic beast, a black armored rhinoceros at that. Chen Ming was only level 2, and the attributes of this beast were significantly higher. The key point was that just by looking at it, he could tell its defense was exceptionally high. His attacks might not have much effect. Let's give it a try. 8. 1. Chen Ming attempted to attack, but the damage was disappointing. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Even if he could manage to wear down the black-armored rhinoceros, he would likely end up in a severely weakened state. Not worth it. 1. 30. Defeated blue-striped weasel LV. 3. Experience. Acquired blue-striped weasel beast core LV. 3. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 3. Need 350 experience to level up. Objective achieved. Chen Ming rubbed his slightly numb palm. Reaching level 3 on the first day of job change, I'm definitely secure in the top 3 for the day. He glanced at his job panel. Name: Chen Ming, job shield guardian, level 3, strength 35, constitution 11211800, 20 recovery 16913, agility 30, mental power 35719, skills C grade braver with every battle LV. 3. SSS grade absolute defense, max level, time to head back. As the sun set, he saw the outline of the city's border from afar. Many people could be seen returning from their day of leveling up from the safety zone. Some were joyous while others were disheartened. Most had started with high expectations, but after a day had barely Just a few steps in, Ming unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. It was Qin Jixue, the only member of his team at the moment. She appeared to have just finished a day's worth of battles, wearing a long garment that shimmered with a faint glow adorned with metal plates, and wielding a long sword. Perhaps due to awakening the Radiant Angel's abilities, Qin Jixue, despite being covered in equipment, still exuded a unique charm. Ming had assumed that an S-grade job changer like Qin Jixue would choose to solo. However, it seemed she did not. A girl with bright eyes and a playful smile followed her. Ming. Qin Jixue noticed him and looked over. The girl also turned to him. Ming nodded and smiled in response, preparing to greet them. However, he noticed the strange look in their eyes as they stared at him. What's wrong? Why are you both looking at me like that? Ming felt puzzled, realizing they were appraising his appearance. He looked down to check and soon realized how it was somewhat unsightly. Torn and ragged pants with a wardrobe that could only be described as tattered. He had gotten so caught up fighting exotic beasts in the forest that he had forgotten all about this. His fighting style relied purely on physical combat, compounded by not wearing any constitution gear. Naturally, his outfit could not withstand a day's worth of battle. At this moment, the wind blew and his tattered clothing fluttered, making him look like a beggar. Clearly, constitution gear was indispensable. He must buy some today. Ming made up his mind. But you look so disheveled. Qin Jixue seemed amused by Ming's appearance, covering her mouth with her hand and smiling. She could sense that Ming was in good condition, not seriously injured, which is why she teased him a little. Ming smiled awkwardly. In the next moment, he felt a radiant glow suddenly enveloping him. A soft light appeared to wrap around him like a feathered garment. A shimmering aura circled above his head, and he even faintly manifested a pair of translucent wings on his back. He was momentarily stunned, but then realized it was Qin Jixue's Radiant Angel class ability, Angel's Protection. All team attributes 20. The feathered garment concealed his tattered attire and even his overall demeanor. Looking at his transformed appearance, Ming couldn't help but sigh. It goes without saying that an S-grade class is truly exceptional, not to mention the enhanced abilities. Just the splendid visual effect alone is beyond what ordinary classes can compare to. While others bask in the holy light, he charges in recklessly with a blade. However, Ming was merely expressing some sentiment. After all, the outcome would be about the same. He estimated that Qin Jixue would also reach level 3 today, with a leveling speed likely akin to his own. Moreover, who said he would not possess such glorious abilities in the future? There are still a plethora of SS-level skills awaiting him. The three returned to the city together. Are you alone? On the way, Qin Jixue asked curiously. Yes, Ming nodded. Upon hearing this, the girl silently trailing behind them cast a curious glance at Ming. A clever shield guard soloing in the wilderness. Is this person serious? Qin Jixue also fell silent for a moment before speaking. Actually, you don't have to push yourself. I can help you level up faster to reach level 5 and enter the instance. She hesitated for a moment, her expression turning more serious. This month is crucial for you. It determines whether you can change your fate. Oh, how so? Ming tilted his head to look at Qin Jixue, somewhat surprised. He initially thought she was just being polite to him, her nominal team leader, but it seemed she was serious. Change fate. To others, Ming was merely a clever shield guard, as ordinary as one could be. What could possibly allow a clever profession to change its fate? Spiritual potential. Can actually awaken skills, Qin Jixue casually mentioned, causing Ming's expression to freeze as he abruptly halted. Spiritual potential can awaken skills. He blinked, genuinely unaware of this information. Qin Jixue clearly knew some secrets about spiritual potential. She continued, just like how skills are awakened after reaching a certain level in a profession, spiritual potential reaching a certain degree also has a chance to awaken. However, the vast majority of people cannot awaken spiritual skills even if they reach the corresponding potential. Ming caught the critical information and asked, what is the required degree of potential? 20. Qin Jixue replied. Ming was taken aback. His current spiritual potential was. So he was already quite close. However, from Qin Jixue's implication, even reaching 20 did not guarantee success. Moreover, the probability of awakening was quite low. Your spiritual potential is very high, exceptionally high. Perhaps you can truly awaken a spiritual skill, but like awakening skills in a profession, it also requires rare resources. And rare resources for spiritual skills are even more precious. However, there is a way to obtain them. Ming was contemplating Qin Jixue's words when he immediately became interested upon hearing this. What way? The grand examination. Qin Jixue stated plainly without beating around the bush. The rewards from the grand examination's rankings offer a chance to acquire rare spiritual resources, including the rankings for the first 7 days instance rankings and the final rankings. This is also why Qin Jixue said this month is critical for Ming. She was reminding him that in order to obtain rare spiritual resources, he must compete for the rankings. Awakening spiritual skills is essential to breaking free from the ordinariness of a clever profession. Moreover, what Qin Jixue did not mention was that any spiritual skill that could be awakened was never weak. Ming nodded. Thank you, this information is indeed very useful to me. It seemed that his goal of leveling up to level 3 today was very much the right decision. Level 3, he would definitely secure a spot in the top 3. The top 3 in the rankings would receive the highest level rewards. Perhaps today, he could obtain rare spiritual resources. Dusk was approaching. At the city's border, the orange-eared sun hung low in the sky, illuminating the vast outline of the distant beast forest. In the suburbs, various job changers were gradually returning. They gathered at the entrances of major guilds, trading equipment, selling beast cores, and sharing their experiences from the day. Damn, finally done for today. I'm exhausted. Those beasts are so damn hard to kill. I'm a level warrior teamed up with a clevel mage, and we only managed to kill 25 all day, not even leveling up to 2. Besides, too difficult. I heard there were some casualties. The crowd lamented, feeling quite disheartened after experiencing the intensity of the wild beasts. Those who could reach level 2 on the first day must be A-level geniuses from Yunhai City, right? Not necessarily. Those from wealthy families come equipped with full sets of gear, directly giving them a level up in attributes. I wonder how the rankings are on the first day. Among the top 100, apart from those level and A-level, there should still be dozens of spots left. The competition for level job changers is fierce. Mentioning the rankings for the first day immediately sparked intense discussions. The rewards from the grand examination are irresistible to everyone: gold coins, equipment, resources, and everything in between. Song Chuan, you should definitely secure a spot in the top 3 today, right? At a guild entrance, Song Chuan and Jiang Yi were surrounded by many people. Song Chuan is in S-level profession, and with Jiang Yi as an A-level mage who could compete against them. In my opinion, this duo from Yunhai City is the strongest pairing. Song Chuan smiled, thoroughly enjoying the compliments. He waved his hand humbly, stating, "You flatter me, who I certainly don't deserve the title of the strongest duo." Everyone seems to have forgotten that there is also an S-level job changer above. Naturally, the crowd knew who Song Chuan was referring to. Qin Jixue, the only S-level job changer in Yunhai City this year. By the way, Song Chuan, why aren't you in a team with Qin Jixue? An S-level and S-level pairing, I can't even imagine how strong that would be. Not just in Yunhai City, it would shine throughout Jiangnan province. However, upon hearing this, Song Chuan's expression stiffened. Why bring that up? He awkwardly chuckled. Haha, everyone above level 5 is leveling up separately for efficiency. I see. So you must have made plans to team up with Qin Jixue after reaching level 5, alright. I'm an A-level assassin. I wonder if you could have a word with Qin Jixue for me to let me join. Me too, me too. Do you think I have a chance? Many people suddenly rushed forward, creating quite a lively scene. Yunhai City has finally produced an S-level job changer, and everyone wanted to seize the opportunity. Even just joining the team could significantly improve their ranking in the grand examination. This matter is still up for discussion. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Song Chuan could only speak vaguely. Behind him, Jiang Yi's expression was clearly off. Upon closer inspection, her face even looked a bit pale. Thinking back to this morning's events, Jiang Yi felt particularly distressed. She had sought out Chen Ming for the team leader position solely to team up with Qin Jixue. As a result, she was first kicked out on the spot, and then witnessed Qin Jixue inviting Chen Ming to team up. That Chen Ming was merely a clevel. What exactly did he have that warranted this? Look, it's Qin Jixue coming back. Someone exclaimed, pointing towards the border. Many were drawn to the city gate. There she was, clad in a pristine white long robe, exuding a cool demeanor as Qin Jixue walked through the city gate. Following closely behind her was a young girl. Beside Qin Jixue was also a man adorned in radiant feathered garments. Remember to change your clothes early. Chen Ming parted ways with Qin Jixue, both exchanging a teasing remark. Chen Ming chuckled silently, preparing to buy some gear for his physique. This scene, however, caused quite a stir among the crowd. Isn't that Chen Ming? Why is he coming back with Qin Jixue? What he's wearing is a feather garment provided by an angel-type class for teammates, right? Damn, are they on the... There were rumors this morning that Qin Jixue was teaming up with Chen Ming. Could it be true? Look at how they're chatting and laughing. The rumors are probably true. I thought Qin Jixue would team up with Song Chuan, but it turns out she's with a class like Chen Ming. I'm also a class shield guard, why not me? No way, I need to recommend myself. Forget it, others probably won't even notice you. On another side, Chen Ming arrived at the guild entrance and bumped into Sun Yang, who was coming out. Brother Chun. Sun Yang, seeing him, immediately ran over excitedly. Upon seeing Chen Ming in his splendid feather garment, his expression was one of surprise. Wow, what kind of gear are you wearing? Looking so cool. Sun Yang had just sold a beast core in the guild and was unaware of the recent happenings outside. Brother Chin, I reached level 2 today, impressive, right? Sun Yang said proudly. As an assassin class, the leveling speed in the early stages was quite fast. Impressive, impressive, Chen Ming nodded calmly. What level are you now, Brother Chun? Level 3. Sun Yang's mouth twitched. His first reaction was disbelief. Classes can't possibly reach level 3 on the first day, not to mention. Are you really going out to hunt monsters alone, Brother Chun? Sun Yang hesitated. What was once a guess was now a real suspicion that Chen Ming might be a bit out of sorts. Just then a uniform gasp arose from the surrounding crowd. A few simple lines of text excited everyone present. Amazing are this year's transferees so fierce. Nearly 200 people leveled up. The first day's exam results are being calculated. Scope, Yunhai City. 191 people reached level 2 on the first day. 2 people reached level 3 on the first day. A few simple lines of text excited everyone present. Amazing are this year's transferees so fierce. Nearly 200 people leveled up on the first day. How can we still at level 1 compete? There are actually 2 at level 3, what's going on? Last year there were none. Wasn't it said that there were no S-class transferees in other schools in Yunhai City? Which class powerhouse managed to level up twice in one day? The first day's level rankings and corresponding rewards will be announced soon. Rewards are divided into 5 tiers: top 100, top 50, top 10, top 5, top 3. Note among equals those who level up first rank higher. Here it comes. Every transferee who successfully reached level 2 stared nervously at the panel, hoping to see their name on the honor roll. Naturally, this included Sun Yang. 51st, Yufei LV. 2, a class Golden Knight. 99th, Sun Yang LV. 2, class Shadow Assassin. 100th, Chun Zhijian LV. 2, class Berserker ranking rewards gold 1 tier, 1 common equipment, 1 attribute gem, 10 type of choice. Awesome. Before Chen Ming could take a closer look, he heard an excited monkey-like shout beside him. I made it. Brother Chen, I'm on the list. Just barely at 99th place, ha ha ha. Chun Ming helplessly rubbed his forehead saying, is it necessary to be this excited? It's like you've never made it to a list before. Sun Yang's smile couldn't be contained. Brother Chen, you wouldn't understand this feeling. You're a genius. Being on the list is probably something you're used to already. But for an ordinary person like me making it for the first time, especially on the exam list, I could brag about it for a year. Chen Ming was taken aback, not expecting Sun Yang to have such thoughts. He patted Sun Yang on the shoulder saying, I'll take you to the instance leaderboard later, and you'll get used to it. The instance leaderboard. Sun Yang was momentarily speechless, unable to continue the conversation. The instance leaderboard is aimed at the entire Jiangnan province. It's not something you can just enter. Just being on the level ranking leaderboard, he was already satisfied. 11th, Jiang, ELV. 2, a class Tide Mage. As the rankings continued to be announced, discussions erupted among the crowd. When Jiang Yi saw that she wasn't in the top 10, her face turned pale. How can this be? Her eyes were filled with disbelief. In her estimation, she should have easily made it into the top 10, or even the top 5. After all, she had leveled up alongside Song Chuan, so she should be faster than other A-class transferees. Don't be discouraged. Oh, nothing can be determined on the first day. Some unexpected situations can occur. Song Chuan awkwardly comforted her. He had promised Jiang Yi that he would get her into the top 10. He even took some benefits for it, but now she ended up in 11th place. However, when Song Chuan turned back to focus on the leaderboard, he froze in place. 6th, Song Chuan LV. 2, class War Soul Vanguard. This is impossible. Song Chuan's face darkened instantly. How could he be ranked 6th? At this moment, many people looked over with strange expressions. What's going on? Song Chuan is actually ranked 6th. Isn't he supposed to be class? He didn't even make it into the top 5. Who are the top 5 powerhouses? It's important to know that the rewards for each tier are vastly different. The top 5 tier can earn rare resources. The result of class Song Chuan placing 6th was unexpected for everyone. The scene fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone was focused intently on the last 2 tiers of rankings being announced, eager to see who had stepped on class Song Chuan. 4th, Wang Yan LV. 2, class Abyss Mage Abyss Squad. 5th, Wu Qingyang LV. 2, class Light Priest Abyss Squad. These are 2 class transferees from the 3rd and 5th schools. They actually formed a team. This year, Yunhai City has 3 class transferees. Other than Song Chuan, there are the 2 from the other schools. A mage and a priest forming a team is indeed a powerful combination. It's understandable that they could surpass Song Chuan. But then again, isn't this even more bizarre? A powerful combination of 2 class members couldn't even rank 2nd or 3rd. Aside from Qin Jixue, are there really 2 more experts? Finally, under the watchful eyes of many, the final tier of rankings surfaced. 1st, Qin Jixue LV. 3, S-class Holy Radiance Angel Mingchen Squad. 2nd, Chun Ming LV. 3, class Shield Guard Mingchen Squad. 3rd, Lin Wei LV. 2, a class Contract Master. Silence. A complete silence. At the border of the city, there were nearly thousands of students, including various individuals from guilds, corporations, and departments. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The ranking list of the major exam symbolized the most promising genius rankings of Yunhai City. Naturally, it attracted great attention. However, now the first place, Qin Jixue with an S-level career, was to be expected. But then what is going on with this 2nd place? A Clevel Shield Guard level 3. Which Clevel Jaw Changer could possibly advance 2 levels on the first day? Is this reasonable? Who is Chun Ming? The 2nd place Clevel Shield Guard is just too outrageous. It's Qin Jixue. I saw Chun Ming and Qin Jixue coming back together from outside the city just now. That's right, their information indicates they belong to the same team. Damn it, the thing I feared the most has indeed happened. Oh, Qin Jixue, really helped Chun Ming level up. A group of people began to discuss. In previous years, there had never been a clever jaw changer appearing in the top 100. Yet this year they directly occupied the second place, second only to Qin Jixue. At this moment some individuals stood up to say that Qin Jixue had not teamed up with Chun Ming to level up. They had personally seen Chun Ming going to the Qingfeng forest. Meanwhile Qin Jixue went to the Dawn Cliff area with a female companion. However, these voices were quickly drowned out. Miss, how did he do it? On the other side, Qin Jixue looked at the published information, equally surprised. The girl behind her stared in shock. Others might not know, but she certainly did. Chun Ming did not team up with Qin Jixue to level up. He was solo grinding in the wild. A clever shield guard solo grinding to level 3 on the first day. If this got out, no one would believe it. Qin Jixue spoke softly. With her knowledge, she couldn't figure out how Chun Ming had accomplished it. On the way back, after clarifying the matters of mental potential and major exam rankings, Chun Ming still politely declined her offer. She had originally felt a bit disappointed thinking Chun Ming had resigned himself to failure. After all, she had good intentions and wanted to help him during the major exam. Now it seemed she had worried too much. Even without her help, Chun Ming could reach level 10 within the month-long, but it's okay, I'm still in third place. The girl patted her chest and sighed in relief. She was Lin Wei ranked third and a level contract master. Everyone was discussing Chun Ming teaming up with Qin Jixue, unaware that she was actually the one who teamed up with Qin Jixue to level up. On the other side, damn brother Qin, you weren't lying to me, were you? Sun Yang stared wide-eyed, repeatedly confirming the ranking information. He had already figured out how to persuade Chun Ming to face reality and not get lost in fantasy. But instead, Chun Ming appeared in second place. It turned out the one lost in fantasy was himself. You brother Chun are still the same brother Chun. I told you, but you didn't believe me, thinking I was joking. Chun Ming sighed helplessly. He then looked at the panel with eager eyes. Qin Jixue had said that the major exam rewards might include rare mental resources. Ranking rewards 10 gold coins, 2 pieces of first-tier excellent equipment, attribute rune 15 type, selectable 2 equipment empowerment books type, selectable rare resources type selectable. It truly deserved to be the top-tier ranking rewards, starting off with 10 gold coins. Looking at the reward information before him, Chun Ming's eye sparkled. 2 pieces of excellent equipment to choose from, just right. Without hesitation, Chun Ming chose 1 piece of physical equipment and 1 piece of agility equipment. Swish! A flash of white light appeared before him. 2 pieces of equipment materialized. Shadow armor physical 750. Feather boots agility 15. He didn't rush to equip them, but instead looked back at the reward information. The equipment empowerment book was a product that only the special profession empowerer could craft. Its function is self-evident, as it can grant equipment certain special abilities such as armor breaking, accuracy, elemental damage, range enhancement, control effects, and so on. These items are hard to find in the market, essentially having a price, but no availability. Chun Ming began to select. First-tier armor-breaking empowerment book suitable for strength equipment passive ability, grants the user a 5 armor-breaking effect on attacks. First-tier accuracy empowerment book. First-tier fire element area empowerment book suitable for strength equipment passive ability, grants the user a 20 range when releasing fire attacks. Chun Ming looked at the effects of each empowerment book. For a moment he fell into a dilemma. Oh no, I want them all. Besides the specific category empowerment books, all these abilities seemed quite useful. Forget it, I can still get more tomorrow. Chun Ming stopped overthinking and chose the empowerment books for the physical and agility equipment, just right to enhance the newly acquired gear. Originally, he wanted the armor-breaking one. However, using a skill book on an ordinary long sword felt a bit unwise. First-tier swift movement empowerment book suitable for agility equipment active ability, increases the user's agility attribute by 100 for 1 minute. Cooldown time 1 hour. First-tier stealth empowerment book suitable for physical equipment active ability, allows the user to conceal their whereabouts, stealth combined with swift movement. A good method for ambush. After equipping the gear, Chun Ming glanced at his current attributes. Strength 35, physique 19002, 550, 20 recovery 169 13, agility 45, mental power 357 19, physique has reached 2500. The upper limit of health has increased again. He then looked at the final reward, which was also the most important reward, rare resources. Brother Chin, what rare resources are there? Are they those that sound incredibly impressive? Sun Yang beside him asked. Rare resources are the most valued items by every job changer. After all, they are crucial for the job changer's most important skills. It's alright, nothing special. As Chun Ming spoke, he examined the available rare resources for selection. Earth Spirit Stone Physique Attribute Material, Wood Spirit Mushroom Recovery Attribute Material, Emerald Cloud Fruit Strength Attribute Material. Chun Ming scanned through the items. These things had almost no descriptions, making it impossible to assess. Rare resources essentially contain attribute energy, so they usually only differ by attribute classification. To assess their value, it is said that one can only rely on personal ability. Found it. Chun Ming's eyes lit up as he finally saw what he wanted at the end. Mind Crystal Mental Attribute Material. So it really exists. Originally, he was just trying his luck. Yet he truly found it. It's just that the amount, it seems a bit too stingy. A glimmer of light flashed. A piece of white crystal the size of a fingernail appeared in Chunming's hand. Is this the rare resource? Sun Yang immediately looked over, curiously examining it closely. It looks not that impressive. The rare resource he imagined was something glowing akin to treasures of heaven and earth. The feeling in Chunming's hand was like an ordinary small crystal. Is this really a rare resource? How could a truly good item be so easily recognized? In fact, Chunming couldn't discern anything special about this mind crystal. After receiving his rewards, Chunming entered the guild building. He approached a counter. Hello, are you here to sell beast cores? The counter attendant glanced at him, her tone indifferent. Yes. Chunming took out a bulging bag. Although he had just received 10 gold coins as a reward for the major exam, one can never have too much money. There would be many future needs for money. Clattering. A number of beast cores of varying sizes rolled out. A total of 17. 1700. Have a nice day. The attendant glanced at the quantity. Without lifting her head, she said. At the same time, she reached out to collect the beast cores. Wait. Chunming said slowly. Could you take a closer look? The attendant frowned slightly, casting an impatient glance at Chunming. What is there to look at? Aren't there just 17 level 1? Huh. Her expression changed as she sensed these beast cores seemed to be not level 1. She hurriedly picked up the beast cores one by one to examine, scanning with her mental energy. Level 2 spike rolling beast, level 2 flying leaf rat beast core. Level 3 crimson boar, level 3 triangular lizard, level 3 earth mouse beast core. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. And a level 4 two-headed rattlesnake. Among the pile of beast cores, except for one level 1 spike rolling beast core, they were all level 2 and 3 cores. Moreover, there was even a level 4 one. Wasn't today the first day of the major exam? What's going on? During the exam period, participants cannot team up with non-examinees to level up. This means that all these beast cores were hunted by this person in front of her. Hunting level 4 beasts on the first day? What a formidable person. I'm sorry, I'll reevaluate the price for you. The attendant immediately changed her demeanor. It totals 4,500. Chunming nodded and then asked, how much for 4 strength attribute stones? The attribute stones are 1,000, each totaling 4,000. Would you like to purchase them? The attendant answered patiently. That's quite expensive. He remembered that the attribute stones were sold to the guild for only 600 each, which is nearly doubled when sold again. Here are your 4 strength attribute stones, and 500, please take care. At 7:30 p.m., Chunming finally returned home. A home for one person. In his memories. His family in this life had perished in a beast tide 10 years ago. Ding! Chunming pushed the door open, skillfully changed his shoes, and took a shower. After a day of fighting with beasts, he had already accumulated a strange smell of blood. After dinner, Chunming lay down on the bed to rest. By the end of the day, his physical condition had never dropped below 10. Even at this moment, he was nearly fully recovered. Therefore, he felt almost no physical fatigue. But his spirit was quite exhausted. Although Chunming did not have any active skills that consumed mental energy, he had been in battle almost the entire day. The consumption was considerable as well. Taking advantage of a brief moment of rest, he took out his phone to check the news about today's major exam. As the most anticipated month of the year, the major exam's trending topics nearly dominated the entire internet. Chunming clicked into the section for Yunhai City. The first trending topic that caught his eye. Shocking. At 6:00 p.m., the level rankings for the first day in Yunhai City were released, and the results were unexpected. Level Shield Guardian Chunming jumped 2 levels on the first day of the major exam, ranking second in the day's level rankings. The second topic, shocking. S-level Radiant Angel Qin Jishua has confirmed to team up with Chunming, trending across all of America. The third topic, exploring the connection between the first and second place on the first day. It seems they have confirmed their relationship. What is all this? Chunming was speechless as he read. The top 3 trending topics in the city were all about him. Are these people so bored? Would it hurt to focus on something truly meaningful? Just gossip. Chunming glanced at the notifications in his phone's group chat, where a bunch of people were asking about his relationship with Qin Jishua. There were even those wanting to join the Ming Chen squad. Ignoring these people, Chunming clicked into the trending topics for the entire alliance. S-level seer Master B Kwang made a prophecy stating that Blue Star has entered a special era node and future heroes will rise. To his surprise, the top trending topic across the internet was not about the major exam, but a prophecy. Chunming curiously clicked to check. Master B Kwang is a heavyweight figure in the Huaxiao Alliance, rumored to deliver a major prophecy every 10 years. Each time it causes a tremendous stir. It even attracts the attention of all alliances across Blue Star. Who would dare to overlook the significance of a major prophecy delivered by an S-level seer every decade? Moments later, Chunming finished reading this trending topic about the prophetic future. To his surprise, it was not. This time, the major prophecy contained 2 main pieces of information. One was that transmuters would awaken more advanced professions in the future with more geniuses emerging, entering an era of heroes gathering. A very classic statement. After all, it relates to significant events in the Alliance. It's all good. Chen Ming was unaware of the Alliance's transmutation situation this year. Blue Star may come into contact with interstellar civilization in the future. This was the second piece of information and the most explosive part of Master Bitcoin's prophecy. This seems a bit far-fetched. Chen Ming was somewhat skeptical. In terms of exploring the cosmos, Blue Star was even behind the world of his previous life. In this world, beasts run rampant and dangers lurk everywhere. Even the sky contains instances and mysterious areas. Aside from the beast forest, there are also beast spatial zones and beast oceans, which are even more terrifying. The people of Blue Star have no opportunity to explore the cosmos. They still have to work hard to develop their own civilization. What do they know about interstellar civilization? However, when Chen Ming glanced at the other trending topics, he fell silent. After 30 years, the Huaxiao Alliance has seen the emergence of SS-level transmuters. A man and a woman, an unparalleled duo. In Kunshan City, Shishu Province, a large star instance has been suspected to be discovered. The Alliance has fully intervened. Jiangnan Province and Shuanghe Province have consecutively awakened 2 S-level transmuters, attracting the attention of the Alliance. The Lighthouse Alliance claims to have made contact with extraterrestrial civilization and may lead the future of Blue Star. Why do these trending topics seem to closely resemble the two pieces of information from the prophecy? What new hot topic tactic is this? Chen Ming shook his head, not thinking too deeply. These matters were still far from him. It was not yet his turn to be concerned. After shutting off his phone, Chen Ming took out a small crystal. This was a rare spiritual resource obtained as a ranking reward. The pure white crystal stood on the tip of Chen Ming's finger. It emitted a faint arc of light. Chen Ming was still very concerned about what Qin Jishue had said today. He felt that the so-called majority of people being unable to awaken their spiritual skills must be quite extraordinary. After all, standing from Qin Zixu's perspective, she had no idea that he possessed a max-level SSS grade absolute defense. Yet she still boldly stated that if he could awaken a spiritual skill, it could change his fate. This clearly indicated that the spiritual skills were undoubtedly very powerful. Looking at the mind crystal in his hand, Chen Ming attempted to focus his mental energy, but still could not discern anything remarkable. Logically speaking, the higher the spiritual potential, the stronger the ability for mental probing. With a potential as high as 19, he still could not see through it. Of course, Chen Ming did not doubt the authenticity of this rare resource. After all, it was something awarded for the major exam, so it couldn't possibly be fake. Let's cultivate first and see what happens when I reach 20. Chen Ming sat up. Improving one's spiritual potential required meditation. This was a lifelong endeavor for all who changed professions. It wasn't that after awakening as a profession one could abandon the cultivation of spiritual potential. In fact, it became even more important. The higher the spiritual potential, the more it could directly enhance the mental energy of the profession, also known as mana. Moreover, to some extent, it even augmented the power of active skills. Especially for a profession like a mage, spiritual potential was particularly crucial. Huff. Chen Ming took a deep breath, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Then he closed his eyes and settled his mind. After reaching a spiritual potential of 10, meditation could perfectly replace sleep, allowing the profession to recover better. Upon learning that a 20 spiritual potential was the primary condition for awakening skills, Chen Ming naturally became more focused on his cultivation. Moreover, he felt that he was very close to reaching 20. Perhaps he could break through tonight. The room fell silent with only the sound of Chen Ming's steady breathing. A faint moonlight spilled in from the window, illuminating him, creating a delicate shimmering glow around his body. Chen Ming's handsome face bore a healthy flush, and he felt a warm current entering his mind, surging to the top of his head. It was very comfortable. His fatigued mental energy was rapidly recovering. Unconsciously, he became somewhat absorbed in meditation, gradually losing the concept of the passage of time. A night swiftly passed. At 8 a.m., the professions of Yunhai City had already begun to arrive at the They were preparing to start the next day's leveling. After yesterday's ranking announcement, people were particularly attentive to the individuals on the list, especially those in the top 10. These individuals were all potential stocks likely to evolve into powerful professions in the future. However, among them was an anomaly, Chen Ming. A class profession ranked second on the level leaderboard, which was unprecedented in all previous major exams. At the border on the top floor of a tall building, a burly, stern-looking middle-aged man stood by the window. He silently watched the professions below as they moved in groups heading out of the city. This year's professions in Yunhai City that reached level 2 on the first day have increased nearly by half compared to last year, reaching 191 people, and there are even 2 at level 3. Behind the middle-aged man stood several older men who appeared to be elders. One of them was reporting something. If there were any professions present, they would surely recognize that these were the principals of various universities in Yunhai City. They could be said to be the most authoritative figures in Yunhai City. However, at this moment the principals stood respectfully behind the man, completely devoid of their usual high-status demeanor. At that moment a crow flew in from somewhere and landed on the middle-aged man's shoulder, gazing at the principals. It emitted a metallic sheen and was in fact a mechanical creature. The mechanical crow spoke. "I heard that the second place in the first day's ranking is a class profession." The cold mechanical voice echoed, but the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew quiet. The principals exchanged glances. This individual was a high-ranking inspector sent from the province, a significant figure. As for the purpose of his visit, it was said to be for selecting individuals. The specifics were not made clear. Now suddenly asking about the ranking made the principals a bit confused about the intention behind the question. In the end, the principals tacitly turned their gazes toward the principal of the first high school. Yes, a class shield guardian named Chun Ming. The principal of the first high school was a slightly plump man appearing to be in his 50s. Chun Ming must have teamed up with the SS class profession Qin Jixue on the first day, which is why he has had such a rapid progression, explained the principal. Teaming up with an SS class, what a waste. A somewhat untimely voice chimed in from the side. It was the principal of the third high school. An old man who was tall and thin. That's indeed the case, another person echoed. The principal of the fifth high school stroked his beard and looked at the principal of the first high school, saying, "I say, Principal Zhou, the SS class professions are the backbone of the Alliance's future. Aren't you just letting that child be delayed?"
After all, as a bona fide member of the Orthodox realm, his fate might be even grimmer. Qin Jin contemplated fleeing, but reason warned that escape now would only lead to a harsher demise.
Principal Zhou's face darkened. Damn, he cursed inwardly. These two old fossils were really good at placing blame on him. While stepping on him in front of the inspector, they also elevated themselves. It was clearly him, Principal Zhou, who had produced an SS class student Qin Jixue, and knowing he couldn't compete, he had to join forces with them. At that moment the mechanical crow on the middle-aged man's shoulder spoke again. Clearly uninterested in the principal's intrigues, it directly changed the topic. What followed made the quota assigned by the Alliance has been confirmed. Jiangnan province only has 2 squad quotas. Since you have an SS class this year, I will set the assessment criteria for Yunhai City's examination. These brief sentences caused the atmosphere in the room to fall silent. The faces of the principals varied, obviously unsettled. Previously they had only known that the Alliance had set up a special assessment for this major exam, but they did not realize the quota was so limited. Only 2 squad quotas for the entire Jiangnan province. The most crucial point was that a high-ranking inspector personally acted as the assessment officer. It seemed that this quota was not simple. Old Joe, what do you think? Should we invite that child Qin Jixue over to join the Abyss squad? Yes, this time the competition is fierce. Our Yunhai City must seize the opportunity to ensure that the most promising individuals form a team. The principals of the 3rd and 5th high schools who had previously mocked Principal Zhou now surrounded him with smiles. Who is your old Zhou? Principal Zhou tilted his head aside, directly ignoring Principal Wang and Principal Wu. Was he not clear about their thoughts? The 2 class professions from the Abyss squad were their grandchildren. Now that they recognized the importance of this quota, they wanted to rope in Qin Jixue, the SS class profession. After all, whilst class professions were rare, each city at least had 1 or 2. However, this year the entire Jiangnan province had only 2 SS class professions. It was hard to say whether the squad quotas assigned by the Alliance were meant for the SS class. These 2 old fossils wanted to benefit their grandchildren. Old Zhou, you must think carefully, this is no small matter. There are only 2 spots for the entire Jiangnan province. Although Qin Jixue is S-level, other cities will definitely unite to form a full S-level team. If we in Yunhai City do not join forces, we may not be able to compete. Principal Zhou fell silent. He naturally understood the stakes involved. As the S-level transfigured individual representing Yunhai City this year, if Qin Jixue fails to secure a spot, Yunhai City would be utterly humiliated. In a more serious scenario, the province might even hold them accountable. Seeing Principal Zhou in silence, Principals Wu and Wang exchanged smiles. They offered him a way out. You don't need to worry about this, we will take care of it. After all, it would only involve promise. Besides, as long as she is not foolish, Qin Jixue should know how to choose. There's no need to deliberate over teaming up with a Clevel versus 2 levels. Principal Zhou opened his mouth wanting to say something, but hesitating. In truth, he still held a sliver of hope for Chun Ming. That was why he turned a blind eye to the idea of teaming up with a Clevel. A potential value of 19. It can be said to be an extraordinarily terrifying mental talent. If that child can awaken a mental skill, he might just be able to turn things around. Chun Ming, is there anything special about him? At this moment, the mechanical raven on the inspector's shoulder spoke again. Principal Zhou hurriedly replied, his mental potential is quite high, but unfortunately. He sighed. It's just a pity that he awakened as a Clevel shield guardian. The mechanical raven fixed its gaze on Principal Zhou. Oh, how high is it? Before awakening, it had already reached a mental potential of 19. Principal Zhou answered truthfully. 19. A hoarse voice echoed. At the window, the inspector turned around. This was the first time he spoke. Previously, it had been the Raven speaking on his behalf. Where is Chunming now? Chunming finally finished his training. He exhaled deeply, feeling his body brimming with vitality. This night had been exceptionally comfortable. It was as if a weary person had slept soundly for an entire day, feeling revitalized. Just as he opened his eyes, mental potential 20. I really broke through. Chunming's face lit up with joy. A mental potential of 20 is a significant milestone for transfigured individuals. After successfully breaking through this barrier, there will be great benefits. The most important benefits manifest in two ways. The first is the mental space. Storage is an ability that everyone cannot refuse. The second is the ability for mental probing. Chunming felt excited. He recalled the teachings and prepared to open his mental space. However, the next second, a prompt popped up from the profession panel. Mental potential reached 20. Yes, no to immediately awaken mental skill. Looking at this sudden prompt, which was almost identical to the one he received during his transfiguration yesterday, Chunming was momentarily stunned. Does this mean I can awaken a mental skill? He blinked, staring at the information and repeatedly confirming it. Wasn't it said to be very difficult? Wasn't it said that even with a mental potential of 20, the vast majority would still be unable to awaken? It seemed to him that there was no difficulty at all. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Is the mental awakening really as exaggerated as they say? After all, he hadn't even used the mind crystal he received as a reward yesterday. Based on the information he gathered from his conversation with Qin Jishua, yesterday normal individuals could start absorbing rare mental resources after breaking through to 20. The more resources absorbed and the higher the contained energy, the greater the probability of awakening mental skills. Moreover, this process must be completed before reaching 21. Once reaching 21, one can no longer awaken mental skills. No matter how many rare resources are absorbed, it will only speed up the training process. Qin Jishua advised Chunming that during the exam period, if his mental power broke through 20, he should not actively train anymore, trying to delay reaching 21. But now Chunming had just reached 20 without absorbing any rare resources. He had directly met the standard purely through his own efforts. Looking at the yes-no choice before him, Chunming was not in a hurry to awaken now. Instead, he calmed himself down. The awakening of mental skills is essentially the same as profession awakening, but with an additional invisible threshold. Correspondingly, the level of the awakened skills should be influenced by rare resources. The more energy materials absorbed, the higher the awakening level. Since he was going to awaken, Chunming naturally wanted better abilities. He took out the mind crystal. Unlike yesterday, he could now feel the difference of the object in his hand. He could clearly sense the pure energy flowing within the pristine crystal. Attribute energy. Chunming instinctively felt a deep craving. He wanted to absorb it immediately. So he did. 1 minute later. Crack. The mind crystal in his hand emitted a shattering sound. The pristine crystal turned into a grayish brown. Then it shattered into powder. Too little, not enough at all. Chunming licked his lips, feeling a sense of unfulfilled desire. After absorbing the attribute energy of the mind crystal, he was sure of his earlier thoughts. Rare mental resources will similarly affect the level of awakened mental skills. If the process of absorbing attribute energy is likened to filling a dry reservoir, then the absorption of that mind crystal just now was like adding a single ladle of water into a parched pond. It was simply too little. I mustn't rush. Chunming took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the impulse to awaken his mental skills immediately. Although awakening now might be momentarily satisfying, it might not necessarily lead to the awakening of advanced skills. He was unwilling to leave behind regrets when he could achieve something better. Haste makes waste, Chunming reminded himself in his heart. Although he could feel that the resources required to fully fill the reservoir might be somewhat terrifying. At the very least, Chunming wanted to gather as many resources as possible before awakening. Take a gamble, and a bicycle may become a motorcycle. After all, low-level skills hold little value for him. Let's focus on opening the mental space first. Chunming shifted his attention, no longer dwelling on the awakening of mental skills. He feared that the more he looked, the more he would itch to awaken. Chunming centered his mind. Soon a gradually clarifying domain began to appear in his consciousness. It was a void space, quite limited in size, almost equivalent to that of a room. So this is the mental space. Chunming felt a sense of novelty. He reached out to grab the power-long sword placed on the nightstand. In the next moment, the long sword vanished from his hand and appeared in the mental space. This will certainly make leveling up in the wild and completing dungeons much more convenient in the future. I must be the first one to open up a mental space right after shifting professions. Under normal circumstances, those who were the same age as him and had just changed professions were still far from awakening their mental space. Except for a few geniuses, most people at this stage probably hadn't even reached 10. Even the strong Qin Jishua currently only had a mental potential value of 15. There was still a long way to go before reaching 20. Moreover, the cultivation of mental potential solely depended on personal talent. Some individuals with very poor mental talent might never cultivate to 20 in their lifetime. Let's try the ability of mental probing again. Mental probing was a capability that all those who changed professions possessed. However, it was said to be greatly enhanced once mental strength reached 20. Chun Ming mobilized his mental strength and looked towards his room. In the next moment, the world before him suddenly appeared different. Everything around him was visible down to the smallest detail. This feeling was akin to having his sight magnified countless times, while his insight experienced a leap in enhancement. The entire room felt as if it were within the palm of his hand. It's completely different. Compared to the mental probing before reaching 20, this felt like an entirely different concept. Previously, he could only probe information about strange beasts' equipment and various details. The current level could be fully recognized as a combat ability. With this almost godlike perspective, his reaction and adaptability in battles would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. TSK. Just look at the subtle dust particles floating, the slight flutter of the curtains, and the beams of sunlight. All were completely in view. Wait a minute. Why is the sunlight so bright? What time is it? He picked up his phone. It was 1105. Damn, how could half a day have passed? At the city border, Chun Ming hurriedly arrived. He had not expected that his training would reach 20 mental strength, and he would become so entranced. He had spent the entire morning without realizing it. At this moment, he could see some people returning in pairs from these individuals had already completed their level-up training for the morning and were returning to recover, preparing to fight again in the afternoon. Chun Ming's arrival immediately attracted quite a few gazes. The higher the ranking, the more attention one received. Moreover, it was Chun Ming, ranked second to none above everyone else on the first day in Yunhai City as a clever shield soldier. Hey, look, it's Chun Ming. No way did he just arrive. While coming this late during the exam period, how carefree. This is only the second day of the exam, and everyone else is eager to level up. This guy shows up directly in the middle of the day. Is it because he has Qin Jishua leading him that he feels so fearless? No, I specifically noticed this morning that Qin Jishua did not go into the monster forest with Chun Ming, but entered with a girl instead. Haha, it must be that Qin Jishua no longer wants to take him along. Just wait, his ranking is likely to drop to nothing. In a nearby tall building, several principals and inspectors also noticed the fashionably late Chun Ming. Is this the genius of mental potential you were talking about? The genius who overslept? The inspector did not turn his head while the mechanical crow on his shoulder turned to stare at Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou suddenly felt embarrassed and swallowed hard. He had just finished explaining Chun Ming's situation to the inspector when Chun Ming arrived. But he wasn't returning from outside the city, he was coming from within the city. A few chuckles came from behind. The principals all shook their heads at this scene. This kind of person is actually teaming up with Qin Jishua. What a shame for our Yunhai city. Second place on the first day, yet so lazy and utterly unambitious. I initially thought that if Qin Jishua insisted on bringing Chun Ming along, letting him join the Abyss team for a few dungeons wouldn't be a bad idea. But now it seems that this move is unwise. Listening to these words, Principal Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the inspector utter in surprise. Interesting, this kid has already broken through 20 mental strength. 20. Principal Zhou was taken aback and looked out the window. He saw Chun Ming suddenly seeming to sense something and turning to look in this direction. Why do I feel like a powerful aura is watching me? Chun Ming looked curiously at the tall building in the distance. Just now he had a sudden sensation as if a thorn was in his back, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Forget it, leveling up is more important. He didn't think much of it and walked out of the city alone. This action drew a round of discussions among the people. Yesterday when he left the city alone, not many paid attention. Today was different. What is Chun Ming doing going outside the city alone to level up? Is he too bold? Hey, he must be out of options. Qin Jishua won't take him anymore, and now who will team up with him? Aside from one person, what else can he do? What a pity. Pity for what? He brought this upon himself. The direction he's heading seems to be the Qingfeng. Upon seeing the direction Chun Ming was heading, the crowd couldn't help but murmur. The Qingfeng forest mostly housed level 1 and 2 strange beasts. Who would choose such a place as a level 3 profession? They didn't even consider whether Chun Ming was heading outside this, not to mention a level 3 professional. Even a level 10 professional wouldn't dare to easily step into the monster forest outside the safety zone. Among the crowd, 2 people watched Chun Ming's direction with an unusual expression. So he really is Chun Ming. These 2 were the pair who had witnessed Chun Ming solo clearing the Qingfeng forest. Initially, upon seeing that the second-ranked individual was a clever profession, they doubted whether the fierce person they saw yesterday was Chun Ming. However, everyone around said that Chun Ming was someone who teamed up with Qin Jishua, which made them skeptical. After all, that person was a solitary warrior who cleared dungeons alone. Does that mean? The 2 exchanged glances, unable to hide their shock. After leaving the outskirts of the city, Chun Ming continued along the route from yesterday. I need to speed up. Originally, the plan was to maintain the same leveling speed and reach level 5 today. This way he could go see what that comprehensive dungeon was all about. But now he had already delayed half a day, and he needed to hurry. After all, the level ranking before the big exam would be settled at 18 points, and Chen Ming didn't want to drop out of the top 3 today. He was still counting on the rewards from rare resources. He arrived at the edge of the Qingfeng forest. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ming entered the beast forest. He raised his hand, and a long knife appeared in his grip. With an increase of 10 in strength, combined with the 4 strength rune stones he purchased yesterday, this first-tier ordinary strength equipment's attributes were already maxed out. If he wanted to continue enhancing with rune stones, he would need to improve the quality of the equipment. For example, high-quality equipment obtained as rewards from major examinations could allow for the enhancement of up to 20 rune stones. Epic quality could enhance with 30 rune stones. As for higher qualities, there were legendary and mythical levels. However, those were not attainable by ordinary people. Generally, the equipment sold on the market is either ordinary or high quality. To obtain epic equipment, one must have some special channels. Alternatively, one could spend a high price to find a senior blacksmith to personally help forge and enhance the equipment quality. Chen Ming glanced at his current attributes. Profession: Shield Guard, level 3 strength, 40 constitution, 25502, 550, 20 recovery, 169, 13, agility, 45 mental power, 360, 20 skills, C-class fighting spirit LV. 3, SSS class absolute defense max level. With the enhancement of the shadow armor and feather boots, Chen Ming's attribute values finally looked decent. Especially with the shadow armor, the enhancement from 15 constitution rune stones directly increased his constitution by 750 points. For Chen Ming, who had a locked health mechanism, this was a significant upgrade. This value should make it easy to deal with level 5 or 6 beasts. Chen Ming moved through the forest. In the dim environment, his figure seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. The power of the shadow armor granted him stealth. This ability was perfectly suited for the environment of the beast. This was the reason why Chen Ming chose this enhancement. What I urgently need to improve now is my attack power. Attack was currently the only limitation preventing him from challenging higher levels. Otherwise, whether it was defeating a beast 3 levels higher or even 10 levels higher, he would be capable. 1 awakenable mental skill and 2 job skills that awaken after level 10. With 3 skills, there surely had to be at least 1 with active offensive capability. While pondering, Chen Ming suddenly halted. He then leaped, diving behind a tree ahead. Seconds later, a dark shadow emerged from the thicket in front. It was a mantis nearly 1.5 meters tall. Its body was covered in a dark green hard shell, and its folded arms resembled a butterfly knife. The numerous spikes on its body reflected a dim arc of light. It cautiously surveyed its surroundings, failing to detect Chen Ming's presence. Behind the tree, Chen Ming observed the mantis. Swift Wind Mantis, level LV. 5. Ability: Blade Flash. Description: a fierce beast that has grown up in a cannibalistic environment. It likes to wait for the right moment to strike with deadly precision. After reaching 20 mental power, Chen Ming's perception of danger had changed. Previously, it was the beasts that ambushed him. Now he could take the initiative. Although he wasn't afraid of being ambushed, the feeling of being attacked unexpectedly was certainly uncomfortable. Chen Ming did not charge out directly. He leveraged the tree trunk, his body flashed, and he leaped into the air, making almost no sound. A flash of white light. The long knife in his hand accurately struck downward towards the mantis pair of large dark green eyes. The blade pierced into its eye, carving a shallow groove. 76. Did he strike its weakness directly? Chen Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. What a great start. It seemed luck was on his side today. Hiss. The swift wind mantis hit in its weak spot, let out a piercing screech. Instinctively, it swung its sharp forelimbs. It aimed at the enemy attacking it. However, it missed completely. Chen Ming's figure flashed, easily dodging the strike. Under normal circumstances, Chen Ming's agility attribute had reached 45 with the equipment's enhancement, which was still far from the level 5 swift wind mantis. This was mainly because he utilized his mental probing ability. The mantis movements seemed to slow down in his sight. Since he couldn't match its speed, he relied on his reaction. After successfully dodging one strike, Chen Ming seized the opportunity to deliver another slash. 76. The swift wind mantis was alarmed, thinking it had encountered a powerful beast. It immediately distanced itself. However, when it stabilized its form and clearly saw its opponent, it was stunned. A human. The swift wind mantis emitted a strange sound. It could tell that this human was merely a level 3 transferee. How could this be? A level 5 beast was actually ambushed by a mere level 3 human. Moreover, being hit in its weak spot made the swift wind mantis even more furious. Blade Flash. It unleashed its ability. Its front wings began to vibrate, and its entire body hovered in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. In the next second, the swift wind mantis transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching a surprise attack at Chen Ming. Its speed was terrifying. Whoosh! Even before it reached him, Chen Ming felt a gust of wind slapping against his face. Even though the swift wind mantis activated its ability, he could still clearly see its movements and make predictions in his mind. However, he was still a step too slow. His mind kept up, but his body did not. Yet even if he couldn't evade, Chen Ming had no reason to worry. 1. A pair of sharp forelimbs gleamed coldly as they struck Chen Ming's neck. A sharp sound echoed, resembling metal clashing. The swift wind mantis was bewildered. Its large eyes were fixed on the scene, revealing confusion. What was happening with this human? 76. Before it could react, its eyes were once again struck by a knife. The swift wind mantis was enraged, refusing to believe, and attacked again. In an instant, it wielded its arms wildly multiple times. The wind generated even severed nearby leaves and branches. 1. The hits were minor. Chen Ming held his knife with both hands, no longer attempting to evade the swift wind mantis attacks. He began to transform into a battle maniac. 76. Chen Ming continued to attack, striking down the knife, repeatedly targeting only the weak points. Hiss! The swift wind mantis let out a mournful cry. Its large eyes were almost severed, and it finally couldn't hold on any longer, trying to escape. Trying to run. Take this blade. Chen Ming anticipated its intentions and immediately increased his offensive speed. 76. With a splash of blood, the entire head of the giant mantis was severed. Killed swift wind mantis LV. 5 experienced. 71. Obtained swift wind mantis beast core LV. 5. Obtained constitution runestone 1. The experience gained from a level 5 exotic beast is around 60 to 70 points. Let's hunt some level 6 and above exotic beasts. With the enhancement of equipment and spiritual probing abilities, Chen Ming's range for defeating higher-level monsters has increased. Now he estimates that overcoming 4 to 5 levels should not be a problem. It's similar to a tickle. He glanced at the location of the comprehensive dungeon on the map. At a hillside, Chen Ming stopped, holding his long knife and scanning the surroundings. For level 6 exotic beasts surrounded him. A fierce battle was about to erupt. The sound of roaring echoed as the clash of blades and fists intertwined. A silver iron fist larger than Chen Ming's head slammed into him, creating a thunderous sound. The long knife gradually tore through the defenses of the ape. Experience gained from killing a silverback ape LV. 6 is 90. The remaining 3 silverback apes instantly went berserk. They roared and attacked from 3 directions. Leaping into the air, their fists raised, they struck downwards. Before the dust settled, a flash of knife light appeared. A powerful strike landed beneath one of the apes. Having found the weakness through the first one, defeating the remaining 3 became much easier. Experience gained from killing a silverback ape LV. 6 is 88. Experience gained from killing a silverback ape LV. 6 is 91. Chen Ming wiped his blood-stained long knife, the air thick with the stench of blood. The quality armor made from numerous beast cores and special materials provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, along with self-cleaning functions. Chen Ming was very satisfied. Let's continue, we only need 2 more. Aside from the S-level Qin Jishua, others at S-level find it hard to break through level 4. The first day of the major exam has the smallest gap. A level 1 combat power is exceedingly low. While advancing towards the predetermined dungeon location, Chen Ming was leveling up. He encountered 2 exotic beasts in combat. One was a frog half-human height entangled with an unknown curvy creature. The latter seemed to be a plant-like exotic beast. This plant beast appeared to be in the process of hunting the frog. Isn't this a golden opportunity for easy experience? He dashed over, gripping the hilt tightly. The knife tip traced a perfect arc. He cleanly severed the entire head of the half-human height frog. Experience gained from killing a poison frog LV. 6 is 88. When will I get to enjoy such a satisfying one-hit kill? The foul stench assaulted his senses. The other twisted exotic beast let out a cry. The core had vanished. Its tentacles, covered in deep red spots, danced wildly. These gases rapidly withered the surrounding flora. The final blow fell as Chen Ming cleaved through the flower head of the dominant flower. Experience gained from killing the dominant flower LV. 6 is 90. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 4. You need 550 more experience points to level up. Level 4. Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He felt the abundant energy within his body, and his strength had increased a bit. Level 4. Strength 50. Constitution 2920310020. Recovery 230-15. Agility 55. Mental strength 480-20. Skills. C level fighting spirit LV. 5. SSS level absolute defense max level. The constitution limit has reached 3000. Chen Ming nodded in satisfaction. Fighting spirit had also reached level 5. With a recovery attribute of 230, combined with his passive skills, he would automatically recover 230 constitution points every hour. In unknown situations, Chen Ming could now kill level 6 beasts and still end the battle in full health. Of course, this was under ideal circumstances. Some beasts or job changers with special abilities had very fast attack speeds. For Chen Ming, who had a maximum injury limit of only 1. The only threat to his life came from those whose attributes surpassed his, while also possessing extremely fast attack speeds. However, as his constitution continued to improve, this shortcoming would slowly fade away. No matter how fast the attack speed, it would still just tickle him. After reaching level 4, Chunming's confidence surged. He planned to speed up, even deliberately creating some noise to attract higher-level beasts for hunting. Chunming was not afraid of encountering formidable beasts like those above level 20. Although his current position was already quite deep within the beast forest compared to the safe zone and urban areas. But compared to the entire beast forest, it was a completely different concept. The range of the beast forest was immense. After all, it occupied more than 70% of the land on Blue Star. Even if it was just a level 1 beast forest, its area was comparable to half of Huaxia. So in the context of the entire level 1 beast forest, Chunming estimated that he hadn't even reached the outermost periphery yet. The truly terrifying beasts were mostly found in the mysterious regions of deep mountains and forests. 47. 94. Killed Frost Fox LV. 7 experience 110. Obtained Frost Fox Beast Core LV. 7. Killed Savage Bull LV. 7 experience 111. Obtained Savage Bull Beast Core LV. 7. Killed Black-Scaled Lizard LV. 7 experience 110. Obtained Black-Scaled Lizard Beast Core LV. 7. Obtained Agility Talisman 1. In a wooded area, Chunming ended yet another battle. The surroundings were a chaotic scene of battle. During the fight, he had deliberately made louder noises to attract other beasts. Apparently the effect was quite good. So he didn't have to search for them, the beasts came to him. Killing beasts 3 levels higher, the leveling speed is too fast. Chunming glanced at his experience, unable to help but click his tongue. Having killed just a few beasts, his experience progress bar had already surpassed halfway. Using the experience from level 7 beasts to level up to level 4. The speed was like riding a rocket. Of course, this leveling method was limited to Chunming himself. Normal job changer teams, constrained by their strength and safety considerations, could only kill beasts of the same level. No one would joke with their lives unless they could only lose 1 drop of health. However, the higher he went, the more beasts he needed to kill for leveling, making it increasingly difficult. High-level beasts could be quite tricky. Chunming added the agility talisman to his feather boots. Then he took out a lighter from his mental space. A few minutes later, a flame flickered in the woods. Chunming began roasting a bull leg. He hadn't eaten since morning and his stomach was empty. At level 4, he was still far from being able to go without food. Chunming had felt this yesterday. He had fought all day without eating. In the end, his mental strength had significantly decreased. The large bull leg was sizzling and oozing fat, emitting an enticing aroma. Watching the meat reach the right level, he picked it up and took a bite. The quality of this beast meat is extraordinary. No seasoning was needed. It was already far superior to ordinary food. However, just as he had eaten a few bites, guests arrived. 2 beasts drawn either by the noise from the earlier battle or the aroma of the roasted meat. One was a mouse with golden fur and wide claws. The other was also a savage bull, the same kind he was currently enjoying. Chunming initially thought that the other bull would be furious upon seeing him eating the bull leg. But instead, that savage bull stared at the roasted bull leg in his hand, swallowing hard. Chunming, am I roasting my 6th uncle? The aroma is too good. These 2 beasts merely glanced at Chunming before ignoring his presence and began to confront each other. Clearly, they thought a level for human posed no threat. Both wanted to drive away the other beast first. Soon the 2 beasts erupted into battle, starting to fight. Chunming put down the roasted meat and picked up his knife, preparing for battle. Seeing this scene, he put down his knife again. Silently, he became a spectator. If someone else were here, they would surely find the expression on their face quite amusing. In the perilous beast forest, 2 level 7 beasts were fighting, while a level 4 job changer sat nearby, gnawing on a bull leg and watching the show. 10 minutes later, Chunming finally finished eating. He stood up and let out a satisfied burp. Then he picked up his long, starting to mediate the fight. 46. 92. Killed Goldmania Mouse LV. 7 experience 108. 44. 88. Killed Savage Bull LV. 7 experience 112. Obtained Savage Bull Beast Core LV. 7. Congratulations. Your level has been raised to level 5. 800 experience needed for the next upgrade. Finally, level 5. Chunming sheathed his long knife, his expression completely relaxed. After reaching level 5, he could enter dungeons. While killing beasts for leveling, he could also obtain more resources. Moreover, he currently had a field dungeon. Chunming pulled up the map to check the dungeon's location. Not far, just ahead. He was looking forward to what good things this comprehensive dungeon would have. After all, outdoor dungeons often offered better rewards than fixed large dungeons. The reason being, large dungeons had already been first cleared, so they only offered ordinary rewards. In contrast, outdoor dungeons provided first clears. Give me a treasure hunt or something mysterious, either will do. The comprehensive dungeon could also be termed as a mixed dungeon, combining challenges, adventure challenges, treasure, hunting, mystery, adventure, etc. All are comprehensive dungeons. 15 minutes later, Chunming finally arrived at his destination. As he passed through the woods and saw the scene before him, his eyes widened. Ahead, the terrain dropped off like a cliff. A chasm stretched far into the distance, nearly spanning the area, and it was as if a large chunk of the entire valley had been excavated, forming a vast sinkhole. Chunming stood at the precipice of a colossal sinkhole, like the edge of an abyss. He glanced at his map. The integrated dungeon lies beneath this sinkhole. He leaned forward and peered down. Thick mist enshrouded the depths, obscuring its true depth entirely. Could this truly be just a wilderness dungeon, and not the lair of some dread beast? It required no speculation. In the monster forests, such places invariably heralded profound peril. Others would have had no choice but to abandon the attempt. But Chunming was different. With level 5 attributes, his constitution had already soared to 3800. At his current combat prowess, beasts below level 10 posed no threat whatsoever. As for those at level 10 or above, the power gap widened dramatically. Like awakened cultivators, monstrous beasts unlocked new abilities every 10 levels. Even if Chunming could not yet slay level 10 beasts single-handedly, escape remained effortless. Without further hesitation, he leapt from the sinkhole's rim, choosing the swiftest path downward. Plummeting, gales howled through the mist like spectral whales. Chunming fell for what felt like an eternity, until at last he struck bottom with a thunderous thud. His body slammed onto solid ground. Rising, he surveyed his surroundings. A vast sunken valley stretched before him. Scattered boulders littered the terrain. The valley lay steeped in gloom, veiled by faint cerulean mist. Distant jagged mountain peaks pierced the haze. Clutching his dungeon talisman, Chunming swiftly reached his destination, a stone-encircled clearing crowned by a shimmering, rippling barrier of light. Cloud-veiled mountain gorge dungeon. Type: integrated treasure hunt trial. Entry requires designated dungeon talisman. His talisman flared softly, enveloping him in radiant luminescence. In an instant, the world dissolved, then reformed. Before him bloomed a vibrant meadow carpeted in emerald grass and studded with exotic flora, exuding an intoxicating, soul-soothing fragrance. Sheer cliffs rose on either side. This was a narrow canyon. Cloud-veiled mountain gorge dungeon. Objective conditions. 1. Treasure hunt, acquire 10 or more energy-infused substances. 2. Trial, defeat 5 or more guardian beasts. Time limit 24 hours. A treasure hunt dungeon. A spark ignited in Chunming's eyes. Rare resources, no less. His pulse quickened. He immediately extended his spiritual sense to scan the area. In that very moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Qingmu Sprout Restoration Attribute. Zhu Fruit Fire Elemental Attribute. Hutu Flower Constitution Attribute. Damn, it's this abundant. Within just 10 meters of where he stood, 3 rare resources gleamed. Through spiritual perception, he distinctly sensed their pure, resonant attribute energies. There was no doubt, they were genuine rarities. And the canyon stretched far beyond his sight, vast and unexplored. Fortune beckoned. The value of rare resources needed no elaboration. Descending was unquestionably the right decision. He had never imagined the dungeon talisman, casually acquired after slaying a beast, would lead to such riches. Chunming immediately gathered the 3 rare, spiritual plants. Treasure hunt, acquire 10 or more energy-infused substances. Progress, 310. This is almost too easy. Completing the minimum conditions came effortlessly, but Chunming knew that was merely the baseline. The greater the progress achieved, the richer the final rewards. Without pause, he began refining the 3 rare resources on the spot. In his palm, the Qingmu Sprout withered rapidly, dissolving into a delicate verdant mist absorbed into his body. Restoration Attribute 5. HM. It even augments base attributes. Its quality was evidently exceptional, truly a windfall. He proceeded to refine the Hutu flower. Constitution Attribute 50. Excellent. A smile flickered across his face. Yet he hesitated before the final item, the Zhu Fruit. A fire elemental rarity. As a shield guardian, Chunming possessed no elemental affinity. Or rather, crank professions simply lacked elemental capabilities. Qin Jishue's holy radiance, angel embodied light elemental power. Even Sun Yang, a brank shadow blade, wielded darkness elemental force. For those whose vocations were intrinsically tied to an element, absorbing matching rare resources was unequivocally optimal. Yet Chunming was not barred from consuming elemental rarities. However, doing so would irrevocably lock the elemental direction of his level 10 awakening skill. If he wished to awaken a fire elemental ability at level 10, now was the time to consume the Zhu Fruit. No rush, decide later. He sealed the Zhu Fruit within his spiritual space. Even if unused, such rarities commanded extraordinary value. Indeed, they were immensely lucrative. Awakening a spiritual space had proven invaluable. Carrying rare resources openly would inevitably invite covetous eyes. Chunming pressed onwards, seeking more rarities. His gaze fixed upon the strange flora. Clearly, all rarities within this dungeon manifested as botanical specimens. Soon he discovered another energy-laden plant. Tongshin Grass Restoration Attribute. Another restoration type, perhaps of exceptionally high quality. He sensed far denser attribute energy within it. Treasure hunt, acquire 10 or more energy-infused substances. Progress 410. Just as he plucked at his hand froze midair. Something feels amiss. Crouching low, he studied the slender lavender-hued grass. Its translucent leaves shimmered with visible ethereal luminescence. Even an ordinary person would recognize its extraordinariness. Yet Chunming detected another presence within, an impurity subtle, yet unmistakable. Poison. The Tongxing grass was lethally toxic. Instantly comprehending its nature, Chunming placed, let's test its potency. Restoration, attribute 10. After a brief, deliberate taste, he resumed his journey. The canyon formed a linear passage, no navigation required. He simply advanced forward, until soon he found another rarity. Fengshi Orchid Wind Elemental Agility attribute. As he reached to claim it, calamity erupted. An eerie, bone-chilling gust swept through the mist-laden air, and from its swirling depths a blurred silhouette hurtled toward him with terrifying speed. Chunming sensed danger instantly, and reacted without thought. Blade flashed, steel met shadow. His reflexes had long since hardened into instinct. No matter what abomination emerged, he struck first. When others encounter sudden situations, they typically remain vigilant and take defensive measures, prioritizing safety. Chunming, however, opts to strike first. After the attack, the two parties distanced themselves. Chunming focused his gaze and discovered a peculiar. It seemed to lack a fixed form, its shape continuously twisting in midair. Overall, it looked somewhat comical. Like a tattered piece of cloth, it fluttered freely in the wind. Wind Spirit Level LV. 7 Ability Howling Wind. Description: a particularly troublesome strange beast that wields powerful wind elemental abilities. Upon seeing the appearance of a dungeon monster, Chunming was not surprised. This was a treasure hunting and challenge dungeon. Moreover, one of the clearing conditions involved slaying the strange beasts. It seemed that this wind spirit was the so-called guardian beast. Strange beast. Chunming squinted his eyes. He had indeed heard of this term. They are not a single race, but a collective name for certain specific strange beasts. Generally speaking, some particularly fierce and powerful strange beasts are given special names by people such as fierce beasts, strange beasts, and so on. It was evident that the strength of this wind spirit was no trivial matter, as could be seen from the attack it launched early. With Chunming's mental fortitude, an ordinary level 7 strange beast would be unable to ambush him. Hiss! At this moment, a sharp, piercing scream assaulted his ears. The wind spirit emitted a wail akin to a ghostly howl, accompanied by a flurry of wind. Blades of wind, almost solidified, rushed towards Chunming. Chunming's face rarely displayed an unusual expression. The frequency of this wind spirit's attacks was incredibly fast and hard to evade. Though it was also a level 7 beast, it was significantly stronger than those in the forests outside. However, it was only slightly stronger. For Chunming, it was trivial. The shrill howling resounded once more in the canyon as the wind spirit unleashed its ability. Suddenly, it accelerated, its blurred form elongating into an invisible afterimage. The air erupted with a brief, explosive sound. Transparent needles coalesced in the air and shot forth. Wherever they passed, grass and trees snapped. At the same time, the wind was laced with eerie cries disturbing one's mental state. Were it not for Chunming's formidable mental strength, he would likely have been affected. The air erupted with a brief, explosive sound. Transparent needles coalesced in the air and shot forth. The strength of this wind spirit might even rival that of a level 9 beast. Truly worthy of being called a strange beast. Had anyone else come, even an 8th level Jawchanger would likely have suffered. Indeed, where there are treasures, there are great. In the canyon, gusts of ominous winds rose and blades of wind whirled everywhere. The wind spirit moved swiftly as if dancing in the wind, its form unsteady. Facing the countless wind blades, Chunming's gaze remained locked on the wind spirit, paying no heed to the attacks. After donning the feather boots, his agility attribute reached 66 points. This speed surpassed that of many a class assassins of the same level. Yet against this wind spirit, he still found it somewhat difficult to keep up. Had he needed to defend, he would likely have been tortured to death by the opponent. Suddenly, Chunming's eyes brightened, and he fixed his gaze firmly on the wind spirit. In the next moment, a stream of light illuminated his legs, forming a swirling vortex. Dash! The enhancement from the feather boots granted the wearer a 100 increase in agility for 1 minute. With a cooldown of 1 hour, Chunming's agility attribute surged to 132. He shot forward like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, his figure flickered as he swung his long knife multiple times. 55, 55, 55, 55. After a hit, Chunming did not stop. He landed on the rock wall, turned, and once again dashed towards the wind spirit with the speed of a gale. Half a minute later. 55. Kill wind spirit LV. 7 experience 150. Chunming let out a long sigh. This strange beast is too difficult to kill. Even until the battles, and he had not found the wind spirit's weak. It was a battle of attrition. He wondered if the wind spirit had no weaknesses at all. Acquired wind spirit beast core LV. 7. Acquired agility talisman 2. Acquired first order crystal 1. Chun Ming's expression shifted, revealing joy. Did this wind spirit drop so many items? Not only was the experience gained from the kill higher than that of a normal level 7 beast, but the drops were also different. In addition to 2 agility talismans, there was even a first-order crystal. Crystals are treasures that can elevate equipment, often valued more than some rare resources. Generally speaking, crystals can usually only be obtained as dungeon rewards. It was unexpected that slaying a strange beast could yield them. He wondered if this was due to the dungeon's uniqueness or the nature of the strange beast. With this crystal, Chun Ming could upgrade his first-order equipment to second-order by handing it to the guild, requiring only a processing fee. However, he naturally could not do so at this moment. Second-order equipment could only be worn by job changers above level 10. Chun Ming added the 2 agility talismans to his equipment. Feather Boots Agility 18. After that, he stored the Wind Whisper Orchid and the first-order crystal in his spiritual space. Wind Whisper Orchid contains wind elemental abilities. This was not a priority for Chun Ming at the moment, so he did not rush to absorb it. After completing everything, he glanced at the dungeon information. Clearing conditions 2. Challenge: successfully kill more than 5 guardian strange beasts. Progress 15. If we go by progress, I can at least harvest 5 more waves. Moreover, he felt that this dungeon was likely far. He just didn't know whether the subsequent guardian strange beasts would all be special ones that could drop good items for him. Chun Ming was full of fighting spirit as he continued to delve deeper into the canyon. Today was destined to be a sleepless night. After breaking through 20, his mental power had significantly increased. Even if he went several days and nights without rest, it would be no problem at all. Thus, he had decided not to head back today. Meanwhile, as Chun Ming crazily harvested rare resources in the Yunnan Mountain Canyon dungeon on the other side in Yunhai City, at the city border, the sky was gradually darkening. The job changers returned one after another from the safe zone. After the first day's adaptation, everyone had become much more proficient on the second day. Haha, I finally leveled up today. The feeling of being level 2 is incredible. While I feel like I am brimming with power, I could probably punch a cow to death. Sai were lagging behind, leveling up to level 2 on the second day, while the real geniuses might already be at level 4 by today. I really envy them a level 4, just one more level, and they can challenge dungeons and earn various rewards. For ordinary people, the rewards from dungeons are undoubtedly the most enticing. This means safer leveling up. Moreover, those who cannot afford equipment can also obtain gear and resources through dungeons. In fact, some dungeons can even yield rare resources. I heard that the 2 shrank job changers from the 3rd and 5th schools have obtained the dungeon runes from the wild and are just waiting to challenge the dungeon after reaching level 5. A murmur of envy and emotion arose from the crowd. For ordinary people, wild dungeons could be both an opportunity and a crisis. A murmur of envy and emotion arose from the crowd. For ordinary people, wild dungeons could be both an opportunity and a crisis. At this moment, a commotion arose from the city gate. It's Qin Jishue. Qin Jishue is back. As the top-ranked individual on the first day, Qin Jishue is undoubtedly the default first of Yunhai City among this generation of job changers. Wherever she goes, she attracts attention. However, when people saw Qin Jishue returning with a young girl, they became somewhat, Qin Jishue didn't come back with Chun Ming today. Dude, your news is way behind. Don't you know that Qin Jishue has given up on leveling up with Chun Ming? Really? Today, Chun Ming only arrived at the city border by noon. He probably got discouraged. Some who had seen Chun Ming at noon became excited, eager to share the news with everyone. Conversations buzzed around. Most people viewed Chun Ming's disconnection from Qin Jishue with schadenfreude. They were ordinary people, many of whom were even at higher levels than Chun Ming. Why should you team up with an S level to gain rewards while we struggle to find our balance? If you have awakened an ordinary class, then just act like an ordinary person. However, it's fortunate that it seems Qin Jishue only took Chun Ming for one day. At the city gate, Qin Jishue returned from the outskirts, preparing to enter the city. Miss today went very smoothly. The target was perfectly achieved. Behind her, Lin Wei stood with her hands on her hips, beaming with a bright smile. Dressed in white, Qin Jishue paused, her dark hair gleaming. She appeared to possess a more angelic demeanor, as if emanating pure ethereal light. We merely accomplished the basic objectives, Wire. Do not let your guard down. I know, Lin Wei pouted, sticking out her tongue. But miss, you shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. You have awakened as an S-level job changer, so you will definitely. Qin Jishue remained silent, not speaking, and continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Lin Wei sighed helplessly and followed quietly. Just as they stepped through the city gate, 2 men approached. The leading man wore a long robe adorned with light golden patterns, looking elegant. Miss Qin, I have long admired your name. The man in the long robe stepped forward to greet her. Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Qingyang, and this is Wang Yan. He pointed to the tall man behind him. The 2 were indeed the 2 S-level job changers from the Abyss Squad. Do you have? Lin Wei glanced at the 2 and asked coolly, since we are all top-ranked job changers this year, we may have many interactions in the future, so I will be straightforward. Wu Qingyang smiled as he spoke, attempting to subtly draw the 2 closer. He then directly made the request to invite Qin Jishue to join the Abyss Squad. Simultaneously, he mentioned the special assessments involved in this year's major examination. This assessment is team-based, and there are only 2 spots for the entire Jiangnan province. The difficulty is obvious. Wu Qingyang's intention in saying this was to remind Qin Jixue to build a good team. There are a total of 3 level job changers in Yunhai City. Wu Qingyang's intention in saying this was to remind Qin Jixue to build a good team. There are a total of 3 level job changers. I already have a team, you should look for someone else. Knowing the intentions of the 2, Qin Jixue directly declined. After saying this, she did not wait for the Abyss squad members to respond, and simply stepped away. Wu Qingyang had yet to react. However, Wang Yan, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward, blocking. From the very beginning, Wang Yan's gaze had been fixed on Qin Jixue. Previously, he had only heard of her from the first school, and had not paid much attention. After all, before job changes, even fame amounts to little. However, upon seeing her just now, he was captivated. Hearing that Qin Jixue had actually rejected joining the Abyss squad, Wang Yan immediately became anxious. Is it because of that Chen Ming? Wang Yan recalled what Qin Jixue had said earlier, and instantly thought of Chen Ming. After all, based on the ranking information from yesterday, the only team Qin Jixue had joined was that of Chen Ming. He is just a clever waste, only dragging you down. Wu Qingyang echoed, this competition is particularly fierce. If you bring along a clever job changer, you won't stand a chance against full-level squads from other cities. They had heard about what happened with Chen Ming earlier that morning. They initially thought that Qin Jixue had abandoned Chen Ming and withdrawn from the Mingchen squad. Unexpectedly, there was a twist. At that moment, a notification popped up before everyone. The results of the second-day major examination are starting to be calculated. Scope: Yunhai City. Number of job changers who reached level 2, 762. Number of job changers who reached level 3, 15. Number of job changers who reached level 4, 6. Number of job changers who reached level 5, 2. It's out. The rankings are finally out. What the heck, how can today's data be so explosive? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Of course, the first day is usually the most awkward time. Ordinary job changers are just a bit short of reaching level 2, and advanced job changers are just a bit short of reaching level 3. So the second day welcomes an explosion. But that's not the main point. The main point is that there are actually 2 people at level 5. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. People looked at each other, but in their hearts they all unconsciously thought of one name. Because yesterday it had been the same situation. 2 people reached the highest rank, and among them was Chen Ming. This time, it can't be Chen Ming again, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cheating. It must be cheating. With this statement, a chorus of denial erupted. Don't make me laugh. Chen Ming went alone to the Qingfeng forest, and everyone saw it with their own eyes. How could he possibly level up to 5? The crowd nodded in agreement. They decided to stop paying attention to Chen Ming. Without Qin Jixue, he was just people's attention shifted back to the rankings. Rank 51, Yu Fei LV. 2, A class. Rank 99, Sun Yang LV. 2 B class, Hidden Shadow Blade. Rank 100, Chun Jijian LV. 2 B class, Berserker. Why is there no change? A puzzled voice spoke up. Someone explained, the rankings are determined by the time required for leveling up. Only 15 people leveled up to 3 today, so ranks 15 to 100 naturally remain unchanged. It's so satisfying, 2 days of rewards in a row. The real changes should still be in the top 15. Soon the rankings were announced one after another. Rank 6, Song Chuan LV. 4, S-Class Battle Soul Vanguard. Rank 7, Wang Tung LV. 4, A-Class Son of the Earth. Rank 15. No way, Song Chuan is 6th again. Damn, a level 4 at rank 6. Is this for real, eh? In the previous year's major examination, a level 4 was enough to secure first place. But in this batch, he ended up in 6th. This year must be filled with monsters. Everyone is so talented, leveling up so quickly. As an S-Class transmuter, I should enjoy the best rewards, yet I ended up as the 6th for 2 days straight. That's just tragic. I definitely couldn't accept that. Many cast sympathetic glances at Song Chuan, who had just walked out from a certain group's entrance. Meanwhile, Song Chuan also saw his ranking. His face immediately fell. He had worked hard to level up today, thinking that a level 4 would secure him a spot in the top 5. But it only remained the same. No way. Why does this scenario feel so familiar? At this moment, someone finally reacted. Why did the rankings in front of him not change at all from yesterday? Before anyone could think further, the ranking information flickered and changed again. Rank 1, Chun Ming LV. 5, C-Class, Shield Guardian Mingchen Team. Rank 2, Qin Jixue LV. 5, SS-Class, Holy Radiance, Angel Mingchen Team. Rank 3, Lin Wei LV. 4, A-Class, Contract Master. Rank 4, Wang Yan LV. 4, S-Class, Abyss Mage Abyss Team. Rank 5, Wu Qingyang LV. 4, S-Class, Light Priest Abyss Team. On the border of the city, the major guilds and group camps also displayed the ranking information. Apart from this year's awakened transmuters, many others were also paying attention to the major examination. At this moment, when all the rankings were announced, not just the numerous transmuters, but everyone fell silent. They all widened their eyes, staring at the first place, the large characters spelling Chun Ming. The following C-class shield guardian was so glaring. First place. Who? Chun Ming. Am I seeing things? No way, bro, this. In fact, when they saw that Song Chuan was still 6 today, many had already guessed that Chun Ming might still be in the top 5. He was already at level 3 yesterday. If he was close to leveling up to level 4, then leveling up by one more level was within a reasonable range. After all, rankings are based on time. But they never imagined it would turn out this way. Ridiculous. It was simply outrageous. A C-class shield guardian outranked all the transmuters in Yunhai City, even surpassing SS-class transmuters, directly claiming first place. Who would believe this? Hiss. Miss Chun Ming is actually ranked higher than you. Lin Wei behind Qin Zhixue widened her eyes, her gaze flickering with shock. She knew very well that the miss had killed countless beasts today to reach level 5, even going into the beast forest to slay high-level beasts. Yet somehow Chun Ming ranked even higher. This meant that Chun Ming leveled up to 5 even faster than Qin. Could it be that he awakened a mental-type skill? Qin Zhixue focused on the rankings, her expression deep in thought. At that moment, Lin Wei suddenly thought of something. Her gaze turned oddly towards Wang Yin and Wu Qingyang. Feeling Lin Wei's slightly mocking gaze, Wang Yin and Wu Qingyang froze in place. A sense of unease washed over them. They had just called Chun Ming a useless person. Now that the rankings were announced, their so-called useless person ranked first. Doesn't that mean they are even more useless? They had slapped their own faces. This can't be real. Ultimately, someone couldn't help but voice their doubts. I think so too. How could this be possible? Could there be a problem with the rankings? One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The rankings can't have issues. The problem lies with Chun Ming. Oh no, he must have teamed up with high-level transmuters to cheat his way up. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin seemed to latch onto something important, his eyes brightening instantly. Exactly, Chun Ming must have cheated. How could a C-class achieve such results? I suspect he has some means to evade the major examination's cheating detection. In fact, cheating during the major examination happened every year with 1 or 2 examples. For instance, teaming up with transmuters who did not participate in the examination to level up, or having high-level transmuters weaken beasts, then taking them down to easily gain experience. But in such cases, they would invariably be expelled from the major examination and forbidden from participating in alliance rankings for life. The major examination has zero tolerance for cheating. After Wang Yin stirred up the crowd, the doubts grew louder. Everyone rest assured, I will report this matter and investigate thoroughly. We must eliminate the cheating scum. It is our duty. Wang Yin's grandfather was the principal of the 3rd school with power to communicate with the alliance's higher-ups. Upon hearing this, many felt reassured. Some even began searching for Chun Ming, wanting him to come forward and clarify. However, throughout the border, not a trace of Chun Ming could be found. Where is Chun Ming? It seems he hasn't returned since he entered the beast forest at noon. I've been at the border. A transmuter wrapped in bandages said. He had been injured in battle with beasts in the morning and spent the afternoon recovering at the border. Chun Ming hasn't returned. Is he still outside the city? Doesn't this further confirm the suspicion of cheating? Transmuters above level 10 wouldn't dare stay in the beast forest at night, let alone a level 5. Meanwhile, not far away atop a high building, a bunch of ignorant fools. The mechanical crow perched on the inspector's shoulder let out a cold snort. They dare to question the authenticity of the major examination. It is utterly foolish. Behind him, several principals showed awkward expressions. The principal of the 3rd school appeared particularly grim, his face somewhat ashamed, because the loudest voices down below belonged to his grandson Wang Yin. As the principal, he naturally possessed more information regarding the grand examination. The grand examination instance was far more than merely an annual assessment for those awakening to their new professions. In fact, the grand examination was merely one of the least conspicuous features of the Alliance's super-large instance. It was established by the strongest individual in Huaxia. Its primary function was to fend off invasions from outside the Alliance. Creating such an instance that covered the entire Alliance required a staggering power beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Cheating. To utter such a word was to question the authority of the entire Alliance. The key was still in front. Just as several principals pondered what to say or whether to step forward, they suddenly saw the crow on the inspector's shoulder take flight. It landed on the edge of the window, its metallic eyes glimmering with a dark light, and then projected a screen. Would you like to invoke the authority to query grand examination information? Identity confirmation for the inspector successful. Query target, Chun Ming. Border of the urban area. At this moment, more and more people were stirred, beginning to question Chun Ming's results. Accusations and insults were already surfacing, and at that moment a buzzing sound resonated from above. This instant captured everyone's attention. Looking up, they saw a massive screen projected over the entire board. What's happening? What does this screen mean? Is something being announced? In the next moment, text began to appear, querying information on the profession changers. Yunhai City, Yunhai No. 1 High School, Chun Ming. Retrieving detailed information on the grand examination. Detailed information on Chunming's grand examination. This is such explosive results that it blew up the grand examination screen. Did he really cheat? At that moment, the crowd erupted. Everyone's thoughts were unanimously that Chunming might have really cheated. Otherwise, the grand examination instance wouldn't have personally queried the detailed information. However, as the information on the screen gradually appeared, people began to feel that something was off. Time day 1, 9:31 a.m. Location Qingfeng Forest Safe Zone outside Yunhai City. Killed a spiked rolling beast LV. 1 gained experience 6. Time day 1, 9:59 a.m. Location Qingfeng Forest Safe Zone outside Yunhai City. Killed a spiked rolling beast LV. 2 gained experience 15. Time day 1, 2:09 p.m. Profession Changer. Chunming leveled up to level 2. Time day 1, 2:45 p.m. Location level 1 Beast Forest. Killed a Crimson Boar LV. 3 gained experience 26. Time day 1, 5:32 p.m. Profession Changer. Chunming leveled up to level 3. On the screen appeared a series of maps, which together formed a path diagram. Alongside various texts accompanied. All were detailed information about Chunming's leveling up and the beasts he had killed, including locations, times, and various experience data. As the dense information continued to be revealed, the crowd collectively fell into silence. Those who had previously been questioning Chunming's results were now silent. In the crowd, Wang Yin, who had led the charge, turned red in the face. His expression was as unpleasant as if he had eaten a fly. It was clear. The purpose of the grand examination screen was not to verify the authenticity of Chunming's results. Rather, it was to respond to the doubts of the crowd. Thus, it directly displayed Chunming's detailed information. Incredible, aside from the first beast being level 1, the rest are all level 2 beasts. Look at Chunming's route. He directly entered the beast forest on the first day. Level 3. Wow, he took down level 3 beasts on the first day. Damn, he killed level 4 beasts. Wait, is he human? At this moment, the crowd's focus finally returned to Chunming's leveling information. However, when they realized what Chunming had actually done on the first day, everyone lost their composure. Every beast he gained experience from was done solo. Finally, someone discovered the blind spot. From the experience gained, it could be seen that Chunming was on a solo path the entire time. Every single beast was killed individually. Although they couldn't see the real scene, they watched as Chunming in a fearless manner plunged into the beast forest, killing one advanced beast after another. It was actually exhilarating. At this moment, all doubts about Chunming vanished. What replaced it was a sense of anticipation. Indeed, anticipation. They looked forward to the announcement of Chunming's information on the second day. They wanted to see just how far Chunming could go. At the border of the urban area, everyone stood still watching. Soon, Chunming's information on the second day appeared on the screen. Time day 2, 11:35 a.m. Location level 1 Beast Forest. Killed a swift wind mantis LV. 5 gained experience 71. Time day 2, 1:03 p.m. Location level 1 Beast Forest. Killed a silverback monkey LV. 6-4 gained experience 358. Time day 2, 2:09 p.m. Profession Changer. Chunming leveled up to level 4. Time day 2, 4:42 p.m. Profession Changer. Chunming leveled up to level 5. Time day 2, 5:29 p.m. Location level 1 Beast Forest. Killed a wind demon LV. 7 gained experience 150. The information abruptly ceased here. Chunming's last information was from 5:29 p.m. This meant that just half an hour ago, Chunming was still leveling up in the Beast Forest. Level 7. Level 7. A level 5 Profession Changer took down a level 7 beast. Not only that, I saw him at level 4 already killing level 7 beasts. In the sky, after announcing the leveling information for Chunming's first 2 days, the screen suddenly vanished without warning. It came quickly and left just as swiftly. However, the shock it brought to the crowd was substantial. Even the atmosphere throughout the entire border felt eerily silent for a few minutes. Is he really a crank shield warden? Could there be some hidden profession resulting in only a crank display? Another possibility is that he is a legendary dual profession changer. Once again, people began to question Chunming. However, this time it was not about his results. Instead, they questioned whether Chunming was some hidden or dual profession changer. In a corner of the crowd, Sun Yang silently picked up his phone. He sent a message to Chunming. Brother Chen, where are you? The outside is full of legends about you. Regarding the events occurring at the border of the city, Chunming was naturally completely unaware. Time flew by. In a fierce battle beneath a massive broken wall, Chunming stood atop a pile of rubble, extracting a stone heart flower from the rock face. He then set down his weapon and sat down heavily on the ground. Huff! Continuous high-intensity combat had taken its toll, and even Chunming's endurance had its limits. We're almost at the end of the canyon. He looked ahead to see a narrow opening shrouded in a light blue mist. A small path extended from the narrow opening, leading deeper into the canyon. Taking advantage of the break, Chunming checked his quest progress. 1. Treasure hunt, collect more than 10 energy attribute materials. Progress 1000. 2. Challenge, successfully kill more than 5 guardian beasts. Progress 55. I've managed to collect 17 rare resources. Among them 10 were rare resources without elemental power which Chun Ming had already absorbed. The others were kept for later. Chun Ming scanned his mental space with his spiritual power. Zhu Fruit Fire Elemental Power Attribute. Wind Whisper Orchid Wind Elemental Agility Attribute. Yuan Fruit Wood Elemental Physique Attribute. Flowing Light Wood Core Light Attribute Power Class. What a bountiful harvest. There was a satisfying feeling akin to hoarding wealth. These rare resources were incredibly valuable. If Chun Ming were willing to sell them, he could probably make a fortune. The target for killing guardian beasts had just reached 5. However, it was a pity that the subsequent beasts were merely ordinary beasts lacking any special qualities. Chun Ming decided to take a moment to rest before continuing deeper. Just then a notification popped up in front of him. Second day level ranking of the Great Examination, first place. Ranking rewards 10 gold coins, 2 first-grade quality equipment attribute spirit stones, 15, type optional 2 equipment empowerment books, type optional 2 rare resources, type optional. The rewards for the Great Examination have arrived, and I am in first place. His expression shifted slightly as he clicked to check. Being in first place proved that his leveling speed had indeed surpassed Qin Jishua. Today's rewards include 2 rare resources, which is good. Chun Ming's expression brightened. Although he had already harvested 17 in the canyon. But one can never have too many rare resources. The more rare resources he absorbed, the higher the skill level that would awaken when he reached level 10. Although he already possessed an SS level precursor skill, the awakened skill linked to his Clevel Shield Guardian class still required rare resources to enhance. Moreover, what Chun Ming desired most were mental-type rare resources. However, he had yet to find any in this. Is that it? Chun Ming looked at the panel in front of him with a hint of surprise. He had just selected. Just as he was about to continue selecting, the mind crystal unexpectedly changed to gray. Has it been taken? The only explanation was that this mental-type resource had been completely snatched up by. After all, the rewards for the Great Examination were available to the entire alliance. With millions of class changers, even if there were only 3 class changers in each city who could choose rare resources, that was still a significant number. The main issue was that among the rare resources provided as rewards, the only mental-type one was the mind crystal. It seems that many people understand the value of mental-type rare resources and know that this one is more precious. It was already gone by the second day, but that was to be expected. Those who could rank among the top 3 in each city were almost all geniuses. Geniuses by nature possessed pride and sought to awaken more powerful skills. And mental-type skills were undoubtedly a significant temptation. If one could awaken an ability that most could not, it would be impressive. That said, Chun Ming still felt somewhat disappointed. Although the quantity of mind crystals offered was somewhat stingy, it was still something. He was in urgent need of mental-type rare resources. I can only wait and see later. As the examination progressed, the rewards would improve, and there should be even more precious items. Especially the final rewards. Shaking his head, Chun Ming chose another rare resource. A palm's-eye stone radiating a bright red glow. It was a power attribute class without elemental power. Upon inspecting it with his spiritual power, Chun Ming found its quality comparable to the rare resources he had gathered in the canyon. Power 1. After absorbing this rare resource, Chun Ming began to select equipment and empowerment books. Currently, his equipment consisted of a standard power longsword, a quality physique armor, and agile boots. Let's enhance power and recovery attributes. After some thought, Chun Ming decided to choose quality power and recovery equipment. The standard longsword's spirit stone bonus had reached its limit of 10. To continue enhancing power, he needed to switch to quality equipment. Recovery attributes were also one of the important attributes for Chun Ming. Recovery bracelet, recovery 75. Swift recovery, recovery equipment empowerment passive ability. When the equipment user's physique attribute is below 50, triggers recovery attribute 50. The effect lasts for 1 hour with a cooldown of 1 hour. After putting on the equipment, Chun Ming began to select power equipment. After obtaining the items, Chun Ming infused them into the Shattered Rock Blade. With a chime, the moment the equipment empowerment book was activated, the Shattered Rock Blade emitted a tremor. In the next moment, a visible blood-red pattern began to spread from the blade tip, gradually covering the entire blade. Why does it look so much like dark magic? Chun Ming scoffed briefly, then examined the Shattered Rock Blade carefully. He didn't feel anything particularly special. Perhaps the true effect would only reveal itself during combat, when the Bloodthirst skill was activated. Chun Ming originally wanted to test its effects, but he ultimately held back. The cooldown for this ability was an hour, which felt a bit long. However, the duration also lasted an hour, which was somewhat adequate. After testing the feel of the equipment, Chun Ming stored it in his space. He then took out the mind crystal he had received as a reward. It was still the size of a fingernail, completely incomparable to other rare resources. Chun Ming closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to begin absorption. Crack. Less than a minute later, the crystal in his hand shattered, turning into gray-brown powder. Still no increase in mental attributes. Chunming frowned. With the mind crystal he obtained yesterday, he had absorbed 2 mental resources. Yet the result was that his mental power didn't even increase by 1. As for other types of rare resources, whether from major examination rewards or found in the canyon, absorbing just 1 usually provided an attribute boost. It's not that Chunming was particularly eager for this mental attribute boost, but the complete lack of progress felt frustrating. There was no sense of experience at all. Absorbing 2 resources felt like a joke, akin to throwing effort into the void. He couldn't tell if it was due to insufficient energy or if mental attributes were inherently difficult to grow. These were rewards accumulated over 2 days. Given that even if he stacked a whole month's worth of mental resources from the major examination, it still might not yield significant improvements to his awakened skills. No, I feel like I need to find some avenues. Relying solely on the major examination rewards might be far from sufficient. Chunming still wanted to fill the pond. But looking at it now, even after a month of major examination, he might not even accumulate enough for a small pond. No wonder it's so difficult for ordinary people to awaken mental skills. Not only was the resource acquisition difficult, but the key progress was incredibly slow. This was markedly more challenging compared to the awakening of occupational skills. After a brief rest, Chunming set off once more. He headed toward the final area of the canyon. Entering the narrow, mist-covered passage, visibility was very low. The mist was dense, and he could even feel the moisture in the air. If a battle were to break out in such a place, relying solely on visual combat would put one at a significant disadvantage. The nearly opaque mist made it impossible to see. Moreover, the mist couldn't be dispelled. If not for Chunming's mental power exceeding 20A, significantly enhancing his mental probing ability, he would feel lost in this place. There's something ahead. Chunming looked forward, noticing that the mist there appeared peculiar. His mental probing detected a wave of intense energy. Following the direction, he arrived at this area and found a small mound of earth. To the naked eye, it was merely an inconspicuous dirt pile. It looked like air that had been scorched by high temperatures. As Chunming approached, he could feel a scorching sensation. It looked like air that had been scorched by high temperatures. As Chunming approached, he could feel a scorching sensation, as if a wave of heat was rushing towards him. He quickly ascended the mound and focused his gaze. At the very top of the pit, there was a small depression with the walls of the pit smooth and shiny, as if meticulously polished. In the center, there was a dense mass of energy surrounding something. As expected, there is something here. Chunming's spirit surged. Just looking at the situation, one could sense its extraordinary nature. He used his mental power to probe into the energy mass to see what it was. In the next second, Chunming's eyes widened. A rare mental resource. Wrapped within the energy mass was a peculiar. It appeared pale overall, with blue tails of flame drifting from its tip. Though not a physical object, the attribute energy contained within it was unmistakable to Chunming. It was identical to the mind crystal, yet entirely on a different level. This small pale blue flame contained energy that was not only extraordinarily pure, but also vast. Chunming estimated that the mental attribute energy contained within was at least 10 times more than that of the mind crystal. I didn't expect this dungeon to surprise me at the end. Chunming's expression was joyful. Just as he prepared to reach out, he suddenly sensed a wave of dangerous energy. In the next second, a faint sense of heart palpitations surged. But this feeling was fleeting. 1. Mental damage. Chunming was taken aback. It was his first time experiencing mental damage. Soon Chunming locked onto the direction of the attacker. A mass of ghostly fire hidden in the mist above. Flame Spirit level LV. 8. Abilities: Fire Manipulation, Mental Piercing. Description: a powerful, weird beast, born from flames, naturally endowed with strong mental talent. A weird beast with dual skills. Upon seeing this information, Chunming's brows furrowed. An 8th level anomalous beast possessing a second ability. The other one was clearly a mental skill. Just like how a transferee reaches 20 mental power to awaken mental skills, this weird beast had evidently awakened its own mental skills. Tisk, a dual cultivation of physical and magic skills. In the realm of anomalous beasts, it was likely considered a genius. Chunming drew the shattered rock blade, his eyes gleaming. Just right to test the effect of bloodthirst empowerment on you. In midair, the flame spirit had already charged over. Its speed was rapid, the long tail of flames cutting through the dense mist and pouncing toward Chunming with astonishing momentum. Simultaneously, several fireballs coalesced around it. The massive flames ignited instantly within the canyon. Being flame-based, this attack method possessed both immense lethality and the ability to intimidate enemies. It made opponents wary, causing them to hesitate in close combat. Unfortunately, it was facing Chunming. 1. Chunming paid no mind to the flames nearly enveloping it. He focused solely on the front. Then he swung down the shattered rock blade at the flame spirit that lunged towards him. Chunming's strike was exceptionally clean and swift. The long knife cleaved through the flames before landing upon the Yinling. A wave of intense heat surged upward. The Yin-Ling quickly distanced itself, its flames burning fiercely. How could this human not follow the usual tactics? The defense attribute is quite high. After the strike, Chen-Ming frowned slightly. If it were a normal level 8 beast, he could easily handle it with his current combat power. However, the Yin-Ling's strength was far beyond that of a normal beast. Coupled with dual skills, it might have reached the level of a level 10 beast. This was no longer a simple challenge of crossing 5 levels, but rather a leap across a dimension. Most importantly, this Yin-Ling possessed mental attack capabilities. Compared to physical attributes, mental power was significantly weaker. Without hesitation, Chen-Ming exerted a slight force with his right hand gripping the fragmented rock blade. On the blade, faint red patterns began to emerge. Bloodthirst empowered. Power attribute 50. The massive enhancement made Chen-Ming feel an overwhelming sense of strength within. But in the next moment, he felt another strange power emanating from the fragmented rock blade. A faint aura of blood wrapped around his palm. Instinctively, Chen-Ming realized it was an energy with debuff attributes. And then, there was nothing. The debuff energy encircled Chen-Ming's entire arm, seemingly plunging him into confusion. Finally, the blood energy entered his body. Like a mud cow sinking into the sea, it stirred not a ripple. Debuff ineffective. Boom! At that moment, a heat wave rushed towards him. The Yin-Ling launched another attack on Chen-Ming. A fireball as large as several meters struck down, illuminating the night mist. The entire canyon brightened. Simultaneously, a pair of eerie eyes seemed to light up above its fiery body, emitting a ghostly glow. A dark ray shot towards Chen-Ming at an incredible speed. Physical and mental attacks came together. A combined assault. The massive fireball descended from above, appearing to Chen-Ming like a sea of flames rushing towards him. At the same time, that heart-pounding sensation surged again. Chen-Ming resolutely charged into the attack range. His only target was the body of the Yin-Ling. 1. Mental damage. The moment the massive fireball engulfed Chen-Ming, it exploded with a deafening bang. The exploding flames blossomed like flowers, scattering and splashing against the surrounding rock walls, turning the stones bright red. Seeing its attack engulf the human below, the Yin-Ling let out several sharp cries. Hee hee. The laughter echoed through the canyon. How foolish of the human to dare confront its skill. But in the next second, the Yin-Ling was left dumbfounded. After the flames subsided, the figure holding the long knife remained unscathed, enveloped in faint blood energy, walking straight through the wall of fire, seemingly indifferent to the flames that nearly scorched his face. The flames, strong enough to burn through rock, had failed to cause any effect. 90. In the brief moment of the Yin-Ling's shock, Chen-Ming's attack had already arrived. Upon entering the bloodthirst state, he seemed to radiate a violent aura, charging forward without fear. 90. The blood-red blade light slashed against the Yin-Ling, extinguishing a portion of its fiery body. This ability is incredibly useful. Chen-Ming was very satisfied to see the damage exceed half. He needed to pay attention to this bloodthirst empowerment in the future. This was merely a first-tier bloodthirst empowerment effect. Higher tiers would surely possess even more powerful enhancement capabilities. Although the more enhancements, the greater the corresponding debuff effects. But for Chen-Ming, it was purely a beneficial empowerment. It was simply exhilarating. Just then, a strange tremor resonated. Chen-Ming felt a momentary daze in his mind, his vision blurring for an instant. However, after a moment, he shook off the influence, his eyes regaining clarity. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the Yin-Ling was casting some kind of mental skill. Its entire body was engulfed in dark flames and eerie sight. It looked like a specter. When it saw Chen-Ming break free from control, in an instant the Yin-Ling was visibly stunned. 90. Before it could think, it was met with a blade. The Yin-Ling was utterly enraged. Without hesitation, it unleashed its strongest strike, mental piercing. The dark glimmer coalesced into a sharp spike, which then, as if ignoring the distance, instantly appeared before Chen-Ming. The spike pierced directly into his brow. 1. Mental damage. Got it. Seeing this scene, the Yin-Ling rejoiced. This human would surely suffer a mental breakdown in the next second, turning into a waste. 180. What responded to it was a plain and unadorned slash. Sizzle. The Yin-Ling let out an angry howl. What in the world is wrong with this human? Physical attacks are ineffective and mental attacks are also ineffective. Shouldn't human transmuters be frail and shatter upon impact? Why did the damage double? Seeing the double damage, Chen-Ming felt somewhat puzzled. Had he accidentally struck at this beast's weakness? He looked at the Yin-Ling only to see its fiery body no longer as vigorous as before, appearing somewhat wilted. That previous mental attack had consumed too much of its mental energy. To put it simply, it was exhausted. Seeing this, Chen-Ming accelerated his attack speed. 180. 1. 180. 1. Mental damage. 180. Kill the Yin-Ling LV. 8. Experience 200. Obtain Yin-Ling Beast Core LV. 8. Obtain Strength Runestone 2. Mental Runestone 1. Obtain First Tier Crystal 1. Another crystal along with a mental runestone. Chen-Ming's expression brightened. With this, he now had 2 first-tier crystals. After reaching level 10, he could directly elevate his 2 pieces of equipment to second tier. He wouldn't need to repurchase second tier equipment. The Yanling's beast core should be quite special, right? Looking at the beast core in his hand, Chun Ming fell into contemplation. Being a bizarre beast with mental skills, this beast core was certainly not comparable to ordinary beast cores. For instance, crafting mental equipment would require this type of beast core. I can't sell this cheaply, Chun Ming murmured. Alternatively, he could hand this beast core to the guild and pay a commission to craft a mental equipment. Mental equipment rarely appeared on the market. Moreover, mental rune stones were quite difficult to obtain. If Chun Ming intended to have the guild craft mental equipment, he would have to spend a high price to purchase mental rune stones. Relying on killing beasts to obtain mental rune stones was not very realistic. Not to mention that beasts with mental capabilities were rare. Even if killed, they might not drop rune stones. If he were to accumulate little by little, it would take a very long time. After securing the beast core, Chun Ming affixed the 2 strength rune stones to the fragmented rock blade. Strength 17. Then Chun Ming took a deep breath, his gaze turning towards the small earth slope. He had not forgotten the main objective, rare mental resources. Chun Ming hastened up the dirt slope, his eyes searching for the smooth pit wall. The azure flame lingered within the gaseous mass, quietly burning, emitting a faint, ghostly glow. Like an oil lamp. Azure flame, flowing fire, mental attribute type. Song Yin Luhua. The name sounds quite impressive, but I wonder if its actual effects live up to it. Chun Ming gazed at the Tsang Yin floating in his hand, his expression subtly shifting. Observing the strange flame closely at this moment, he began to discern certain peculiarities. The blue tail flames of Tsang Yin Luhua were incredibly intense, blazing fiercely. In stark contrast, the main white flame seemed to possess no temperature whatsoever. Chun Ming's palm could even feel a slight chill. At this moment, the scenery of the canyon began to transform. Congratulations. You have completed the Yun In Mountain Stream Dungeon. 1. Treasure Hunt. Collect more than 10 energy attribute materials. Progress 18-10-2. Challenge. Successfully defeat more than 5 guardian beasts. Progress 65. Time taken 5 hours. Rating perfect. Dungeon points 20. The dungeon has been cleared. A perfect rating as expected. He had already pushed himself to the limit. It would be unreasonable if he didn't achieve a perfect rating. The dungeon points are actually 20. Dungeon points, in fact, are akin to exam scores. After the 7th day, the dungeon rankings will be opened and positions will be determined based on the scores of the transferees. 20 dungeon points equate to the completion of 3 or 4 large dungeons. While other transferees were still struggling to reach level 5, Chun Ming had already begun accumulating dungeon points data. Yun In Mountain Stream Dungeon Perfect Rating Completion Reward. Experience 500. 1-star Epic Mental Equipment. Hiss. Epic level. Chun Ming's eyes brightened. He never expected to receive such rare equipment. If he wanted to purchase it from the guild, mental equipment would be priced much higher. Moreover, epic level mental equipment was virtually non-existent. Chun Xian Ring 1-star Epic Mental Equipment. Just as he was about to check it, his entire aura suddenly. Congratulations. Level has risen to level 6. 1,200 experience points needed for the next level. Chun Ming was only a couple hundred experience points away from reaching level 6. The 500 experience points from the dungeon reward allowed him to successfully reach level 6. This Chun Xian Ring actually provides an additional 100 points of mental power. Chun Ming checked the attributes of the Chun Xian Ring and was immediately astonished. This essentially granted him the benefit of 10 mental stones. With that thought, Chun Ming took out the mental stones he had obtained from defeating the flame spirit and applied them to the Chun Xian Ring. Mental power 110. Not bad, not bad. This boost in attributes was comparable to leveling up. And this was far from reaching the limit. 1-star epic equipment could accommodate up to 30 stones. However, mental stones were somewhat difficult to obtain. He would ask around in the guild when he returned. Chun Ming equipped the Chun Xian Ring. He glanced at his current attributes. Profession Shield Guardian Level 6, Strength 80, Constitution 3500, 4550, 20 Recovery 43519, Agility 79, Mental Power 8, 2020 Skills. Crate Brave in Battle LV. 9 SS Grade Absolute Defense Max Level. This wild dungeon was truly worthwhile. Chun Ming felt very pleased. This is the advantage of wild dungeons. If luck is on your side, the rewards can be immense. Of course, greater rewards come with greater risks. One might even encounter terrifying dungeons where one could go in but never return. After resolving the equipment issues, Chun Ming looked again at the Tsang Yin Luhua in his hand. This time it can't possibly fail to produce even a splash of water, can it? This thing was far stronger than the mine. Without hesitation, Chun Ming began to absorb it. He enveloped the entire flame with his mental power, drawing out the pure attribute energy within. Compared to the rapid absorption of the mind crystal, the absorption of Tsang Yin Luhua was noticeably much slower. In the valley bottom, Chun Ming sat on the ground, the pale flame floating at his brow, emitting a faint glow. As time slowly passed, the flame visibly shrank. Only after it gradually dissipated did Chun Ming slowly open his eyes. Mental power 10, as expected, it isn't on the same level. After absorbing 2 mind crystals which provided no mental power increase, he felt genuinely disappointed. Yet this tiny flame directly provided 10. The difference was clear. Although in terms of numbers, it was only equivalent to the boost from 1 mental stone, the implications of the two were entirely different. The greatest benefit of rare resources is the awakening of skills. Moreover, after absorbing Tsang, Yin Luhua, Chun Ming finally felt a sense of progress. If absorbing attribute energy for awakening skills is akin to filling a pond with water, then at least there was now a layer of water surface. What is this? Suddenly Chun Ming felt something unusual. He looked down at his hands, his expression momentarily stunned. Poof! A faint flicker of firelight flashed by. In the next second, a cluster of sparks abruptly appeared at his fingertips. The pale flame swayed with a blue tail flame at its tip. It was indeed the Tsang Yin he had absorbed. This. Chun Ming's mouth slightly opened, momentarily speechless. Armor break attacks now infused Tsang Yin armor break 20. Staring at the information before him, Chun Ming took a full half a minute to digest it. To be honest, he was genuinely astonished. Absorbing a rare resource had directly granted him an effect akin to a skill. He had indeed heard of such claims before. However, those were only rumors regarding exceptionally powerful resources that could be termed as treasures. After absorbing these resources, it allowed transferees to prematurely grasp some of the abilities that were about to awaken. In other words, after absorbing Tsang Yin Luhua, the mental skill he was about to awaken would pertain to the ability of armor break. And now he had prematurely mastered part of that ability. Is this thing really this powerful? Had it already reached the level of the rumored treasure? Looking at the effects of Tsang Yin, Chun Ming couldn't help but smile. This was an unexpected surprise, a delightful windfall. What was he most lacking in when fighting across levels? First and foremost, it was offensive means. Secondly, due to the exceedingly high defenses of the beasts, the inflicted damage was not very significant. But now with a 20 armor break, this was even more useful than a 20 increase in attack power. Chun Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Just how powerful would the mental skills he awakened later? Chun Ming picked up the shattered rock blade and swung it a few times. A light hum resonated as the blade sliced through the air. Simultaneously, a pale white flame flickered as it traversed the void. A wave of heat erupted in the air, soon dissipating into embers. Finally, it's no longer a plain attack. Although the change was minor, merely adding a fire affected, at least. If only there could be more of this Tsang Yin. Although this Tsang Yin Liuhua was rare, it was dozens of times stronger than a mind crystal. However, there was still a long way to go to reach Chun Ming's desired goal. After all, the process of absorbing attribute energy to awaken spiritual skills was quite complex. Looking at it now, achieving perfection seems somewhat unrealistic. To find such a rare resource in a wild dungeon was already a stroke of good fortune. Even so, Chun Ming could only accumulate a thin layer of water. If it were someone else, they might not even reach his current progress by level 20. After claiming the rewards from the major exam, I'll directly awaken it. Chun Ming was resolute. It wasn't that he didn't want to pursue perfection. Moreover, this endeavor felt like a bottomless pit. After sheathing the shattered rock blade, Chun Ming surveyed his surroundings. The thick mist had thinned, no longer obscuring his view. After clearing the Yun Mountain Gorge dungeon, the surrounding scenery changed. The grassy ground had vanished, replaced by brown earth. The gorge reverted to a lifeless valley shrouded in a faint mist. Essentially, a dungeon was a special area that influenced reality. Once a small dungeon was cleared, the area would revert to its original state. Therefore, when a class changer's power grew strong enough to affect reality, they could single-handedly create dungeons. Should I head back now? Chun Ming glanced at his phone. It was already midnight. In the wilderness, the phone had no signal, serving only to tell the time. At present, Chun Ming still felt energetic without a hint of fatigue. Thus, staying in the beast forest to level up was also a viable option. As Chun Ming pondered whether to return to the city or continue leveling until dawn, he suddenly sensed something. The valley had fallen eerily silent, with all subtle sounds vanishing. It was not the usual stillness of night, but a profound silence where even the slightest rustle of wind was absent. Simultaneously, Chun Ming noticed the mist in this vast valley beginning to dissipate. To be precise, it was the fog enveloping the entire region being swept away by an inexplicable force. Within mere seconds, all the mist above had vanished. The gentle moonlight once again poured down into the valley. What's happening? What is this? This scene was somewhat too strange. Chun Ming looked up at the sky. Then he saw the light. A beam of light rose in the night sky, initially soft, then increasingly brilliant. In the end, it appeared like a radiant full moon hanging high above. The original valley was somewhat dark, the vast area engulfed in darkness. But at this moment it felt as if the clouds had parted, revealing a clear sky. A woo! Just then a long and piercing wolf howl echoed. Chun Ming turned to look into the distance. This valley lacked the towering trees found in forests. Under the moonlight, he could see far. On a distant peak, a giant wolf howled towards the sky. With the moonlight, Chen Ming could vaguely make it stood under the moonlight, its body as massive as a small mountain, yet its physique remained agile. Its fur, a blend of white and blue, shimmered with a subtle glow. At that moment it raised its head high and howled at the bright moon. Then Chen Ming saw it leap into the air, stepping. How terrifying. Chen Ming squinted at the scene. Floating in midair. That was a capability only accessible at level 40 or above. It was clear that this was a beast of terrifying caliber, not comparable to the minions Chen Ming had encountered before. However, he was puzzled about how such a high-level beast could appear here. While Chen Ming was already quite deep into the forest, he was still merely at the outermost edge. Beasts of this catastrophic level usually resided much deeper, rarely close to human settlements. They might not even appear in a level 1 beast forest. Oh woo! Before he could think further, he heard that giant wolf standing in the night sky. Its form gleamed brightly under the moonlight, as if it were glowing. What's it howling about at this late hour? Chen Ming muttered in annoyance. He had no intention of watching a wolf howl in the middle of the night, and was preparing to leave the valley. But the next moment he felt something and abruptly stopped. What is this? Chen Ming looked up at the night sky. He saw the giant wolf open its mouth, seemingly swallowing the moonlight bit by bit. Simultaneously, its fur billowed, emitting waves of white energy. A scorching heat began to rise in the valley, growing increasingly intense. Finally, the night sky was filled with swirling waves of heat condensing into flowing pale flames. Song Yen. Chen Ming's eyes widened in shock. Simultaneously, its fur billowed, emitting waves of white energy. A scorching heat began to rise at the center of the sea of fire. A vortex formed, and in its midst was the giant wolf. Flames from the sky fell like fiery rain. One strand was heading directly towards Chen Ming. As he watched, a certain hypothesis formed in his mind. Sure enough, that strand of pale flame landed on a small mound. An intense heat immediately rushed at him. So this is how Tsang Yanliuhua comes about. Chen Ming was greatly astonished. He quickly approached the mound to investigate. He found that the previously empty mound had once again ignited with flames. However, compared to before, it was much smaller, not enough to form a resource. It was evident that accumulation was still needed to take shape. But this was already quite revealing. Such a rare resource was actually renewable. If this news were to spread, it would likely attract countless people. However, at that moment Chen Ming was not thinking about that. His breath became heavy as he slowly turned to look in the direction of the giant wolf. Just one strand that fell from the fiery sea above was enough to form Tsang Yanliuhua. And behind that giant wolf lay a vast expanse of moonlight and gathered Tsang Yan. If he could obtain it all. Chen Ming's heart raced. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. He forced himself to calm. This giant wolf was at least a level 40 beast. He certainly couldn't take it on. The only way was to sneakily approach. Having witnessed this scene firsthand, it was evidently impossible for Chen Ming to just walk away. He concealed his presence and began to approach the direction of the giant wolf. Just as he neared the area, a loud bang suddenly reached his ears. Looking up, a massive creature flew across the sky, passing through the clouds. Under the night sky, Chen Ming could not discern its appearance, but could only make out that it was a bird. Its metallic body shimmered with a glossy black light. Another terrifying beast. Chen Ming furrowed his brow. What's going on? Are the beasts organizing a siege? With two terrifying giants appearing consecutively, Chen Ming instinctively considered this possibility. However, he soon saw the massive metallic creature flying towards the direction of the giant wolf. The large metallic creature elegantly landed on a peak, and only then did Chen Ming realize that several people were standing on the back of the metallic crow. Principal. Although it was far away, Chen Ming still recognized one person standing on the back of the metallic creature. It was indeed the principal of Yunhai No. 1 middle school. He also had some impression of the other few individuals, the principals of No. 3 and No. 5 middle schools. There was one person he did not recognize, but that individual stood at the forefront. Chen Ming felt astonished. All the principals of Yunhai City had actually come. He wondered if they were drawn here by the commotion. But it made sense. The appearance of a beast above level 40 outside the city posed a significant threat. A single mishap could lead to the city's destruction. As high-level transcenders of Yunhai City, the principals also bore the responsibility of protecting the city. In the distance on the mountain peak, the individuals on the back of the metallic crow looked up at the scene of the giant wolf swallowing the moon in the night sky, their expressions varying. A hoarse voice broke the silence filled with questioning. The three principals lowered their heads in silence. They had not expected a level 49 Songyue Wolf King to appear outside Yunhai City. Moreover, they could not be blamed for it. It was quite normal for them not to notice, as they themselves were not level 49. However, at the same time, they felt a bit. If the inspector had not coincidentally arrived in Yunhai City and noticed the anomaly tonight, they truly would not have. That there was actually a high-level beast king outside the city. Humans, get out. At that moment, an enraged voice echoed throughout the valley. The giant wolf, which had been swallowing the moon in the night sky, had now halted its actions. Its pair of bright eyes resembling the full moon gazed toward the direction of the inspector and the others. The giant wolf spoke human words saying, "Leave this territory. Human territory. I have no interest." It clearly understood the intentions of the inspector and the others. "I have no interest in your matters either." A mechanical cold voice emanated from the metallic crow, its metallic pupils fixed on the giant wolf as it slowly spoke. Sanyue Wolf King dwelling in the Level 2 Beast Forest Bun is the leader of the Sanyue Wolf Pack. It was evident that this giant wolf was not a native of this place. A beast king from a Level 2 beast forest had traveled thousands of miles to the outskirts of a human city. Such a situation felt fundamentally wrong no matter how one thought about it. This was the true purpose of the inspector's arrival. As the giant wolf's identity card was revealed, it bared its sharp teeth in anger. "Humans. Despicable." Likewise, the metallic crow fearlessly met the gaze of the Sanyue Wolf King. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the night sky, pale flames seemed to boil, swirling with large amounts of moonlight like a storm. Hades flames and moonlight. At this moment, the principals finally noticed the peculiar flames and moonlight in the night sky. Such dense, elemental energy. Earlier they had thought it was some ability of the giant wolf. But now upon sensing it, they realized it contained immense elemental energy. This white flame and moonlight are actually rare resources. The three exchanged glances, unable to conceal their shock. The principal of No. 5 even acted directly, drawing a wisp of flame towards himself. "What a treasure!" His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed. The sheer magnitude and purity of the elemental energy in these flames and moonlight even stirred him. Seeking death. This action seemed to immediately infuriate the Sanyue Wolf King. In the next second, its already massive form began to swell again. 50 meters. 100 meters. In just a moment, it transformed into a behemoth towering 500 meters tall. This was its true form. The real Beast King. "Awu Dai." The Sanyue Wolf King howled loud. Its body was engulfed in pale flames and radiant moonlight violently surging. In an instant, it coalesced into countless whirling blades. The fire blades wrapped in moonlight poured down like a torrential rain, the scorching heat sweeping through the entire valley. The Tsanyan blades sliced through the night sky, aiming directly at the inspector and the others. Upon witnessing this, the principals instinctively swallowed. They promptly distanced themselves, not wanting to partake in this battle. Even though they were also level 40 experts, facing the Sanyue Wolf King was not something they could handle. Above level 40, every rank had a significant gap. Moreover, this Sanyue Wolf King was a true ferocious beast, one that had already matured. It was not something an ordinary beast could compare with. This battle could only be left to the inspector. They could merely provide some assistance from the sidelines. The battle was about to commence. The metallic crow's pair of dark golden wings suddenly unfurled, hovering in midair. As its wings flapped, it unleashed a violent gust of wind, and the sound of thunder roared. Lightning and wind intertwined, forcefully shredding the incoming Tsanyan moonlight blades. The shockwave reverberated through the valley, causing the ground to tremble violently. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the astonishing battle in the night sky, a sneaky shadow had already arrived at another location in the valley. This was behind the Sanyue Wolf King. What a battle of gods! Chunming glanced from afar, clicking his tongue. "Let them fight, the more intense the better. This will make it more convenient for me to accomplish my grand scheme." This is located at the rear of the valley. Chunming looked up. The sea of fire and the strange moonlight in the night sky had gradually faded away. Only the terrifying aftershocks continued to come reverberating in the air. A giant wolf and a suspected mechanic class were battling. However, Chunming knew that Song Yin and Yu Hua had not disappeared. He had already discovered this when he previously used his mental power to observe. In the night sky, the pale sea of fire and the faint blue moonlight expelled by the giant wolf intertwined to form a river descending from the heavens. It landed somewhere in the area ahead. Chunming speculated that this was where the giant wolf hid its treasures. So, taking advantage of the current chaos, he decided to take a risk. In front of a level 40 or above giant beast, and what should also be a level 40 or above class changer. Stealing home. At this moment, Chunming had fully unleashed the stealth ability of the shadow armor. His figure appeared hazy. Combined with the swift movement of the feather boots, he darted through the valley, quickly moving at an incredible speed while remaining hard to detect. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. After all, once discovered, all would be in vain. That group was composed of high-ranking officials from Yunhai City, one of whom was the principal of his school, Yunhai No. 1. If he were exposed, he probably wouldn't be in danger, and they might even protect him. However, resources would definitely not be allocated to him. Thus, when Chunming saw the giant wolf, a few principals, and that mechanic man, he did not use his mental power to probe their information. The high-level class changers and giant beasts surely wouldn't be weak in mental power. Recklessly probing them would only expose himself. Soon Chunming arrived at a special location following the direction where Tsang Yin and Yu Hua had descended. a realm enveloped by an indistinct, swirling vortex. An invisible energy seemed to cover the area ahead like a lid. Chun-Ming stepped forward to inspect, discovering that the energy of this cover was chaotic and mixed. He frowned, feeling somewhat at a loss. If it were a place filled with danger and aggression, he could directly charge in. But the function of this cover was defensive. This was what troubled him. He was not afraid of the strongest spear, but he was afraid of the shield. He himself was the strongest shield. Just as Chun-Ming felt somewhat at a loss, he suddenly sensed something. He turned to look behind. The next moment, whoosh, a beam of light imperceptible to the naked eye swiftly descended nearby. It was a person. Chun-Ming instinctively thought he had been exposed. But upon a closer look, he realized it was a class changer he had never seen before. Another expert. The individual had white hair, a rather aged appearance, and a pair of conspicuous white wings on his back. An angelic class changer. Upon arriving, the old man immediately looked towards Chun-Ming. In the next second, Chun-Ming felt a powerful mental force sweep across his entire body. Level 6, and still a guardian. The old man directly saw through Chun-Ming's level, then a look of confusion and surprise appeared on his face. How could a novice pop up in a place like this? Seeing Chun-Ming standing in front of the chaotic protective cover, he suddenly understood something. Kid, you've got some guts. The old man of the angelic class smiled faintly, then waved his hand at Chun-Ming. You dare to snatch such resources? You should leave quickly. This is not a place for you to be. The angelic class old man finished speaking and ignored Chun-Ming any further. After all, in his eyes, he was just an inexperienced rookie class changer. Where was this? The beast forest, the temporary lair of the Tsanyue Wolf King. A fierce battle was still erupting not far away. Can a level 6 kid participate? It was already generous of him to remind the other party. Then he looked towards the protective cover in front and raised his hand to probe forward. Suddenly, the swirling vortices on the cover stopped and began to flow in reverse. As more and more vortices started to reverse, the cover gradually faded away silently until it completely vanished. Throughout the process, not a sound was made. Behind, Chun-Ming watched silently. He did not leave, just took a few steps back. Seeing this, Chun-Ming finally, so he had encountered a fellow traveler. Boom. Just then a roar filled with wild rage echoed. It was deafening, shaking the entire space. Chun-Ming looked over. Once the cover dissipated, the true appearance of that area was revealed. It was a depression. Below was a small pond flowing with two distinctly different liquids. Above the depression, strange phenomena continued. Pure white flames rose from thin air surrounded by a dazzling moonlight. However, the depression was protected by a giant wolf. The giant wolf was a phantom resembling the Wolf King in the night sky far away. It was obvious that this was the guardian of the Wolf King's lair, specifically preventing anyone from stealing. The old man's reaction was quick. He acted at the first sight of the phantom. He unleashed a vague energy, forming a barrier to envelop the area. This isolated the sounds from leaking out. Then the old man attempted to step into the depression. Just as he approached, the Wolf King's phantom pounced. With a sweeping of its giant claws, several attacks resembling crescent slashes struck, accompanied by azure flames. The old man did not take it heed, but swiftly dodged back. This isn't good. The old man frowned, looking at the Wolf King's phantom as it returned to the depression. This was a skill manifestation condensed by the Tsanyue Wolf King, so the attack was a lethal skill, showing no mercy. Thinking of this, the old man's gaze turned to the pond in the depression. It was flowing with two types of fluid, one a pale liquid emitting flames, and the other a crystal clear liquid. His gaze locked onto the latter. Are you after that moonlight resource? Just as the old man hesitated, he suddenly heard a calm voice from behind. Turning around, he saw that it was the rookie from before. You haven't left? The old man frowned. This kid truly was not afraid of death. Chun-Ming looked up at the barrier enveloping the area. Shall we cooperate? Cooperation? The old man was taken aback, looking at Chun-Ming with a strange expression. What kind of cooperation could there be with a level 6 shield guard? Are young people this confident nowadays? I can obtain the resources in that pool. You just need to cover up the commotion. Chun-Ming spoke candidly. I want the one from Tsangyin, and you want the one from Yuehua. He had been stuck. Suddenly, a high-level job changer appeared and helped him resolve the issue. Chun-Ming was fully aware of the other party's current predicament. The Phantom Guardian hovered by the pool, and to obtain the resources it needed to be defeated. This would certainly alert the giant wolf. The angelic old man thought. What on earth is this guy talking about? Doesn't he know his own limitations? That Wolf King Phantom could easily crush a level 10 job changer, let alone a level 6. Who gave you the courage? The old man was becoming impatient and didn't want to pay attention to Chun-Ming. The current situation was already tense, and now a clueless rookie was causing trouble. How have you considered it? Don't waste time. Hesitation leads to defeat, Chun-Ming urged. The distant battle's aftermath was gradually subsiding, perhaps the fight had ended. If this dragged on, they would surely be discovered. Hearing Chun-Ming's words, the angelic old man was so angered that he laughed. How audacious of him to pressure him. Come today, I want to see how you get past this. The old man huffed, his beard bristling with anger, and he wanted to see if this young man would be crushed by a paw or struck dead by the Wolf King's tail. Finally, the old man of the angelic profession had agreed. Chunming nodded. Without any hesitation, he walked directly toward the depression. This kid is risking his life, oh, he really dares to do this. Behind him, seeing Chunming's actions, the old man frowned, realizing he wasn't joking. But soon he averted his Anyway, if this kid died, he had decided not to care. You reap what you sow. He had no self-awareness at all. Ahead, as Chunming stepped into the depression, the giant wolf phantom suddenly moved. The massive shadow rushed forward in an instant. Boom! The Wolf King phantom struck down with a paw. At that moment, the pressure seemed to warp the surrounding space. If it weren't for the barrier, this area would have trembled violently. However, Chunming stood still, unyielding, his expression calm. This was his first time facing such a high-level beast's attack. He couldn't help but curiously look up. The terrifying flames descended like a rain of fire. What is this kid doing? Although he was convinced this ignorant rookie would meet a grim fate, the old man couldn't help but take a glance. But when he saw Chunming leisurely strolling as if he were shopping, the corner of his mouth twitched severely. He thought this kid was blindly confident in his speed, trying to take a shortcut, quickly stealing the resources from the pool. But right now, the other party was walking straight into it. Then he even slightly looked up, watching the Wolf King phantom's attack approach. Just as the old man thought Chunming was about to be shattered under the wolf's claws. In the next moment, he witnessed a scene that made him question his life. Bang! The terrifying claw struck the young man, producing a thunderous sound. The brutal scene he had imagined did not occur. The Wolf King phantom's massive claw halted before Chunming, remaining motionless. It stopped. Why is this happening? The skill phantom should have no consciousness, only attacking anything that approached the depression. Yet now it stopped in front of that rookie. No way. But in the next second, the old man's eyes widened. He saw that the tip of the claw had settled on the young man's shoulder. It wasn't that the phantom had ceased its attack, but rather the attack had been forcefully blocked. Moreover, the residual wave from the attack bizarrely vanished. As a high-level job changer, the old man naturally had a clear view of attribute energy. The earlier strike from the phantom felt as if it had struck something void. Not only was the attack nullified, but the subsequent flames and explosive power also failed to manifest. What's going on? The old man was no longer calm. This was the first time he had encountered no scene such as. He even rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't seeing things. Then he saw Chunming move, and the Wolf King phantom followed suit. Boom, boom, continuous and terrifying attacks rained down. The entire depression shook, and the old man watched, heart racing. Under such continuous attacks, even if it were him, he would struggle to endure if he took them heed in. This was the point he was grappling with. Even if he was very strong, ignoring the Wolf King phantom would mean he couldn't withstand the damage safely. And should he defeat the phantom, it would surely attract the Tsanyue Wolf King's attention. Yet at this moment, someone had truly managed to withstand the Wolf King phantom's attacks and entered the depression. This person was a level 6 job changer. 1. Chunming walked in the depression. Above him, giant claws descended like raindrops, each carrying a suffocating terror, as if they aimed to crush everything. The dense flames and attacks formed from the moonlight intertwined, exuding a terrifying power. The ground beneath him trembled continuously. Finally, he arrived at the central pool. Chunming bent down, gazing at the fluid within the pool. Two starkly different liquids flowed in the pool, divided by a clear line. Sangyin melting fire, fire element spiritual attribute type. Yuehua Liuli light element spiritual attribute type. Chunming's eyes sparkled. This was not the flowing fire he had previously obtained, but the melting fire. It had already condensed into a liquid state of Tsangyin. One could see how rich its concentration was. A single drop of this liquid would likely require countless Tsangyin flowing fires to condense into. Moi. At that moment, his gaze sharpened as he looked at the merging point of the melting fire and moonlight. There, a rather inconspicuous small sphere caught his attention. This sphere floated quietly between the two resources, as if it were at the border of ice and fire. Chunming performed a mental probe. Sangyin True Core. It was beyond the level of his probe. Chunming's breath hitched. Subsequently, he took out 2 containers from his spiritual space and began to collect the resources from the pool discreetly. The Tsangyin melting fire and Yuehua Liuli in the pool weren't particularly abundant. After packaging, they only filled the size of an ordinary bottle. Once he finished everything, Chunming exited the depression. Outside, watching Chunming still ignore the Wolf King phantom's attacks, he emerged holding the Tsangyin melting fire in one hand and the Yuehua Liuli in the other. The old man was already dumbfounded. From the very beginning, he had started questioning his life. The Tsanyue Wolf King's skills, which he dared not take heed in, seemed to have no effect on a level 6 job changer. To be honest, the old man has lived for decades. This is the first time he has encountered such absurdity. Could it be that this young man has awakened the legendary phasing skill? Or perhaps an SS level skill that grants invincibility for a short time? But Wasn't he just— when has a Clevel shield guard ever awakened skills like phasing or invincibility? This is unbelievable. Suddenly the old man thought of another possibility. At this moment Chen Ming had already taken out the Tsangyan Ronghua and Yuehua Yuli. Here's your Yuehua resource. Chen Ming straightforwardly handed over the Yuehua Yuli. This was agreed upon beforehand. He knew that Yuehua Yuli was certainly just as precious and rare on par with Tsangyan Ronghua. But since he had made a promise, he felt no attachment. Just getting the Ronghua was already a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, the attributes of this Yuehua resource were clearly incompatible with those of the Tsangyan resource. Having already absorbed the Tsangyan, naturally holding onto the Yuehua Yuli was of no use. Unless it was reserved for awakening skills once he broke through to 40 mental power in the future. The old man took the bottle handed over by Chen Ming. Looking at the crystal-clear Yuehua Yuli, strands of silver light flowed within. The old man still felt somewhat unreal, and then instinctively glanced at the Tsangyan Ronghua in Chen Ming's hand. Unexpectedly the next second, he saw Chen Ming directly raise the bottle and tilt his head back. He gulped down the Tsangyan Ronghua. You. The old man was left dumbfounded. What was this young man doing? Tsangyan Ronghua is indeed a resource that can be absorbed by a job changer. But it shouldn't be drunk like this. Setting aside the vast energy contained within this is molten fire refined from flames. How is this any different from drinking lava? And he gulped it all down. Doesn't he fear that his internal organs will be picked? The old man's response was a loud belch. He could even feel a wave of intense heat rushing towards him. What a big mouthful. Chen Ming rubbed his stomach, feeling a heat within. He chose to drink the Tsangyan Ronghua right then and there for a reason. On one hand, he already had the item. Although he felt that this angelic profession old man was not a bad person, he still had to be cautious. Even if he wasn't afraid of the old man suddenly attacking him, he was indeed worried about his resources. If the other party wanted to snatch it, he certainly wouldn't be able to keep it. So he simply downed it right in front of the other man. He had no other thoughts, just a deep feeling about it. Young man, you are quite ruthless. The old man had also figured out Chen Ming's intention with this action. At that moment, he turned his head to glance at the night sky. The matter is settled, let's hurry and leave. Saying this, he unceremoniously grabbed Chen Ming's shoulder. A white glow surged around them, enveloping the old man and Chen Ming like a transparent shield. A pair of white wings manifested, radiating light. Then the two figures transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly flying away from this hollow area towards the direction of the beast forest. On the other side, under the night sky, the battle between the Tsangyue Wolf King and the Metal Crow had already come to an end. In battles at this level, it is naturally not something that can be decided in a short time. More so, they were merely testing each other's strength. After all, the Tsangyue Wolf King and the Inspector did not have any enmity. They both kept it to a minimum. Otherwise, if either side gets pushed too hard and an actual war breaks out, it would be hard to settle. Tsangyue Wolf King, are you now willing to have a proper discussion? The Inspector stood with his hands behind his back, his figure silhouetted against the night sky. The Tsangyue Wolf King, massive in size, cast a large shadow in the night sky, exuding a formidable pressure. Humans, there's nothing to discuss. At that moment, the bright eyes of the Tsangyue Wolf King, it abruptly turned to look towards the back. The next second, its enormous body surged forward, almost crossing the entire valley with unbelievable speed. It descended above the hollow area. The Wolf King's gaze immediately focused on the hollow's direction, and upon seeing that the barrier had disappeared, its eyes instantly shot forth piercing light. However, upon seeing that its skill's phantom was still guarding this territory, it let out a sigh of relief. Yet when it entered the hollow to check, its entire wolf body froze. It's empty. The pool, it's empty. Oh whoa. A furious roar echoed throughout the valley. The Tsangyue Wolf King was enraged. It's gone, everything is gone. Not even a drop remains. The thunderous voice erupted, resonating throughout the entire territory. On the other side, watching the Tsangyue Wolf King leave abruptly, several principals breathed a sigh of relief. The true strength of the Tsangyue Wolf King has probably reached above level 50. If it weren't for the Inspector's company, just relying on them, the principals of Yunhai City might not have been able to deal with it. This matter must be taken seriously. The appearance of such a powerful beast at the borders of Yunhai City is a substantial danger. Principal Zhou of the first high school said solemnly. He said this for the Inspector's benefit. With the overall strength of Yunhai City, dealing with the Tsangyue Wolf King was somewhat difficult. Thus they could only rely on the higher-ups. Principals from the 3rd and 5th high schools, hearing this, also turned their attention to the Inspector in front of them. I will report this to the Alliance and request additional personnel for Yunhai City. During this time, I will stay in Yunhai City to prevent the Wolf King from making a move against it. Also, how much do you know about this valley? The Inspector suddenly shifted the topic, asking the three principals. He had sensed something was off about this area since he arrived. It was clearly not a normal region. Coupled with the fact that the Tsangyue Wolf King appeared here, it was enough to indicate a problem. Upon the Inspector's question, the three principals also realized the issue. This place. Before they could finish, they were interrupted by a furious roar. The group looked towards the night sky not far away, only to see that Songyue Wolf King returning once more. Moreover, its state seemed somewhat unusual. Just its size had nearly doubled compared to before. Its eyes were blood red, exuding a furious aura. At this moment, it was coming towards them with an overwhelming pressure against the night sky. Why has the Wolf King suddenly gone mad? The night was drawing to a close and dawn was at hand. A faint light began to emerge on the horizon, while above the vast beast forest a dazzling streak of light cut through the void. It headed straight towards the direction of Yanhai City. It was only when it neared the outskirts of the urban area that the streak of light descended into the suburbs, revealing two figures, one old and one young. This was Chun Ming's first experience of flight, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He had to admit the old man was quite nice taking him along in his escape. I say, young man, are you really all right? The old man fixed his gaze on Chun Ming's body after setting him down. At that moment, Chun Ming appeared somewhat unusual, his exposed skin glowing faintly red. Due to having consumed that Sanyin melting fire, he could feel the immense elemental energy swelling within him. His internal organs seemed to be heating up. Indeed, he had already begun to sustain damage. If it weren't for his Buddhist extraordinary resilience, Chun Ming feared he might have exploded by now. In the physical sense, that is. However, he wasn't the least bit panicked. To Chun Ming, it was merely a matter of his body being a bit too warm, just a trivial issue. I'm fine, but thank you for helping me escape, old senior. As Chun Ming spoke, visible waves of heat emanated from him like a furnace. The old man. Do you really call this being fine? He felt that if fire could ignite from words, this young man was practically breathing flames. He might just explode on the spot with a single spark. Never mind, you should leave first. He initially intended to engage further with this young man, who seemed to drink magma. He wanted to ascertain the young man's background and see which major family he came from. But seeing how the other party appeared as though they could explode at any moment, he held back. Unlike beasts, the human body is quite fragile and cannot digest materials infused with elemental energy. Only through slow absorption can it be transformed into the foundation necessary for an awakener's skills. At this moment, the only way for this young man was to successfully absorb the Sanyin melting fire before his body encountered any issues. Otherwise, there would be consequences. He didn't even dare to think about the potential aftermath. His body would probably be melted away. This young man. The old man looked towards Chun Ming, his expression complex. He suspected that the young man was most likely a hidden class or a dual class awakened. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess the ability to temporarily resist damage? He had once encountered a high-level SS awakened from Huaxia, whose skill provided a 99 damage reduction for a full 5 minutes. Terrifying indeed. This young man must also possess a similar top-tier skill. The old man snapped back to reality and took out a bottle of bright blue liquid from his pocket. Looking at the Yuehua Liuli in his hand, the old man revealed a relieved smile. With this, Schwerer will surely awaken her mental skills in the future. Meanwhile, Chun Ming was on his way back to the city. It was already close to 7 a.m. In the suburbs, he could even see several teams of awakened heading towards the safe zone outside the city. They were preparing to begin their third day of leveling up. Along the way, many people noticed Chun Ming. As Chun Ming walked through the suburbs, he was enveloped in a red glow, making him incredibly eye-catching. Wow, that seems to be Chun Ming. Is he coming back from outside the city? He leveled up in the wild all night. What dedication. No wonder he's ranked first. What's up with his state? Chun Ming realized he had suddenly become quite popular. Almost everyone he encountered inexplicably came over to greet him. Ding dong. At that moment, a message came through on his phone. Near the city, the phone had restored its signal. Chun Ming picked it up and saw two messages. One was a friend request, and the other was a message from Sun Yang. Brother Chun, where are you? There are all sorts of legends about you outside right now. Chun Ming replied with E. Then he opened the friend request and found it was from Qin Jishua. The note only contained 2 characters: team up. By the way, Qin Jishua must have reached level 5 as well and can now team up for dungeons. Once the captain of a team reaches level 5, the entire team can enter dungeons. Moreover, the experience and rewards from clearing dungeons are not split among teammates, so there is no real distinction between solo and team runs. The only difference is the rating after clearing. Therefore, for dungeon challenges, teaming up is definitely superior to solo runs. After all, with teammates, the efficiency of clearing dungeons is naturally faster. Not to mention teaming up with someone like Qin Jishua, an S-class profession. Chun Ming accepted Qin Zixu's friend request. He pondered for a moment and sent a message. I'm currently busy, so we'll need to postpone the teaming up for a bit. Right now, Chun Ming's priority was to absorb that Sanyin melting fire within him. Qin Jishua quickly replied with a short, okay. Brother Chun. At that moment, someone called out excitedly. It was Sun Yang. He spotted Chun Ming from afar and ran over excitedly. Wow, Brother Chun, why do you look so red? Sun Yang was astonished at Chun Ming's entirely flushed body. He approached with a curious expression, looking Chun Ming over. Finally, he curiously touched Chun Ming's arm, which looked like a red-hot iron rod. Hiss. So hot. Sun Yang blew on his burned finger and staggered back. Brother Chen, are you about to mutate or something? He felt that Chun Ming at this moment was like a walking human-shaped furnace. Chun Ming did not engage in idle chatter with Sun Yang, but instead inquired about his leveling up. What level are you now? Level 2. I can't compare to you, Brother Chun. Sun Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit compared to this year's awakened. His leveling speed was actually quite good. Moreover, he could reach level 3 today, which would still place him in the top 100 in Yunhai City. However, compared to Qin Ming, his leveling speed was too slow. On the second day of the major exam, his buddy had directly topped the rankings in Yunhai City. Not even S-Class Awakened could match his leveling speed. Yet Sun Yang did not mention anything about wanting Qin Ming to take him along to level up. Even after learning yesterday that Qin Ming was not teaming up with Qin Jishua, but was leveling alone, he understood that Brother Chun had his own plans. Qin Ming nodded, then opened his personal panel. I sent you an invitation, please accept it. What invitation? Sun Yang looked at his panel. Ming Chen, team leader, Chun Ming invites you to join the team. Accept, decline. Chun Ming said, I'm a bit busy for now, but after I'm done, I will take you to level up in the dungeon. Previously, he had been soloing because that was the only way his combat style allowed. Now that he could enter dungeons for leveling, he would naturally take his son along. Brother Chin, you are simply my godfather. Looking at the notifications popping up on his panel, Sun Yang felt particularly excited. Although Brother Chun had already told him earlier that he would take him to level up in the dungeon. However, when the moment actually arrived, he was still very thrilled. Glancing at the member information in the team. Chun Ming, Captain, C-Class, Shield Guardian. Qin Jishua, member, SS-Class, Radiant Angel. Sun Yang, member, B-Class, Shadowblade. Wow. One ranked first in Yunhai City and the other ranked second. It was hard to imagine how fast and fierce their dungeon clearing speed would be. Even if they were just messing around, they would definitely outpace his own leveling speed by a considerable margin. Was this broken fortune finally going to come to him, Sun Yang? However, there was one thing that left Sun Yang a bit puzzled. By the way, Brother Chin, when exactly did you get together with Qin Jishua? You were really deep in hiding, not even telling your brothers. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at Sun Yang with a strange expression. She and I are just friendly collaborators. Where are you getting that from? However, it was clear that Sun Yang did not take Chen Ming's explanation to heart. He showed an understanding expression, thinking you can keep pretending. His mouth curled down into a smirk. Brother Chen, no need to explain to me. I understand. Just then, two familiar figures approached from the direction of the city gate. It was Qin Jishua, followed by Lin Wei. Sister-in-law is here. Sun Yang instinctively said to Qin Ming. Qin Jishua was also a member of the Mingchen team, and with Qin Ming taking him to level up, they would surely cooperate with Qin Jishua. Sun Yang felt that as a team player, he should at least play a part. For example, helping his brother and sister-in-law improve. Moreover, he could leave a good impression on Qin Jishua, preventing her from disliking the team due to having a B-class member. He certainly didn't want to affect Brother Chin's lifelong affairs because of himself. Do you have something? If not, hurry and leave. Chun Ming shot Sun Yang an annoyed glance. Alright, I have the sense, so I'll make room for you and sister-in-law. Sun Yang immediately got up and left. Before he left, he didn't forget to give Chun Ming a thumbs up for encouragement. At that moment, Qin Jishua and Lin Wei walked over. Sun Yang's earlier loud voice surely caught her attention. Chun Ming had thought that Qin Jishua would be embarrassed or would stop Sun Yang to clarify some rumors about her and Qin Ming. However, she did not. Qin Jishua casually walked over, her expression calm and composed as always. The Baijid girl behind her seemed to be looking at him with somewhat unfriendly eyes. Are you alright? Is your body okay? Qin Jishua looked at Qin Ming and asked. From afar, she could see Qin Ming the hotshot. As she got closer, she noticed that Qin Ming's body appeared as if it were a red-hot iron, making her worry if he might melt right there. Qin Ming waved his hand, saying, I'm fine, I just swallowed a rare resource, and I'll absorb it once I get back. Qin Jishua frowned slightly. Swallowed a rare resource. And now his body was red, looking like a... Even though she was well-informed, she didn't understand this situation. Because for a transmuter, swallowing resources whole was a serious taboo, and those who did so usually ended up badly. However, thinking that this was Chun Ming, she suddenly found it somewhat reasonable. There should still be space in the team, she mentioned regarding forming the group. Of course, there are 2 spots left, Chun Ming nodded. The team limit was 5. Adding him and Qin Jishua along with the newly joined Sun Yang, there were still 2 spots remaining. Okay, then let Lin Wei join as well. Lin Wei was the Baijid girl behind Qin Jishua, an A-class contract master. Chun Ming had heard of this profession. It was a rather special support role. Compared to a normal support role, a contract master could only assist one person. However, the benefits received by the contracted individual would be enormous. It could be said that this was a very powerful bound-type support profession if one partnered with the right person. It was no wonder that the other party's leveling speed surpassed that of the 3 S-class transmuters in Yunhai City. With an SS-class transmuter like Qin Jishua, the impact of the A-class contract master could even rival that of an S-class support. You have invited Lin Wei, A-class contract master, to join the team. Chun Ming sent the invitation. Lin Wei was with Qin Jishua, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Lin Wei, A-class contract master, has joined the Mingchen team. Qin Jishua said, by the way, when will you have time? I have a special dungeon token. Chen Ming perked up. A special dungeon token. He immediately thought of the Yunnan Mountain Canyon dungeon, a wild dungeon that had brought him considerable rewards. So now Chen Ming was very interested in the dungeon token. However, this thing was hard to come by. Chen Ming knew that Qin Jishua was inviting him to team up to challenge the dungeon. He smiled, should be soon. He was actually somewhat uncertain. Based on the previous speed of absorbing rare resources, Tsang Yin Ronghua was indeed high level, but it shouldn't take too long. Perhaps he could finish absorbing it by this morning. Okay, I'll wait for you. After entering the city gate, Chen Ming headed straight for the guild. He needed to sell the beast cores he had collected and address some equipment issues. After all, it was just the time it took to buy and sell things. It was early morning now, and there were hardly any people in the guild hall. 5 minutes later, Chen Ming walked out of the guild. The sale of this beast core netted him 10 gold coins, which was dozens of times more than yesterday. It's worth mentioning that most of it came from the 2 strange beast cores. The level 7 Wind Demon Beast Core was worth 2 gold coins, comparable to the total value of all the beast cores Chen Ming obtained from slaying monsters while leveling from 3 to 6. Strange beast cores were precious and were the preferred material for crafting high-quality gear with a chance to forge epic-level equipment. The level 8 Flame Spirit Beast Core was even worth 6 gold coins. Beast cores containing spiritual energy were essential materials for forging spiritual equipment. Originally, Chen Ming planned to ask the guild's blacksmith to forge him a piece of spiritual gear, but with the epic-level Chushin Ring, he found it unnecessary. Fragmented Rock Blade Strength 20. Chushin Ring Spirit 300. At the same time, Chen Ming melted down a regular longsword with 10 strength through the guild's smelting process, obtaining 10 strength talismans. He also spent nearly 10 gold coins to buy 19 spirit talismans. Damn, it's so expensive. The price of a spirit talisman has increased 5-fold. In this buy and sell, he practically earned no gold coins throughout the entire day. There was no way it would take ages to fully benefit from the Chushin Ring by slaying monsters. By the time he did, Chen Ming might even be above level 10. He glanced at his current attributes. I wonder how much I can improve this time. Chen Ming felt a surge of excitement. Just that Sangyin Flowing Fire alone had already granted him considerable benefits. This was merely a wisp of Sangyin that fell from the night sky of that valley, forming the flowing fire. Yet the molten fire he had consumed was already condensed into liquid Sangyin. This was produced by a giant wolf beast of level 40 or above, exhaling mysterious moonlight, after who knows how many iterations to form such a rare resource. The difference between the two must be vast. If I can fill the deep pool that absorbs attribute energy, I could awaken my mental abilities right now. Chen Ming felt a flicker of anticipation. He had already reached this level, and if he still couldn't perfect the process of absorbing attribute energy before reaching 21, then he would truly be at a loss. With that thought, Chen Ming exhaled the air in the room, feeling scorching. He could sense the attribute energy within him swelling fervently. His body felt like a pressure cooker at that moment, crazily compressing this energy. Fortunately, his pressure cooker was not hindered by pressure. Otherwise, such a violent baptism would likely shatter his internal organs. Chen Ming gently closed his eyes, trying to enter a state of tranquility. Soon it seemed he was being drawn by some force. His consciousness sank into his body. Before him was a moderately sized area surrounded by a misty expanse. Is this my mental space? Chen Ming surveyed his surroundings. This was the mental space he had opened up when breaking through to 20 mental power. Inside, he could also see various resources he had collected. However, the most eye-catching was a special small orb floating in the space. Sangyin True Core. This was a mysterious object Chen Ming discovered while siphoning Sangyin and moonlight resources from the pond in the depression. The inability to probe it meant that it had exceeded Chen Ming's mental probing range. It was similar to how his 20 mental ability could not probe information of individuals over level 40. However, Chen Ming estimated that this was also a kind of rare resource. Just looking at the name. Flowing Fire, Molten Fire True Core. If viewed in terms of states, isn't it just the sublimation of gas, liquid, and solid? This was also the reason he felt confident about achieving perfection this time. Subsequently, Chen Ming began to focus on absorbing the Sangyin Molten Fire. Once his consciousness entered the mental space, it felt as though he had cut off his senses. However, his awareness of the stored attribute energy within his body became clearer. In the room, Chen Ming's body began to undergo changes. His once crimson body gradually cooled down, and the scorching aura retracted. At the same time, a hazy light intertwined around him, enveloping him in a layer of smooth airflow, quite astonishing. Chen Ming had just absorbed a portion of the attribute energy when his consciousness snapped back to the present. Mental power 50. Hiss. There's hope. Chen Ming's heart raced. The effect of this Sangyin Molten Fire exceeded his expectations. Just absorbing a small portion had directly increased his mental power by 50. If he were to absorb it all, wouldn't he gain several hundred mental power? It would be akin to a few levels of increase. His mental power was surging. It's important to note that the primary function of rare resources is to awaken abilities. The attribute enhancement is merely a bonus. If the bonus enhancement could reach several hundred mental power, its main effect would certainly be even better. Chun Ming could also sense that his progress in the process had significantly improved. Roughly estimated it was continue. Chun Ming felt invigorated. He focused his mind and began to absorb the attribute energy of the Tsanyan molten fire. Mental power 50. Progress 22. While Chun Ming was immersed in absorbing the mental resources, on the other side, at the edge of the city, a giant metal crow carried 4 figures through the clouds returning to the border. The 4 were the inspectors and 3 principals who had just returned from the beast forest. However, at this moment some of them appeared somewhat disheveled, especially the several principals whose auras were chaotic and bore traces of blood. It was evident they had been injured. Cough, cough. Principal Wa's clothes were in disarray and he coughed violently, holding his chest. What happened with the Tsanyue Wolf King? It's as if someone suddenly cut off its vital parts. In that valley they had originally prepared to retreat. Yet the Tsanyue Wolf King suddenly seemed to have gone mad, rushing towards them to engage in battle. It even fought desperately, launching extremely violent attacks. It was as if it encountered a mortal enemy. The way it was acting suggested it was prepared to fight to the death. The most critical part was that they wanted to leave, but the Tsanyue Wolf King wouldn't allow it. If they attempted to escape directly, the Wolf King would charge towards Yanhai City. Noticing this, the inspector instructed them to work together to suppress the Wolf King. Thus they had no choice but to engage in a thrilling battle. Fortunately, with the inspector's presence, they ultimately managed to heavily injure the Tsanyue Wolf King, forcing it to flee. Otherwise, these old bones would have been in serious trouble. Pak. Principal Wang spat out a mouthful of foul blood, his expression somewhat grim. Among them, he suffered the most severe injuries in this battle. The Tsanyue Wolf King seemed particularly resentful towards him, targeting him specifically. Damn it, was it just because I took a wisp of Tsanyan? That wisp of Tsanyan, while precious, shouldn't even be a concern for a level 49 Tsanyue Wolf King. As for it biting him, it was as if he had stolen from its home. In the coming days, the defenses of Yunhai City need to be strengthened. The Wolf King may return. The inspector reminded the higher-ups have already responded. Our reinforcements will arrive at Yunhai City shortly. He gazed towards the direction of the beast forest, his cold expression revealing little. Also, regarding the Yunhai City assessment we discussed last time, arrangements can be made now. Upon hearing this, the several principals' expressions shifted. Principal Wang looked at the inspector, hesitated for a moment, and finally tentatively asked, "Sir, may I know how this special assessment will be conducted?" Ahead, the inspector stood atop the metal crow, his cloak billowing in the wind. Selection. Mental Awakening. Annihilation Attack 1000 Attack Power. In the room, Chun Ming sat quietly on the bed, his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, the peculiar redness that had enveloped his body had vanished, no longer emitting steam like a furnace. However, Chun Ming's breathing was extremely faint, showing no rise or fall. It was as if he had entered a state of meditation. Mental Power 40. Chun Ming concluded another round of absorption. His consciousness returned from the focused state, instinctively sensing his progress. According to estimates, it was already at 90. So far, he had gained 490 points of mental power solely through absorbing the Tsanyan melting fire. This was a terrifying number. If calculated by levels, a typical job changer would need to level up 5 times to achieve such a boost. It's important to note that mental power as a special attribute is not only significant for classes like mages and sorcerers. The endurance in prolonged battles, the consumption required for skill releases, and the power of skill bursts are all related to mental power. At the same time, there is one aspect that no one can overlook, also influenced by mental power. Lifespan. Just a little more, I hope to achieve perfection. Chun Ming could feel that his process of absorbing attributes was nearing its limit. In other words, he was about to perfect the 20 mental power awakening skill. There is indeed a limit to how much rare resources a job changer can absorb, and this limit varies from person to person. However, most people never need to consider this issue because they never reach that limit. I wonder what skills will awaken once I reach the limit. Mental attack. Or perhaps those mental realms that only advanced job changers can awaken. However, Chun Ming could be certain that it would definitely not be weak. Moreover, it was highly likely to come with a noble armor-breaking attribute. Mental Power 1. Progress 91. Mental Power 1. Progress 92. Finally, Mental Power 1. Progress 100. The moment he absorbed the last trace of attribute energy, Chun Ming felt a sense of clarity wash over him. A wave of extreme comfort surged into his brain. His consciousness returned to his body, and he suddenly opened his eyes, bright and clear. Before he could even check his job panel, a prompt had already popped up. Mental potential reached 20. Mental resource absorption has reached its limit. Yes, no to immediately awaken mental skills. Looking at the prompt that seemed to appear eagerly before him, Chun Ming did not hesitate at all and chose to awaken. In the next moment, whoosh, a sound akin to dry wood igniting and flames resonated clearly in the quiet room. Chun Ming was ignited. In a physical sense. On the bed, Chen Ming looked astonished at his own body. Real flames began to surge from his mouth, nose, and even from all the pores of his body. These azure flames appeared semi-transparent, as if they existed in both reality and illusion. You have successfully awakened the SS level skill Mental Annihilation. Chen Ming's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. SS level. After reaching the limit, he directly awakened an SS level mental skill. He hurriedly opened the panel to check. Mental Annihilation LV. 0. Passive normal attack ability. Permanently elevates attack form to Annihilation attack, applying 3 effects: enchantment, armor, break, stacked attack. Elevated attack form. What kind of ability is this? Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. These words made him feel that this ability was not simple. He looked at the following 3 effects, which included detailed descriptions. Annihilation enchantment. Any type of attack that hits a target will also inflict an additional 1 mental power attack on the target. Enchanted attack. Chen Ming squinted, contemplating. This was a very good ability. He could deal mental damage directly without needing to specifically use a mental attack. This means that all of Chen Ming's future attacks would deal both physical and mental damage. Such dual damage is what makes enemies truly vexed. It is unavoidable. Furthermore, Chen Ming's mental power was exceptionally high. After fully absorbing the mental resources, his mental power had already surpassed 1,500 points. If he were to face some mentally weak enemies, it is possible that the physical battle would not even conclude before their mental state perished. Not bad. Chen Ming then looked at the next effect. Annihilation armor break. Any type of attack that hits a target will grant 100 armor break to that target, with the armor break effect being permanent. 100 armor break. Chen Ming's eyes lit up, invigorated. He had originally thought that the previous 20 armor break attribute was already quite strong a part of the skill's foresight. But then he was pleasantly surprised. However, he quickly understood. That 20 armor break attribute was attracted by the Tsanyin flowing fire. If he had not received the final Tsanyin melting fire and absorbed it, then the armor break attribute after awakening the mental skill might have been just 20. However, Chen Ming did not expect it to enhance to such an extent. With 100 armor break, didn't that mean that his future attacks would directly ignore defenses? He wouldn't even need to find weaknesses during battle, because essentially attacking weaknesses is armor breaking. You say you have no weaknesses. Then I will create weaknesses for you. With 1 strike, defenses will be broken. Now that's the power of an SS level skill. Chen Ming nodded in satisfaction. With 100 armor break, the range for fighting beyond his level would significantly expand. Then he checked the last effect. Annihilation stacked attack. Inflicting damage on any target in a single attack increases one's own attack damage by 100, with a cap of 10000. Duration 1 hour. How much it? Chen Ming jolted up, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Hiss. A cap of 1000 attack damage. He knew skills that could stack attack damage. Some warriors or assassins have such abilities. However, the ones he knew could only stack up to 30, 50, at most 100 attack cap. Moreover, it required specific conditions to achieve. Yet now, with the stacking mechanism of this annihilation attack, it stacks 100 directly. What a terrifying explosive growth. Oh right, there's also the armor break attribute. Chen Ming suddenly thought that this ability could also combine with the 100 armor break. Calculating based on the double damage caused by armor breaking, the true attack damage cap of annihilation stacked attack should be doubled. Chen Ming's mouth twitched, unconsciously swallowing. No wonder they dared to claim it as an elevated attack form. This treats a normal attack as a skill to use. This annihilation attack, without a doubt, can be called a god of single combat. After stacking fully, Chen Ming couldn't even dare to imagine how terrifying his combat power would be. With 1 strike, 2000 attack damage. Can you withstand that? The awakening of this SS level psychic skill has greatly filled my shortcomings. Chen Ming's mood was exceptionally good at this moment. He inherently possessed bug-level defense. His previous combat style relied on an infinite healing method to wear down the beasts. His biggest shortcoming lay in offense. He had no effective means of attack. Most importantly, the battles were incredibly monotonous. Other class changers, whether warriors, mages, or even support, all focused on seizing the moment to unleash various skills during combat. Although to Chen Ming the others' actions seemed flashy, they at least filled the battlefield with vibrant energy. As for Chen Ming, however, his approach was a simple series of basic attacks lacking any flair. Without exploiting weaknesses, the damage dealt remained constant. Though this came at the cost of an astonishing leveling speed, it lacked any excitement. What was combat really? It was about blood passion. But now things were different. Chen Ming stood up and stretched his somewhat stiff body. Then he threw a punch into the air. Whoosh, bang. The moment his fist struck, a wave of energy surged forth. At the same time, a cerulean flame erupted ahead like a fist wind. This was the attack method Chen Ming possessed after his elevation. Any form of attack would now carry the annihilation effect of the azure flame. This feels amazing. This is the sensation. Chen Ming smiled, feeling a rush of exhilaration inside. It was worth the effort he put into finding psychic resources. Now looking back, the previous decision seemed so right. Oh right, there's also the bloodthirst empowerment. Chun Ming suddenly remembered the bloodthirst effect of his equipment empowerment. Attack power 50. Can this effect stack with the amplified damage? The Annihilation's amplified damage was not based on attack power. So fundamentally the two should not conflict. If it truly works, that would mean a damage cap of 3000. It's terrifying. I'll have to test it later. I just need to find a target and deal a few blows to see if it works. After testing his current super attack a few more times, Chun Ming finally satisfied himself. He looked out the window. The sun was bright. It was still morning. Hasn't it been long? Have I absorbed so quickly? This time he had absorbed the attribute energy in the psychic space, losing track of time. At that moment, Chun Ming noticed an unread notification on his personal panel. Upon opening it, he saw Day 3 ranking of the Great Exam first place. Ranking rewards 10 gold, 2 first grade excellent equipment, attribute stones 15 type, selectable 2 equipment empowerment books type, selectable 3 rare resources type, selectable note, please select rewards before the end of the 7th day. Is it already the 2nd day? He realized it and quickly checked his phone. Goodness. It turned out he had unknowingly spent an entire day in the psychic space. After quickly selecting his rewards, Chun Ming began to head towards the city border. Now that he had complete equipment for his 5 major attributes, he wasn't particularly lacking in gear. Only epic-level equipment would provide an upgrade. These items could be sold to the guild for gold. As for rare resources, Chun Ming chose 1 each of strength, constitution, and agility. Balanced development. Having completed his spiritual awakening, he no longer needed to focus on psychic resources. That doesn't mean Chun Ming was entirely indifferent. After all, he would still need them when his spiritual power broke through 40 to awaken new skills. However, the level of resources required for that stage would be entirely different concepts. The resources from the ranking rewards would likely be insufficient. He could pay attention to the rankings of future dungeons and the final rankings. But for now, Chun Ming's goal was to awaken his job skills at level 10. City border. 8:30 in the morning. When Chun Ming arrived, he found the border unusually lively today. It seemed many people were gathered there with constant chatter. Usually at this time, most people would have entered the wilderness to level up, so there shouldn't be this many people. Soon Chun Ming discovered the reason. At the border, several enormous platforms had been erected at some point. On the platforms, he could see several class changers seemingly battling some creatures. Brother Chen over here. In the crowd, Sun Yang called out to Chun Ming. Since they had messaged each other, Sun Yang's shout also attracted the attention of many. Instantly, countless gazes turned towards Chun Ming. Ever since Chun Ming single-handedly cleared the wilderness and the beast forest and his achievements were verified by the Great Exam officials, his topic of discussion had remained high in Yunhai City. Moreover, since Chun Ming had not been in the public eye these past few days, various rumors were flying around. Things like being a dual class changer with the other class being an SS-level humanoid titan. Now that he finally made an appearance, he instantly became the center of attention. Chun Ming ignored the countless stares around him and walked straight to Sun Yang. What are these platforms about? Chun Ming asked Sun Yang. Oh right, you weren't here yesterday, so you don't know that this Great Exam has a special assessment. Special assessment? Sun Yang nodded, looking enigmatic. Brother Chen, let me tell you, this time a patrol envoy from the Alliance has come to Yunhai City. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming raised an eyebrow. Patrol envoy. He was naturally familiar with this name. One could say everyone in the Huaxiao Alliance was well acquainted with it. In the current era of beasts, the cities are separated by vast and boundless beast forests, making communication between them infrequent. The position of patrol envoy was specifically established by the Alliance for this purpose. Those who become patrol envoys all possess the strength to traverse the endless beast forests at will. They move between various cities, monitoring high-ranking officials in cities, ensuring urban safety. At the same time, they deter high-level beasts within Huaxia to prevent them from causing catastrophic beast tides. It can be said that both in terms of strength and the responsibilities carried by their position, patrol envoys are undoubtedly among the most respected individuals in the Alliance. The special assessment in Yunhai City this time is being conducted by a patrol envoy, Sun Yang said, pointing to the platforms not far away. These platforms for the assessment selection were built by that significant figure. You should have seen it. With a wave of his hand, several metal platforms rose up. The spectacle was remarkable. Listening to Sun Yang, Chun Ming gazed toward the towering platforms standing along the border. Massive structures forged entirely of metal. An image surfaced unbidden in his mind, the man who had descended with several school principals through the night sky over the valley. Not last night, but the one before, commanding biomechanical constructs. Now it was clear, he was the inspector. No wonder he could stand defiant against a beast ranked above level 40. The assessment comprises 4 categories: offensive power, defensive resilience, elemental mastery, and speed reaction capability. Sun Yang explained to Chun Ming. The evaluation itself was straightforward. It measured each awakened's specialized aptitudes. Each awakened selected 2 disciplines for testing. Warriors, for instance, typically opted for offensive power and defensive resilience. Mages favored elemental mastery and offensive power, Even support class awakened underwent dedicated assessments of their buffing capabilities. This assessment unfolds across multiple rounds. The one today is solely for raw strength. Later stages will evaluate team-based combat coordination. At this, Sun Yang paused briefly. Brother Chun. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice. Would you consider removing me from the Mingchen squad? Why? Chun Ming furrowed his brow regarding Sun Yang with genuine puzzlement. Sun Yang offered an awkward smile before explaining. I heard that only one squad from Yunhai City will pass this selection. And this is merely the beginning, not the end. Those who advance must then compete against squads selected from every city across Jiangnan province to secure the final slot. Such stringent criteria and scarce quotas underscored the extraordinary significance of this trial. Those who ultimately emerged victorious would undoubtedly be the strongest cohort of Awakened in the entire alliance this year. It was precisely for this reason that Sun Yang urged Chun Ming to dismiss him from the squad. This was no longer about casually leveling up together. Were it a dungeon run or a major ranking exam, Sun Yang would gladly ride the coattails of Chun Ming's Mingchen squad. There was no shame in letting a brother carry you, especially when the exam window lasted only 1 month and a high rank meant a far stronger foundation for the future. But this special assessment was different. Brother Chin, this concerns our very futures. I'm only rank B. If I cling stubbornly to the Mingchen squad, I'll only hold you back. Sun Yang could already envision what awaited the Mingchen squad should they succeed in Yunhai City. The top-ranked squads from all 24 districts of Jiangnan province, likely composed almost entirely of S-rank awakened elite upon elite. What role could a mere Brank possibly fulfill? His presence might even jeopardize the Mingchen squad's chances of qualifying from Yunhai City itself. So that's what you've been worrying about. Understanding dawned on Chun Ming, and he chuckled softly. Don't fret, I'm only rank C myself. You joining us as a Brank actually strengthens the squad. Chun Ming offered it as light-hearted banter, then clapped Sun Yang reassuringly on the shoulder. Relax, you needn't concern yourself with such things. For Chun Ming, now teammate caliber mattered little. Before awakening his mental abilities, having allies who synergized with his damage output would have been advantageous. But now offense was no longer a limitation. As for team defense, Chun Ming paid it no mind at all. Merely stepping forward rendered him invulnerable. No assailant, however formidable, could breach his stance. Thus, powerful teammates were ornamental, not essential. Still, this special assessment intrigued him deeply. Anyone who endured to its final stage would inevitably be among this generation's most exceptional awakened. That the Alliance had instituted such a rigorous tiered selection process signaled something momentous, something vast and imminent lay behind it. Have you completed your tests? Chun Ming glanced toward the testing platform and asked casually. Sun Yang nodded. I chose speed and offensive power. I placed within the top 100 in both. He gestured toward the rear of several platforms. Following his gaze, Chun Ming saw a colossal holographic screen. Offensive Power Rankings 1. Qin Jixue, SS Rank Holy Radiance Angel, 998 points 2. Wang Yin, S Rank Abyssal Mage, 706 points. 96. Sun Yang, Rank Shadow Veil Blade Dancer, 226 points. Speed Reaction Rankings. 75. Sun Yang, Rank Shadow Veil Blade Dancer, 334 points. Composite Average Ranking 85. Sun Yang, 280 points. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous impacts erupted from one platform, instantly drawing dozens of gazes. It was the Defensive Resilience platform. There a massive metallic rhinoceros charged headlong at an awakened. Its armored hide reverberated with each thunderous stride, radiating sheer kinetic force. The awakened braced, arms crossed, knees bent low, as a crimson barrier coalesced before him. Crash! The rhino's colossal horn slammed into the blood-hued shield with a deep resonant boom. The awakened staggered backward several paces, nearly toppling off the platform. Yet he held firm, refusing to be hurled away. In the next instant, the holographic display shimmered bright. A new ranking materialized at the top. Defensive Resilience Rankings 1. Song Chuan, S-Rank Warsoul Vanguard, 720 points. The tester atop the platform was none other than Song Chuan, one of Yunhai City's 3 S-Rank awakened. The moment the score appeared, excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. Whoa, 720 in defense. Is this the true weight of an S-Rank awakened? My A-Rank Stoneheart Guardian pushed to absolute limits just to hit 580, and Songchuan, a pure warrior, scored 720 in defense. Unbelievable. Of course, the Warsoul Vanguard is legendary for seamless fusion of offense and defense. Its resilience is peerless. On the platform, Songchuan listened to the clamor below, his expression complex. As an S-Rank awakened, he'd ranked 6th in Yunhai City's tier standings for 3 consecutive days, a source of mounting criticism. But now he'd proven himself beyond doubt, unrivaled defensive prowess. First in all of Yunhai City. No one surpassed him. Granted, this supremacy arose partly because SS rank Qin Jixue had declined to take the defensive test, yet officially for this assessment, he stood supreme in Yunhai City. No one could fathom the weight he carried. 3 days of quiet humiliation had pressed down like stone, yet even this single official ranking brought profound relief. At last he could lift his head with dignity. Huh. Gazing down at the sea of awestruck faces, Song Chuan's smile gradually widened. Yes, he was an S-rank awakened. This was his rightful place, basking in admiration and reverence from. Song Chuan gazed at the massive illusory screen above his eyes, shining with brilliance. The first place in attack power testing was Qin Jixue, the first in support testing was Wu Qingyang, and the first in element mastery was Wang Yan. And the first in defense was none other than him, Song Chuan. In fact, he was aware of some insider information regarding today's ability tests. That is, the top testers would be encouraged by the higher-ups of Yunhai City to form a team. After all, this was the first time the Alliance had arranged a special assessment during the major examination. For the sake of the overall situation, the higher-ups of Yunhai City naturally had to put aside their grievances and ensure that the team representing Yunhai City comprised the strongest individuals. And now Song Chuan had successfully become one of them. It was highly likely that he would team up with the S-rank Qin Jixue, as well as the S-rank transmuters Wang Yan and Wu Qingyang. The more he thought about it, the more excited Song Chuan became. The corners of his mouth almost unable to contain his joy. Previously, he had faced considerable setbacks due to repeated rejections when trying to team up with Qin Jixue. This test is just splendid, absolutely marvelous. It was truly a double blessing. At this moment, Song Chuan felt a bright future ahead of him. On the other side, Chun Ming was walking towards the testing platform. Around him were countless gazes fixed upon him. As for which two abilities Chun Ming chose to test, no words were needed, not even a moment's thought. Upon reaching the platform, Chun Ming registered his information with a staff member. At that moment, he caught sight of a graceful figure descending from another platform. Simultaneously, gasps of surprise erupted around. Qin Zixu's element mastery test surpassed Wang Yan and claimed the top spot. Tisk 900 points in light element mastery. Indeed, in the face of an S-rank profession, strengths can only be utterly outclassed. I feel that if she could test all abilities, Qin Jixue would definitely take first place in every category. Come on, buddy, there's no way her support ability outshines that of the Shrank Light Priest Wu Qingyang. We should at least uphold the principle of specialized skills. By the way, why isn't Wu Qingyang teaming up with Qin Jixue? They both master the light element. Their team would surely be strong. Because Wu Qingyang is from the Abyss Squad and Qin Jixue is from the Mingchen Squad. Say something. Hey, I actually have a little insider news. I've heard that several principals in Yunhai City want to merge the Mingchen Squad and the Abyss Squad. The merging of the Mingchen Squad and the Abyss Squad. Upon hearing the conversation from the crowd, Chun Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head, chuckling lightly as he dismissed it. No one could dictate or arrange his choices. It wasn't possible before, and it certainly wasn't now. Chun Ming saw Qin Jixue walking towards him after she left the stage. She approached him directly and said, "Big shot, you stood me up yesterday. How's your health? Did you resolve your issues?" Though she said this, Qin Zixue's tone held no hint of reproach. She understood that Chun Ming was absorbing resources and had refrained from bothering him with any messages yesterday. "It's all sorted out, don't worry. I'll definitely have time today," Chun Ming assured her. Qin Jixue replied, "Good, wait until you finish testing." "Ooh, I haven't used the dungeon token yet." Chun Ming nodded and then ascended the steps ahead. Tap tap. The sound of his footsteps echoed clearly on the metallic steps. At this moment, the vast urban boundary seemed to have quieted down considerably. Ever since Chun Ming arrived at the boundary, countless eyes had been on him. There was no helping it, the buzz generated by Chun Ming's appearance was simply too high. Now seeing him ascend the platform for testing instantly attracted all attention. In fact, some people had already completed their tests, but remained at the urban borders specifically waiting for Chun Ming. On the defense testing platform, Chun Ming stood firm, his gaze fixed forward. In front of him was a nearly 10-meter-tall mechanical platform emanating a bright dark sheen. Testing begins. Please prepare for defense. Note, this test is a defense test. Testers must endure 10 attacks at each stage. The mechanical platform emitted a clanging sound. Then the metal surface began to distort. Following that, it spat out a 1-meter-tall, 4-legged mechanical creature. Mechanical beetle, level LV. 2 below. Countless eyes were glued to Chun Ming's every move, afraid of missing any crucial detail. What secrets did this crank shield guardian who soloed the beast forest hold? Was he a dual-class tester or a hidden profession? One battle would suffice to reveal all. After all, the traits exhibited by a profession during battle were relatively easy to discern. Especially for more powerful professions, the characteristics became increasingly obvious. Soon they saw. Chun Ming twisted his neck and rubbed his wrist. Then, there was nothing more to see. After completing a set of movements, Chun Ming simply stood there without moving. He did not unleash any skills, nor did he take out any defensive equipment. Not even a single defensive action was made. Just, very casually. What is he doing? I don't know. Is he just messing around? With his demeanor, it feels like he's not even bothered to defend. Chun Ming is already level 6, so he looks down on this initial level 2 test. Even if he looks down on it, doesn't he at least need to put up some defense? A chorus of confusion and skepticism arose from the crowd. Meanwhile, at the back of the square figures of the inspector and several principals stood by the window. They cast glances at Chun Ming below. Naturally, they were somewhat curious about this top-ranked crank transmuter, especially the inspector who, after learning about Chun Ming's information, was quite interested. However, at this moment, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Arrogance is not a good trait. In the struggle between human transmuters and beasts, underestimating the enemy was the greatest taboo. In a battle against truly advanced beasts, a single misstep could lead to dire straits. On the defense testing platform, the mechanical beetle had already begun its attack. Its head bore a sharp metallic spike, glinting coldly as it shot forth. With a slight piercing sound, the metallic spike accurately struck Chun Ming's chest. His clothing. The incredibly sharp tip was now caught on a button of his shirt. Not a single millimeter more could it advance. 0. Chun Ming stood silently in place, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. The damage threshold of a level 2 mechanical creature was far from reaching him. Not even worth tickling him. Can you speed it up? I'm in a hurry. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for countless people below to hear. On the stage, the level 2 mechanical beetle seemed to understand Chun Ming's words. Its metallic wings unfolded, producing a trembling sound. Then it launched its attack with even greater speed. Continuous metallic clangs echoed from the stage. After an uninterrupted series of 9 attacks, the mechanical beetle finally ceased its movements. Throughout this period, Chun Ming remained completely still. He maintained a very casual stance. Damage was 0. He was unscathed no matter how long it continued. However, this result left the spectators below in a state of unease. Wait, did it really hit him? How come it seems like Chun Ming didn't take any damage at all? Although he was already at level 6 as a class changer, it was unusual to withstand 10 consecutive attacks without a scratch. At the very least, you should have taken a step back. Aside from the sound of impact, they could not perceive any signs of Chun Ming being hit. It was as if he had never been there at all. It must be that the level 2 mechanical beetle is too low level to show any real effect. Right, I estimate that Chun Ming's defense and physique attributes are exceptionally high, which is why he appears unaffected. At this moment, aside from the defense test, there were no participants left at the other testing stations. The class changers still remaining at the border were now watching Chun Ming on the observation platform. You can't deny it, although Chun Ming is putting on a show, he does exude an aura of invincibility. What invincibility? How high can defense really go? It's just that his physique isn't dropping much, so he's holding up. Hurry up and upgrade the test. Bring out some high-level mechanical creatures to give Chun Ming a tough time. Exactly, this is more annoying than his act. It makes me inexplicably furious. The crowd below was abuzz with chatter, voices splitting into 2 factions. One faction believed that Chun Ming indeed possessed this strength, while the other could not stand his pretentious display and wanted to see him struggle. At this moment, on the tall building behind, several principals and inspectors had also observed the previous events closely. There is something off about Chun Ming. Principal Wang furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice. Principal Wu nodded in agreement, saying, there is not a trace of attribute energy fluctuation. He hasn't used any skills at all. The two exchanged glances. Can you see any signs of him having another class or a hidden class? I can't. Meanwhile, Principal Zhou fixed his gaze on Chun Ming, below his eyes bright. Unlike the other 2 principals, he was not concerned about how Chun Ming was achieving this. After all, this was a student who had come from his school representing Yanhai No. One high school. One was Chun Ming and the other was Qin Jishua. This year, Yanhai No. One high school was about to soar. The Alliance's special resources would surely increase drastically. This is interesting. Chun Ming indeed suffered no harm just now. The inspector's mechanical crow on his shoulder made a sound. As the creator of the mechanical creature, he naturally understood better than anyone what had just transpired. 10 attacks without causing any effect at all. He hadn't expected to miss the mark, especially against a level 6 class. Initially, he thought Chun Ming was being overly confident, but from his recent performance, it seemed this guy was not just boasting, but possessed absolute confidence. Then let's speed things up and give him a real challenge. After the mechanical beetle finished its 10 attacks, it returned to the mechanical platform, its metallic body disassembling piece by piece into it. Level 2 defense test passed. The mechanical platform emitted a resonant sound. Level 6 defense test begins. Please prepare for defense class changers. Before Chun Ming could react, puzzled voices arose from below. Level 6. Shouldn't it go to level 4 after level 2? I see the testing platform couldn't stand watching Chun Ming's act, so it escalated the intensity directly. Chun Ming has been set up. With a level 6 mechanical creature, I want to see if Chun Ming can still remain so above. Chun Ming watched the announcement from the mechanical platform, and he became intrigued. Jumping levels. Just what I wanted. Immediately, the massive mechanical platform began to tremble. Following that, a mechanical rhinoceros nearly 3 meters tall appeared on the platform. It was the same mechanical creature that Song Chuan faced during his test. Mechanical Rhinoceros Level LV. 6 thud. The mechanical rhinoceros landed its 4 metallic hooves striking the platform, creating sparks with a gentle swipe. Then it launched an attack, charging forward with a thunderous metallic sound. The mechanical rhinoceros lowered its head, the massive silver horn atop its head gleaming with a dazzling cold light, radiating a destructive aura as it approached. Bang! A significantly louder impact sound resonated. The platform trembled slightly, but it was not due to the collision between Chun-Ming and the mechanical rhinoceros. Instead, it was the sound of the rhinoceros crashing down onto the high platform. 0. In the previous attack, when the mechanical rhinoceros charged, it brought an overwhelming force, yet it still did not injure Chun-Ming. In fact, due to the excessive impact, it lost balance and toppled onto its side. At this moment, the crowd fell into silence. The scene they had envisioned did not unfold. They had expected the level 6 mechanical creature to force Chun-Ming to reveal some of his tactics. But now, what a scene was this? What difference was there from the previous level 2 mechanical beetle? Chun-Ming still hadn't made even half a movement. He stood there as if immovable. The crowd began to question whether there was an invisible wall before Chun-Ming. After 9 strikes, the sounds ceased. Level 6 defense test passed. Hiss. No one spoke. After 9 strikes, the sounds ceased. Level 6 defense test passed. Hiss. No one spoke. Only the sounds of gasps and swallowed breaths could be heard. Everyone was fixated on the data on the platform, rendered speechless. You could say that the level 2 difficulty couldn't shake Chun-Ming, but that was understandable. But this was a level 6 mechanical rhinoceros. In terms of combat power, it was already stronger than most class changers present. 10 attacks, a full 10 attacks. Yet not a single scratch had been made. Is this really scientific? It's important to note that even the formidable class battle spirit Vanguard Song Chuan could only barely withstand 7 or 8 attacks before nearing his limit. Buzz. At that moment on the high platform, the mechanical platform began to tremble violently, emitting a buzzing sound. Level 10 defense test begins. Please prepare for defense, class changers. I still don't believe it. You can't even take a drop of my blood. Nearby, the inspector seemed to be getting irritated. Behind him, Principal Zhou's mouth twitched slightly. A high-ranking inspector from the Alliance was actually in a standoff with a level 6 class changer. If this were to be spoken of, no one would likely believe it. Level 10. N. Are you serious? N. Is this still a test? And the expressions of many in the audience instantly shifted. Every single person gathered at this urban frontier, without exception, would be unable to withstand even a single strike from a level 10 mechanical beast. This had long surpassed the boundaries of any standard assessment, yet not a single voice rose in objection. Chun-Ming's performances at levels 2 and 6 had already made it abundantly clear his safety posed no concern even under a level 10 trial. Now everyone was eager to witness just how far Chun-Ming's limits truly extended. And could he genuinely endure a level 10 trial? At that moment, atop the elevated platform, a resonant metallic hum filled the entire arena. This time, no new creature emerged upon the mechanical stage. Instead, the entire platform began to shift and reconfigure, its structure elongating, interlocking, and reassembling itself. Moments later, amid thunderous roars, a colossal mechanical ape, nearly 6 meters tall, landed heavily upon the platform. With a deafening thud, a steel hammer of matching scale struck the ground beside it. Mechanical gigantic Appen level LV. 10. In gazing upon the towering behemoth shimmering with cold metallic luster, many in the crowd instinctively swallowed hard. Level 10. If you told us this was a level 20 aberrant beast, we believe you. Clang. The mechanical ape seized the hammer, swung at once, and instantly unleashed a fierce gust of wind. Roar, Nit bellowed, a savage, untamed aura erupting from its frame as though it were a true wild aberration. Lifting one massive foot, it slammed it down with brutal force, shaking the entire testing platform. Then with astonishing power, its colossal form launched skyward, leaping high into the air. Clutching the hammer with both hands, it brought it crashing down toward Chun-Ming. The sheer momentum of that blow was overwhelming, its intimidation palpable. Even nearby, transmuters instinctively weakened at the knees and staggered backward. That iron hammer is huge. Surely it'll leave bruises black and blue scattered all over. He moved. He finally moved. In that instant, every eye in the arena locked onto Chun-Ming atop the platform. They watched, truly watched, as he finally took action. Nice. He raised his hand. Was he about to unleash a skill? Yet in the next breath, stunned silence fell across the crowd. Chun-Ming had raised his hand, but only raised his hand. No follow-up motion followed. Was he truly intending to block the level 10 ape's hammer strike? Boom. Before the crowd could even process Chun-Ming's seemingly reckless defiance, the mechanical ape's airborne hammer strike descended, impact detonating with violent force. A shock wave of gale force wind erupted from the platform, rippling outward in all directions. The fierce gust swept downward, toppling several level 2 transmuters outright, sending them sprawling onto the ground. Yet no one noticed. All attention remained riveted to the platform. In the moment the gale's aftershock faded, every gaze snapped back, tense, breathless, toward the center of the arena. On the platform, the towering ape stood frozen, both metallic arms straining, gripping the hammer in mid-strike. Yet no matter how fiercely it exerted itself, the hammer remained utterly immobile, locked in place as if anchored by divine will. Beneath the hammer's broad face rested a single palm, N1. Finally, some damage, Chun-Ming murmured. But almost immediately, N1. Ni's passive ability Fighting Fervor activated, automatically restoring his vitality. Ni's constitution surged back to full. Across the entire frontier, absolute silence reigned, and everyone stood paralyzed, stunned beyond speech. And that iron hammer, larger than a man, descending with crushing momentum, halted dead by Chun-Ming's bare hand. The visual dissonance defied reason. If one were to describe it, it would be like an ant's limb halting as speeding. He really caught it barehanded. No skill, no technique. And this defensive capacity is literally heaven-defying. And is Chun-Ming even human? Human transmuters simply cannot possess such absurd defensive resilience. And those who earlier mocked Chun-Ming for arrogance now stood mute. After all, he just calmly intercepted a terrifying blow from a level 10 mechanical entity. And if that was arrogance, then so be it, and truthfully, Chun-Ming wasn't trying to flaunt anything. Ni's defense operated on an immutable mechanism, not shaped by skill activation or conscious resistance, but by unyielding law. Damage would register as 1 or 0, no more no less. And he simply lifted his hand because, let's be honest, a giant steel hammer slamming onto his head would look rather undignified. Raising his hand wasn't an apology, it was an act of composure. NAS for testing his limits. And regrettably, that concept held no meaning for him. Even if a celestial deity descended to strike him 10 times, the result would remain unchanged. 10. On the platform after its first strike, failed, the mechanical ape ceased movement entirely, neither advancing nor attacking again, but returning silently to its original position. Its form then dissolved and reconfigured, reverting fully into the mechanical platform. Test concluded. The next instant, light flickered across the holographic screen overhead. Upon the defense assessment leaderboard, fresh data scrolled in from the top, displacing Song Chuan the previous 1. Chun-Ming Class C, Shield Warden, 99 points and 2. Song Chuan Class Battle Soul Vanguard, 720 points and what? Just 1 point shy of 10,000. Holy hell, he's leading by over 9,000 points. An absolute crushing supremacy. And no, this isn't his limit. It's the test's limit. At those words, the crowd finally grasped the truth, and if Chun-Ming could halt a level 10 trial barehanded, the true extent of his capability remained unfathomable. This has utterly shattered my understanding. And I can no longer look at his Class C Shield Warden designation without awe. And having witnessed his defense, so extraordinary it seemed like cheating, everyone at last understood why he dared enter the aberrant beast forest alone, to level up solitary and unaided. And high above in the tower, several academy heads stood utterly dumbfounded. Having lived decades, having overseen generation after generation of new transmuters, this phenomenon was unprecedented. At the window, the Alliance inspector stared intently at Chun-Ming, lost in quiet contemplation. And earlier, perhaps some obscure competitive urge had driven him to see just how far this young man might go. But after witnessing Chun-Ming's response to the level 10 trial, his mind stilled. As an Alliance inspector, his foremost thought now was the terrifying, incalculable potential Chun-Ming possessed. And meanwhile, having completed the defense trial, Chun-Ming descended the steps, then walked under thousands of astonished gazes toward another elevated platform. The attack assessment platform. And he's choosing to test his offensive capability. And a Shield Warden's focus should be defense and regeneration, shouldn't it? Chun-Ming paid no heed to the bewildered stares, merely stepping forward and drawing the shattered rock blade from his spiritual space. In the next breath, cerulean flames ignited along his arm, spreading swiftly across the blade until the shattered rock blade blazed as a radiant fiery longsword. Whoa, what is that? And drawing the blade and igniting flame. What kind of technique is this? And so damn cool. A profound hush settled over the arena, broken only by the low resonant hum of burning cerulean fire. The scene displayed by Chun-Ming at this moment once again captured the attention of countless onlookers. It was simply too eye-catching. Pale flames roared around him, and a long knife held in one hand was surrounded by a bluish tail flame. The blade sliced through the air, leaving behind wisps of embers. Although the flames appeared somewhat ethereal, not resembling a tangible object, yet it did not hinder the perspective from presenting Chun-Ming as a warrior walking through fire. Those unaware might think he was in rank elemental warrior unleashing a skill. However, aren't you a shield guardian, my brother? Mental skill. From the tall building behind, several principals noticed Chun-Ming engulfed in pale blue flames at the first moment. This attribute energy carried a strong fluctuation of mental power. It was undoubtedly a mental skill. He actually awakened a mental skill, no wonder. Even though awakening a mental skill could not reasonably explain Chun Ming's terrifying defensive power, at least it provided a clue. He was not just an ordinary crank shield guardian achieving a level that left even them in disbelief. That pale flame. Principal Wang quickly noticed the flames on Chun Ming. He then took out the fragment of pale flame he had obtained in the valley under the night sky from his mental space. A small spark the size of a thumb hovered in his palm. Compared to the surging flames around Chun Ming, the small flame in his hand seemed rather meager. Although it was not appropriate to compare the two, as his was a resource while Chun Ming's was merely a skill effect, wasn't the pale flame on that kid a bit too vigorous? Thinking of this, Principal Wang's expression turned peculiar. To obtain that small spark in his hand, the wounds inflicted by the Moonlight Wolf King had yet to heal. According to previous information, Chun Ming had been leveling up in the Beast Forest a few days ago. Perhaps he was lucky to have obtained this pale flame resource. Principal Zhou pondered for a moment and came to this explanation. With this perspective, everything made sense. The pale flame was indeed a rare resource related to mental skills. After absorbing it, Chun Ming awakened a mental skill. 18 years old, just transitioned and awakened a mental skill. Principal Zhou became increasingly excited, a smile spreading across his face. This should be a first in the entire alliance. He never expected that this year one would produce a genius breaking records across the alliance. You two, do you still think there is anything wrong with Qin Jishua teaming up with Chun Ming? Principal Zhou looked at Principals Wang and Wu, speaking frankly. Previously, these two old fellows had wanted to recruit Qin Jishua for the Abyss Squad. As for Chun Ming, he was completely overlooked. Now they were being slapped in the face. How about Principals Wang Yin and Wu Qingyang, both strength transmuters? Just a single mental skill had already made Chun Ming's potential impossible to evaluate by conventional standards. While others might not understand what mental awakening represented, these principals certainly knew. Throughout the Alliance's history, anyone who awakened a mental skill regardless of their profession or level was undoubtedly a notable figure. At the same time, Principal Zhou felt a bit gratified. He never expected Chun Ming to truly change his fate through his talent and mental abilities. At the attack power testing platform, Chun Ming did not waste words. After drawing his knife and infusing it with pale flames, he stepped forward and delivered a strike against the imposing metal wall in front of him. The attack power test was very simple. Just release the strongest attack 10 times and take the highest value. The moment Chun Ming's strike landed, the thick metal wall lit up with information. 300 points. Upon seeing the score, a collective sigh of relief arose from the audience below. Everyone relaxed significantly. A score of 300 for attack power. Well, it was just barely acceptable. Most rank transmuters could reach that. This result undoubtedly provided them with a sense of reassurance. If his defensive power was already so extraordinary, how would it be if his attack power was also off the charts? Thank goodness, thank goodness. Looking at how Chun Ming drew his knife, just now I thought he was going to display some terrifying divine power. Phew. This score is acceptable. Not bad, not bad, for a shield guardian. Attack power is not the primary attribute. Many people patted their chests, releasing a long breath. The scene of Chun Ming enveloped in pale flames wielding a flaming long knife truly startled them. It turned out to be just a matter of appearance. At that moment, Chun Ming slashed out a second strike. Whoosh. The blade cut through the heavy metal barrier, leaving pale blue flames lingering on it before quickly fading into embers. 600 points. No way. As Chun Ming's attack landed on the metal barrier, the displayed score surged with an incredible increment. 600 points. It was a full doubling compared to the first attack. This score was already enough to rank in the top 10 of Yunhai City. Did he just release some attack skill? No, he just swung out a second strike. The audience began to realize something was off. Until Chun Ming swung out. With a clang, the long knife struck the heavy barrier, producing a piercing metallic sound. 900 points. Holy crap, another increase of 300 points. People began to lose their composure. 900 points, only behind the top-ranked Qin Jishua. Clang. Another strike. 1,200 points. Not again, buddy. The crowd was somewhat panicked. Clang. 1,500 points. Another 1,800 points. The sixth attack landed. The score reached 1,800 points, almost double that of the previous top-ranked Qin Jishua. At this point, there was no sound from the audience below, because they had gone numb. They watched as the score jumped again. They had to exert all their strength to achieve a few hundred points. Yet for Chun Ming, it seemed like child's play. Were we not undergoing the same test? However, some began to notice a pattern. Each time Chun Ming's attack landed, the pale blue flames surrounding him seemed to intensify a bit more. Then, as the 10th attack landed on the platform, the long knife clashed with the metal barrier, sparking and leaving a very deep slashing mark. 3,000 points. Test complete. Results 300, 600. 2,700, 3,000. Final highest attack score, 3,000 points. On the illusory screen, the leaderboard for the attack power test displayed new information. 1. Chun Ming Crank, Shield Guardian, 3,000 points. 2. Qin Jishua S-rank Radiant Angel, 998 points attack and defense tests, both first place. Meanwhile, the overall ranking on the comprehensive average score leaderboard also refreshed Chun Ming's final score. 1. Chun Ming 6,500 points. 2. Qin Jishua 949 points. A cliff-like lead. Moreover, the one leading the way is Qin Jishua, the first S-level job changer to emerge in Yunhai City after so many years. Almost everyone thought that this time Qin Jishua would shine in Yunhai City and even the entire Jiangnan province. But the result? She indeed shone. Up to this point, all of Qin Zixu's achievements are worthy of her SS rank. However, there is someone in Yunhai City, known as the Sun. No matter how brilliant she is, it doesn't matter. Who would believe that the SS Holy Radiance Angel with a score of 949 is ranked second while the first is in existence with over 6,000 points? Even an SS-level job changer wouldn't achieve such a crushing effect. Chun Ming is already strong to the point of being too unreal. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I wouldn't believe it even if I were killed. Someone said. Not just him, this is also the thought of most people in their hearts. A defense test easily handled a level 10 attack, and it was clear that he hadn't even reached the limit yet. The attack power test jumped from 300 to 3,000 points, and they watched it rise before their eyes. Every time, it was a precise increase of 300 points without a single error. Anyone not a fool could see it. Chun Ming definitely possesses a powerful skill similar to attack amplification. What's more, it actually multiplies. What kind of skill could have such a heaven-defying effect? As for how much Chun Ming can enhance his attack power, is it exactly 10 times? Or even higher? No one knows the answer. On the stage, after the test, Chun Ming shook his long blade. Azure flames swirled around him, then suddenly dissipated. He returned to a normal state. Under his control. Overall, this ability feels really great. Thanks to this attack power test, Chun Ming experienced the ability effect of Annihilation Attack for the first time. Although he already knew the result, experiencing it personally felt different. After 10 strikes, the attack damage directly multiplied tenfold. One strike down was even more impressive, comparable to directly releasing a skill. A tenfold amplification. This is already higher than many job changers' attack skills in terms of power attribute amplification. Generally speaking, job changers' attack skills are based on strength attributes to deal damage. The higher the skill level and proficiency, the greater the amplification to the strength attribute. Powerful job changers can achieve a tenfold amplification with their attack skills. And for Chun Ming to reach tenfold, it only requires him to attack 10 times. Moreover, this is far from the limit. With that miserable combat style from before, I can completely say goodbye to it now. Chun Ming stepped down from the testing platform. Even if this attack power test could continue, Chun Ming didn't plan to keep stacking attacks. Just a taste would, although he really wanted to try what it would feel like to stack annihilation attacks to the maximum. Using it here would be somewhat. Moreover, whether this testing platform could withstand him stacking to the max is uncertain. If he struck down, it would be amusing if the platform split in half. After Chun Ming finished the test, the storm brewing at the border had not subsided. Instead, it seemed to be intensifying. At this moment, this wind was about to sweep across the entire Yunhai City. This year's job changers have awakened monster. As for the various discussions, Chun Ming paid no attention whatsoever. At this time, Chun Ming's Ming Chin team finally gathered at the border for the first time. Captain Chun Ming, level shield guard. Member Qin Jishua S-level Holy Radiance Angel. Member Lin Wei, a level contract master. Member Sun Yang, level Shadow Blade master. Damn, Chinga, you're just too awesome. Sun Yang was incredibly excited as he just met. He had already been thrilled watching from below the stage. After witnessing Chun Ming's performance on the testing platform, he finally understood why Chun Gu told him not to worry about holding back. To drag someone down, one must be able to do so. In simple terms, not to mention him being a level. Even if an S-level job changer came. In Chun Guess Ming Chin team, he would probably only be a burden. So in comparison, whether he stayed or left didn't. Sun Yang suddenly felt that he wasn't unqualified to participate in the so-called special assessment. With Chun Guess strength, every S-level job changer from various cities would have to step aside. 6,500 points. What is this situation? Behind Qin Jishua, Lin Wei looked up at the overall testing rankings on the platform. She had just arrived, so she hadn't seen Chun Ming's testing scene. She happened to arrive right after the test ended. On the way, hearing everyone discussing Chun Ming, she thought something major had happened. Now looking at it, 6,500 points. And the defense reached 9,999. Miss, is this real? Lin Wei looked at Qin Jishua, her large eyes filled with disbelief. This seemed too outrageous, like a random. Qin Jishua nodded slightly, not explaining much. After all, if she were to explain, she wouldn't be able to make sense of it herself. To be honest, Qin Jishua had thought Chun Ming would be very strong, but she didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. After all, judging purely from Chun Ming's leveling speed, Qin Jishua only assumed he had genuinely reached the SS level. But now it seemed she had underestimated him. SS level. It felt more like SSS level. Then she stopped thinking further. Instead, she took out a palm-sized rune stone from her bosom and handed it to Chun Ming. What is this? Chun Ming took it and instinctively scanned it with his spiritual sense. Fusion Instance Runestone. Fusion Instance Runestone. Chun Ming blinked, somewhat surprised. What is this thing? This is the first time he has seen such an instance runestone. Sun Yang also looked over curiously. Fusion Instance. It's the first time I've heard of it. In the Beast Forest, if multiple wild instances appear in a region, there is a chance to form a fusion instance. Qin Jishua explained. Fusion instances are often extremely difficult. Even a first-tier instance generally requires at least a level 10 job changer team to dare challenge it. I originally planned to wait for you and me to reach level 10 before heading to this instance, but now. Qin Zixu's meaning was very clear. Given the strength Chun Ming demonstrated during the test, Qin Jishua felt there was no need to wait. Qin Jishua and Chun Ming have teamed up. Now both of them are at level 6. They must be preparing to challenge the dungeon together. I really envy them. Others can already tackle dungeons while we are still struggling below level 5. Currently, the only teams in Yunhai City that can challenge dungeons are probably the Mingxin team and the Abyss team. People looked at the gathered Mingxin team and couldn't help but exclaim. The ranking of the major exam dungeons is no longer limited to Yunhai City, but has expanded to Jiangnan Province. Thus, teams from various cities have gradually started appearing online, generating considerable excitement. Especially today on the 4th day of the major exam. Some class reclassifiers with rapid leveling have already reached level 5 today and can lead teams to challenge dungeons. Meanwhile, within Yunhai City, the most discussed topic among people is naturally the Mingxin team, which includes Chun Ming and Qin Jishua, as well as Wang Yin and Wu Qingyang's Abyss team. Have you heard? Just now Song Chuan, the class reclassifier, also announced his joining of the Abyss team. Wow, with this the Abyss team now has 3 class reclassifiers. Are they planning to compete with the Mingxin, compete with that monster Chun Ming? Are they crazy? After the previous release of information and testing regarding Chun Ming, many people have already categorized him as beyond normality. Maybe not. No matter how strong Chun Ming is, he must have weaknesses. Don't underestimate the combination of 3 class reclassifiers. Are you serious, dude? Don't you understand the value of 6,500 points? By the way, apart from Chun Ming and Qin Jishua, it seems the Mingxin team only has 2 additional members now. That's right, one is the A-class contract master who follows Qin Jishua, and the other is Chun Ming's friend, A-class assassin. At this point, many people revealed looks of envy. As for the A-class contract master, that's understandable given their unique professional abilities, but for an ordinary class assassin to also get such support, this made them feel quite unbalanced. Damn, is this the advantage of having an amazing brother? My brother is also class A. Why isn't he this strong? Because your brother isn't a shield guardian. Is being a shield guardian enough? No, he also has to be Chun. On another side, after receiving the dungeon talisman from Qin Jishua, Chun Ming used it. Fusion Dungeon Talisman. After use, it can mark the dungeon location on a reclassifier's personal map. Note: Fusion Dungeon difficulty is quite high. Please challenge with caution. Chun Ming has personally experienced the rewards of outdoor dungeons. Although not all outdoor dungeons contain treasure hunting types, which yield rare resources. But one thing is for sure, even if it's just an outdoor challenge dungeon, the rewards are definitely far better than those of the official large dungeons in Yunhai City. In terms of experience, equipment, and resources, they are not on the same level. Therefore, if Chun Ming were to challenge those fixed large dungeons now, he would actually find them somewhat beneath him. Since Qin Jishua was able to provide a talisman for an outdoor dungeon, of course, Chun Ming was pleased. As for the high difficulty of the challenge, Chun Ming completely ignored that point. A first-tier dungeon, how much higher could it go? Although Chun Ming also didn't know what level his combat strength could reach at its peak. But one thing is certain: fighting above one's level is as easy as drinking water. Let alone under level 10, even if a level 20 beast came, Chun Ming would dare to charge in with a blade. Dungeon talisman used successfully. Chun Ming opened the information to check. The map displayed the location of the fusion dungeon. This direction. Chun Ming raised an eyebrow. The location of this fusion dungeon seems to be somewhat close to the special valley he encountered in the Beast Forest. Although looking at the specific position, it's not within the valley. However, from the directional perspective, it belongs to the same area. Is there something special about that place that produces many outdoor dungeons? Dungeons themselves are regions produced under the influence of special energies similar to natural cultivation. The appearance of multiple dungeons in one area proves that it is certainly rich in energy. Chun Ming shook his head, no longer contemplating these matters. In that case, let's set off. He looked at the 3 teammates and said, preparing to lead them into the Beast Forest towards the dungeon area. Wait a moment. At this time, someone not far away called out to him. Chun Ming looked over. It was a group of people. Leading the front were 2 well-dressed elderly men, the principals of the 3rd and 5th middle schools. Behind them followed 3 individuals: Wang Yin, Wu Qingyang, and Song Chuan. The group walked towards the city gate, instantly attracting the attention of many. Upon recognizing this group, Chun Ming instinctively glanced to the sides. Sure enough, Principal Zhou and the patrol envoy he had seen from a distance in the valley were among them. However, the two were not walking alongside Principals Wang and Wu and Wang Yan. Chunming, please hold on, we need to discuss something with you. Wu principal from the 3rd middle school stepped forward. What is it? Chunming replied calmly. Wu principal got straight to the point. Regarding the special assessment in Jiangnan province, I believe you are already aware. This time the competition is fierce, and our Yunhai City can only select one team to participate in the selection for Jiangnan province. So, Chunming raised an eyebrow, slightly glancing at Wang Yan and the others behind him. He vaguely guessed the purpose of the principals from the 3rd and 5th middle schools. Therefore, we hope you and Qin Jixue can join the Abyss team to represent Yunhai City in the selection. Wu principal smiled as if discussing something very normal. Because in his eyes it was indeed very normal. Why should I join the Abyss team and bring Qin Jixue along? Chunming felt confused. Because you are the 5 most promising individuals in this year's Yunhai City. Wu principal stated matter-of-factly. You Qin Jixue, Wang Yan, Wu Qingyang, and Song Chuan just happened to form a team. You will surely shine in Jiangnan province this time. At this time Principal Wang also spoke. You are preparing to head to the dungeon, right? Just in time, you can use this opportunity to practice your cooperation. Practice your coordination more. Principal Wang said to himself. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals behind Qin Jixue and Chunming displayed strange expressions. Lin Wei, Sun Yang, what about me? Am I heir? Practice. Chunming fell silent for a moment. He stated directly, am not interested. Practice what? Practice how those 3 could be good background characters. When Chunming's words were heard, the atmosphere at the scene fell silent. Many onlookers around began to stir, sensing that a good show was about to unfold. At this moment, Principals Wang and Wu were directly rejected by Chunming, their expression stiffening. As far as I know, there are 5 strength transmutation teams across the cities of Jiangnan province. Principal Wu said, you and Qin Jixue, accompanied by a rank and a brank transmuter, will be at a significant disadvantage against them. Lin Wei, Sun Yang, are you being polite? Oh, an entire strength team. Chunming nodded. Are they really strong? Principal Wu's lips twitched. Finally, he endured and said, it's good for young people to have pride. But do not underestimate the transmuters from other cities. An entire strength team is not as simple as you think. Chunming pretended to ponder for a moment, then said, all right, according to our Yunhai City selection criteria, can 5 strengths together achieve 5,000 points? Upon hearing this, Principal Wu was momentarily choked. 5,000 points. What a joke. Even 5S rank transmuters might not reach 5,000 points, and Qin Jixue is only at 949. 5 strengths are needed to meet the requirement. Clearly Chunming was telling him. An entire strength team is nothing. Wang Yan and the others Chunming looked down upon. Principals Wu and Wang exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They did not expect Chunming to be so unyielding. In that case, then they could only. How about this? Consider this a transaction. You and Qin Jixue will temporarily join the Abyss team to represent Yunhai City in this selection. And Principal Wu and I will personally provide you with a reward compensation. Saying this, he coughed twice, raising his voice slightly. 2 pieces of epic-level equipment, plus 5 rare resources, how about that? When these words were spoken, the onlookers immediately became agitated. Wow, 2 pieces of epic-level equipment, and 5 rare resources on top. For transmuters, epic-level equipment is already considered the highest quality. It's not that there isn't higher quality equipment available. It's just that legendary equipment is hard to come by, you can't just get it if you want it. As for mythic-level equipment, that is even more impossible to obtain. Currently within the entire alliance, only 2 pieces of mythic-level equipment are known. Therefore, for most transmuters, epic level is already the best equipment they can acquire. Moreover, equipment can be upgraded with crystals. A good set of equipment can sustain a transmuter for a long time. Even so, for an epic-level piece of equipment, most people have to work hard for a long time. Killing exotic beasts, clearing dungeons, saving coins, and asking guild masters to forge epic-level equipment. Plus, there is a chance of failure. The 2 principals from the 3rd and 5th schools seem to want their grandchildren to latch onto a big shot. Indeed, after all, they surely can't compete with Chunming's Minxian team. If they can't beat them, they will join them. At this moment, some quick-witted onlookers also understood the principal's intentions. This was initially prepared from the perspective of representing Yunhai City, binding Chunming, Qin Jixue, and the Abyss team together. After that approach failed, they began discussing conditions. Having a principal grandfather is great. If it were me, I would agree 2 pieces of epic-level equipment can enhance attributes by up to 3 levels. On the other side, hearing the conditions put forth by the 2 principals, Chunming remained unmoved. 2 pieces of epic-level equipment, 5 rare resources. Is that a lot? Although he currently only possesses 1 piece of epic-level equipment. But these things couldn't even begin to sway him, let alone compel him to lead a few unrelated people. If they offered 2 pieces of mythic-level equipment, he might consider it. Just as Chunming was about to refuse, Qin Jixue suddenly spoke up first. Chunming, there is one thing I forgot. What? Chunming saw Qin Jixue take out a peculiar gem-like bead. Storage equipment. Chun Ming's expression changed. He immediately recognized what it was. After all transmuters can awaken their spiritual space after their mental strength surpasses 20. After all transmuters can awaken their spiritual space after their mental strength surpasses 20. Storage bags have minimal utility. They are generally used by large families for storage purposes. At this moment, Qin Jishua held the bead and a soft light flashed by. In the next second, several pieces of equipment appeared before them. 4 pieces were in front of Chun Ming, and the other 4 were in front of Sun Yang. A total of 8 pieces of equipment shimmered with a faint glow. Chun Ming scanned them with his spiritual sense, and he was taken aback. Black Rhino Armor First-Tier Epic-Level Physical Equipment. Shadow Blade First-Tier Epic-Level Strength Equipment. Heavenly Feather Boots First-Tier Epic-Level Agility Equipment. Jade Bracelets First-Tier Epic-Level Recovery Equipment. All 4 pieces of equipment are indeed epic-level, and Qin Jishua casually took them out. Chun Ming stared at the 4 pieces of equipment in his hands, momentarily stunned. She directly gave him 4 pieces of epic-level equipment, along with his epic-level spiritual equipment, the Dust Heart Ring. With this, Chun Ming now had a complete set of epic-level equipment. This is something I recently had an elder forge for me. Consider it a benefit for joining the Mingchen team. Qin Jishua explained. This statement directly expressed her stance. She was officially becoming a member of Chun Ming's Mingchen team. At the same time, it indirectly helped Chun Ming respond to the 2 principals' conditions, offering 2 pieces of epic-level equipment and expecting Chun Ming to kick out 2 members to bring their grandchildren. Then they should directly arrange a full set for Chun Ming in front of everyone. After a moment of reaction, Chun Ming immediately understood Qin Zixu's intentions. Beside him, Sun Yang looked at the 4 pieces of equipment in front of him, trembling and stuttering. DDO, I get. He was astonished as he held the 4 pieces of equipment, looking at Chun Ming. Then he spoke softly to Chun Ming. Brother Chun, it seems that your sister-in-law is quite wealthy. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene had turned eerily quiet. Principals Wang and Wu's faces turned green, unable to speak. Onlookers stared at the 8 pieces of epic-level equipment with wide eyes. Who offers such generous directly giving a complete set of epic-level equipment? Let's go. What are you doing here? If you don't hurry up and level up, it's really... How boring. A series of sour remarks echoed. These are 4 complete pieces of epic-grade gear. An extraordinary fortune. It is almost a full set. Spiritual equipment is already hard to obtain. Epic-grade spiritual gear is all the rarer. To everyone, Qin Jishua had with a single move produced 2 fully outfitted sets of epic-grade gear. The reason she offered was a recruitment perk. Mingchen squad still has an opening, right? Could you consider me? Let me join Mingchen squad too. I can do anything. So even the rank transferee Qin Ming is not interested. Then we have no hope. People stared at the 8 pieces of epic-grade gear, envy welling in their eyes. Elsewhere, faced with Qin Zixu's act, tantamount to a slap in the face, Principals Wang and Wu, however composed they usually were, now wore rather unpleasant expressions. Moreover, this dashed their hopes of inviting Qin Jishua. They had thought that if Chun Ming refused to join, they could simply bring Qin Jishua over instead. An SS plus 3S ranks should surely surpass a single Chun Ming. But now it seemed their plan had gone straight down the drain. Qin Jishua and Chun Ming were now irreversibly tied together. After a brief silence, Principal Wang still could not let it go and said, the Shenyuan squad currently holds 2 instance talismans. If you join, you may challenge together. The rewards of field instances need no explanation. No sooner had he finished than Qin Jishua said, I have 12 first-tier instance talismans. At her words, the atmosphere fell utterly silent. What? 12 instance talismans? In that moment, the crowd was dumbstruck. Even the 2 principals fell quiet, instinctively deeming it impossible. Across Yunhai City, since the examinations began, only 2 instance talismans had been reported. Perhaps a few had been hidden away, but certainly not many. 12 instance talismans. Was she running a wholesale op? These things cannot be acquired by wealth. You cannot simply buy them. How could anyone obtain so many instance talismans? Even Chun Ming, hearing Qin Jishua beside him, was momentarily stunned. People marveled at Qin Zixu's apparent resources. He had killed so many aberrant beasts and only obtained 1 instance talisman. Where had she procured 12? He did not ask. Everyone keeps their small secrets. Moreover, Qin Zixu's background was something of an enigma. Hailed as a prodigy, even before vocation changed, there were no whispers of her lineage. Principal Zhou, what do you mean? At that moment, Principal Wu turned to Principal Zhou, standing at the back. They had discussed this as early as a day before. They had agreed to have Chun Ming, Qin Jishua, and Wang Yan form a team. This time, Yunhai City would merge the 3 schools to present its strongest face and contest the provincial selection, ultimately to participate in the special examination. They intended to make Yunhai City's renown felt. Now then, say something. What are you doing standing there watching the spectacle? Yet Principal Zhou's words almost made Principal Wu choke with anger. Since Chun Ming and Qin Jishua show no intention of joining the Shenyuan squad, I think we need not force the issue. At this, Principals Wang and Wu completely lost their composure. They glared with murderous eyes as if they would devour Principal Zhou. A betrayal at such a moment. Principal Zhou, however, seemed oblivious to their hostility and merely smiled serenely. A day earlier, he had indeed agreed to the proposal for Chun Ming and Qin Jixue to join the Xinyuan squad, on the condition that Chun Ming himself be included. At first, the other two principals had been firmly opposed. They argued that although Chun Ming leveled quickly, he remained only a crank wholly incompatible with an SS and 3 rank members. Now, after witnessing Chun Ming's performance in the test, Principal Zhou judged that it was indeed a mismatch. Yet it was the 3 rank transferees who were ill-suited to Chun Ming. Weren't you reluctant to take Chun Ming? Now the situation suits both parties. So, can this really be called a reversal or a betrayal? This is respect for our students' autonomous will. Enough, let this end here. At that moment, a cool mechanical voice sounded from the rear. Since his arrival, the inspector had stood at the back without speaking. Now the mechanical crow perched on his shoulder opened its beak. Very well then, let there be fair competition. The Ming and Xinyuan squad qualify to advance. The two, based on today's test performances, Mingchen squad and Xinyuan squad qualify to advance. The two teams will undergo selection tomorrow. Selection method, a team versus team combat. The victor advances to participate in the Jiangnan province provincial selection. Team versus team combat. Upon hearing the selection method, Principals Wang and Wu furrowed their brows in unison. Inspector, are you mistaken? How can it be team versus team combat? This was to say that Mingchen squad and Xinyuan squad must fight one another. Since the aberrant beast era, there have been explicit rules forbidding unnecessary combat between transferees. Compared with aberrant beasts, transferees are fundamentally high offense and low defense. If they were to fight, a few ill-measured skills could inflict grievous wounds. This regulation was instituted by the Alliance precisely to prevent internecine conflict. Even when personal grudges exist, transferees only dare strike covertly in the wilds. So the idea of team versus team combat among transferees was all the more unthinkable. Isn't the correct method to select by slaying aberrant beasts and challenging instances? In truth, that was not what worried Principals Wang and Wu. Their concern was that with such a selection method, Xinyuan squad could not prevail. After all, consider Chun Ming's performance on the testing platform today. Though they were loath to admit it, he could likely take on Wang Yin, Wu Qingyang, and Song Chuan together single-handedly. And that was before accounting for Qin Jixue. The inspector made no reply to the principal's doubts and objections. Very well, both teams should arrange their schedules and not miss the selection because of instance challenges. With that, he fell silent and departed. This matter is settled. The two teams will compete by combat. Tomorrow will be a spectacle. Alas, what a pity. I had hoped to see Mingchen and Xinyuan unite to shine across Jiangnan province. Pity. I'd say Chun Ming alone would be enough. After the inspector left, people began to debate heatedly. Principals Wang and Wu exchanged a glance. Their expressions were somber, thoughts unreadable. Behind the two principals, Wang Yin, Wu Qingyang, and Song Chuan looked increasingly uneasy. Were they really expected to fight Mingchen squad? At the memory of Chun Ming's earlier display on the testing stage, the three felt an inexplicable chill. Fight, Chun Ming. Me. At the memory of Chun Ming's earlier display on the testing stage, at the city gate, Chun Ming donned the 4 new pieces of equipment given to him by Qin Jixue. My. Just as he opened the properties to check, his eyes suddenly lit up. What? Oh my. These 4 pieces of epic-level equipment were all enhanced with full spirit stuff. Black Rhino Meteor Armor Constitution 1500. Chungying Blade Strength 30. Tianyu Boots Agility 30. Jade Bracelet Recovery 150. A complete boost of 3 levels of attributes. Chun Ming blinked, stunned for quite a while. Not only did he receive equipment, but it also came with spirit stones. Is this team benefit a bit too generous? He glanced at his current stats. Level 6 Strength 95, Constitution 5 2005 200 20, Recovery 5 10 19, Agility 93, Mental Power 15 20 20, Skills Clevel Brave in Battle LV 9. SS level Absolute Defense Max level SS level Spirit Annihilation LV 0. The attributes had surged directly at level 6, with a Constitution attribute breaking 5,000. The Strength attribute was also nearing 100. After awakening the Annihilation attack, now every point of strength growth for Chun Ming represented a significant enhancement. After all, it was calculated with a 1000 increase. Brother Chin, are you going to the guild to reforge the equipment and take off the spirit stones? At this moment, Sun Yang walked over excitedly, hugging his 4 retired pieces of equipment. Shall we go together? Now, Chun Ming asked. Sun Yang nodded matter-of-factly. Of course now. We'll take off the spirit stones and enhance them on the new equipment. Aren't we heading to the wilds soon? Hearing Sun Yang's words, Chun Ming immediately realized. It was only his 4 pieces of equipment that had full spirit stone enhancements. This privileged treatment was specifically for him. Brother Chin, should I help you carry them over? Sun Yang asked. Chun Ming lightly coughed and tossed his old equipment to Sun Yang. You handle it for me. All right. Sun Yang grabbed the equipment and immediately dashed toward the guild. Chen Ming then turned to look at Qin Jixue. He noticed she was chatting with Lin Wei at the moment. Upon seeing Chen Ming glance over, she quickly averted her gaze. A smile crept onto Chen Ming's lips. Suddenly feeling a bit inexplicably smug. What to do with a rich lady in the team? Of course, enjoy it. Soon Sun Yang returned. Chen Ming led the three out of the city gate, heading towards the location on the map. In the exotic beast forest, in a certain dense grove. Boom! A gigantic red-shelled tortoise crashed to the ground. As a beast with extremely high defense, it was covered all over with thick hard shell, as if wrapped in steel plates. However, at this moment, the red tortoise's death was split in two. The massive shell was cleanly sliced and the cut was smooth and even still holding the remnants of azure flames. Killed red tortoise LV. 7 experience 110. Obtained red tortoise beast core LV. 7. Chen Ming stepped forward and withdrew his blade from the red tortoise's carcass. With a wave of his hand, the flames dissipated. In this case, after my skill's stack attack damage, the so-called duration of 1 hour is refreshed in real time. After entering the exotic beast forest, Chen Ming had the idea to test how the duration of the annihilation attack was determined. Is it from the first time the stacking attack damage begins where the duration resets after an hour? Or does each attack count as the beginning of the duration? The result was the latter. Once the stacking attack damage begins, as long as Chen Ming makes an attack within the hour, it can be extended for another hour. In this way, if it's a prolonged battle, there are no limits on the duration. All one can say is, no wonder it's an SS level mental skill. It's incredibly powerful. Not only is the duration long, but the stacking speed is also absurdly fast. Since entering the exotic beast forest, it's incredibly powerful. Not only is the duration long, but the stacking speed is also absurdly fast. Since entering the exotic beast forest, and the speed kept increasing. Until just now, Chen Ming's stacked attack damage reached 6,000. With just 2 strikes, he slashed a level 7 red tortoise in an instant. 1 strike to break the shell, and the second strike finished it off. Wow, first strike, 5,400, second strike, directly 11,000. Brother Chen, your combat power is terrifying. Not far behind, Sun Yang swallowed hard, dumbfounded. He hadn't even had time to clearly see that red tortoise before he only saw Brother Chen charge in. Leaping into the air, he swung out 2 strikes. Immediately after, the red tortoise was slain. Clean and efficient. Not a trace of hesitation. The key point was this damage. 10,000. What does that even mean? To put it simply, he was a level 3 level assassin. With a 20 boost from his professional talent and the enhancement from epic level equipment, his strength attribute reached 66. Against similarly leveled exotic beasts, if he unleashed his attack skills, he could deal over 100 damage. And now Brother Chen's casual strike was actually 100 times that. Missy. In another direction, Lin Wei stared wide-eyed, filled with shock. This is just too absurd. How could there be such high damage? Qin Jixue was also unable to respond to Lin Wei, equally astonished. She knew that Chen Ming had the ability to stack attacks, but she didn't expect it to amplify to such a terrifying degree, and it seemed to come with armor-piercing properties. 2 strikes ended a level 7 exotic beast battle. She hadn't even had time to launch her attack. What kind of skill could have such an effect? Since entering the exotic beast forest, Chen Ming had been continuously refreshing Qin Zixu's understanding. Until just now. A level 6 class changer, 2 strikes to instantly kill a level 7 exotic beast. To be honest, even after witnessing Chen Ming's displayed power during the testing, Qin Jixue still felt that teaming up with Chen Ming should be useful. After all, she was an S-level Holy Radiance Angel. Among angel-type professions, she was a very rare existence. Balanced in both offense and defense with team bonuses. Almost a perfect profession. But now for the first time, Qin Jixue began to doubt whether she could truly coordinate with Chen Ming. Or rather, could she really fulfill her imagined role as another main force in the Ming-Chen team? At this moment, Qin Jixue remembered something. Her team enhancement, all attributes 20. At least this would definitely help Chen Ming. But the next second, Qin Jixue realized she was an S-level profession. Why was she contemplating positioning herself as a support? Treating the S-level Holy Radiance Angel team member as support. Anyone else would surely exclaim in disbelief. But here in Chen Ming's Ming-Chen squad, Qin Jixue unexpectedly felt a sense of inexplicable reasonableness. It wasn't self-deprecation, rather she felt that even an SS-level transcendent would struggle to effectively cooperate with Chen Ming in battle, simply because he is truly comprehensive. Attack and defense. The 2 most effective combat strengths are powerful to an abnormal degree. Let's go, the fusion dungeon is just ahead. After finishing the battle, Chen Ming checked the map and confirmed the direction. Alright. Sun Yang was very excited. He had previously leveled up in the safe zone, and this was his first time entering the monster forest. Experiencing the true wilderness. One must say this is the real jungle world where opportunities and crises coexist. Of course, this sense of security is largely due to Chen Ming's presence. Wow. Just after passing through the dense forest, Chen Ming and his group heard eerie cries. The sounds were like ghostly wails continuously emanating from the forest ahead. It was particularly unsettling. What the hell are their ghosts? Sun Yang shivered slightly and moved 2 steps closer to Chen Ming. What ghosts? You're just scaring yourself. As he spoke, Chen Ming used his mental power to scan the surroundings and found no monsters nearby. Chen Ming led the group forward. Upon entering a patch of forest, they discovered the source of the strange sound. A row of giant trees stood tall in the area ahead. Meanwhile, a powerful gust of wind seemed to be blowing from behind, creating the ghostly howls. Where does such a strong wind in the forest come from? Lin Wei was somewhat puzzled. Let's go check it out, and we'll know. Chen Ming took the lead. He took out the shadow blade, and with a whoosh, azure flames erupted. Then he swung the blade to clear away the obstructing bushes. As they exited the patch of forest, their view suddenly opened up. However, upon seeing the scene ahead, the group was stunned. What lay before them was a vast wasteland. The sinister wind howled, sweeping dust across the sky. It was hard to imagine that behind them was a forest full of life, while ahead lay a lifeless wasteland engulfed in gloomy winds. Although it was a large open area without towering trees blocking the view, the entire land appeared dim. Even standing there, they could feel a chill from the winds. Chen Ming frowned slightly, recalling the valley they had encountered earlier. This wasteland gave him a similar feeling to when he first saw that valley, both appearing as disconnected realms. One was the night mist valley, and the other the gloomy wind wasteland. Is this the true wilderness world? It is completely unpredictable, Sun Yang remarked, marveling at the sight. If he were to enter such an area alone, he would definitely refuse to do so. Just looking at it was terrifying. Chen Ming took out a symbol stone. In the next moment, a piece of information popped up before the 4 of them. Gravebone Land. Type Fusion Dungeon, Fusion Demon Cave Dungeon, 3 Challenge, Gravebone Dungeon, Mystery, Weeping Bone Bloom Dungeon, Treasure Hunt. Entry requires a designated dungeon, symbol stone. Hiss. How many? Fusion of 5 dungeons. Sun Yang was genuinely startled by the information before him. Is this situation normal? A single area contains 5 major dungeon fusions. Moreover, looking at what is this Gravebone Land, and what is this Demon Cave? What is this even? And this Treasure Hunt Dungeon? Weeping Bone Bloom. No, what treasure hunt can have such a name? Not normal. Lin Wei spoke up. Typically, dungeon fusions commonly involve 2, 3 is considered rare. A fusion of 5 dungeons would likely be excessive in difficulty. As she spoke, Lin Wei looked at Qin Jishue with questioning eyes. Miss, should we? Qin Jishue naturally understood Lin Wei's meaning. The fusion dungeon was already at maximum intensity. Adding another dungeon would greatly increase the difficulty, let alone a fusion of 5 entire dungeons. The challenge difficulty would likely reach an unimaginable level. Lin Wei was trying to persuade her to retreat. There was still a chance before entering the dungeon. Once inside, exiting would be troublesome. Excessive difficulty. Will the rewards also be excessive? At this moment, Chen Ming suddenly asked. Lin Wei was silent for a moment before continuing. The strength of a fusion dungeon is not only determined by the challenge difficulty, but also by various complex factors, including duration. If we rashly enter now, the danger is substantial. A fusion dungeon would continuously confront them with various high-intensity battles. Lin Wei knew that Chen Ming was indeed very strong. But even the strongest individual has limits. Their state would eventually decline, and their mental energy would also become fatigued. In an unbroken series of battles, even the strongest transcendent would struggle to cope. Not to mention the mystery and treasure hunting, merely challenging this Gravebone Land already fused 3 dungeons. What does that mean? This is not simply 111. The fusion of 3 challenge dungeons has a saying. Lin Wei said seriously, it can even be referred to as a small-scale beast tide. Small-scale beast tide. Sun Yang gasped at the words. A beast tide is a nightmare that has deeply plagued humanity. Every transcendent turns pale at the thought. To be termed a beast tide shows how high the intensity is. Chen Ming nodded. All right, prepare yourselves, we are entering. Lin Wei, are you even listening to what? Miss? Lin Wei looked at Qin Jishue. Qin Jishue said nothing, but directly took out her sword equipment. The long coat adorned with tiny metal plates gleamed, clearly ready for battle. She believed that since Chen Ming was aware of the difficulty and still wished to challenge it, he must have confidence. So she chose to trust him. Lin Wei. I am ready too. Sun Yang had always kept his weapon in hand. Although he thought he had little to prepare given that his combat strength was negligible in the Ming Chen squad. However, he still needed to have the right attitude. He had to be proactive. As for the excessive difficulty and small-scale beast tide, it didn't matter, Brother Chen would step in. Lin Wei. Lin Wei felt as if she had been isolated. Chen Ming activated the dungeon symbol stone. Light flashed around the 4 of them. In an instant, they had already entered the dungeon. Gravebone Land. Clear conditions 1. Demon Cave Challenge 3. Withstand the Demon Cave Beast Tide. 2. Weeping Bone Bloom Treasure Hunt, successfully harvest over 50 tiers of Weeping Bone. 3. Gravebone Mysterious Land. No clear conditions. Time limit for clearing 72 hours. A howling wind mixed with sand swirled above. It was a zone resembling the eye of a dark storm. Chen Ming and his companions appeared on a small hill. In all directions lay an endless expanse of desolate plains. Within it a chilling sight unfolded. Small mounds of earth stood atop the wasteland. At first glance they were all tombstones standing upright. In the distance 3 massive caves loomed apart. Why does this feel like a massive graveyard? Sun Yang remarked, gazing at the tombstones in the distance. The beasts we need to challenge, they won't be corpses, will they, eh? Imagining a horde of undead monsters crawling out from the tombstones to attack them, Sun Yang felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment Lin Wei was intently checking the information about the dungeon. This is bad. Upon seeing the completion conditions for the challenge, she sighed her previously anxious heart. The challenge dungeon was a 3-unknown, truly resembling a minor beast tide. This is indeed a bit troubling, Chun Ming commented, while also reviewing the dungeon's completion conditions. Lin Wei nearly stumbled at his words. What did he mean by this is bad? It turned out he was also uncertain, gambling that the dungeon wouldn't present a beast tide challenge. However, what Chun Ming said next left Lin Wei silent. This mysterious dungeon has no completion conditions, which makes things quite tricky. The mysterious dungeon was a rather special type of dungeon. It might involve some peculiar challenges or treasure hunting. However, it required the class changer to first uncover certain specific conditions within the dungeon to complete it. Generally speaking, there would be some hints in the completion conditions of a mysterious dungeon. No completion conditions means there are no hints at all. A blank slate. In such a situation, finding the completion conditions of the mysterious dungeon would be quite challenging. If they continued to be unable to find them, they could only automatically leave the dungeon when the time limit was reached. 72 hours, 3 days. Chun Ming certainly did not want to spend 3 days in this forsaken place. Moreover, there was a selection in Yunhai City tomorrow. Let's hurry and complete the challenge and treasure hunt. Chun Ming made a decision and began to descend the slope to investigate. Qin Jishua followed him. These tombstones. Chun Ming arrived at one tombstone. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these tombstones were composed of pale bones stitched together. Beneath them, instead of buried soil, grew a strange flower. Its roots curled with the flower facing downward. Below were 2 slender leaves climbing upward with their tips resting on the drooping flower. In the center of the flower hung a teardrop-shaped crystal. It looked as if a personified flower was weeping and hiding its face. Tears of grief, a mental type, strength, attribute, substance. Mental and attribute. Chun Ming was somewhat astonished. This teardrop-shaped crystal turned out to be a rare resource of both mental and attribute types. This type of rare resource was worth far more than ordinary resources. Chun Ming quickly raised his head to look at the other tombstones. Sure enough, under each tombstone such a flower grew. He scanned with his spiritual sense. Tears of grief, a mental type, restoration, attribute, substance. Tears of grief, a mental type, water element, restoration, attribute, substance. Tears of grief, a mental type, dark element, strength, attribute, substance. Tears of grief, a mental type, light element, strength, attribute, substance. So many, all of them. Chun Ming's heart raced with excitement. This fusion dungeon truly did not disappoint. Just at a glance, there were nearly 100 tombstones, each bearing the tears of grief. Mental and attribute dual-type resources were already precious, and there were so many of them. Just this alone made the challenges of this fusion dungeon worthwhile. Chun Ming looked down at the flower. Is the completion condition for this treasure hunt really this simple, eh? Saying this, he directly reached out to pluck the tears of grief dangling from the flower. In the next moment, the flower that lost its tears of grief suddenly lifted its head. Buzz. A dazzling ripple spread before his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Mental power 1. Alright, that was slightly more complicated than expected. Chun Ming glanced at Qin Jishua beside him. She had also suffered from the mental power damage just now. At this moment, she held her forehead, swaying slightly. Since the damage had no effect on her, Chun Ming couldn't actually gauge the strength of the attack. However, judging by Qin Zixu's appearance, the mental power attack from plucking the tears of grief must have been quite strong. Are you alright? Chun Ming stepped forward to support Qin Jishua. After a while, Qin Jishua returned to normal. She shook her head, signaling that she was fine. This mental power attack is somewhat strange, it can disrupt thoughts, and has a strong control effect. As she spoke, Qin Jishua looked at Chun Ming curiously, asking, "Did you not feel anything?" Chun Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say, "I'm immune." However, saying that felt a bit too showy. Wah! At that moment, a deep, mournful wail echoed across the plains. Chun Ming turned towards the sound. In the distance, 3 massive caves erupted with 3 green figures rapidly approaching. Their forms varied, their exposed skeletons pale, with a ghostly green flame flickering within. In just 3 figures resembling skeletal phantoms arrived within the confines of this graveyard. Bone Demon, level LV. 8 ability, Undead Resurrection. Description: undead from the netherworld revived by the fire of the spirit. These should be the beasts for the challenge dungeon. Chun Ming observed the 3 bone demons. 2 were level 8, and 1 was level 9. At this moment, the 3 bone demons halted as they neared the graveyard. They glanced at Chun Ming from a distance, then turned directly towards the tombstones. One bone demon whose skeleton resembled that of a dog opened its mouth wide and swallowed the flower hanging with the tears of grief. Huh, dare to steal my resources. Chun Ming reacted immediately, filled with rage. His figure flickered as he charged forward, a wave of azure flames enveloping him. It had not even been an hour since he slew the red armored turtle. Therefore, Chun Ming instantly entered a state of 6,200 attack damage increase. His figure resembled a fireball charging forward. In a flash, the blade of fire glimmered. Whoosh! He instantly sliced through an level 8 bone demon. The moment Chun Ming entered the dungeon, he had already activated the enhancement ability of Qin Zixu's class. Angel's Protection, all attributes 20. At this moment, the might of Chun Ming's strike was quite astonishing. A fierce slash accompanied by rising flames unleashed a terrifying power. 6,696. 15 mental damage. This slash had nearly manifested a visible blade light. The bone demon that had just swallowed the tear of the wretched instantly split apart in the middle. Its entire skeletal structure shattered. It's hard to imagine that this is Chun Ge's normal attack. It's more impressive than most Class Changer's skills. Sun Yang watched this scene in astonishment. Had he not known beforehand, he would have thought Chun Ge was unleashing. With just this one strike, whether in power or the effect displayed, it could undoubtedly be called a finishing move. A basic attack as a finishing move, who could withstand that? If that's the case, even against a beast tide, Chun Ge could handle it with ease. Not using skills means no excessive mental energy consumption. In prolonged battles, Class Changers fear running out of mental energy. No matter how strong one's combat ability, skills still consume mental energy. The beast tide isn't that simple. Lin Wei murmured, staring at Chun Ming and the bone demon. Due to Chun Ming's sudden attack, the other two bone demons halted their actions before two tombstones. Roar! They trembled all over, emitting a menacing sound from an unknown part. This sound had a strong penetrating power, echoing throughout the graveyard. Chun Ming remained unfazed, merely gazing at the other two bone demons. His attack damage had now stacked to 6,300. However, he didn't rush to strike down the two bone demons. After collecting the tear of the wretched from the ground, Chun Ming looked seriously at the corpse of the level 8 bone demon he had just slain. He could feel that the defense and physique of this bone demon were not very strong. One could even say it was quite weak. Compared to the normal level 8 monsters in the monster forest, it was somewhat inferior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it with just one strike. After all, the first slash hadn't even broken its armor. While this was good news, indicating that the bone demons in this dungeon challenge had low defense, making it easier for him to deal with them at this moment, Chun Ming slightly furrowed his brows. Because, after shattering the entire skeletal structure of the level 8 bone demon, he did not see a kill notification. This meant that the bone demon had not completely died. Before he could step forward to investigate, the other two bone demons had already rushed over. One was an 8-level bone demon resembling a tiger, while the other 9-level bone demon was unidentifiable. The ghostly green flames within them flickered like beating hearts. The two bone demons attacked from the left. Sharp bone blades pierced from their bodies. 1. Chun Ming temporarily ignored the attack from the level 9 bone demon, allowing it to strike him. At the same time, he turned to face the level 8 bone demon Hedon. Gripping his knife with both hands, he executed a powerful horizontal slash. The azure flames leaping from the tip formed a layer of blazing knife energy. 6,804. 15 mental damage. Thud. The level 8 bone demon was struck by the horizontal slash and instantly shattered. Bones scattered everywhere. The attack damage stacked to 6,400. Chun Ming's gaze was deep, yet there was still no kill notification. It seemed that what had happened earlier was not a special case. He suddenly recalled the bone demon's skill. Necromantic rebirth. A resurrection skill? How sinister. However, Chun Ming temporarily set aside those thoughts and turned to attack the level 9 bone demon. 1. 6,912. 15 mental damage. Swish. Chun Ming and the bone demon exchanged attacks. The level 9 bone demon, however, did not lose a single hit. Nevertheless, one could see that after enduring this strike, the skeletal structure of the level 9 bone demon cracked with numerous fine fissures. The attack damage stacked to 6,500. Simultaneously, upon hitting the target, the armor-piercing attribute for this target became permanently 100. Without any hesitation, Chun Ming followed up with a second strike. 15 mental damage. 14040. Bang! A series of rapid explosions erupted. This time, the level 9 bone demon was torn apart on the spot. Under the 100 armor-piercing attribute, the degree of shattering was even more severe than that of the previous two level 8 bone demons. How much? On the hillside, Sun Yang peeked out. Upon seeing the damage from the final blow, he had thought that the previous 10,000 was the limit. Unexpectedly, it could still increase, directly reaching 14,000 damage. Even the level 9 monster couldn't withstand it. It was as if it were made of paper. Those who didn't know would think he was just clearing minor monsters. The level 9 monster was easily taken down by Chun Ge, who was only level 6. Chun Ge's ability to continuously amplify attack damage is simply cheating. Lin Wei, watching this scene from a distance, blinked somewhat astonished. Although she still had concerns about the beast tide, she had to admit. The single combat power exhibited by Chun Ming was terrifying. Is this the reason he scored 6,500 points in the test? Lin Wei was starting to understand why Chun Ming had such an outrageous rating, not to mention anything else in terms of unknown capability. Chun Ming was probably an invincible presence under level 10. If this dungeon challenge involved defeating single or multiple terrifying monsters like high-level bizarre beasts or ferocious beasts, Lin Wei had no doubt that Chun Ming could easily handle it. On the other side, after recovering from the mental impact brought by the tear of the wretched Qin Jishua, was preparing to assist Chun Ming. However, before she could arrive, she saw that Chun Ming had already finished the battle. 2 level 8 bone demons and 1 level 9 bone demon. It could be said that he did it effortlessly. It seems I am not needed at all. However, Qin Jishua did not let her guard down, and instead looked towards the direction of the dungeon. Since it was a beast tide, more bone demons would surely appear. Chun Ming was undoubtedly the main force in this dungeon challenge. However, she also had to play a role to prevent Chun Ming from falling into a dangerous situation surrounded by monsters. In front, after 3 bone demons were slain by Chun Ming, the ground was littered with their remains. The ghostly fire that had been inside the bone demons turned into scattered flickering flames falling onto the broken limbs and bones. They looked weak, as if they could be extinguished with a breath. They were about to burn out entirely, yet they seemed to be hanging on for dear life, lingering without dissipating. Meanwhile, after finishing the battle, Chun Ming accessed his professional panel. Since he entered the forest and began slaying exotic beasts, he had been keeping an eye on the level of his spirit annihilation. The enhancement of skill levels occurs gradually through combat and repeated usage. What Chun Ming cared about was the increase in skill effects brought about by the level up of spirit annihilation. Take his crate skill Courage in Battle as an example. At level 0, it provides a 10 recovery attribute bonus. Each subsequent skill upgrade would increase the bonus by 1. At level 9, Courage in Battle provides a 19. Just after finishing the battle with the level 9 bone demon, Spirit Annihilation finally welcomed its first upgrade. Chun Ming checked the panel and looked at the skill levels. Skills grade Courage in Battle LV. 9 SS grade Absolute Defense Max Level Spirit Annihilation LV. 1. A passive normal attack type ability, permanently elevating the attack form to Annihilation attack, applying 3 layers of effects: enchantment, armor break, and stacking attack. Chun Ming then took a closer look. Annihilation enchantment, any form of attack hitting the target will additionally inflict an extra 1 mental damage. The enchanted mental damage has increased by 0.1. Chun Ming nodded to himself, then looked at the other. The armor break attribute ability remained unchanged. This was expected, as it had already reached 100 armor break and could not be improved. Annihilation stacking attack, a single attack on any target will inflict an additional 100 of one's attack damage, with a cap of 10,100. Hiss. A single level up directly boosts by 100. Chun Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately level 1 has already increased by 100. Calculating this way, each upgrade can increase the number of stackable hits. It's worth noting that skill level increases faster than professional levels. No experience is needed. It can be improved through repeated usage and combat. For instance, Chun Ming is currently level 6, while Courage in Battle is already LV 9. Moreover, as the profession level of the class changer gradually rises later on, the skill levels will diverge even more from the professional levels. Some class changers with fast skill upgrades may already have skill levels exceeding LV 100 by level 4. This is also why skill cultivation is incredibly important for class changers. They level up quickly and have no. Of course, Chun Ming's absolute defense is an exception. It is the only skill that has reached maximum level. Even Chun Ming himself does not know how many levels are needed to reach max LV 999 or LV 9999. Or perhaps there is no true upper limit, it's just because he is special. Crack. A bone spike that came at him broke apart. Chun Ming looked at the ambusher. He saw that the bone demon he had previously killed, which lay in pieces, was now standing up again. Sword behind. Crack. A bone spike that came at him broke apart. Chun Ming looked at the ambusher. He saw that the bone demon he had previously killed, which lay in pieces, was now standing up again. The broken bones regenerated, miraculously healing. Simultaneously, the eerie green ghost fire within it began to flicker, and it was revived once more. Moreover, this time it was covered entirely in ghost fire, resembling a phantom soldier emerging from hell. It really does have the ability to resurrect. Seeing the bone demon rise again, Chun Ming's expression turned serious. The cracking sounds continued as the bone demon trembled all over. It let out a piercing howl at Chun Ming, and then charged forward seemingly faster than before. The canine-shaped bone demon was engulfed in ghost fire, baring its tooth-filled mouth as it lunged at Chun Ming. 1. 14,256. 16. Mental damage. Chun Ming executed a swift upward slash with his blade, and the azure flame roared to life. Bang! The bone demon was once again shattered, disintegrating in midair. Its combat power has actually increased. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Chun Ming's gaze sharpened. He could clearly sense that it was stronger in speed, defense, and attack power. This level 8 bone demon was even stronger than before its resurrection. One could almost say its overall combat power had improved. However, there was one exception. Chun Ming keenly noticed that the mental energy fluctuations emitted by the bone demon had weakened. Although its physical defense had improved, fortunately after resurrecting it still retained the 100 armor break attribute from Chun Ming. It did not need to hit again to trigger the ability. It truly deserves to be called a permanent exclusive armor break. 1 mark, permanently effective. Still no kill notification, huh? Chun Ming pondered for a moment, and then swung his sword twice at the bone demon's corpse, preparing to see if striking the corpse would have any effect. 16. Mental damage 16. Mental damage, it actually works. After 2 strikes, the bone demon's remains were almost chopped into tiny fragments. Though no physical damage was dealt, mental damage was clearly displayed. From this, it seems the bone demon's resurrection mechanism relies on that ghostly fire possessing mental energy. After resurrection, the bone demon's mental attributes decrease, but its combat power increases. If an ordinary class changer were to fight this bone demon, they would likely have to keep attacking until the bone demon's mental energy for resurrection is exhausted. However, Chun Ming possessed mental damage attacks. Moreover, it was included with every strike, not just a skill. This meant that the torturous challenge posed by the bone demon was facing its natural nemesis in Chun Ming. It just happened to run into its bane. Chun Ming immediately slashed several more times, preparing to pursue the victory. 16. Mental damage 16. Mental damage. At that moment, another series of cracking sounds echoed. The other 2 level 8 and 9 bone demons that Chun Ming had previously slain also stood up again. On the hillside, Lin Wei had been watching the movements of Chun Ming and the bone demons. When she saw that the bone demon, which had already been killed by Chun Ming, stood up, her expression changed immediately. A resurrection skill? How could exotic beasts below level 10 have resurrection skills? Lin Wei's heart sank as she realized the situation was dire. Her gaze did not focus on the battlefield of Chun Ming and the bone demons, but rather on the 3 magic caves in the distance. Soon the scene that Lin Wei feared the most appeared. 3 figures emerged once again from the 3 magic caves. They swiftly crossed the wasteland, heading straight for the graveyard. All 3 were level 9 bone demons. What the hell is this dungeon? It even includes resurrection. Sun Yang exclaimed at this moment. It's over, it's over. He held his head with both hands. 3 haven't been killed, and now 3 more are coming. If this continues, Chen Gu is going to be surrounded. Bang! Bang! 2 recently revived level 8 and 9 bone demons thudded to the ground, their dark fragments scattering across the surface. However, his attention was not on the new bone demons, but rather on the corpse of the previously defeated level 8 bone. The shattered bone fragments still lay scattered across the graveyard, eerie green flames clinging to them as they gradually spread along the bone cracks. Like a festering sore, a thought flashed through Chun Ming's mind, and his hands moved without hesitation. He certainly wouldn't wait for the bone demon to complete its resurrection, decisively striking again. The long knife in his hand sliced through the air with a sharp sound, aimed once more at the reassembling bone demon. Bang! 16 mental damage, kill bone demon LV. 8 experience 170. Acquired bone demon beast core LV. 8. Acquired spiritual rune stone 1. The glimmering beast core and rune stone appeared before him. Finally finished it off completely. Dealing with these bone demons is quite troublesome without mental attack capabilities. Chun Ming lightly shook the long knife, scattering the bone fragments on its blade. After eliminating 1 bone demon, he had a clearer understanding. He roughly estimated how many strikes he would need to kill a bone demon based on the strength of his mental attack. This bone demon challenge required only a small number to achieve the effect of a beast tide. Although only 6 had appeared so far, if there were no means of mental attack, it would likely take at least 30 to 40 battles just to completely kill these 6 bone demons. Moreover, more bone demons would emerge from the cave, gradually increasing the number of battles. If an ordinary person were to challenge this, they would struggle immensely. Fighting more would only lead to more appearing, and if it were someone else, they would probably suffer a mental breakdown. The cold wind whisked the withered grass in the graveyard beneath their feet, and the scent of decaying earth in the air suddenly intensified. Not far away, 3 level 9 bone demons were already approaching. 2 of them were exceptionally large, nearly 7 to 8 meters tall. Without a hint of hesitation, they charged towards Chun Ming's direction. As their bone claws swung, they generated a powerful gust of wind. Meanwhile, a smaller bone demon with a pointed head and a long tail suddenly halted as it neared the edge of the graveyard. Its eerie green, ghostly fire flickered within its body twice before it changed direction and charged straight towards the nearest tombstone. Its target was the tier of the Weeping Bone. Seeing this, Chun Ming immediately understood its intentions. The tier of the Weeping Bone seemed to hold a great allure for the bone demons. Just then, a sharp sword light suddenly sliced through from a diagonal rear, striking the long-tailed bone demon with the precision of a piercing arrow. The long-tailed bone demon's attempt to reach the tier of the weeping bone was interrupted as it staggered backward. Chunming turned to look and saw Qin Jishua, slowly descending from midair, holding a long sword with a pair of dazzling golden wings unfurled behind her. Her entire being was enveloped in a layer of pure radiance. Focus on dealing with the bone demons, it'll stop any stragglers trying to steal resources. Qin Zixu's voice was clear and steady. Chunming nodded. After a moment of thought, he sent a team message to Sun Yang and the others with a flick of his mental energy. Meanwhile, at the rear, on the hillside, Sun Yang was nervously observing the battlefield situation. The next second, he received a message from Chunming through the team chat. Collect resources. Sun Yang looked at the message from Chunming. It instructed him to gather the flowers in front of the tombstones and specifically reminded him not to pick the tier of the weeping bone. All of the tiers of the weeping bone awaited his handling. The number of bone demons would continue to grow, and Chunming could not focus on resources during the fight. If while fighting these precious resources were destroyed or consumed by the bone demons, it would not only be a tremendous loss, but could also jeopardize the completion of the treasure hunt's clearance conditions. Understood, Brother Chen, leave it to me. A flash of excitement crossed Sun Yang's eyes. Finally, he could play a part. Although this task was merely logistical, it still had its importance. Sun Yang dashed down the hillside, promptly getting to work. Now his task was to dig graves, no to gather resources. On the other side, Qin Jishua was locked in combat with the level 9 long-tailed bone demon. Waves of sword energy were unleashed from her hands. The sound of the sword energy slicing through the air was sharp and urgent, each strike landing precisely on the long-tailed bone demon. Qin Zixu's gaze sharpened, and as she twisted her wrist, the radiance surrounding her surged dramatically. The next second, she leaped into the air, her long sword carving a perfect arc. S-level skill, Angel's Judgment. The moment the skill activated, a beam of light shot forth, locking onto the long-tailed bone demon. Meanwhile, in midair, energy surged wildly, and a giant sword nearly 10 meters long materialized. Qin Jishua softly called out, and her long sword plunged down fiercely. The massive sword above also crashed down. The turbulent sword energy instantly expanded outward from the sword's body, creating tangible energy waves on the ground. The long-tailed bone demon sensed the danger and tried to evade. However, its movements were painfully slow. This was a forced hit skill. Bang! The radiant giant sword slammed into the long-tailed bone demon. Crack! Finally, the sound of bones cracking echoed out. The bone demon shattered into several pieces. Qin Jishua floated to the ground, slowly exhaling a breath of relief. However, she knew that the bone demon would resurrect and did not let her guard down. Then she looked towards Chunming's direction. In the next moment, Qin Zixu's expression changed. She noticed that unbeknownst to her, 3 more bone demons had appeared near Chunming. The cave was refreshing the bone demons at a higher frequency, and it seemed Chunming deliberately moved towards the cave to avoid fighting in the graveyard. At this moment, he was very close to 3 caves. It could be said that Chunming was currently battling at the spawn point for the bone demons. At this moment, there were at least 7 or 8 bone demons surrounding him. They were massive in size and circling him from all sides. It became impossible to see Chunming's figure in the battlefield. Woo! Just then, a low, mournful howl echoed across the wasteland. Yet another 3 large bone demons emerged from the cave. One of them had even reached level 10. As they stepped out of the cave and saw Chunming being besieged, they immediately charged in to join the onslaught. Not good. Qin Zixu's heart tightened. If Chunming was worn down like this, something terrible would surely happen. Her wings fluttered as she prepared to assist Chunming. Buzz! Just then a sound resembling the tremor of a weapon arose. Qin Jishua suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over her. The next second, her movements suddenly froze. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted from the center of the pile of bone demons surrounding Chunming. Flames soared into the sky, resembling a volcanic eruption. The pile of bone demons besieging Chunming seemed to have triggered some kind of bomb, exploding violently. One by one, the massive and terrifying bone demons were sent flying. Bang! Bang bang! Amidst the violent roar, skeleton golems flew out like chicks. What a tremendous force it must be to send the nearly mountain-like pile of skeletons flying. Some skeletons even disintegrated upon this impact, their bodies shattered. Clatter clatter. Countless fragments of bones rained down from above, remnants of the shattered skeletons. In the center of this tumultuous battlefield, only Chunming remained. However, at this moment, he seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. A visibly tangible pressure emanated. Twisted energy formed ripples swirling around him. This energy expanded outward, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Moreover, the knife in Chunming's hand was no exception. Its surface shimmered with visible energy as if coated in a layer of film. This was not the effect of Chunming's Zongyan. What is happening? Chunming was equally perplexed. Just moments ago, during the fight with a horde of skeletons, his attack damage had been continuously stacking, until it reached 9,000. That was when the earlier scene unfolded. He suddenly felt a surge of heat within his body followed by an explosion of immense energy. At that moment, Chen Ming felt as if the energy within him had reached a breaking point, and then he unleashed a series of attacks. To his astonishment, it was as if his attacks had suddenly been magnified. The range was vast, and the impact was terrifying. At the moment of explosion, it directly sent all the skeletons surrounding him flying. Chen Ming looked at his body. It seemed, due to the obliteration attack, under the extreme stacking of values, this kind of terrifying quantitative change had triggered a qualitative transformation. Meanwhile, the tremendous noise startled Sun Yang, who was buried in digging a grave behind him. What happened? He looked up and immediately glanced in Chen Ming's direction. Then he saw skeletons flying everywhere, while Chen Ming stood alone in a scorched patch of land. Why did Brother Chen finally use a skill? Sun Yang's first reaction was that Chen Ming had unleashed some terrifying ability, and it looked like he was in a frenzy. Even from afar, he felt a powerful pressure. Energy manifestation. At this moment, Lin Wei exclaimed. It was the first time Sun Yang had seen her so flustered, not even when they faced beast tides in the dungeon. Curiously, he asked, "What is energy manifestation?" Lin Wei took a deep breath. Then she explained. In summary, it is the external manifestation of a class changer's attribute energy when it reaches a certain intensity. Attribute energy has become strong enough to condense, resulting in energy manifestation. Sun Yang was momentarily taken aback. So what's the use of that? Lin Wei shot him a look of ignorance. Simply put, it means that when one's strength reaches a certain level, the attribute energy undergoes a qualitative change. Attribute energy is the essence of a class changer. It's like comparing a wooden sword to an iron sword. Class changers who reach this level will gain significant enhancements, most notably in attack range and the ability to release skills from a distance. To put it simply, an archer before reaching energy manifestation can only fight within a limited range, while after energy manifestation their attacks can cross mountains. Wow, so strong. Sun Yang gasped. He finally understood the last statement. Lin Wei looked towards Chen Ming. Energy manifestation is generally a capability that class changers can master after reaching level 20. Sun Yang was stunned at her words. A capability mastered by class changers above level 20. But Brother Chen is only at level 6, right? How could that be? In the next moment, Lin Wei answered his confusion. The reason it's level 20 is that class changers generally need to exceed level 20 for their attribute energy to meet the requirements. Level 20 is a significant threshold for class changers. This is not something that can be achieved by ordinary leveling up. Instead, it requires class changers to meet specific conditions and then break through. Sun Yang nodded repeatedly. He understood. So you mean to say Brother Chen is a genius, right? Lin Wei fell silent at his words. Sun Yang was now What does her silence mean? Could it be that Brother Chen cannot even be called a genius? Then Lin Wei's voice. According to the records of the Huaxiao Alliance, the last person to achieve energy manifestation at the lowest level was an SS level genius, and at that time his level was 15. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Sun Yang opened his mouth, but the words got stuck in his throat. An SS level class changer who could achieve such a capability at level 15. And Brother Chen had done so at level 6. He understood why Lin Wei had been silent. To describe this with genius was no longer appropriate. After a moment of silence, Sun Yang finally managed to utter 2 words. Impressive. In the distance, Chen Ming felt the changes within him at this moment. Though he did not know exactly what had happened, he was very clear. He had become stronger, not just a simple change in numbers. He gripped the blade tightly, seeing energy coalescing around him. Chen Ming felt that if he wanted to, he could unleash a charged strike even more powerful than his normal attacks, and it could reach further. Then he looked towards the only skeleton that had not temporarily perished from the earlier impact. It was that level 10 skeleton. Notably, this skeleton was humanoid, but it had no head. At this moment, half of its body had already shattered, and it gripped a hefty axe with both hands. Without wasting words, Chen Ming lightly lifted his knife. The tip of the knife sliced through the air. A long blade light shot out like an arrow released from a bow. After this slash, it surged forward. With a thud, it cleaved the headless skeleton in 2 from a distance. 20,925. Psychic damage. The slash penetrated the level 10 skeleton and had yet to dissipate. Instead, it continued towards some skeleton remains behind, producing a series of explosive sounds. 16. Psychic damage. 16. Psychic damage. A slash that was merely slightly charged. Surprisingly, it was comparable to a large-scale area attack. What a great enhancement. Chen Ming felt delighted inside. The damage had seen some increase. However, that was not what mattered most to him. The most significant improvement was the attack range. After the residual wave passed, a long trace was carved into the wasteland before Chen Ming. Is this the qualitative change brought about by quantitative change? Experience 231 for defeating the Bone Demon LV. 9. Obtain Bone Demon Beast Core LV. 9 and Spiritual Talisman Stone X1. Experience 232 for defeating the Bone Demon LV. 9. With an increased attack range, the number of bone demons that Chun Ming could hit has greatly increased. This is mainly due to the bone demon's unique ability to still inflict spiritual damage even after death. Thus, these bone demons are akin to a heap of fixed live targets. It's not that the bone demons do not wish to fight back, but rather that they are shattered by Chun Ming's strikes immediately upon resurrection. Chun Ming doesn't even need to think about hitting, he simply sweeps or slashes in a wide arc. One attack can cover a vast area filled with the corpses of bone demons. Experience 232 for defeating the Bone Demon LV. 9. Obtain Bone Demon Beast Core LV. 9 and Spiritual Talisman Stone X1. It seems that this Bone Demon Beast is guaranteed to produce Spiritual Talisman Stones. Watching the continuously dropping Spiritual Talisman Stones, Chun Ming's eyes lit up. Every time he defeats a bone demon regardless of its level, he receives a Spiritual Talisman Stone. A 100 drop rate. Such a thing is quite rare. Chun Ming thought little of it, attributing it to the uniqueness of this challenge instance. Moreover, this unexpected joy is more than welcome. His spiritual space is ample enough to contain it all. After all, Spiritual Talisman Stones are never too many. Although Chun Ming is currently equipped with a full set of epic gear with all bonuses maxed, the number of talisman stones required will only increase when the gear advances to the second tier. For 5 pieces of equipment, the required number of talisman stones multiplies. If he were to purchase them all through the guild, it would require a substantial amount of gold. As time passes, the frequency of bone demons appearing in the dungeon seems to have increased. One after another, bone demons continue to emerge on the wasteland. They then charge at Chun Ming with madness, roaring to tear apart the human blocking their path through the graveyard. Moreover, all of these are level 10 bone demons. If it were anyone else, despair would have already set in. However, these level 10 bone demons merely approach the battlefield. As soon as they step into Chun Ming's vicinity, they haven't even launched an attack. Swish! Chun Ming strikes twice. The Tsang Yin blade howls through the air, igniting a blinding firelight. 2 arcs of blade energy like swimming dragons strike down several level 10 bone demons. Crunch! Boom! With 2 consecutive sounds, several level 10 bone demons, without exception, after receiving the first strike's defense-breaking mark. The second blow that follows directly shatters their bodies. The massive figures collapse with a crash, becoming part of the corpses constantly pulverized in this live target battle. From beginning to end, the few level 10 bone demons failed to launch a single effective attack against Chun Ming. If Chun Ming had not reached 9,000 and entered this special state, the bone demons could have surrounded him, dealing consecutive 1 damage. But now these bone demons can't even touch the hem of Chun Ming's clothing. Under such extreme numerical attacks, nothing is effective. Chun Ming stands firm. His aura is even more terrifying than when he reached the 9,000 qualitative change. It feels as if he has experienced another surge. The air around him is nearly compressed. 10,100. At this moment, Chun Ming finally stacked up to his current limit, with a full 10,100 increase in attack damage. Of course, if one were to consider the true upper limit, one would also need to account for Chun Ming's bloodthirst empowerment. And this doesn't require stacking. It can be activated directly, further boosting attack damage. However, clearly there is no need for that now. With the attack damage Chun Ming has reached at this moment, he is fully capable of handling anything. There is nothing he cannot eliminate with a single strike. Can eliminate a level 10 bone demon with 1 strike. Then 2 strikes. Moreover, after receiving the defense-breaking mark, they can still be eliminated with 1 strike upon resurrection. In the graveyard, Sun Yang is diligently digging graves, collecting flowers that hang with the tears of the bones. He occasionally looks up towards the direction of the dungeon, paying attention to the battle situation of the beast tide. Chun Gu is definitely a human meat grinder. No, a bone grinder. Upon seeing Chun Ming simply standing there continuously striking down the bone demons, Sun Yang couldn't help but click his tongue. More importantly, these are a group of level 9 and 10 bone demons. It's not an exaggeration to say that each one, when released alone, is a boss-level entity in a normal instance. Before him, continuous experience notifications. 9. Not participating in battle experience. Team leader Chun Ming defeats the bone demon LV. 9. Not participating in battle experience. 23. Team leader Chun Ming defeats the bone demon LV. 9. Not participating in battle experience. 23. Team leader Chun Ming defeats the bone demon LV. 9. Not participating in battle experience. 23. Team leader Chun Ming defeats the bone demon LV. Moreover, this is additional experience and does not affect the amount of experience gained by the actual killer. Thus, it is commonly referred to as mixed points. Of course, this experience is just a small portion. The real bulk comes from clearing the experience gained from clearing the instance is the only fixed reward. Other rewards depend on the rating. Meanwhile, Lin Wei gazes at the battlefield where Chun Ming is fighting the bone demons, already mesmerized. At this moment, all her previous worries have completely vanished. This is truly because the picture that was supposed to be extremely oppressive and despair-inducing here with Chun Ming has completely transformed. A swarm of bone demons attacking. Indeed, they are attacking in groups, but the result is that one after another they lie on the ground, becoming a carpet of corpses. Bone demons can resurrect, and the more they fight, the more they appear. However, judging by the looks of it, the speed at which bone demons are appearing in the dungeon is even slower than Chun Ming's ability to kill them completely. A well-structured small beast tide assessment has been turned into a scene of reverse crushing by Chun Ming. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield where Chun Ming is annihilating the bone demons. Boom. A gigantic golden sword suddenly descends completely, slaying a level 9 bone demon engulfed in ghostly flames. Qin Jixue lets out a slow breath. She has killed this bone demon over 10 times before finally slaying it. After all, Qin Jixue is only at level 6, even though she is an S-level class changer with immense power. And with full equipment and the support of Lin Wei's abilities, she could easily get through. However, to completely kill this level 9 bone demon, it still took quite a bit of effort. This is truly because the bone demon's resurrection ability is too abnormal. The more they resurrect, the stronger they become in battle. The only way is to keep defeating them repeatedly. After finishing the battle, Qin Jixue subconsciously looks towards Chun Ming's direction. Chun Ming stands as the first line of defense, blocking the spawn point of the bone demons in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Qin Jixue serves as the second line of defense, dealing with any fish that slip through the net. However, at present, there are no fish slipping through, because Chun Ming has swept all the fish clean at the entrance to the dungeon. Compared to Sun Yang and Lin Wei, Qin Jixue has genuinely fought against a grade 9 bone demon and successfully killed it. She knows all too well how troublesome this bone demon can be. Although it seems that its defensive qualities are not high, allowing for effective damage to be dealt easily, killing one is exceedingly difficult. Thus, Qin Jixue can more intuitively perceive the method by which Chun Ming can slaughter groups of bone demons, appearing to do so as effortlessly as if he were killing chickens. Behind this lies an incredibly terrifying power. If this fusion instance is an exceptionally over-the-top first-tier instance, then Chun Ming is specifically tailored to tackle such over-the-top instance challenges. For in comparison, Chun Ming is the truly exceptional one. Outside the demon lair. Boom, bang bang bang. 16. Mental damage. Chun Ming continuously repeated the motion of raising and striking with his knife. Each swing seemingly casual and light produced a grand blade aura before him. The slashes tore through the air with explosive sounds, striking the bone demon corpses in all directions as if he were chopping vegetables. Occasionally, a resurrected bone demon would rise. Just as it stood up before it could stabilize its form, it would be caught by the residual force of the strike, shattering once more into a pile of remains. It seems no new bone demons are appearing anymore. Chun Ming noticed that for a while now no new bone demons had emerged from the demon lair. He directed his gaze toward the demon lair and discovered that a barrier had appeared at the entrance of the 3 lairs, isolating the cave from the wasteland. Could it be that the challenge is about to be completed? Chun Ming did not dwell on it too much and decided to eliminate this batch of bone demons first. Kill bone demon LV. 10 experience 290. Obtain bone demon beast core LV. 10. Obtain mental symbol stone 1. Congratulations. Level has risen to level 7. I leveled up. Chun Ming's eyes lit up. In the next moment, his entire aura abruptly surged. Originally, Chun Ming was already in a state of explosive potential. Now, upon breaking through to level 7, it brought an enhancement to his attributes, causing his aura to feel as if it were about to burst forth, unleashing a wave of energy. While continuing to attack the bone demons, Chun Ming glanced at his current status panel. Level 7 Strength 105, Vitality 58005800, 20 Recovery 570, 20 Agility 103, Mental Power 1640, 20 Skills, C-Level Braver, with each battle LV. 10. SSS Level Absolute Defense Max Level Mental Annihilation LV. 2. The mental skill has improved again. Chun Ming glanced at it, slightly surprised. Is the leveling speed really this fast? It was somewhat beyond his expectations. While it's normal for skill levels to increase quickly, it shouldn't be possible to level up 2 times in such a short span. He wondered if it was due to his high class level that boosted the speed of skill enhancements, or if mental annihilation was inherently one of those skills that level up rapidly. If it is the latter, it would be very good news for Chun Ming. This means that his potential to stack enhancements in future battles would steadily and rapidly increase. 19 Mental Damage. Kill bone demon LV. 10 Experience 311. Obtain bone demon beast core LV. 10. Finally, Chun Ming halted his movements. The last bone demon was thoroughly killed by him. In the wasteland, a long-lost brief silence fell. Surrounding Chun Ming were fragments of corpses scattered across the ground. He stepped forward, treading upon the bones, producing a crisp sound. Without the ghostly flames, these bone demons reverted to mere ordinary bones. Slightly yellowed, they crumbled upon contact as if buried underground for many years. Just by looking at this battlefield, there is a sense of desolation. Bones are strewn about, and the ground reveals deep furrows. It seems that a terrifying battle once took place here. Chun Ming's gaze turned once again toward the demon lair, observing the barrier that isolated the exit of the lair. He had not paid much attention to it before. Upon closer inspection, Chun Ming sensed something unusual. The barriers at the three demon lair entrances emitted a mental fluctuation that felt somewhat different. Brother Chin, these flowers are almost collected. You can come over now. At this moment, Sun Yang's voice called from. Sun Yang had been digging up the last few tombstones and was about to complete his logistics task. He had uprooted all the flowers from in front of the tombstones and piled them up on the hillside behind. Hearing this, Chin Ming was preparing to head back to deal with the tears of the haunting bones. Only he could handle these. Otherwise, the mental attacks from dozens or hundreds of tears of the haunting bones would likely cause Sun Yang and the others to collapse mentally. At this moment, whoosh, a prompt appeared before him. Demon Lair challenge completed. Activating the mysterious instance Burial Ground of Bones challenge conditions. Gained a chance to challenge the Demon Lair Burial Ground of Bones. Please choose one of the three demon lairs to enter. Mysterious Demon Lair 1, Life, Forbidden Zone, Low Difficulty. Mysterious Demon Lair 2, Life, Forbidden Zone, High Difficulty. Mysterious Demon Lair 3, Burial Ground of Bones, Super High Difficulty. Only one chance available. Please choose wisely. Note: you may give up this mysterious instance challenge opportunity and immediately settle the rewards of this instance. What is this? Chun Ming paused in his steps, his eyes scrutinizing the information before him. It seemed to be that mysterious instance. So the Burial Ground of Bones instance can only be activated after completing the Demon Lair challenge. After reading the information, Chun Ming understood. Give up. Impossible. Since he had come this far, and giving up would certainly impact the final instance rating, resulting in not obtaining the highest level rewards. As for the difficulty selection, of course it's super high risk, high reward. For Chun Ming, he only recognized high rewards. What is high risk? On the hillside behind, Sun Yang tossed the last bone flower down, satisfied as he looked at his results. Has Brother Chun not come yet? Sun Yang looked into the distance, and the next moment his eyes widened. Holy crap, Brother Chun has gone berserk. Is he preparing to take down the nest? From Sun Yang's perspective on the distant wasteland, Chun Ming held his long knife, his chilling aura undiminished, and walked straight towards the three demon caves. It seemed he was preparing to enter the demon cave directly. Is Brother Chun pumped up for this? Sun Yang watched Chun Ming's movements from afar. Have you checked the dungeon hints? At this moment, Lin Wei's voice came from behind. Sun Yang belatedly checked the dungeon information. He then saw the message prompt for the mysterious dungeon. Hiss. I can't believe the challenge for the Demon Cave dungeon must be completed before this mysterious dungeon appears. It really has some significance. I wonder what awaits inside the Demon Cave. Sun Yang was somewhat curious. However, it was clear that immense dangers lay hidden within. Only Chun Ming dared to venture in. As for him, he would obediently wait outside. Meanwhile, Qin Jishue also noticed the mysterious dungeon information popping up in the team notifications. She glanced in Chun Ming's direction, choosing not to follow. Before entering the dungeon, Qin Jishue believed that her role would be that of the deputy main force of the Mingchen team. After all, being at level 6, she was an S-class profession. But now, after truly finishing a dungeon with Chen, she realized she had completely misjudged the situation. She too was one of those being carried along. It seemed she and Lin Wei were not much different from Sun Yang. For example, if she were to follow Chun Ming into the demon cave now, she would likely be a burden. Just facing a skeletal demon challenge was already somewhat strenuous for her, let alone the mysterious dungeon that required completing the demon cave challenge to unlock. It was highly likely that it was the lair of the skeletal demons. But regarding this situation, Qin Jishue knew there was nothing she could do. With Chun Ming's strength, he didn't need a deputy main force at all. He alone could bear all the team's output. It wasn't that she was too weak, but rather that Chun Ming was too strong. Therefore, looking at it this way, being a support role was the only way for her to contribute in the Mingchen team. Just like in this dungeon, her role in the Demon Cave challenge was far less impactful than providing Chun Ming with a all attributes 20 buff. Thinking of this, a ridiculous idea suddenly popped into Qin Zixu's mind. Should my future direction be to develop as a support? Qin Jishue pondered. As a versatile class, the Holy Radiant Angel. If she truly wanted to develop as a support, it wasn't unfeasible. Generally speaking, a profession with multiple development paths. The biggest deciding factor was, after all, skills. Rare resources and awakened skills could all be focused in one direction. Qin Zixu's thoughts were unknown to Qin Ming. At this moment, he had arrived before the three demon caves. His gaze was fixed on the central demon cave. To the naked eye, the three demon caves appeared indistinguishable. However, according to the dungeon information, the central demon cave was the entrance to the Grave of Bones, and also the one with the highest difficulty. From behind, Qin Jishue, Lin Wei, and Sun Yang on the hillside all looked at this scene in unison. They saw Chun Ming pass through that invisible. From behind, Qin Jishue, Lin Wei, and Sun Yang on the hillside all looked at this scene in unison. They saw Chun Ming pass through that invisible barrier, his figure instantly disappearing from sight. Teleport. Lin Wei narrowed her eyes, her expression serious. Dungeons capable of teleportation were certainly not simple. Meanwhile, after Chun Ming chose to enter the central demon cave, a slight tremor rippled through the wasteland. Immediately after, the two demon caves on either side collapsed. Like shattered porcelain, they cracked and crumbled inch by inch, turning into two ordinary mounds of dirt completely rendered useless. In the entire wasteland, only one demon cave stood tall upon the earth. Captain Chun Ming has entered the grave of bones. Accepting ninefold soul suppression. Ninefold soul suppression. Sun Yang pondered this information. The various names of this dungeon sound rather intimidating. With terms like grave of bones and soul suppression, he expected to encounter something truly terrifying. However, it turned out to be nothing much. Of course, Sun Yang knew that it was because Chun Ming alone had resolved all. Otherwise, even just a wave of skeletal demons would have terrified him to no end. Before Chun Ming was a pitch-black void. Upon stepping into the demon cave, he felt as if he had been pulled into another space utterly dim. And at this moment, he was plummeting. It wasn't a natural fall, rather an unseen force silently dragged him down into the depths. Is the grave of bones beneath this wasteland? Although he couldn't see, Chun Ming could still catch a whiff of the rich. The demon cave seemed to be a passage leading to the underground. Chun Ming tried to scan with his spiritual power, but this passage leading downward seemed vast, and he couldn't detect anything. After an unknown period, Chun Ming's falling finally came to an end. He felt the hard ground beneath his feet, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Chun Ming immediately used his spiritual power to probe the area. At this moment, it seemed he stood on the space above and around him was vast. He couldn't probe to the limits. Below the platform lay a mass of bones. There were countless of them. At least, even when Chun Ming extended his spiritual power to the farthest distance, he still couldn't determine how many corpses were precisely below. Was this a pit of 1,000 bones? Chun Ming thought, while also focusing on the mysterious dungeon's prompt catching sight of new information. Ninefold soul suppression. He raised an eyebrow. Is it really that sinister? Even soul suppression has come into play. Like Sun Yang's reaction, Chun Ming also felt that this dungeon was somewhat intimidating in terms of its various names. After all, if he were to say he had only encountered dozens or hundreds of tombstones on the wasteland and faced a skeletal demon challenge, it was somewhat different from what he initially imagined. Where did this come from? Hell, is it really still within Blue Star? It's hard to say I'm not shocked. What kind of bone pit is this? Just this scene alone would make one believe it's the remnants of a small world that has. It's truly unimaginable how many corpses lie in this underground world to create such a terrifying scale. Chun Ming can be certain of that. This underground world has definitely exceeded the boundaries of a dungeon. When he entered the dungeon, that wasteland was far smaller than this. At most, it could be considered a corner of the land. In other words, the scene here truly exists in reality. Moreover, its area is likely larger than the entire Yunhai City. If this is inferred, the entire underground of Yunhai City actually hides a terrifying land of bones. If this news spreads, it would likely cause quite a stir. Chun Ming looked up. With the dim light illuminating the entire space, he saw an endless expanse of white above. Like the land of bones below, it stretched infinitely. It resembled a white domed sky. Above him, there was a large black void. That should be the passage Chun Ming descended from. There's only one passage. So choosing the other two demon caves wouldn't lead here. Chun Ming murmured to himself. He redirected his gaze back to the floating platform beneath his feet. Thankfully, there was such a place for him to land. Otherwise, standing on the land of bones below would have made Chun Ming feel quite uneasy. Boom! At that moment, a heavy thud echoed. Chun Ming turned around only to find a towering black tower standing at the edge of the platform. The tower had 9 levels and an ancient design. Just a glance at it could make one feel its heavy aura. Before Chun Ming could examine it closely, a dungeon prompt appeared before him. First layer. Below, a skeleton stirred. The corpse floated up, and with a puff, greenish flames ignited all over its body. Could this be turning into a bone demon? Seeing this, Chun Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at the land of bones and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If all these corpses really turned into bone demons, it shouldn't come to that. If so, not even gods would be. That wouldn't just be a beast tide, it would be one person against an entire world of bone demons. Crack! A piercing crack echoed. Chun Ming saw the skeleton drop from the ethereal flames rolling back onto the land of bones. The ethereal fire transformed into the phantom of a strange beast resembling a wolf. Undead. Seeing this scene, Chun Ming instinctively thought of this name. Good news, it hasn't turned into a bone. Bad news, it has turned into an undead. A more sinister entity. Is this really just a normal first-tier dungeon? Chun Ming could guess that this wolf-like shadow must resemble the corpse in life. The wolf-like shadow seemed to retain some instincts, raising its head to make a howling motion, but it emitted no sound. Then it shook its head. Its gaze turned towards Chun Ming. In the next second, it charged towards him. Chun Ming reacted quickly, instinctively raising his hand to slash. The blazing sword light entwined with azure flames, appearing exceptionally bright in this underground world. However, the attack passed straight through the wolf-like shadow without causing any harm. No spiritual damage at all. Chen Ming was momentarily taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. The spiritual damage attached to his attack should activate as long as it hit. Just like the resurrection mechanism of the bone demons upon death. As long as spiritual energy exists, it can cause spiritual damage, striking you until your soul scatters. But now it was ineffective. There could only be one explanation. It was the rules of this mysterious dungeon, unable to inflict damage on undead. Instead, one must passively endure. Sure enough, after the wolf-like shadow pounced at Chen Ming, it directly passed through his body. 0. Spiritual damage. It showed no signs of stopping, charging straight towards the black tower. Then, like a cow sinking into the sea, it merged into the tower without a sound. First layer of soul suppression successful. Puff. The lowest layer of the black tower lit up with a dim yellow light. As expected, it can't be attacked, but must be endured. Second layer. Soon another prompt came. Chen Ming looked down. This time 10 skeletons floated up. Like the previous wolf-like shadow, flames of oil green erupted from the skeletons. Then, as if they were burnt ruins, they were thrown back into the land of bones below. 10 different shadows appeared, all resembling various strange beasts. At the moment of resurrection, they performed some instinctive actions. However, they quickly turned their gaze towards Chen Ming. In the next second, the 10 shadows converged and charged at him. Cautiously, Chen Ming decided to try again. He executed a horizontal slash covering the 10 shadows formed from the skeletons. The attack pierced through as if slicing through air. Alright, it really is useless. Chen Ming simply sheathed his long knife. The 10 shadows were now right in front of him. Just like last time, they passed through his body. 1. Spiritual damage. This time, Chen Ming felt it. What the undead's attack felt like. In that, a suffocating sense of oppression spread throughout his body, quickly fading away. Second layer of soul suppression successful. With a puff, the second to last layer of the black tower lit up. Still dim yellow, but now a bit brighter. Seeing this, Chen Ming began to understand. To endure the impact of the undead. Illuminate the black tower. Hiss. Chen Ming blinked, his expression slightly silent for a moment. Then he smiled. Isn't this? If he had to fight these skeletal armies in a combat manner, even if Chen Ming were strong, he would probably struggle to. These corpses have piled up into mountains and rivers. What could he use to fight? But if they turned into undead, challenging him with this kind of spiritual pressure. TSK. Professionally aligned. Third layer. In the land of bones below, hundreds of corpses. All at once they burst forth with ghostly light, forming a considerable fireball. Then 100 beastly phantoms appeared before Chen Ming. Among them, there was a humanoid shadow. At the moment of revival, the human, like the previous shadow, seemed to retain some semblance of rationality from his past life. Then he turned his gaze towards the platform. Upon seeing Chen Ming clearly, his eyes widened and his mouth opened as if he wanted to say something. However, he could not produce any sound. Soon he became dazed, exuding a ghostly light. Then, as if losing control, he charged towards the platform. Accompanying him were 100 other shadowy beasts. The ghostly light they formed began to take shape. Under spiritual probing, a distinct force of impact could be seen approaching. A layer of vibrating waves spread through the space in front of the platform, extending towards Chen Ming. Chen Ming's body jolted slightly. A powerful pressure coursed through him like an electric current. The 100 shadows quickly merged into the towering black tower behind. The third layer was slowly illuminated. Soul suppression, third level successful. Mysterious instance, burial ground, initial stage completed. Gained 100 spirit stones. Yes, no to continue accepting the soul suppression trial. This time after the third wave of undead impact. A prompt for the instance popped up. Oh, there's a reward. Chen Ming's eyes brightened, finally intrigued. What, ghosts and souls? He didn't care at all. The reward was what mattered most. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, Qin Jixue and others also saw the prompt from the team. Although they did not enter the so-called burial ground with Chen Ming, they had been keeping an eye on his situation. 100 spirit stones. Sun Yang swallowed hard, his expression exceptionally surprised. In the previous 3 days, he had laboriously slain beasts and had only gained less than 4 stones. And this was just a reward from one instance, directly giving brother Chen 100. Isn't that too outrageous? Are the rewards for mysterious instances really this good? With these 100 spirit stones, brother Chen will have more than enough for the vacancies in his second-tier spiritual gear. This is still just the reward for the third level. And that soul suppression thing has 9 chances. The rewards are surprisingly generous, very good. Sun Yang smiled with the corners of his mouth turned down. He was genuinely happy for brother Chen. The better the rewards, the stronger brother Chen becomes. The stronger brother Chen gets, the stronger the morning squad will be. He will be able to blend in better and be carried along. So, brother Chen getting stronger means he gets stronger. Exactly, that's the logic. I wonder what brother Chen will face in that demon cave. I'm a bit curious. In the underground world on the platform, Chen Ming stored the 100 spirit stones into his spiritual space and unhesitatingly chose to continue. To be honest, the reward for the third level was already somewhat beyond his expectations. This made Chun Ming begin to look forward to what rewards would appear next. And also, after that towering black tower is fully lit, what will happen? From the current information, it seemed to just absorb the spirits formed from those bones. Shaking his head, Chun Ming did not think too much. He then redirected his gaze to the land of bones below. 4th level. This time the number of bones floating up increased again. It had reached thousands. The eerie white bones nearly piled up into a small mountain in midair. Chun Ming noticed a pattern. With each advancement in soul suppression, the number of shadows attacking multiplied by more than 10 times. If this continues when it reaches the final levels, won't that number reach over 10 million? That seemed, could it be that the entire underground world's land of bones will move? TSK. To endure a strike from heaven and earth. Interesting. Anyway, let's see how my defense mechanism holds up. At this moment, thousands of corpses soared into the air with shadows emerging from the bones in waves. Among them there were beasts, humans, and some other creatures that Chun Ming did not recognize. The scene was somewhat. The spiritual impact created by the thousands of shadows was particularly heavy. It had already taken on a solid energy form. A gigantic arrow coalesced in the void above the land of bones. The arrow suddenly pierced through the void and rushed forward. Even without any sound, one could still feel a pressure as if being targeted by a piercing arrow. 1. Spiritual damage. The massive arrow passed through the platform and struck Chun Ming's figure. Without any pause, it shot into the towering black tower behind. Soul suppression 4th level successful. The 4th layer of the black tower suddenly lit up. Unlike the previous 3 layers, this time the light was much brighter. It illuminated the entire tower. Chun Ming could clearly see the complete appearance of the distant tower. It was entirely pitch black with no extraneous colors. On the surface of the giant tower, thousands of protruding outlines were engraved. If one looked closely, they were faces, but their expressions were still fierce, as if wanting to break out from within the tower. 5th level. The number of floating bones increased again, reaching tens of thousands. The shadows that materialized formed a scene like an army. Chun Ming watched as the thousands of troops surged forward. The spiritual impact transformed into a giant hand descending from the heavens with a crushing force. 1. Spiritual damage. Soul suppression 5th level successful. Chun Ming glanced at his spiritual power attributes. Spiritual power 16361640. This is the most serious spiritual injury so far. The 6th level. The number of bones reached hundreds of thousands. Chun Ming noticed one particularly huge corpse among them. Its former form was indistinguishable. Yet among the hundreds of thousands of shadows, it was especially eye-catching. Its size was nearly 1,000 meters tall, very stout, resembling a towering mountain. Moreover, it opened its giant abyssal mouth, which matched its body size, directly devouring the spiritual energy coalesced from the hundreds of thousands of shadows. It turned itself into the energy form for this spiritual impact. Emanating ghostly flames, it suddenly fell from the sky like a meteor. 1. Spiritual damage. The 6th layer of the black tower lit up. The light was particularly dazzling, illuminating the entire area where the platform was located. At this moment, Chun Ming's gaze was fixed on the instant's information, filled with anticipation. Soon a prompt popped up. Soul suppression 6th level successful. Mysterious instance. Burial ground. Final stage completed. Gained legendary equipment. Eye of the Netherworld. What a legendary tier equipment. On the platform, Chun Ming's spirit leapt and his eyes brightened. Could this be an unexpected windfall? The next instant, a faint, uncanny light flashed before him. Yet the equipment did not materialize in front of him. The Yuming Zhiyan appeared directly in his spiritual space. Chun Ming sensed it and immediately sank into his consciousness to investigate. An eye manifested within his spiritual space. It was not a physical eye, but a pupil-shaped form traced by dark blue runes, its rim laced with a thread of gold. A curling mist spiraled around it, lending an aura both eerie and faintly sacred. The moment Chun Ming beheld the Yuming Zhiyan, he felt an inexplicable connection to it. It seemed already bound to his spirit. Excitement stirred within him. He could hardly wait. How does one? He tried to withdraw the item from his spiritual space, but could not. The Yuming Zhiyan felt like a purely spiritual entity, not a tangible object, and thus it could not be taken out of the spiritual space. Is it really this wondrous? Legendary tier equipment truly is different. Chun Ming admitted he knew little about equipment of this caliber. Epic tier gear might still be procured from a guild for a steep price. Legendary tier pieces, however, were virtually unheard of. As far as Chun Ming knew, no one in Yunhai City possessed such an item. Not even those few principals of Yunhai City. Chun Ming removed the Qinshin ring and prepared to re-enter his spiritual space to study the phenomenon. But in the next moment, the bond to the Yuming Zhiyan clarified, and a sudden understanding blossomed within him. With a mere thought, the Yuming Zhiyan had auto-equipped itself. A dim shadow flickered across his vision. Then Chun Ming's left eye, as if dyed with ink, turned a spectral blue, its edge engraved with delicate runes. Within the pupil, a wavering green flame burned, casting a flickering halo. Has it mutated me? so the Yuming Ji Yin was worn directly within the body. Chen Ming was not overly perturbed. He inspected the item's information. Yuming Ji Yin Legendary Tier Spiritual Equipment. Additional effects: Spiritual Power 20. Equipment Skill: Spiritual Exhaustion. Unleashes a soul intimidation ability upon a target, forcing them into a brief state of spiritual exhaustion during which the target's spiritual power is reduced to 1. The duration of the target's spiritual exhaustion is determined by the difference in spiritual power between the two. Hiss. A skill. Chen Ming could no longer contain himself. A mere 20 boost to spiritual power was remarkable enough, yet it granted a skill as well. Across Blue Star advanced transferees who had toiled most of their lives might master only 4 or 5 skills. And this legendary tier across Blue Star advanced transferees who had toiled most of their lives might master only 4 or 5 skills. And this legendary tier item simply bestowed a skill outright, or at best a slight armor penetration increase. And they all carried cooldowns. Skills, however, had no cooldowns. Recovery, or at best a slight armor penetration increase. And they all carried cooldowns. Skills, however, had no cool. They merely consumed spiritual power to unleash. I found a treasure. This legendary tier equipment was overwhelmingly powerful. With a thought Chen Ming's left, I reverted to normal. He then took out the 100 spirit rune stones he had recently acquired, intending to infuse the Yuming Ji Yin. The next instant 50 of the crystalline stones shattered before him, coalescing into a strand of radiant light that surged into his left eye. It feels as though the rune stones are augmenting my own body. Previously, rune stones had always enhanced equipment. Now his left eye had become the equipment. He had to admit it felt novel. On the wasteland atop a small hill, Sun Yang yawned listlessly, propping his cheek and staring toward the demon cavern. A second later, a dungeon notification popped up on the party panel. Has Brother Chen cleared it again? He glanced at the message and then froze. Are my eyes deceiving me? Sun Yang rubbed his eyes and checked the party information again. His eyes widened, his expression grew exaggerated. Good heavens! Legendary tier equipment. Sun Yang sprang up, bounding down the hill. Brother Chun is in. Nearby Lin Wei and Qin Jixue, who were resting, also heard Sun Yang's excited cries. What equipment? Lin Wei thought she had misheard. Chen Ming obtained a legendary tier piece in a mysterious dungeon. Qin Jixue had already checked the information at once. Now she wore a rare, stunned expression face full of incredulity. No way. Lin Wei hurried to verify, and indeed the confirmation of Chen Ming's legendary tier acquisition was plainly displayed. Jinhuan's 6th tier succeeded. Mysterious Dungeon Zhonggu Ji D final stage completed. Captain Chen Ming obtained legendary tier equipment Yuming Ji Yin. A first-tier dungeon producing a legendary tier item. How is that possible? Lin Wei was nearly stunned. First, the Demon Cavern Challenge had spawned a tide of bone demons. Now another mysterious dungeon had directly produced a legendary tier item. What sort of divine beings had been fused into these merged dungeons? Miss, if I'm not mistaken. Lin Wei stammered. Across Blue Star, the earliest dungeons that can yield legendary tier equipment are 4th tier right. 4th tier dungeons were the realm of transferees above level 40. Even then, the chance of a legendary tier drop was vanishingly small. And yet now a mere 1st tier dungeon had produced one. The shock of this news was truly earth-shattering. Lin Wei could imagine it clearly if word spread that a 1st tier dungeon could drop legendary gear. The Alliance's advanced transferees would scour every dungeon around Yunhai City to the core. Deep within the underground world, Chen Ming was in high spirits. After imbuing 50 spirit rune stones, and with the additional 20 spiritual power bonus, his spiritual attribute cap now was. The enhancement from this legendary equipment is simply beyond imagination. The limit of 50 spirit stones requires a full 5 levels increase to achieve its value. Adding an extra 20 of mental power, the total enhancement brought by a single piece of equipment nearly matches Chen Ming's own level 7 mental power. However, the attribute enhancement of the Eye of the Nether is not the most important aspect. The true essence lies in the skills. It can put the target into a state of mental exhaustion. Chen Ming pondered over the skill. It interrupts spellcasting, a divine technique in internal battles. Compared to the tough and resilient beasts, this skill clearly has a better effect in battles against job changers. After all, job changers rely on high attack and low defense, depending on skill output. If I temporarily drain your mental power, you won't be able to cast skills. Wouldn't you be in trouble? Of course, it doesn't mean it's useless against beasts. Beasts also have moments when they use skills. Moreover, in a state of mental exhaustion, if one's will is not strong, they may even lose their sanity. This exposes fatal flaws. No wonder legendary equipment is so rare. Regardless of the aspect of comparison, legendary equipment has a tremendous gap compared to ordinary refined epic equipment. If we say that equipment of the first 3 qualities is merely a bonus enhancing attributes on top of existing combat power, then legendary equipment already constitutes a part of the overall strength of job changers. Do you wish to continue accepting the Soul Town trial? Note you have completed the highest difficulty of this dungeon. Continuing will not yield higher rewards. Continuing is not recommended. At this moment, dungeon information appeared before him. Is that all? Chen Ming frowned slightly. What does this mean? Aren't there still the last 3 stages? He still expected what kind of rewards the 9th stage would offer, although he was already very satisfied with obtaining legendary equipment. But if there were even higher rewards, he certainly wouldn't mind. However, Chen Ming quickly realized, this entire underground world, the Land of Bones, surely cannot be completely covered by one mysterious dungeon rule. This dungeon merely revealed a corner of the burial ground to Chen Ming, allowing him to arrive here. Likewise, the 9 stages of the Soul Town trial are similar. The mysterious dungeon cannot cover everything. In other words, the last 3 stages of the Soul Town have transcended the rules of the dungeon. Continuing means that what he will accept is no longer the trial from the mysterious dungeon, but the trial from this underground world. Chen Ming looked back. The dark, giant tower stood quietly in the distance, emitting a dim glow. The highest difficulty of the dungeon. But the dark giant tower's challenge has not yet concluded. Not recommended to continue. I simply want to take it. Towering in the skies above the Land of Bones, at the same time information about the rules began to emerge from the giant tower. 7th stage. It was clear that at this moment the dark giant tower. Then Chen Ming saw all the dungeon information before him vanish. The dark giant tower behind him shook violently. In the next moment, it disregarded spatial distance and instantly appeared in front of the platform. Towering in the skies above the Land of Bones, at the same time information about the rules began to emerge from the giant tower. 7th stage. It was clear that at this moment the dark giant tower had replaced the mysterious dungeon. It initiated the trial. From now on, Chen Ming had already stepped outside the rules, no longer within the magic cave dungeon. Above the Land of Bones, countless corpses began to float up, densely packed. The number for the 7th stage had already reached over 1 million alongside the emergence of phantoms. 1 million green armies appeared in this underground world, swathes of phantoms resembling mountains and seas. The million-strong army surged forward. A storm formed above the Land of Bones. The scene was exceptionally magnificent. Chen Ming faced the spiritual impact formed by the million phantoms alone. In the storm, thunder began to coalesce. The next moment, thunder rained down from the sky. Chen Ming seemed to hear auditory hallucinations, hearing the crackling sounds from his mental body. The lightning transformed from the spiritual impact coursed through his entire body, crackling ominously. He had no doubt about how terrifying the true power of this spiritual impact was. Even if a high-level job changer came, they might not be able to endure it. However, unfortunately, the real damage was ineffective against him. 1. Mental damage. Chen Ming's lips curled into a smile, struggling to suppress his amusement. This was the reason he chose to continue. Isn't it just 3 mental power? I'll give it to you. I want to see what kind of surprises you'll present after these 9 stages. Successfully completed the 7th stage of the Soul Town. In the sky, the dark, giant tower emitted a tremor. The million phantom army seemed to be crazily sucked in, and then the 7th layer was completely illuminated. The light was dazzling. In this dim, underground world, it shone like a bright lamp. 8th stage. Without a moment's pause, the 8th stage followed closely. This time, however, it caught Chen Ming somewhat off guard. He initially thought the last stage would cover all the corpses on the Land of Bones. Yet the 8th stage had already done so. At this moment, Chen Ming saw the entire Land of Bones begin to stir. All the corpses were floating. This scene was like the earth rising up. In an instant, mountains and rivers overturned, and the heavens and earth were inverted. A tsunami slowly rose before Chen Ming, and he stood like an ant on the shore, about to face this tidal wave of spiritual energy that threatened to engulf the heavens and the earth. Boom! At that moment, Chen Ming truly heard a sound. It came from the resonance of the soul. This spiritual impact seemed ready to break through the barrier between the spiritual and the physical. It echoed. A roar from the heavens. The entire underground world shone with brilliant light, erupting from all the phantoms formed by the corpses. In the void above the Land of Bones, the energy tides became increasingly fierce. The tsunami surged until it reached a certain peak. This energy tide, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, crashed down upon Chen Ming. A tsunami sounded the charge against an ant. 1. Mental damage. Successfully completed the 8th stage of the Soul Town. In the sky, the void suddenly tore open a gap. At the center was that dark giant tower. The endless corpses, transformed into phantoms, almost covered the entire underground world's realm of phantoms. They were absorbed into the tower at a terrifying speed, like an endless abyss opening its giant mouth to devour the heavens and the earth. Finally, all the phantoms disappeared. All the phantoms that could be transformed from the corpses of the Land of Bones had now entered the dark giant tower. At that moment, the 8th layer of the tower also lit up. The light shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire underground world. Like a magnificent sun, in that instant, the world seemed to fall completely silent. After a long while, Chen Ming's voice finally echoed. In the end, it was the mechanism that exerted its force. 217-321-80. The energy tide that overturns the heavens and the earth. countless corpses manifesting a spiritual shock. Yet it still cannot break the fate of one. In simpler terms, it's called a mechanism. To be clearer, this is Chunming's supreme rule. However, by the 8th level, all the corpses have already... What could the 9th level possibly be? After the soul calming of the first 8 levels, all the shadows that could be manifested from the entire land of bones had been completely absorbed by the dark giant tower. Just as Chunming was puzzled, the vision before him suddenly brightened. It was not the radiance emitted by the giant tower, but rather the ghostly light that appears when corpses are manifested. Moreover, it surged from all directions. Chunming looked up. At this moment, all the darkness in the underground world had been completely dispelled. A crystalline glow scattered in the void. Subsequently, this ghostly light, which blanketed the entire underground world, began to gather in the void ahead. Chunming focused on the direction where the ghostly light was gathering, preparing to see what grand form of spiritual energy would condense. However, after waiting for a moment, his gaze turned strange. In front of him, there was no greater movement at all. Compared to the 7th and 8th levels of soul calming, this 9th level seemed somewhat special. There was no grand scene, no terrifying spiritual energy. Instead, it condensed into a head no larger than 1 meter. The skull was pitch black, devoid of luster. The moment Chunming saw this skull, a shiver ran down his spine. It was not fear he felt, but rather an instinct. At this moment, the entire world was eerily quiet. That head silently approached Chunming. Its speed was very slow. Yet in the blink of an eye, it was already before him. There was no reaction time at all. The head had already brushed past him. A gentle breeze stirred a strand of Chunming's hair. 1. Spiritual damage 1. Chunming, just moments ago, in that brief moment of distraction, he felt his spiritual power being dragged out of his body by that head, though he returned to normal the next moment. Yet this sensation still made him feel a chill run down his spine. What is this thing? Chunming frowned, finding the experience quite uncomfortable. If it weren't for his immunity, perhaps he would have lost his spiritual power by now, becoming an empty shell. At the same time, Chunming was somewhat astonished. Pure spiritual power could actually cause physical damage. To what extent must one refine it to achieve this? Chunming looked at that head. After the bizarre spiritual impact, just now he surprisingly felt a faint spiritual connection with the head. It was akin to the connection he had with the eye of the nether equipment. Could this thing also be a piece of equipment? Soul calming 9th level successful. In the dark giant tower, the rules information emerged. Just like the previous shadows, the head began to fly towards the giant tower. It floated at the top of the giant tower, slowly merging into it. And as that head merged with the dark giant tower, the faint spiritual connection Chunming had established transformed from the head into the dark giant tower. This is, as the spiritual connection was established and gradually became clearer, Chunming's eyes slowly widened. On the wasteland before the last remaining demon cave, Sun Yang was anxiously standing outside, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the demon cave. At the same time, Qin Jishue and Lin Wei were also waiting outside the cave. Qin Jishue silently stared at the demon cave, her face looking somewhat pale. Normally, with Chunming's strength, she believed that a first-tier dungeon could not possibly trap him. But this is a dungeon that can drop legendary-level equipment. It cannot be compared to ordinary dungeons. The difficulty of this mysterious dungeon is absolutely unimaginable. The most critical point is that from the team information, after Chunming passed the 6th level of soul calming, there has been no further information. Moreover, not long after, the information regarding the mysterious dungeon directly disappeared. The disappearance of dungeon information only suggests 2 possibilities. One is that he has cleared it. The other is the challenger has perished. But the issue is Chunming has yet to emerge after all this time. There has been no news. Thus, it is not surprising that the 3 waiting in front of the demon cave fell into silence, the atmosphere thick with dread. Huff. Sun Yang took a deep breath. It's alright. The last information indicated that the 6th level was the highest, and there were no rewards afterward. Brother Chun must have cleared it and is on his way back. Sun Yang reassured himself. However, the more he said this, the more anxious he became. Sizzle. At that moment, Qin Jishue suddenly drew her sword. Then she walked towards the demon cave, preparing to enter it directly. At that moment, rumble. The entire wasteland suddenly trembled violently. The ground shook, producing a tremendous roar. A violent tremor suddenly arrived. Meanwhile, not only this dungeon wasteland, but also outside the dungeon in the beast forest, and even the entire Yunhai city experienced a sudden earthquake. The earth thundered, emitting a deep rumbling sound. The entire Yunhai city was thrown into chaos. Many thought it was the arrival of a giant beast or a beast tide panicking and taking action. On the wasteland, the tremor was intense, lasting a full minute before finally subsiding. What happened? Lin Wei's voice was somewhat stiff. With Chunming's silence and the sudden earthquake hitting the wasteland, the 4 felt increasingly uneasy. However, soon as the dust settled, a familiar figure finally appeared at the entrance of the demon cave. It was none other than Chunming. I knew Brother Chen would be fine. Sun Yang breathed a huge sigh of relief, his expression particularly lighthearted. At this moment Chen Ming stood outside the demon cave, yet he seemed to be in a slightly dazed state. Just moments ago, after he passed the 9th level of soul calming, while eagerly anticipating what rewards would appear, the entire underground world underwent a transformation. Everything vanished in an instant, as if erased, leaving behind a vast, empty shell of the Earth's core. Yet the burial ground did not disappear. Instead, it appeared in his vision. To be precise, within his eye of the nether equipment, an entire small world had been opened up. Inside were hidden millions of corpses, and that dark giant tower. It was only then that Chen Ming realized the entire burial ground was a massive skull. No wonder the bone burial ground is entirely white. The so-called underground world is actually inside a skull. And the final 9th layer of the soul guard is the shadow manifested from the skull of the entire burial ground. What kind of creature must it be to have such a vast space within a single skull? It's larger than the entire Yunhai city. Could it really be a creature from Blue Star? However, despite the shock, this wasn't the reason Chen Ming was still dazed. The real reason was that he had just established a faint spiritual connection with the dark giant tower. Understanding what this thing actually does. Bone demon. He murmured to himself. Chen Ming, what's wrong? Qin Jishue walked over, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at the dazed Chen Ming. In the next moment, she saw a faint blue light flicker in Chen Ming's left eye. His pupils glowed with an eerie hue, a wisp of ghostly flame dancing within. The eye of the underworld. Brother Chun, is this the legendary equipment you obtained? Sun Yang exclaimed, his face lighting up with curiosity. The equipment was called the Eye of the Underworld. Seeing Chun Ming like this, Sun Yang naturally guessed that this was the legendary equipment. However, in the next moment, without warning, a dark fog gate suddenly appeared before everyone. The door stood 2 meters tall, towering beside Chen Ming. Wisps of mist emanated from around it, and faint golden mysterious runes were engraved upon it. What is this? Sun Yang blinked. Silently, the door slowly opened. Inside was an ink-dark abyss, as if connecting to an endless void. Then, to Sun Yang's astonished gaze, a skeletal figure 1 meter tall and entirely white walked out. It was burning with a ghostly green flame. Bone Demon LV. 1 ability, Undead Rebirth. Description: an undead from the underworld revived by the spiritual flame. Holy crap! Sun Yang jumped in shock. He quickly hid behind Chen Ming. The Demon Lair challenge isn't over yet. Qin Jishue and Lin Wei reacted quickly, preparing for battle. However, they soon realized that this was just a level 1 bone demon. Moreover, after stepping out from that door, the bone demon did not move any further. It stood motionless beside Chen Ming, standing very upright like a new recruit. It showed no hostility towards the group at all. If not for the ghostly flames flickering within its body, one might have thought it was just a corpse. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Brother Chinyu. Sun Yang's gaze shifted back and forth between the level 1 bone demon and Chen Ming. His expression gradually became exaggerated. Qin Jishue and Lin Wei were also stunned in place. Even if they were slow to react, they now understood. This bone demon was created by Chen Ming. Moreover, it seemed to be under his control. Chen Ming was also staring at the level 1 bone demon, his eyes filled with scrutiny. This is the function of the Dark Giant Tower. Summoning bone demons. To be precise, the Dark Giant Tower is the source that grants the corpse's spiritual flame. It absorbs those shadows and can release them again, infusing them into those endless corpses. Then new bone demons are born. This is the information Chen Ming obtained after establishing a faint spiritual connection with the Dark Giant Tower. Of course, he currently cannot turn all the endless corpses in the bone burial ground into bone demons. This ability seems to be influenced by the profession level. He cannot summon bone demons that exceed his own level. Hiss. Sun Yang's eyelids twitched. Brother Chun, is this the ability of your Eye of the Underworld? He had heard Lin Wei mention before that legendary equipment possesses skills. So Chen Ming directly summoned a bone demon, which can only be explained by skills. Summoning bone demons. That's too otherworldly. How many can you summon? Sun Yang couldn't help but ask. Chen Ming pondered for a moment and replied, a few, I guess. He communicated with the Dark Giant Tower through his mental power, sensing the number of bone demons that could be summoned from the bone burial ground. There are nearly 5 million bone demons of level 7 and below. In other words, Chen Ming now holds an army of bone demons that can be summoned at any time. Although there are no high-level bone demons, his personal strength has not increased at all. However, what does it mean to have an army of 1 million bone demons? Let's put it this way. If Chen Ming wanted to right now, he could unleash the most terrifying beast tide in the history of the Alliance upon Yunhai City. A city slaughter would be completely effortless. So overall, this ability for Chen Ming doesn't enhance vertical strength, but it's a horizontal breakthrough. Actually, the most crucial part is that this summoning ability has no restrictions. Chen Ming initially thought summoning would consume mental power or something. But after trying to summon a level 1 bone demon, he realized that this ability doesn't require any such thing. He simply communicates with the Dark Giant Tower with his mental power. Then he opens a door and he can release millions of bone demons. Bone demons have the ability to resurrect, which is quite troublesome. Lin Wei analyzed thoughtfully. Summoning a squad of bone demons during battle can absorb damage and divert the enemy's firepower, making it a very useful skill. Chen Ming. A squad of bone demons. If summoned during a real battle, the number of bone demons he could summon would probably scare others to death. Alright, let's get down to business. Chen Ming did not dwell on this matter. With a thought, the level 1 bone demon walked back into the gate of the underworld. The gate closed and suddenly vanished. Chen Ming then moved to the hill behind. Here lay the grave flowers that Sun Yang had dug up before. Now the last condition for fusing the dungeon was to obtain 50 tiers of the grieving bone. You all step back. Saying this, Chen Ming grabbed over 10 grave flowers. Without pausing, he plucked each tier of the grieving. 1. Mental damage tiers of the grieving bone, a spiritual substance with restorative properties. 1. Mental damage tiers of the grieving bone, a spiritual substance with fire elemental restorative properties. 1. Mental damage tiers of the grieving bone, a spiritual substance with dark elemental power. Chen Ming did not stop his movements. Dazzling ripples stirred around him like layers of bubbles bursting before his eyes. Such a blunt and direct method. Behind him, Sun Yang watched Chen Ming's actions. But I like it. Soon Chen Ming had plucked all the tiers of the grieving bone, including the one he obtained upon entering the dungeon, exactly 100 in total. Chen Ming checked his mental power. 207322180. It's greater than the damage caused by the 9th layer of Soul Guard. Just as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound rang in his ears. Within the space of the bone burial ground, the dark, giant tower trembled as if it understood Chen Ming's words. Oh, it still has a bit of temper. At the moment Chen Ming plucked the last tear of sorrow from the air, a melodious howl echoed across the desolate plains, and the scenery around him began to shift. The graveyard and the demon lair vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming and his companions found themselves back at the boundary between the beast forest and the desolate plains. At that moment, the ominous winds in the sky above the desolate plains gradually ceased until they completely dissipated. The vast expanse lay in utter silence. It had become an ordinary wasteland. Perhaps before long this place would merge into the beast forest. 1. Demon Lair Challenge X3. Resist the tide of demon beasts. Progress 100. 2. Tier of Sorrow Treasure Hunt successfully collected over 50 Tears of Sorrow. Progress 100503. Mysterious Burial Ground. No clearing conditions. Progress 6. Personal Rating Legendary. Dungeon Points 120. Legendary Rating. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. There's actually a rating higher than, but then he thought again. This is the Burial Ground dungeon, so he didn't feel too surprised. This fusion dungeon cannot be viewed through normal standards. Chen Ming felt fortunate to encounter this dungeon. However, luck is only part of it. Strength is also a factor. If someone else encountered the Burial Ground dungeon, let alone clearing it, the question would be whether they could even survive here. As for the mysterious dungeon Burial Ground, Chen Ming believed that besides him no one below level 10 could possibly complete the soul testing trial. Of course, some things are difficult to explain. Such a nearly impossible mysterious dungeon just happened to encounter Chen Ming, a challenger with bug level abilities. Of course, some things are difficult to explain. Such a nearly impossible mysterious dungeon just happened to equivalent to the rewards for a normal party of class changers challenging the official dungeon over 20 times. Fusion Dungeon Legendary Rating Clearing Reward Experience 4000. First Tier Crystals X100. Revive Bone Spirit X1. Before he could look closely, Chen Ming's aura suddenly surged upward. Congratulations. Level has been raised to level 8. Another level up, Chen Ming smiled. This fusion dungeon allowed him to level up twice in one day. He then began to check the clearing rewards. So many crystals. Chen Ming nodded in satisfaction. The rewards from this fusion dungeon were indeed quite impressive. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more crystals are needed for advancement. With so many crystals, he wouldn't have to worry about crystal resources when his gear reached level 10. What is this Revive Bone Spirit? Chen Ming looked at a small section of bone glowing faintly before him, its texture translucent and seemingly crafted from crystal. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed, Revive Bone Spirit one-time secret artifact. Effect can be used on any living being to revive a single entity that has died within 24 hours. Automatically triggers the artifact's effect upon the owner's death. Revival item. Chen Ming squinted. Such a thing actually exists, although he himself would likely never need this item. However, having such an item certainly provides more confidence. After all, one would possess 2 lives. Meanwhile, not only Chen Ming, but at this moment Qin Jishua, Lin Wei, and Sun Yang were also leveling up simultaneously. Although the 3 did not have the dungeon rating as high as Chen Ming, the experience from clearing the dungeon is fixed. Qin Jishua and Lin Wei both reached level 7. Interestingly, Qin Jishua was just 1 experience away from level 8. 1 step away. Sun Yang, on the other hand, had reached level 6. Awesome, I leveled up 3 times. Sun Yang's face turned slightly red from excitement. A single dungeon actually provided a clearing reward of 4,000 experience. That's simply terrifying. Moreover, although he only had the most ordinary rating, he was also awarded 5 first-tier crystals. Sun Yang felt the joy of leveling up, his face brimming with delight. This fusion dungeon is amazing. Ooh, I wish there were more of them, Lin Wei's voice echoed. There's probably only this one fusion dungeon in the world. Hearing this, Qin Jishua nodded slightly. It's not that there aren't other fusion dungeons, but there are definitely no others that offer rewards and difficulty at this level. Demon Beast Tide X 3 Tears of Sorrow, the mysterious burial ground. Each of these 5 dungeons taken individually could easily be classified as an impossible dungeon. And yet these dungeons merged together. It was only thanks to Chun Ming that they could successfully challenge and clear it. Otherwise, this fusion dungeon might forever remain uncleared, becoming a forbidden zone that no one dares to tread upon. The rewards aren't finished yet. There are still the tears of sorrow. At that moment, Chun Ming smiled. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several tears of sorrow appeared before them, radiating light that illuminated the surrounding area. These were a total of 100 rare dual-type resources, and their value was immeasurable. I don't want this, Sun Yang immediately said. He always remembered his status in the Mingqian squad. A scorehog beast. Rare resources are used to enhance the strength of class changers and their future skill awakening levels. To others, these are treasures. But for him, they are utterly useless. He just needs to follow Chun Gu faithful. What do I need strength for? Therefore, he despised resources like these. I don't need them either. Lin Wei also spoke up at this time. She explained that she had a special profession and needed some unique resources which she had already prepared. Chun Ming was taken aback and turned his gaze to Qin Jishua. Qin Jishua met his gaze and gently shook her head. All right, Chun Ming suddenly remembered. They have a family with resources. Presumably the exclusive profession awakening resources had long been prepared. Just then a prompt popped. Results of the 4th day of the major exam are being calculated. First place, Chun Ming LV. 8, class, Shield Guardian Mingqian Squad. Second place, Qin Jishua LV. 7, S-class Radiant Angel Mingqian Squad. Third place, Lin Wei LV. 7, a class Contract Master Mingqian Squad. 4th place, Wang Yan. 5th place, Wu Qingyang. 6th place, Sun Yang LV. 6, class Shadow Blade Mingqian Squad. 7th place, Song Chuan LV. 5. Oh, what a pity, Sun Yang sighed. If only we had cleared this fusion dungeon earlier, then our Mingqian squad would have dominated the leaderboard. All 4 of them would occupy the top 4 positions. Just imagine how glorious that would be. But still, it's not bad. We outperformed Chun Gu's former teammate Song Chuan. In the exotic beast forest, a Tumterlong fiery red lizard was decapitated by a sharp flash of sword light. Qin Jishua landed gently on the ground, holding her long sword. This exotic beast was slain by her and Chun Ming together, and the experience was divided in half. Qin Jishua was just 1 experience point away from leveling up. Thus, on the way back to the city, it was natural to aim for a level up. Soon, Qin Zixu's aura began to fluctuate as she reached level 8. Beside her, Chun Ming took a moment to glance at his current attributes. Level 8. Strength, 115. Constitution 6, 4006, 400, 20. Recovery 642, 23. Agility, 113. Mental power, 23, 20, 40. Skills. Clevel Courageous in Battle LV. 13. SS level Absolute Defense Max level. SS level Spiritual Annihilation LV. 2. Mental Exhaustion Equipped Skill. In this dungeon, I leveled up by 2 levels. In terms of skills, Courageous in Battle is at level 13, and the Spiritual skill is at level 2. Also, I have Legendary Equipment, the Burial Ground. Chun Ming summarized the gains from this venture. Indeed, it could be said that he had returned with a full bounty. At the same time, Chun Ming began to ponder a question. That is, his profession level was nearing level 10. Level 10 is when new skills awaken. Although he had a guaranteed SS level skill, Chun Ming did not need to worry about falling behind in skill strength in the future. But he did not intend to waste the awakening of another skill directly. After all, skills are never too many. The more useful skills he has, the more comprehensive his power becomes. For instance, awakening a functional skill would be quite beneficial. Even though he was indeed very strong now, to say he was truly versatile would still be an overstatement. Like his capabilities in aerial combat and speed, Chun Ming still had some shortcomings in that aspect. Normal job changers need to reach level 40 or above to be able to walk on air. However, there are certain special professions or skills that can grant job changers this ability. For example, Qin Zixu's Radiant Angel is naturally equipped with flying abilities. This is a professional advantage. Of course, Chun Ming does not completely lack aerial capabilities. With a stacking attack of 9,000, his attribute energy becomes evident. The attack range and instantaneous explosive power are maximized. After the fact, in a conversation with Qin Jishua, he learned about the special state he entered during his previous battle against the Bone Demon when he was level 6. Moreover, after reaching level 8, the stacking attack value required for him to achieve energy manifestation has decreased accordingly. As for the exact amount he has yet to try. As for the direction of the awakening skill at level 10, I should consider abilities related to speed and aerial combat. Chun Ming silently made a decision in his heart. Currently, he holds quite a few rare resources in his hands. Let's go, we can finally head back. Sun Yang yawned. Although he had not participated in any battles throughout the day, his mental power was too weak to avoid resting. Even Chun Ming, who possessed strong mental power, felt a bit fatigued after a whole day of various challenges. In the outskirts nearing Yunhai City, Qin Jixue and Lin Wei stood before a barren mountain. Miss, why did the master suddenly call for us? Lin Wei stood behind Qin Jixue, kicking a small stone beside her foot. Just a moment ago, they were preparing to return to the city with Chun Ming, but they suddenly received news that the master wanted to see them. So the two parted with Chun Ming first. What could be so important that it requires face-to-face contact? Lin Wei stretched and murmured. It's not that the master suddenly called for us, it was something I mentioned to him. Qin Jixue spoke softly. Lin Wei was taken aback and blurted out, what was it? Before Qin Jixue, at that moment, swish. In the distance, the darkened horizon. A streak of light zipped past swiftly. It arrived at this mountainous area at an astonishing speed. The white light dissipated, revealing the figure of an old man within it. If Chun Ming were present at this moment, he would recognize that this person was the same old man who had stolen from his home in the valley night sky. Master, Lin Wei called out to the old man. The old man descended and approached the two. His gaze was firmly fixed on Qin Jixue. Schwered, what do you mean you want to take the support route? Yunhai City, on the edge of the urban area. Though it was already evening, there were still quite a few people at the border. Brother Chen, see you tomorrow. After parting with Chun Ming, Sun Yang prepared to head to the guild to purchase some agility talismans. As a support, speed is essential. This also happens to be his professional advantage. Sun Yang had already thought it through. From now on, he would specialize in speed, becoming a nimble support. After all, he was not useful in fights, but he also couldn't be a burden to Brother Chun by getting caught by enemies. It's Sun Yang. He reached level 6 today, ranking 6th. I remember he was level 3 yesterday. How did he jump to level 6 today? Is this speed godly? Sun Yang's appearance immediately attracted considerable attention. Currently, the most talked about topic in Yunhai City was the Mingchen squad. Plus, Sun Yang's rapid ascension to the 6th rank left many people astonished. What kind of dungeon did the Mingchen squad tackle to level up so quickly? Is this what it means to have a big shot lead the way? Damn it. I'm so envious I could cry. Feeling the envious gazes from those around him, Sun Yang couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He never expected that as an ordinary level he would one day experience this feeling. What can he say? After all, he has an impressive brother. Sun Yang, what did you do today to level up so fast? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Sun Yang waved his hand. Not much. Just challenged a dungeon. As for me, I merely watched the show and leveled up by 3 levels. Everyone. As soon as Sun Yang said this, the atmosphere at the scene quieted down a bit. People looked at each other not knowing what to say. Listen, is this even human talk? What do you mean you just watched the show and leveled up by 3 levels? Returning home, Chun Ming began to meditate and cultivate. After awakening, his mental skills cultivation naturally needed to be prioritized. Normally, a job changer's mental strength gradually increases. Just like a person's growth, meditative cultivation accelerates the process of mental strength growth, increasing both speed and limits. I wonder how long it will take to reach 40 mental strength. Every 20 of mental potential offers an opportunity for awakening. The first 20 allowed Chun Ming to taste sweet success. He certainly wouldn't miss the second 20. He also needed to prepare resources. To awaken powerful mental skills, both talent and resources are essential. However, before reaching 40, he still had plenty of time to collect resources related to the mind. Perhaps in the future I can venture into the depths of the beast forest to explore the lairs of ancient monsters and giant beasts. Chun Ming recalled the giant beast, the Wolf King. That Sanyan melting fire he obtained was from it. High-level beasts possess considerable wisdom. They gather resources for their own upgrades and evolution. For the future 40 mental awakening, if Chun Ming wishes to continue awakening SS level skills, the resources required would undoubtedly be enormous. If he could frequently encounter lairs of giant beasts like the Wolf King and steal their fruits, it would save a lot of effort. As for whether this behavior counts as stealing, in the world of job changers, the path to leveling up has always, what theft could there be? Huh? Chun Ming shook his head, clearing his chaotic thoughts. He began to focus on meditative cultivation. Soon, he felt a refreshing sensation in his mind. Unconsciously taking a deep breath, his breath flowed. His whole body felt transparent. Mental potential 21, I've broken through. Chun Ming's heart stirred. He did not open his eyes, but continued to cultivate. A night passed in a hurry. The next day, in Yunhai City at the city border, the testing platform at the border had been dismantled, leaving only one. This platform was used today to select the outstanding team from Yunhai City. Mingchen Squad vs. Team combat battles. At this moment, the venue was bustling with people. Many were eagerly anticipating this match. In fact, besides this year's awakened job changers, many others had also come. The entire Yunhai City's attention was focused on this battle at the border today. Battles between professional teams are quite rare. As job changers with special abilities, they were still very interested in battles. However, in this era, what they truly needed to face were the disasters caused by beasts. Organizing competitions and public martial arts events felt too distant for them at this time. Perhaps once the Alliance truly resolves the beast crisis and no longer needs to worry about the safety of civilization, such things could be realized. Thus, being able to witness an official job changer team competition today, even if it was just 2 teams below level 10, was still piqued the interest and attention of many. Moreover, these were 2 quite controversial teams. One was the Abyss Squad. With 3 S-level job changers and 2 A-level ones, it was a luxurious lineup. On the other hand, the Mingchen Squad consisted of 1 S-level and a mix of A, B, and C ranks. At first glance, it seemed quite odd. Yet precisely because of this combination, no one voiced doubts or mockery. Because the captain of the Mingchen Squad was Chun Ming. He had already silenced everyone with a test score. Today will be worth watching. I believe this will be an epic show. Indeed, the Mingchen Squad and the Abyss Squad will definitely engage in a spectacular battle. Having something entertaining to watch early in the morning is quite nice. I feel that regardless of which team loses, the public opinion in Yunhai City will explode. I heard that the winning team will be personally led by the inspector to participate in the provincial selection. The inspector leading the team, personally. Such a grand occasion. Below the stage, people were discussing animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere. However, soon, people began to argue about which team could win. What a joke, of course the Mingchen Squad will win. Were you blind yet? With that level 10 mechanical beast huge club coming down, if the Abyss Squad were to face it, tell me who could withstand it? Yes, I admit Chun Ming is strong, he's a monster. But don't underestimate the bonds formed by the 3 S-level job changers. In any case, Chun Ming definitely has weaknesses. It just depends on whether the Abyss Squad can find them. You Abyss Squad should worry about surviving until that moment under Chun Ming's fiery long blade first. The battle had yet to begin, and the crowd was already in an uproar. Many had already been convinced by the terrifying strength Chun Ming had displayed yesterday, believing he was invincible. One person could take on 5 from the Abyss Squad without a problem. Others felt that with the cooperation of 3 S-level job changers, their combat power was absolutely not inferior to that of S-level Qin Jishua. Chun Ming's defenses were at an abnormally high level, unafraid of level 10 attacks. Then they wouldn't fight Chun Ming. They only needed to deal with his teammates first and slowly wear him down. The betting has started. The Sunrise Guild is open for betting with integrity in business. A friendly reminder: small bets for fun, big bets for harm. I bet 1,000 that the Mingchen Squad will win. I also bet 1,000 that the Mingchen Squad will win. They'll join in. I bet 3,000 that the Abyss Squad will win. Alright, you have guts. In the midst of the clamor on the platform, a flash of electric light appeared. The next moment, a mechanical raven emerged in the center of the platform. The crowd fell silent. With reminders from several principals of Yunhai City, everyone now understood that this raven represented the inspector himself. Naturally, people did not dare to be disrespectful. They saw the mechanical raven slightly raise its head. Above, a buzzing sound was heard. Soon a massive light screen was projected across the entire border. From the crowd came some surprised voices. This light screen was not the first time the attendees had seen it. Previously, on the second day of the major examination, when Chun Ming's level ranking was announced, many had voiced doubts about it. The appearance of this light screen had slapped everyone's faces. While so, it was the inspector who acted back then. At this moment, the light screen projected the scene from the platform. Clearly, this was to allow everyone to witness the battle between the 2 teams, fairly and justly showcasing the selection process for Yunhai City's outstanding teams. Mingchen Squad, Abyss Squad, take the stage. The raven spoke, emitting a mechanical sound. Soon people saw 2 groups walk onto the platform: the Mingchen Squad, led by Chun Ming, and the Abyss Squad, led by Wang Yin. In this team combat battle, there is only one rule. The mechanical voice spread through the light screen. In the fight, but do not cause lethal harm. After finishing, the mechanical raven flapped its wings once, its figure disappearing in a flash of electricity. The attention of the crowd was all focused on the 9 individuals on the platform. On the high platform, 2 groups stood on either side of the metallic surface. At that moment, the light curtain displayed the basic information of both teams. Team Mingchen, Chun Ming, level Shield Guard Qin Jishua, S-level Radiant Angel Lin Wei, a level Contract Master Sun Yang, level Shadow Blade. Team Abyss, Wang Yin, level Abyss Mage Sun Qingyang, level Light Priest Song Chuan, level Soul Vanguard Luo Bing, a level Rock Guardian Hu Jichuan, a level Gale Archer. The lineup of Team Abyss is quite reasonable. With tactics for melee and ranged combat, defense and support, this combination is simply perfect, some commented. From the perspective of team composition alone, Team Abyss had no flaws. On the platform, Sun Yang asked, "Brother Chen, do we have any tactics?" He spoke with a relaxed smile on his face. In battles of this level, it feels like you might not even need to make a move. Regarding today's team battle, Team Mingchen had not discussed any strategies beforehand because it was entirely unnecessary. Other teams assigned combat tasks based on their professions. However, Team Mingchen was rather unique. Chun Ming could handle all offensive and defensive responsibilities by himself. The concept of individual roles did not exist here. As long as it was a battle, Chun Ming could forcefully break through anything. With the war god leading the way, the others could just relax. Sun Yang even thought he might get a chance to make a move in this duel. In front of the crowd in Yunhai City, he might show off a bit. Although he was only level with his epic level equipment, he should have no problem against that level class changer. Do as you wish. Chun Ming clearly showed no interest in tactics. He was also uninterested in Team Abyss. If you feel like you want to make a move, go ahead and find an opportunity. After all, the outcome was already determined. For Chun Ming, this duel was merely a formality. On the other side, in contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of Team Mingchen, the atmosphere of Team Abyss was much more serious. The 5 members stood in a scattered formation, each displaying a somewhat tense expression. Song Chuan stood at the forefront of the team. His profession was sole vanguard, capable of both offense and defense, naturally leading the charge in team battles. However, at this moment, Song Chuan's expression was somewhat off. He looked particularly excited. His eyes were filled with strange bloodshot veins. His breathing was heavy, akin to a weary old bull. Song Chuan, remember your task, came Wang Yan's voice from behind, suddenly interrupting. In order to deal with Chun Ming, they had prepared some special methods. Undoubtedly, Chun Ming's defense was at an abnormal level. Even if the 3 level class changers teamed up, they probably couldn't break through. After all, their levels were too low. Since they couldn't break through with their own strength, they would rely on some external force. 30 level Golden Horn Mountain Beast Blood Essence, containing the ultimate power of gold elemental energy. After consuming it, class changers could briefly gain a 30 armor-piercing attribute. The cost, however, was a significant burden on the body. In fact, it could even cause irreparable permanent physical decay. Such substances are not highly regarded. Class changers of level 30 do not need it, and lower-level class changers find it not worth the risk. After all, it's just to experience 30 armor-piercing. However, to defeat Team Mingchen and advance to the provincial selection, participating in that final special assessment, these were trivial matters. Well, after all, it's not him using it. It's Song Chuan. As for how Team Abyss obtained this item, those who understand, understand. So Song Chuan's task was to break Chun Ming's armor. No matter how high the defense, as long as the armor is pierced, he would still have to admit defeat. That's right. Their tactic was to eliminate Chun Ming as quickly as possible, rather than letting him stack his terrifying attack capabilities step by step. It was better to take him down first. Then they could work together to deal with Qin Jishua. As for the other two, they were not a concern. This was a 5 versus 2 duel. Suddenly, the light curtain emitted a mechanical sound. The perspective instantly magnified, allowing a clear view of the scene on the platform. The duel officially began. In an instant, the atmosphere in the audience quieted down, with pairs of tense eyes fixed on the arena, fearing they might miss some detail. On the platform, Chun Ming reached out and summoned his long sword from the spiritual space, gripping it in his hand. Whoosh! Azure flames erupted from around him, swiftly coiling around Chun Ming and his long sword. Like the high platform instantly illuminated with dazzling flames. At the same time, Chun Ming walked towards the members of Team Abyss, albeit at a leisurely pace. He appeared unhurried. After all, with so many people watching, Chun Ming also prepared to give them a bit of face and show a casual display. Then he would end the battle. At least let the audience have something to watch. Here it comes. Chun Ming's signature fiery longsword, still radiating overwhelming pressure. Chun Ming dares you to let him strike 10 times first. On the platform, Chun Ming walked step by step towards Team Abyss, but his expression was somewhat puzzled. Because the 5 members of Team Abyss had not moved yet. He had clearly shown leniency, yet the others seemed to be waiting for him to approach. Had they given up on resistance? Charge! Suddenly, as Chun Ming reached the center position, Wang Yan's furious shout echoed. Then the 5 members of Team Abyss surged forward together. They finally made the first move. Moreover, 4 of them targeted the leading Chun Ming. Only the 11 Rock Guardian charged towards Qin Zixu's direction, positioning himself between Qin Jishua Lin Wei and Chun Ming. The individual suddenly sank his feet into the ground, becoming as immovable as a rock. Crack, crack. The surface of the Guardian's body crystallized, forming layers of rock armor covering him. Encased in thick rock, his body expanded considerably. However, he did not make any further movements, merely activating his profession skill and standing guard in front of Qin Jishua. Qin Jishua. Qin Jishua looked up at the scene ahead. The 4 members of Team Abyss were surrounding Chun Ming, with the 11 Guardian blocking her path. This was quite clear. Team Abyss aimed to besiege Chun Ming while preventing her from providing support. Although he was just an 11 Guardian, Qin Jishua could resolve him in no time. However, Team Abyss had their own calculations. They intended to concentrate their firepower to eliminate Chun Ming, as long as they could hold her off for a short period. But Team Abyss had misunderstood one point. That was Chun Ming did not need any support. In this battle, Qin Jishu never even considered making a move from start to finish. One can only say that the tactics of the Abyss squad were indeed correct. Unfortunately, they were up against Chun Ming. At this moment, a wave of uproar erupted from the crowd below. Everyone witnessed the spectacular scene. Several members of the Abyss squad surrounded Chun Ming, not holding back at all, unleashing their ultimate moves. Wang Yin raised his hand, releasing a vast expanse of dark energy. On the high platform, a layer of dark energy spread out like the surface of water, surging outward. In an instant, it enveloped Chun Ming's feet. This was Wang Yan's innate ability, a domain covered by dark elemental power. It could control the enemy and delay their actions. Seeing that Chun Ming was successfully enveloped by his dark elemental power, Wang Yan's face lit up. The first step was complete. At the same time, he raised a black wooden staff high. With a gentle wave, a dark vortex, half a meter in diameter, coalesced. Like a large ball spewing black flames, it exuded a rich aura of dark elements. Splash! The black ball surged towards Chun Ming's left side. At the same time, the errant Gale Archer also. Similarly, he unleashed his skills without holding back, without a hint of testing the waters. Holding a longbow, he merely drew the string once. He shot out several arrows shaped like gusts of wind right in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind arrows came in a dense flurry, moving at incredible speed, accompanied by a visible gust towards Chun Ming's right side. The coordinated attacks from the left and right blocked all directions around Chun Ming. It was clear that the Abyss squad aimed to prevent him from evading. Moreover, they intended to exhaust his physical stamina from a distance. However, 0, 0, 0. The exquisite coordination and precise strikes. But they encountered unreasonable 0. What the hell? Wang Yan's eyes widened. He was frozen in place. He couldn't believe the damage he had dealt. After all, he had unleashed his skills with full force. At that moment, Wang Yan was truly panicked. He thought Chun Ming was relying on his thick defenses to absorb the damage, which explained his calm demeanor during yesterday's test. But now facing Chun Ming in battle, he was dumbfounded. A bunch of 0. Damn it. What the hell is complete damage immunity? Has Chun Ming's defense reached a level where even an strength class holder like him can't break through even a little? Complete immunity to damage means a gap between them that is as vast as a chasm. Behind them, Wu Qingyang, who had been continuously enhancing his teammates, was also stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask, "Are you two really not actors?" Even with 0 appearing, this is still under his strength support boost. At that moment, the members of the Abyss squad finally realized something. Chun Ming seemed far more terrifying than they had imagined. The errant Gale Archer trembled, looking at Chun Ming as if he were a monster. Had he known, he wouldn't have gotten involved. Don't panic, there is still a chance. Wang Yan's expression darkened. His earlier attack was merely to gauge how much damage he could inflict on Chun Ming. Although the result was utterly useless, thankfully, there was still a backup plan. Now Song Chuan was their only hope. As long as they could break through Chun Ming's defenses, they could still rely on their ranged abilities to attempt to exhaust Chun Ming. In fact, the previous attack was also to cover for Song Chuan. In the fierce domain of dark elemental power, Song Chuan had completed his charging. He needed to conceal the fact that he was using external force. He could only continuously stimulate his professional abilities, blood energy erupting all over. To outsiders, this appeared as the battle spirit of a vanguard bursting forth without raising suspicions about his anomaly. At that moment, Song Chuan was enveloped in a layer of violent blood energy. The next moment, he moved, charging forward with astonishing momentum, wielding a great sword like a battle-hardened vanguard. Opposite him, Chun Ming frowned slightly. He could sense that something was off with Song Chuan's state, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Watching the frenzied Song Chuan, Chun Ming felt a shift in his heart. In the next second, he slightly raised his head. His left eye glowed with an eerie light, shimmering with a wavering halo. Ethereal eye, mental exhaustion. Perfect, he could use Song Chuan to test the effect of his equipped skill. Chun Ming had always wanted someone to experiment on. Now was just the right opportunity. Ding! Chun Ming's gaze flickered, and a faint wave of mental energy rippled through the air. This mental energy shot out, coalescing into the shape of a fine needle, and in an instant it struck the blood energy figure charging towards him. At that moment, Song Chuan was releasing his skills. In the next moment, his entire being suddenly jolted. Following that, an overwhelming sense of weakness spread throughout his body. Song Chuan felt as if he had been instantly hollowed out. What happened? A look of astonishment appeared on his face as even the skill he was halfway through casting was extinguished. Because his mental energy was exhausted, he could no longer summon the attribute energy within him. Moreover, the depletion of his mental energy left him feeling dizzy. His body felt limp. Before he could think further, the burden brought on by the use of external force crashed over him like a tide. At that moment, Song Chuan, feeling utterly weak, had no strength left to bear this burden. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yet his charging motion continued. However, it took on a rather At this moment, on the border of the city, everyone was eagerly watching the scenes on the big screen. From the start of the battle, the Abyss squad showcased the might of strength class holders. Their area effect abilities and extreme elemental damage skills left the crowd in awe. Yet the result was that Chun Ming's clothes weren't even soiled. But soon the expressions of the crowd became peculiar. There was even a hush among the audience. This was simply because a rather ridiculous scene appeared on the screen. Wang Yin and the archer had stopped their attacks. They knew that without breaking through Chun Ming's defenses, no amount of attack would be effective. So they halted, waiting for Song Chuan to break Chun Ming's defenses. However, Song Chuan was halfway through his charge, as if he had suddenly deflated. His fierce momentum dissipated completely. Holding a great sword with both hands, he staggered forward like a comical duck waddling towards Chun Ming. Chun Ming. He had thought that under mental exhaustion Song Chuan would stop upon being interrupted while casting. Who would have thought he would go completely out of control? Ultimately, just as Song Chuan's limping charge was about to hit him, Chun Ming sidestepped and dodged. Since Chun Ming awakened his SS-level absolute defense, Song Chuan was the first to force him to actively evade. And the reason was that the attack method was far too comical. In front of so many people, it was somewhat embarrassing for Chun Ming to be hit by an attack that came from a waddling duck-like charge. It was a bit too humiliating. Chun Ming sidestepped to evade. Song Chuan, however, did not change his course. He seemed to have lost his sanity at that moment. The reason he continued to charge forward was that he could not stop. Instinctively maintaining the actions before losing control, Song Chuan charged straight ahead. It wasn't until he reached the edge of the platform that he stepped into thin air. With a loud thud, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Song Chuan fell from the high platform, crashing down like a broken sack. Motionless. Silence. Below the platform, a deathly stillness enveloped the area. The entire venue was utterly quiet. Even those not near the platform witnessed this scene through the large screen. The entire border fell into silence. This was a contest between the two most promising teams of Yunhai City, watched by a multitude. And Song Chuan, a dignified rank advanced class, suddenly turned into a fool during battle. His skill was cut off halfway. With an ugly posture, he charged towards Chun Ming's physical form, then toppled off the platform. This was no longer just a simple embarrassment. This was a grand humiliation in front of everyone. From that moment on, whenever the name Song Chuan was mentioned, the people of Yunhai City would recall this scene. Among the crowd, someone couldn't hold back and let out a snicker. Immediately, whispers began to ripple through the surroundings. What's wrong with Song Chuan? It's like he suddenly went insane. I don't know. He's embarrassed to the point of going home to his grandmother. I saw it. Chun Ming seemed to glare at Song Chuan, and then he became like this. A glare. What kind of gaze has— Oh my, is it the legendary gaze that kills? At that moment, down below, amidst the murmurs, Song Chuan slowly regained consciousness. His mental energy was no longer depleted. Awakening from his state of chaos, he thought, what is this? Song Chuan was still a bit bewildered, recalling what had just happened. The brief moment of distraction had left his body vulnerable to the burden. Now the soreness all over him made him wince in pain. Song Chuan sat dazed on the ground. He looked up and saw the strange faces staring at him. At that moment, he finally realized what he had just done. In front of so many people, he rolled down the platform like a fool. Moreover, this scene had been recorded by the entire city of Yunhai had seen it. Song Chuan breathed heavily. The next moment, his head tilted back and he fainted again. This time he was fainted by sheer embarrassment. Meanwhile, on the high buildings behind, the inspector and several principals were also watching the battle. Upon seeing Song Chuan's earlier performance, Principals Wang and Wu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. They didn't know what to say. Legendary equipment. At this moment, Principal Zhou's eyes widened as he noticed the details. Just now on the platform Chun Ming's left eye momentarily glowed, which was not a skill effect. It turned out to be a piece of legendary equipment. Principal Zhou was shocked inside. Every time Chun Ming appeared, he always managed to surprise him. At this time, the other two principals also reacted. In an instant, a glint of excitement flashed in their eyes. It's important to note that even they themselves did not possess legendary equipment. A level 10 or below advanced class actually possessed equipment of this level. Although it was only tier 1, as long as there were enough crystal resources to upgrade the equipment, it could reach tier 4. At this moment, both of them instinctively felt a strange emotion rising in their hearts, unconsciously generating some other thoughts. However, the next second, the inspector's cold voice rang out, entering the ears of the several principals. Song Chuan has consumed the essence blood of a certain high-level exotic beast. Just this brief sentence. The inspector pinpointed the reason for Song Chuan's earlier loss of control. The atmosphere became subtly tense. Principals Wang and Wu's expressions changed repeatedly, falling into silence. Principal Zhou glanced at the two and said nothing. How Song Chuan acquired the essence blood of a high-level exotic beast was something everyone knew. Besides the two principals, who else could provide it? Clearly, this was the inspector's way of warning Principals Wang and Wu. He cautioned them not to entertain any improper thoughts. On the platform, waste. Wang Yan's expression darkened. All the hopes of the team rested on Song Chuan. As a result, not only did he fail to break through Chun Ming's defenses, but he also embarrassed them greatly. Just thinking about Song Chuan's actions made him unable to bear looking on. It's about time, Chun Ming's voice sounded. He flicked his wrist, and the long sword waved in the air, leaving behind several blazing trails. It was almost time to end the performance of the Abyss team. Saying this, Chun Ming walked towards them step by step, his movements leisurely, as if he were taking a stroll. However, in the eyes of the Abyss team, it was a different scene altogether. After all, Chun Ming was enveloped in azure flames, his figure shrouded in layers of aura as he approached. The aura carried a terrifying sense of oppression. Especially at this moment, as his opponents, the feeling of oppression was almost suffocating. Fortunately, this was not a fight to the death. Otherwise, they would be in despair. Chun Ming, I think we can. Your team still has one spot left, right? Wang Yin tried to make a final struggle. I can bid to buy that spot. After this period of investigation, his grandfather, Principal Wang, learned some truths about this special assessment. This was not just a special assessment. It was also the Alliance's way of selecting the strongest new generation of advanced class. Moreover, it was very likely to use the full power of the entire Alliance to cultivate them. What does this mean? The entire Alliance poured its resources just to cultivate a few new generations. Wang Yin couldn't even imagine how terrifying those resources would be. Let's put it this way. If one could enter this batch of favored individuals by the Alliance from then on, they would be in a completely different world from others. As for why the Alliance would do this, he didn't know. But what Wang Yin knew was, he had to get on this express train of, otherwise he would never have this opportunity in this life. So he was willing to use some special means to win against the Mingchen team. No matter how many gold coins you want, I can give you. Looking at Chun Ming, Wang Yin said solemnly. Even if Chun Ming wanted all the assets of the Wang family, Wang Yin would unhesitatingly agree. Obtaining a spot was worth all this. Wang Yin stared intently at Chun Ming. In truth, even if today's plan could proceed successfully, could the Abyss squad really win against the Mingchen squad by cheating? Wang Yin also decided to let Chun Ming and Qin Jishua join in later. Firstly, Chun Ming's potential is simply terrifying. So terrifying that it made Wang Yin reluctant to let Chun Ming truly be eliminated. Secondly, this would allow the inspector to turn a blind eye. After all, the inspector must have already taken note of Chun Ming's previous performances. Only by relying on external forces to win against Chun Ming could he join the Abyss squad. Moreover, with the relationship with his grandfather, there might be some leniency preventing the inspector from pursuing the matter. Thus, Wang Yan's aim in this competition wasn't to snatch the qualification from Chun Ming. Rather, he aimed to secure a future for himself. But unfortunately, he failed. He had no idea how Song Chuan suddenly lost his mind, but it surely had something to do with Chun Ming. However, Chun Ming paid no attention to Wang Yan's words. Did he want to buy him off? Setting aside whether he was willing, could Wang Yan truly provide what he desired? In terms of equipment, he would at least need legendary level gear to barely impress him. And it wouldn't take much. Just a complete set of legendary gear would suffice. Could he afford that? As for resources, he really didn't lack any. The resources stored in Chun Ming's spiritual space could make a lot of people envious. Therefore, Chun Ming had no intention of communicating with Wang Yan. Instead, he struck directly. He stepped forward, bursting forth from the Tsanyan flames, and swung his blade without hesitation. The slash, accompanied by the Tsanyan, struck the rank Gale archer in front. 110. The archer was momentarily stunned, but his expression remained unchanged. This attack's damage was something he could fully withstand. It wasn't the terrifying attack power he had imagined. It seems he doesn't have accumulated attack damage, so it's not too high. The archer thought for a moment. If that's the case, all he had to do was to play around with Chun Ming. He didn't believe Chun Ming could maintain such terrifying defensive capabilities. There was no cost involved. He must be maintaining some special state to have such a complete damage immunity effect. As long as he could stall for time, there might still be a chance. Not far away, Wang Yan also witnessed the damage caused by Chun Ming's first strike. His mind raced, and he quickly came to the same conclusion as the archer. Keep your distance, don't let his attack. Wang Yan's hope reignited on his face. However, just as the archer had endured Chun Ming's strike and was about to quickly create some distance, the next moment his expression suddenly changed. Armor break 100. What the hell? The Gale archer stumbled on his feet. Almost losing his balance, he nearly fell to the ground. His eyes widened, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. What happened? In an instant, he was completely armor broken. But soon the archer realized that his defenses were still. He hadn't truly been physically armor broken. However, when he faced Chun Ming, the sensation of being targeted like a thorn in his back surged in his heart. All defenses melted away like cream. In an instant, they were shattered. It was as if he had been locked on by some power of Chun Ming. His entire defense was rendered useless. Did Chun Ming possess a special armor-breaking ability? Was he even human? Was it necessary to be this terrifying? At this moment, the archer could be certain that he had indeed been subjected to Chun Ming's ability of exclusive armor break. Sure enough, in the next second, he experienced the power of being uniquely armor broken by Chun Ming. Though the Gale archer's speed was fast, speed was currently Chun Ming's weak point. However, with level suppression and equipment suppression, his speed still exceeded that of his opponent. In just a few seconds, Chun Ming had already caught up to the archer. The second strike fell, 480. It was the same slashing attack as before, but the damage had quadrupled. Armor break 100 and the damage reduction from his defense completely vanished, adding an additional 200 stacking damage. What the hell? The archer's heart raced. The speed of this damage increase was like a ghost. Swish, swish, swish. The Gale Archer hurriedly created distance again, desperately releasing skills. He conjured gust arrows to attack Chen Ming, trying to hinder his advance. Clang, clang, clang. The gust arrows struck Chen Ming, sparking flames, yet they didn't even remove a single hair. 0, 0, 0. The archer's mouth twitched. Still 0 damage. What kind of nonsense is this? This guy is invincible. It would be better to just surrender. If he couldn't outmaneuver, he couldn't even fight back. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had already once again caught up to the archer. With a clang, the long knife slashed down. 720. Boom. The impact of this strike was already somewhat terrifying. Amidst the roaring Tsangyan, it vaguely produced an explosive sound. After merely 3 attacks, Chen Ming was already preparing to enter crushing mode. He forced himself to raise his head, wary of Chen Ming's follow-up attack. However, Chen Ming did not pursue further. He feared that He forced himself to raise his head, wary of Chen Ming's follow-up attack. However, Chen Ming did not pursue further. He feared that the next strike might be too much for this person to bear. Thus, Chen Ming turned his gaze towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan shuddered all over, feeling as if he was being targeted by the King of Hell. He swallowed hard, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yan ultimately launched an attack. Under normal circumstances, he would have begged for mercy, but now it was in front of a large audience. Everyone in Yunhai City was watching. He didn't want to end up like Song Chuan, becoming a laughing stock. At worst, after taking a few strikes from Chen Ming, he could pretend to be heavily injured and fall to the ground, which would at least allow for a somewhat dignified exit. As Wang Yan retreated, he waved the wooden staff in his hand. Whoosh! The dark elemental aura howled, conjuring a large hand. It slammed forward. Chen Ming remained calm, directly passing through the dark hand. 0. As the dark elemental aura dissipated, he had already arrived before Wang Yan. With an effortless slash, 400 came down. The damage has decreased. Wang Yan's eyes brightened. He was unaware that the archer had been armor broken after enduring Chen Ming's first strike. He clearly saw that Chen Ming's final strike against the archer dealt 720 damage, but now it was only 400. Reduced. His defense was certainly higher than the archer's, but not by much. So the only explanation was that Chen Ming's attack damage had decreased. Could it be that there was some way to counter him? However, in the next moment, armor break 100. What the hell? Wang Yan felt a buzzing sensation throughout his body. A wave of cold air surged from his feet directly to his forehead. This was a sign that his defenses had been completely shattered. It is important to know that having one's defenses completely broken is an extremely terrifying matter. Normally, when defense is intact, it mitigates the damage taken. The higher the defense, the more damage is mitigated. However, the attribute of armor piercing is meant to negate and penetrate defenses. Even a slight amount of defense remaining simply weakens the damage mitigation effect. But if one is completely armor pierced, it is a different story. The damage taken may even deepen. This is one of the reasons why armor piercing is regarded as one of the rarest attributes. When facing enemies with higher defense, the effectiveness of armor piercing becomes more pronounced. For example, if confronting a terrifyingly defensive beast, under normal circumstances one should inflict 100 damage, but because the beast's defense is too high, only 120 or even less damage is dealt. However, if one possesses the ability to armor pierce, the higher the armor piercing attribute, the closer the damage can get to 100. Once the armor-piercing attribute reaches the critical point of 100, the damage can even double. The higher the level of combat, the more the value of armor-piercing is highlighted. This is why Wang Yan chose to use external force to armor-pierce against Chen Ming. Against an enemy like Chen Ming, who possesses terrifying defense, the benefits of armor-piercing are unimaginable. Despite only being at 30, this is a level that most job changers could never attain in their lifetimes. Yet now Wang Yan personally experienced the sensation of being 100 armor-pierced. At this moment, facing Chen Ming, he felt a heart-stopping sense of vulnerability, as if he had completely stripped himself of armor. Any defense would be rendered void. This panic even made Wang Yan forget to evade, watching helplessly as Chen Ming struck out at him once more. Flames erupted before his eyes. Bang! In the face of Chen Ming's calm, yet fearsome strike, Wang Yan instinctively raised his wooden staff to block. 1,150. The wooden staff flew from his grasp. Wang Yan was sent flying by the immense force. Crack, crack. The mage robe he wore emitted a cracking sound. Then with a bang it shattered. Wang Yan scrambled up from the ground, looking at the broken equipment in front of him, his face turning pale. He had prepared for a high damage from Chen Ming's strike. However, he never expected it to be this terrifying. It shattered his epic quality equipment. It is worth noting that he was also wearing epic quality gear. Although it did not have full gem enhancements, it was still substantial, with a 1,000 attribute bonus. Below, the crowd witnessing the battle between the two captains, Chen Ming and Wang Yin was instantly filled with excitement. They could only observe the performance of the few combatants on stage. Thus they saw Chun Ming casually slice out 3 strikes easily. They could only observe the performance of the few combatants on stage. Thus they saw Chun Ming casually slice out 3 strikes easily, overwhelming that archer. Then in the confrontation with Wang Yin, he struck twice more, sending the shrank Wang Yin flying. Wait, is the damage really this high? I know Chun Ming gets stronger with every hit, but that was only the 5th strike, right? Just as the crowd was still filled with doubts and confusion. The next second they saw crack. In the footage, Wang Yan's equipment was forcefully shattered. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Their eyes widened, revealing fear and disbelief. Equipment shattered. They knew all too well what this meant for job changers. The damage from a single attack directly exceeded the attribute limit of the equipment, resulting in its complete destruction. I remember. Wang Yan also had epic quality equipment, right? A single strike shattered epic equipment. Incredible, I misjudged them earlier. I was just wondering why they seemed so weak. How much damage does it take to achieve such an effect? Why do I suddenly feel a bit sympathetic for Wang Yan? It's really tough for the Abyss squad to fight against such a monster. On stage, after Chun Ming shattered Wang Yan's equipment, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the equipment to be so fragile. However, he showed no intention of stopping. Chun Ming stepped forward, moving through the surrounding waves of flame as if walking through fire. Now he had already made 5 successful attacks. The cumulative damage reached 600. He swung out another strike. In an instant, the blade's light shone brightly, casting a pale blue hue across the platform. It also illuminated Wang Yan's pale face. I concede. Finally, Wang Yan shouted. He raised his hand, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. The tip of the blade, engulfed in azure flames, halted just a palm's breadth away from him. Wang Yan could even feel the scorching wave penetrating his forehead, causing a slight sting. With this blow, he wouldn't die, but he would certainly be left severely injured. It would take a long time to recover. At this moment, Wang Yan was half crouching on the ground. Chun Ming stopped before him, choosing not to deliver another blow. In fact, Chun Ming could have easily struck down with that blow. After all, it wouldn't take Wang Yan's life, which wasn't against the rules. Wang Yan's trembling hand still pressed against the ground, the knuckles turning white from exertion. After a long while, he slowly lifted his head. His gaze met Chun Ming's. Suddenly he froze. Chun Ming stood before him, the long knife held diagonally, his gaze slightly lowered, looking down upon him. It was not derision or mockery, nor was there any sense of humiliation. Rather, it was an almost indifferent calm. Wang Yan suddenly understood. This duel concerning their future and prospects was merely a trivial matter in the eyes of his opponent. Chun Ming had never regarded this duel as significant, nor had he taken the Abyss squad seriously. Perhaps even if Song Chuan had not lost his mind and successfully hit Chun Ming, even if the 30 armor piercing had truly worked, the result would still be the same. Wang Yan suddenly felt drained of strength, collapsing to the ground. Chun Ming silently sheathed his long knife and then looked forward. There, Wu Qingyang was casting a skill attempting to restore Wang Yan's state. However, he did not expect Wang Yan to concede directly. He was about to curse a few times. You, a main damage dealer, surrendered publicly. How am I supposed to fight? Then he noticed Chun Ming looking over. Suddenly he trembled all over. Wu Qingyang swallowed hard, recalling the moment Wang Yan was armor pierced. He sighed. I concede. Up ahead, the rank rock armor guardian, who had been on high alert against Qin Zixue, finally came back to his senses. He had been concentrating intensely to prevent Qin Zixue's sudden onslaught, thus not noticing the situation behind him. After all, he had to hold back the renowned S-rank angel job changer. So soon. Has it already ended? At this moment, the guardian turned his head to look. Yes, that's right. Sun Yang's light and airy voice came from behind, carrying a somewhat mischievous tone. Your teammate has already kicked the bucket. On the high platform, as the last person gave up resistance, the battle between the Mingchen team and the Abyss team came. Below the platform, countless people watched the scene silent for a long time. Many had anticipated that the Mingchen team, led by Chun Ming, would likely win. After all, the Abyss team struggled to deal with an S-level Qin Zixue. Not to mention, they also had to face the unpredictable Chun Ming. However, they never expected it to turn into a complete massacre. No, even massacre was insufficient to describe it. If one had to put it in words, it was as if the Abyss team were nothing more than mere fodder. The Mingchen team had only Chun Ming stepping up to face the entire Abyss team. He only drew his weapon 5 times from start to finish to end the battle. And this was under the condition that Chun Ming was intentionally holding back, allowing the Abyss team to organize a wave of attacks. Otherwise, this contest could have ended even sooner. The disparity was too evident. Why do I feel that Chun Ming is even stronger than yesterday? This battle was not evenly matched at all. Chun Ming was really giving them face. That's right, he could have resolved the fight in just a few moves. But for the sake of our viewing pleasure as onlookers, he let the Abyss team have a round of attacks. He truly made me want to cry. At this moment, no one mocked the Abyss team for their crushing defeat, nor for Wang Yan's public surrender. People understood it wasn't due to their incompetence. but because they faced Chen Ming. Meanwhile, after the battle concluded, Principal Zhou personally stepped forward to announce the results and led the 4 members of the Mingchen team toward. At this moment, Principal Zhou was beaming with joy. Chen Ming and Qin Jixue were both promising talents who had emerged from Yunhai No. 1 high school this year. If they could shine brightly in Jiangnan province and even throughout the entire alliance, not only would the reputation of Yunhai No. 1 high school soar, but Principal Zhou would also gain recognition. And if in the future Chen Ming and Qin Jixue became top figures in the alliance, it would be a matter that could secure his name in history. Under Principal Zhou's guidance, the Mingchen team reached the highest floor and met the waiting inspector. Mingchen team, Chen Ming, Qin Jixue, Lin Wei, Sun Yang. The inspector calmly scanned the 4 individuals, his gaze steady. He did not disregard or look down on this team because it included a mixed skill player. First of all, congratulations, as the number 1 team of Yunhai City, you will participate in this provincial selection. Before we proceed, do you have anything you need to prepare? Meanwhile, at the urban border after the battle concluded, people still felt a bit unsatisfied. Look, the Mingchen team has already been recorded on the list of teams for this provincial selection area. As more people learned that this year's alliance had special assessments, Jiangnan province also set up an online area where one could see the advancing teams from various cities. Just moments ago, the Mingchen team had been recorded as the number 1 team of Yunhai City. Soon after, a newly published post surged to the top position at an astonishing speed. The post was titled, Trembled Jiangnan Province. It was posted by a job changer from Yunhai City. The content was about the Mingchen team's impending participation in the provincial selection. You have no idea what level of figures you will soon face. This quickly caught the attention of job changers from other. Job changer from Yubei City. Yunhai City is so arrogant. They expect the entire Jiangnan province to tremble. Job changer from Yubei City. Oh, Yunhai City. I know about that. It's one of the only 2 cities in Jiangnan province with S-level job changers this year. Job changer from Yubei City. It seems the people of Yunhai City have great confidence in that S-level job change. Job changer from Lang City. I heard it's a holy radiant angel. Job changer from Yunhai City. No, you're all wrong. I'm not talking about the S-level. I'm talking about the captain of the Mingchen team, Chen Ming. Job changer from Yubei City. Damn, I just realized what a bizarre team the Mingchen team is. A job changer from Yubei City. An S-level leading a group of ABC combinations. That's insane. Not kidding, are you Yunhai City here just for laughs? A clever job changer as the captain and the S-level job changer is reduced to a team member. Haha, you Yunhai City are just too entertaining. You actually let an S-level job changer lead 3 burdens into the provincial selection. Let me be fair, are the higher-ups in Yunhai City just useless? Isn't this wasting the talent of an S-level job changer from Yunhai City? Hee, you haven't witnessed the horror of Chen Ming with your own eyes, I don't blame you. Once Chen Ming leads the team to the provincial selection, you'll understand. Job changer from other cities. Alas, I feel sorry for you Yunhai City folks to idolize a clever shield guard so much. Regarding these overwhelming doubts, the people of Yunhai City had no desire to refute them, because the louder they shouted now, the more severe the face slapping would be later. For many, their perception of Chen Ming shifted from contempt on the first day of the grand exam to being stunned and shaken by his performance later on. Having walked this path step by step, this feeling, just thinking that people from other cities in Jiangnan province would also experience it, made the people of Yunhai City feel a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Chen Ming was also someone who had emerged from their Yunhai City. Thus, very tacitly, no one from Yunhai City brought Chen Ming's test scores and various astonishing records to the forefront. Instead, they continued to provoke people from other cities. Trust me, I used to look down on Chen Ming even more than you did. Today, I'll leave this post as proof. I'm waiting to see how you'll be slapped in the face later. Meanwhile, at the border, a gigantic mechanical creature appeared atop a high building. It spread its metallic wings and soared into the sky, creating a fierce gale as it flew toward the beast forest outside the city. A massive mechanical creature glided steadily across the border, akin to a colossal spaceship traversing the vast skies. Many people in the border region looked up at this spectacle. There was envy and anticipation. In the era of exotic beasts, every city was isolated by forests filled with such creatures resembling solitary islands. People's understanding of other cities in the Alliance could only be gleaned through the Alliance network. However, if one wished to traverse the vast forested lands, even crossing a primary level beast forest would require at least a level 30 transmigrator to accomplish. On the back of the mechanical raven, 4 members of the Mingchen team stood on a small metallic platform surrounded by a layer of energy shield. Although they were on the back of a flying creature, there was no sense of turbulence. Chen Ming gazed at the receding city of Yunhai, his eyes subtly shifting. It was his first time riding a flying creature away from the city, and it still felt somewhat novel. Lin Xuanshi, you haven't told us where we are going yet. Chen Ming turned to the Lin Xuanshi ahead and asked. This Lin Xuanshi seemed rather decisive in personality, merely giving a brief explanation. Then he directly whisked them away on the mechanical creature, implying they could discuss any issues on the way. Lin Xuanshi stood in front without looking back. The small mechanical raven on his shoulder turned its head and spoke. Lin Yuan City. The first teams from other cities have already set off and will gather there. Upon hearing this, Chunming nodded. He had heard of this city, which was one of the strongest cities in Jiangnan province. This year, two S-level transmigrators emerged in Jiangnan province. One was Qin Jixue from Yunhai City, and the other was in Linyuan City. At this moment, Sun Yang nudged his arm and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Brother Chun, do you think this raven is Lin Xuanshi himself or his pet?" Sun Yang had always been curious about this question. Before Chen Ming could respond, the raven spoke up. "This is a mechanical creature condensed from my primordial attribute energy, carrying my consciousness. It is essentially me." Evidently, Lin Xuanshi had heard Sun Yang's words and responded. Sun Yang felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, but Lin Xuanshi didn't seem to mind. He explained, "Years ago, during a beast tide crisis, I fought against a high-level Dark Knight beast and was gravely wounded by cursed power, resulting in a permanent decline in my physical condition. My voice was damaged, which is an old ailment of mine, so I usually communicate through mechanical creatures." Sun Yang wore a look of realization. He had thought that Lin Xuanshi controlling the raven to speak on his behalf was merely to show off or appear sophisticated. It turned out to be due to a difficulty in speaking. Hearing this, Chen Ming felt a surge of respect for this Lin Xuanshi. He was a guardian of the city. "Lin Xuanshi, could you share what this special assessment is about?" After some simple conversation, he discovered that Lin Xuanshi was not as cold and unapproachable as he appeared. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired about the assessment. After all, this was the first time such an event had occurred in the history of major assessments. In front, Lin Xuanshi fell silent for a moment before turning around. He extended a finger. The mechanical raven on his shoulder emitted a glow from its eyes, and a screen projected in front of the group, clearly displaying 10 available slots. Among them, 8 positions were vacant. At the top, the names of 2 teams were already listed, Zixiao Team and Yuqing Team. The purpose of this assessment is for the Alliance to select the 10 most promising teams. And this batch will be vigorously nurtured by the Alliance. Upon hearing this, even Qin Jixue was somewhat moved, her expression momentarily stunned. Select 10 teams to be nurtured by the Alliance. Hiss. Sun Yang inhaled sharply. This information was indeed substantial. At the level of the Alliance, the issues at hand were the prospects of civilization and the future of the human race. Now, however, the focus was suddenly shifted to the new generation. What was so special about their generation? So as long as we pass this provincial selection and enter the 10 slots, we'll be prioritized for nurturing by the Alliance, and we won't have to worry about resources. Sun Yang muttered. Lin Xuanshi continued, "The provincial selection has actually already begun to focus on nurturing your group." He reminded the Mingchen team. "So this is a significant opportunity for you to improve, seize it." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming became very interested. So the provincial selection isn't a competition between teams from different cities. He thought the so-called provincial selection was similar to a competition against the Abyss team. Selecting slots through matches, Lin Xuanshi smiled. That would be meaningless, it would only waste your leveling time, and would be internal strife. However, there is still some team competitiveness. The main focus is still on resource cultivation. Lin Xuanshi didn't elaborate further, but revealed a bit to the group. Before participating in the provincial selection, arrangements would be made by provincial officials to ensure that all of these transmigrators reach level 10 in a short time. Arranging for us to reach level 10. This left Chun Ming astonished. They hadn't even participated in the selection yet, and they were being arranged to be boosted to level 10 by the province. This sounded so surreal. Sun Yang blinked in disbelief and said, I can too. Lin Xuanshi slowly nodded, affirming, "Everyone in the first team of each city." Sun Yang swallowed, hard, managing to stifle an exclamation. Qin Jixue and Lin Wei were also somewhat shocked. What kind of top-tier treatment was this? As for how they would be arranged to reach level 10 in a short period, there was no need for doubt. Since the provincial authorities dared to say so, they surely had concrete methods. Sun Yang shook his head, feeling a bit dazed by the amount of information. He suddenly felt as if he had latched onto Brother Chen's thigh, thinking that his life could be completely different. Not only had he hitched a ride on Brother Chen's flying vehicle, but he might also board the Alliance's flying vehicle. You guys have encountered a great opportunity. At this moment, Lin Xuanshi sighed. Then he said something profound. The energy tide of Blue Star is rising. It is both an opportunity and a challenge. The higher-ups of the Alliance want to use this to completely end the era of exotic beasts. Chun Ming blurted out, "What comes after the end of the exotic beast era?" "The era of great expansion, the era of pioneers that can be described in many ways." Lin Xuanshi explained, "With population growth and living space being squeezed, we coincidentally encounter a massive change in the era. The Alliance is no longer satisfied with being trapped in a corner. They want to break through the forest of exotic beasts. The transmigrators should be the true masters of Blue Star." After listening to Lin Sun's explanation, Chun Ming silently nodded. It seemed that participating in this special assessment was indeed the right decision. The Alliance was making every effort to cultivate talent. The value of this opportunity goes without saying. It is evident that the Alliance aims to forge the strongest generation to face the so-called Great Era. In such circumstances, being at the forefront of the Alliance's initiatives is truly a tremendous opportunity. Of course, for Chunming, it was merely an opportunity, without any challenge. I wonder if you have heard about the news of the Tsanyue Wolf King appearing outside Yunhai City. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly turned to Chunming and uttered this remark. Chunming was momentarily stunned, unsure why Lin Sun brought this up. His heart stirred. Could it be that Lin Sun had discovered his act of stealing from others? The Tsanyue Wolf King. Is it a beast? Sun Yang noticed the atmosphere suddenly shift. He was somewhat puzzled. The Tsanyue Wolf King is a highly dangerous level 49 giant beast that has suddenly appeared outside Yunhai City. Lin Sun continued. Something unusual has occurred. After our investigation, we found that under the night sky of that region there exists a special celestial light that carries strong spiritual properties. The Wolf King uses itself as a container absorbing celestial light day and night to condense rare materials. This act is to break through itself and achieve the status of a holy beast, potentially reaching level 60 or above in the future. Hiss! A holy beast! Sun Yang exclaimed in surprise. Level 60 marks the pinnacle realm for transcenders in Blue Star. Those exceeding this level are referred to as holy level transcenders whose strength is extraordinarily formidable and lifespan remarkably long. Similarly, beasts above level 60 are also called holy beasts, capable of threatening the entire alliance. Such a terrifying beast appeared outside Yunhai City. Sun Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Their team had also ventured into the beast forest. Luckily, they had not encountered this giant beast, otherwise it would have been disastrous. But there's no need to worry. At this point, Lin Sun's tone shifted slightly, his gaze directed at Chunming. With a hint of a smile that held meaning, he said, "Fortunately, the holy level resource of that Wolf King has mysteriously vanished. It seems that someone intercepted it and stole it." Lin Sun smiled as he spoke. The Alliance has been spared a significant future crisis. Chunming, the holy level resource. It turned out that the Tsangyan Jinha still remained in his spiritual. It is indeed a holy level resource. This was beyond his expectations. Thinking about it, the Wolf King must be enraged. Who dares to steal the resource of a level 49 Wolf King? Are they that strong? Sun Yang recalled that there weren't any such fierce individuals in Yunhai City. Even several principals wouldn't be able to manage it. But that person did a good deed. Sun Yang nodded, stroking his chin. Chunming also nodded in agreement. Indeed, the person who stole the Wolf King's holy level resource is truly a great person. Upon hearing Chunming's words, Lin Sun couldn't help but twitch his lips. This kid. Should he say he has a strong mental quality? Or perhaps he has thick skin? However, Lin Sun did not continue on this topic. Initially, he had merely suspected that Chunming had stolen the Wolf King's holy level resource. But after witnessing Chunming's performance during the test, he was convinced. Chunming had definitely absorbed that spiritual resource, awakening his spiritual skills. Of course, he wouldn't expose Chunming, nor did he have any other intentions. However, resources of this level are likely to attract envy, so it's best to be cautious and not reveal them easily. But to be honest, he truly admired Chunming. This was also why he openly revealed the true significance behind the special assessment to the members of the Mingchen team. With Chunming's strength and potential, he would surely secure a spot in the quota. As for whether he could bring his entire team along, that remained uncertain. In general, for a regular team of transcenders, situations where 4 lead 1 or 3 lead 2 are not uncommon. No one would intervene. But what is this nature? A group of individuals that the Alliance is focusing on cultivating. In principle, such phenomena are not allowed. The goal is to combine the strong with the strong, enhancing strength upon strength. Therefore, this provincial selection also has another aim. To integrate teams. To reorganize powerful individuals with high potential from various cities into a. Whether Chunming can leverage his potential to compel the provincial level and the Alliance to bend their principles will depend on his subsequent performance. Lin Sun looked forward to seeing what kind of performance Chunming would display in the future. The giant mechanical creature flew steadily toward the depths of the beast forest. At this moment, Chunming and the other 3 had completely left the forest area outside Yunhai City, officially entering the depths of the boundless forest. Chunming gazed at the land below, wild, mysterious, and full of untamed spirit. This was his first impression. Wherever he looked, the land was vast. There were misty fog forests and vast plains covered in yellow sand. The expansive world of transcenders could only be truly reflected in the wild. After all, to this day, human cities occupy only a small part of the land. Therefore, Chunming could understand the Alliance's desire to expand its territory. The endless wilderness poses a significant threat to countless transcenders, but it also harbors unimaginable resources. Moreover, with what Lin Sun mentioned about the energy tide rising, if it is true, the value of this boundless wilderness would be even more immense. Just like the special celestial light that appeared under the night sky of that valley. Instead of letting various resources emerge in the beast forest devoured and snatched by those beasts, it would be better to launch an all-out attack from the beginning. This way they could seize resources, control territory, and simultaneously enhance their strength. If they could get off to a good start, they could grow stronger and stronger, until they completely dominate the beast forest. Chunming shook his head, no longer thinking further. He began to meditate and cultivate. It is worth mentioning that during the flight, they even spotted some flying beasts, with a few daring enough to attempt to attack them. However, as soon as they approached, they were blasted to smithereens by the lightning unleashed from the mechanical crow's wings. On this day, the members of the Mingchen team traversed the boundless land. Linyuan City, one of the core cities in Jiangnan province, situated on the outskirts of a secondary beast forest. Chunming looked down from the mechanical creature. A vast and sprawling city outline came into view. The borderline resembled a straight dragon, with tall city walls standing firm. The city walls were quite old, and even from a high altitude one could see the countless scars etched into the black. One could imagine that this place had endured countless battles in the past. Compared to Yunhai City, it felt like hiss. Sun Yang pointed into the distance. What is that area? Chunming looked over. Outside Linyuan City, there was a large expanse of dark forest. It was as if the entire realm was stained with ink, enveloped in a chilling darkness. That is the abyss, Lin Xuanshi explained. The abyss is often associated with terror and chaos. The beasts within are incredibly ferocious and danger lurks everywhere. No wonder it's called Linyuan City. Chunming understood it was due to its proximity to the abyss. This also explained why such high walls were erected at the border. Isn't it dangerous with the abyss right outside the city? Won't the beasts attack? Sun Yang couldn't help but ask. Though the abyss is fraught with peril and often erupts in chaos, it has its advantages. Lin Xuanshi said slowly. It holds many rare resources, and they are constantly replenished, so, if one can control a part of the abyss, it is akin to possessing a treasure trove. It is precisely because of this abyss that Linyuan City is powerful and firmly ranks among the top 3 cities in Jiangnan province. Sun Yang nodded in understanding. Chunming gazed at the abyss, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could this provincial assessment be related to this? At that moment, a group of people suddenly appeared from the high skies, blocking the path of the mechanical creature. It was a team of 5 all-advanced class changers with flying abilities. You are entering the airspace of Linyuan City. State your intentions and present your identities. The squad called out upon noticing people aboard the mechanical creature. 6+ air defense personnel. Sun Yang clicked his tongue. Chunming couldn't help but marvel. The defense level of Linyuan City was entirely different from that of Yunhai City. After verifying their identities, Lin Xuanshi led Chunming and the others safely inside. The mechanical creature flew toward a border area where there was a large expanse of open ground. 10 minutes later, the group landed. The massive mechanical creature transformed in shape. Like a lift, it automatically lowered Lin Xuanshi and the others to the ground. Underfoot was a ground scattered with gravel consisting of grayish-black pebbles. It looked like an area that had been forcefully leveled. There were already quite a few figures around the perimeter of this wasteland. Most were 5-person teams accompanied by a leading advanced class changer. Clearly, these were the first teams sent from various cities. At a glance, there were already more than 10 teams nearly at this moment. Many people's gazes turned to the newly landed Mingchen team, filled with curiosity. Soon someone recognized Lin Xuanshi's identity. Isn't that Lin Xuanshi? It is indeed him. The Xuanshi personally leading the team means this squad is another S-class changer from Jiangnan province. I remember it seems to be from Yunhai City. Most teams were led by principals or high-ranking city officials. Only 2 cities had Xuanshi personally leading the team. These were the 2 cities from Jiangnan province that had S-class changers. In an instant, many began to scrutinize the Mingchen team. However, they were shocked upon closer inspection. Among this group of 4, there was indeed one S-class changer, but the rest of the team. Class. No, is there a problem with my spiritual probe? You're not mistaken, those 2 are indeed class and class changers. What the hell, a class aside, how is this possible? S-class teaming up with B and C. Hiss. So the rumors online about the people from Yunhai City weren't a joke. What happened? Tell me about it. They say the first team from Yunhai City has a class captain with an S-class relegated to a team member. Seriously, is that true? Immediately, many began to exchange information, learning about Yunhai City's peculiar team. At the same time, as Lin Xuanshi led Chunming and the others into the outskirts of the wasteland, a middle-aged man with a small patch of beard approached. Yo, old Lin. The man laughed heartily, his voice booming. It's been a long time since we last met, almost 10 years, right? You haven't changed a bit with that cold face of yours. The middle-aged man was tall and thin, and he stepped forward to slap Lin Xuanshi on the arm. His name was Jiang Cheng, and he was also a league inspector. Behind him was also a 5-person team. Is this the team you brought this time? After a brief exchange between the two, Zhang Zunqi's gaze fell on the Mingchen team members. S-class Holy Light Angel, not bad, a good profession. He nodded in praise. Angel-type professions can be said to be superior. An S-class Holy Light Angel has even greater potential. If nothing goes wrong in the future, there might even be a chance to become a Holy Class changer. However, when Jiang Xuanshi turned his gaze to the other three members of this S-class team, his expression froze immediately. He was taken aback. He frowned slightly, looking at Lin Xuanshi with a hint of confusion. Old Lin, what's going on here? What's the deal? S-class, yet paired with ABC members. Isn't that absurd? One of the tasks for sending them to Jiangnan province was specifically for two S-class changers. I have my own considerations. Lin Xuanshi simply shook his head, saying no more. At this moment, the five-person team behind Jiang Xuanshi walked forward. The leader was a burly man towering over most by half a head. He strode directly toward Chun Ming, and you must be the team from Yunhai City, the Mingchen team. The burly man quickly scanned the four of them, his gaze finally resting on the graceful Qin Jixue. His eyes instantly brightened. A hint of a smile finally appeared on his rugged face. I'm Lu Shan, S-class Golden Wave Martial Master. After that, he looked at Qin Jixue with a confident smile, as if waiting for a response from her. Chun Ming glanced at this tall guy who introduced himself, just as he was about to speak. Cough. At that moment, Sun Yang coughed. I'm Sun Yang, class Shadow Blade Master. Then he gave a thumbs up and pointed at Chun Ming. This is Brother Chen, class Shield Guardian. What do you want to discuss with us? Sun Yang's voice was not loud, yet it caused the atmosphere at the scene to fall into silence. Many people's attention was drawn to this side. At that moment, they were all stunned. Not to mention Buddy. With that tone of yours, one might think you are S-level. How dare a level speak with such confidence? Moreover, he also introduced another heavyweight level contestant. May I ask for your guidance? Lu Shan frowned, glancing at Sun Yang and Chun Ming, whom he had just ignored. You expect me, a level who is just here to earn points, to ask you for guidance? He then looked back at Qin Jixue. It seems the quality of job changers in Yunhai City is not high, as you can only team up with some small fries. Join my team. Lu Shan no longer pretended and directly revealed his intentions. He waved his hand, pointing at several people behind him. I have already assembled the team 3 levels plus the 2 of us S levels with combat support and agility. We will have a place in the entire alliance in the future. Lu Shan had actually been waiting for the day of the provincial selection to invite another S level to team up. In his view, as one of the only 2 S level job changers in Jiangnan province this year, the 2 of them should form a team together, becoming the dazzling twin stars of Jiangnan province, or even the alliance. And upon meeting today, he realized the other party was also an exceptionally beautiful woman. This made Lu Shan very excited. This was simply destiny. Not far away, Lin Sun and Zhang Sun were watching this scene. Lu Shan is a bit too impatient, old Lin, don't mind it. Though he said this, Zhang Sun had a smile on his face. The 2 were each sent by the alliance to lead an S-level job changer. Now, if someone else joined the team, led by the person he was in charge of, not to mention the achievements, it would also be a face-saving matter. I don't mind. Lin Sun caught the implication behind his old friend's words. He was not polite either, and immediately said, you should pay attention to one thing. Zhang Sun was taken aback. Pay attention to what? Make sure that Lu Shan, whom you are in charge of, doesn't embarrass himself in this provincial selection. On the other side, Qin Jixue frowned slightly, clearly not wanting to engage in too much conversation with Lu Shan. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. You are Lu Shan, right? Chun Ming looked at the burly Lu Shan. In fact, he had not remembered Lu Shan's name when he introduced himself earlier. He was just some big fool who appeared out of nowhere, not worthy of leaving an impression on him. But now, Chun Ming remembered. You dare to poach my team member in front of me? Chun Ming chuckled lightly twice. However, his tone turned cold. How many heads do you think you have to play like this? Swish. In the wilderness, the atmosphere froze in an instant. After Chun Ming's sudden remark, it was no longer just silence in the entire venue, but a collective gasp could be heard. What did they just hear? A level job changer daring to threaten an S-level job changer about how many heads he had. Is this even right? Wow, this guy is so bold. 666, the selection hasn't even started and 2 S-level teams are already clashing. Haha, let's see them fight. Charging forward in anger for a beautiful face, this guy actually has commendable courage. Many people were discussing it in a teasing tone. After all, no one thought this was a real conflict with any gunpowder smell. Level versus S-level. The gap between the 2 sides was simply too great. The members of this Mingchen team are simply too entertaining. Someone joked. First a level asked others, completely disregarding Lu Shan. Now an extraordinary character has appeared. They are all experts. However, I think he looks a bit handsome standing in front of that girl. An S-level woman suddenly piped up. This immediately drew strange looks from those around her. The female job changer's face flushed. What? I was just saying. In front. Lu Shan was stunned for a good 2.5 seconds before he reacted to Chun Ming's earlier words. He felt as if he had misheard. What did you say? Say it again. At this moment the aura around Lu Shan, the inherent pressure of an S-level profession began to coalesce. Chen Ming's expression remained unchanged. Are you not going to recall it in your mind? Lu Shan opened his mouth and laughed in anger. All right. He repeated the word, all right, 3 times. The next second, he suddenly took 2 big steps forward. His towering figure, larger than an average person, resembled a small mountain as he charged towards Chen Ming. He only stopped when he was less than a step away from Chen Ming. Chen Ming's face remained calm, without a hint of change. He did not show any sign of retreat. Interesting. Seeing that Chen Ming was not intimidated by him, Lu Shan smirked at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a faint golden aura surged around him. The rich golden elemental energy whirled around, exuding a powerful presence. This golden element had a tremendous sense of oppression. It formed a layer of distorted energy pressure around him. At this time, when the crowd witnessed Lu Shan and Chen Ming truly clashing, many people shook their heads in unison. This is the innate advantage of an S-level profession. Just displaying the profession can be lethal. Without even needing to engage, he can impose considerable pressure on that person. The provincial selection had not yet started and private fights were naturally not allowed. However, Lu Shan could use the advantages of being S-level to give the opponent a warning. Lu Shan wouldn't want to pressure that person into submission, would he? Alas, this is going to be embarrassing for him. The earlier female job changer showed a look of pity. Please can't we? At this moment, aside from the many young people participating in the selection, some senior job changers were also watching, including Lin Sun and Jiang Sun. However, no one stepped forward to intervene. Such matters should be resolved by individuals themselves. As long as there wasn't a real bloodshed, they wouldn't interfere. After all, the nature of this provincial selection itself had a bit of competitiveness to it. At this moment, Chen Ming was under the golden elemental pressure released by Lu Shan. He did not feel the slightest pressure. After all, even the residual waves and effects of an attack could not affect him, let alone the pressure released by a mere S-level. Chen Ming even closed his eyes and yawned. Only when he opened his eyes did a faint light flash across his left eye, the ethereal glow disappearing in an instant. Ethereal light. Mental exhaustion activated. In the next moment, Lu Shan, who was still standing tall and looking down at Chen Ming, suddenly trembled slightly. Then, under the gaze of countless people around, his body went limp. Thud. He knelt down in front of Chen Ming. Silence. A silence as profound as death. In the wasteland, the atmosphere froze at this moment. Those who had been joking and watching fell silent. The previously tense atmosphere became strange at this moment. Just a second ago, Lu Shan was exuding the aura of an S-level gold essence warrior. Without any warning, he knelt down in front of Chen Ming. The crowd was completely taken aback, unable to comprehend what had just happened. For a moment, their minds went blank. At this moment, Lu Shan supported himself on the ground, his eyes wide. What's going on? In an instant, it felt as though all his strength had been drained away. A sudden sense of weakness enveloped him, rendering him powerless. To his astonishment, he realized that his mental power was depleted. Caught off guard, his legs buckled, and he knelt down on the spot. I should die. Lu Shan gritted his teeth, trying to stand up. At this moment, so many people were watching, especially in front of this ungrateful, clever kid. He had actually knelt down. How humiliating. At this moment, Chen Ming stared down at Lu Shan kneeling before him, his gaze filled with disdain. From the aura Lu Shan had emitted earlier, it was estimated that his profession level was also around level 8. Perfect. He wanted to see how long the state of mental exhaustion would last under equal circumstances. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In just a few short seconds, Lu Shan felt as if time had dragged on for years. He could feel everyone's eyes on him. A sense of profound humiliation surged from deep within him. Finally, he recovered. The mental power within his body surged like a tide, quickly returning. Lu Shan was elated and immediately exerted his legs, preparing to stand up. He was furious, although he had no idea what exactly had happened. But he had knelt before a clevel. Only by making this kid kneel before him could he wash away this humiliation. However, just as he stood up, a familiar sensation surged back. Thud. Lu Shan knelt again. Damn it. Lu Shan's voice was hoarse. His face flushed crimson and his body trembled. What the hell? At this moment, everyone saw Lu Shan, who had stood up, once again collapse to the ground. In the silence, only silence remained. In this quiet atmosphere, a sound, neither loud nor soft like the air, trembling, echoed from above. Before the hundreds of young people noticed or reacted, a group of high-ranking transmutation practitioners lifted their heads. Lin Xuanshi and Jiang Xuanshi both simultaneously straightened their expressions, their gazes fixed on the sky. In the wasteland, the space twisted, forming layers of rippling waves. Then a figure appeared, as if floating with the breeze, gradually solidifying. He paused in midair, his body seemingly draped in a flowing cloak, his garments fluttering elegantly. I greet Lord Xiacheng. As this figure appeared, a group of high-ranking transmutation practitioners immediately spoke, bowing in unison, including the 2 inspectors. Chen Ming's gaze shifted, looking at the figure above. Earlier, he had already noticed this person. It was a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor. Chun Ming could feel that he was extraordinarily powerful. Not just powerful, but definitely the strongest transmutation practitioner he had ever encountered. Even Lin Xuanshi paled in comparison to this person. At this moment, the group of young people watching the scene finally reacted, turning their gazes to their leader. Xia Chengzhu. Upon hearing this title, they finally understood. Jiangnan Chengzhu. The crowd was astonished, no longer in the mood to watch the spectacle. Everyone looked up at the figure above, their expressions filled with disbelief and fervor. In Jiangnan province, no city had a lord. Only deputy lords or some principals served as the higher-up, because in all of Jiangnan province there was only one lord. The common lord of all cities, Xia Chuan, one of the 12 lords of the alliance. A saint-level transmutation practitioner. Gulp. Someone in the crowd swallowed nervously. Yet no one found. This person was the highest-ranked transmutation practitioner in Jiangnan province. He ranked among the alliance's strongest forces. Although they had known that someone from the province would arrive for this selection, they had never imagined that Lord Xia Cheng would personally come. At this moment, everyone stood in the wasteland looking up at the figure above. Except for one person. Lu Shan remained kneeling on the ground. He had also heard the commotion around him and the people's gasps, realizing that Lord Xia Cheng had arrived. However, at this moment, he was powerless, kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. Helplessly, Lu Shan could only tilt his head back, gazing at Lord Xia Cheng above. At this time, Lu Shan felt like cursing. A figure as significant as Lord Xia Cheng had come personally. Naturally, it was for the provincial selection. As one of the only 2 S-level transmutation practitioners in Jiangnan province, this was the perfect time for him to shine. If he could win Lord Xia Cheng's favor, even if it was just to leave a good impression, it would be exhilarating. Yet at this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, forced to look up in a rather comical pose. He resembled a clown. Indeed, it is a grand era. At this moment, Lord Xia Cheng spoke from above. His voice was gentle, evoking a feeling akin to a spring breeze. This year, there are 61 S-level transmutation practitioners awakened. Hearing Lord Xia Cheng's words, the high-ranking transmutation practitioners below nodded silently. In previous years, only about 20 or 30 transmutation practitioners in Jiangnan province could awaken to S-level. This year it had doubled. There are also 2 S-level practitioners. As he spoke, Lord Xia Cheng slightly turned his head, directing his gaze toward Qin Ming. Qin Jishu, a holy radiant angel, is an excellent profession. Upon hearing this, Qin Jishu softly replied, Lord, you flatter me. While the profession is good, it is only the beginning. One must rely on personal effort going forward. Hearing Qin Jishu's response, Lord Xia Cheng nodded. His voice brimmed with praise. You are humble and composed. Your mindset is excellent. In an instant, many people around cast envious glances at Qin Jishu. Being personally commended by Lord Xia Cheng would create quite a stir throughout Jiangnan province. However, regarding Qin Jishu's earlier words, many high-ranking transmutation practitioners also acknowledged them in their hearts. The path of a transmutation practitioner's growth indeed follows this principle. A profession is merely the start, the future requires effort. Just like Lord Xia Cheng, he was also an S-level transmutation practitioner. Yet among S-level, very few could reach his level. Innate advantages can lead some geniuses to become complacent and waste their own potential. In the sky, Lord Xia Cheng's gaze shifted to another S-level practitioner. Lu Shan, Gold Essence Warrior, a top-tier profession of slaughter. At this moment, upon hearing Lord Xia Cheng mention him, the crowd's gaze turned toward Lu Shan. However, in the next second, everyone froze. Dude, why are you still kneeling? The city lord of Xia has arrived. Why is he personally pointing at you while kneeling? However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only maintain a half-squatting posture. Not far away, Lin Xuanshi was watching this scene. This kid really has guts. The city lord of Xia is here and has already mentioned Lu Shan. Chen Ming actually had no intention of letting him go. Is he trying to make Lu Shan kneel and listen to the city lord's words? In fact, Lin Xuanshi did not guess wrong. Indeed, Chen Ming had this thought. Thus, he never ceased the release of his mental exhaustion on Lu Shan. How could he let Lu Shan enjoy himself thoroughly? However, in the next moment, Chen Ming felt the city lord of Xia looking at him. After staring at him for a while, he suddenly smiled. A calm voice echoed across the wasteland. Young man, why not give me some face instead? Upon hearing this, everyone below was stunned. Who was the city lord speaking to? Giving face. Giving face to the city lord. What kind of person has such influence? At this moment, some began to realize. So Lu Shan suddenly kneeling was because someone attacked him. Before everyone could react much, Chen Ming's voice slowly rang out. Since the city lord has spoken, I naturally comply. With this statement, it shocked everyone. Swish. All eyes in the wasteland turned to Chen Ming in unison, filled with disbelief. The city lord of Xia was just speaking to him. And all of Lu Shan's previous actions were actually caused by this Clevel transcender. Oh my god, no way. So it was him. Is this Clevel responsible for it? What methods did he use to make Lu Shan kneel down? Oh no, why do I feel like I'm beginning to see the light? Some in the crowd were whispering. Could it be that what those people from Yunhai City said is true? Is Chen Ming really that impressive? At this moment, without the continuous effect of mental exhaustion, Lu Shan finally regained his composure. The moment his mental strength recovered, he stood up abruptly, his gaze burning like fire towards Chen Ming. He never expected that his sudden exhaustion was the doing of this kid. Just as Lu Shan was about to speak, he heard the voice of the city lord of Xia. Lu Shan. Lu Shan dared not be negligent, and quickly responded. I am Lu Shan, greetings to the city lord. Your profession wields the ultimate gold elemental energy, and it's true that you excel in offense. Lu Shan's expression brightened. He thought the city lord would praise him first, just like he had pointed out Qin Jishua earlier. Then he would humbly respond, and he would gain the city lord's recognition. Just as Lu Shan was ready with his speech, he saw the city lord of Xia slightly shake his head. But remember, excessive rigidity leads to breakage. Lu Shan's expression instantly stiffened. Excessive rigidity leads to breakage. Even if he was slow to react, he could understand the meaning of this. This was a warning about his previous behavior. However, Lu Shan suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. After all, he was the one who got injured. Why should he be warned? Nevertheless, he didn't dare to express dissatisfaction towards the city lord and still had to show gratitude. Lu Shan gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for your guidance, city lord. In the wasteland, many gazes towards Lu Shan were filled with sympathy. Although they did not qualify to receive the city lord's attention, at least they did not leave a bad impression. Clearly an S-level transcender having a ludicrous start, yet ended up with a terrible hand. Why provoke that Chen Ming? Meanwhile, many began to secretly observe Chen Ming. A clever transcender unexpectedly managed to make an S-level kneel silently. His methods were terrifying. Alright, since everyone has arrived, the city lord of Xia did not elaborate on the matters between Chen Ming and Lu Shan. Then let us get to the main event. Upon hearing this, over 100 transcenders in the wasteland perked up. They knew the highlight was about to begin. Chen Ming was also a bit excited. He prepared to see what methods this representative of the Alliance's highest combat power would use to help a large group quickly level up. As for the city lord's earlier words, he did not pay much attention. In the sky, under the gaze of many eyes, the city lord of Xia turned around, facing the vast wasteland ahead. He slowly raised his hand. With his fingers together, he lightly pressed against the void ahead. In the next moment, rumble, rumble. With the city lord's motion, a storm brewed in front of the wasteland. He slowly waved his hand, his palm brushing against the void. The space-time in front twisted as if shrouded by some energy, becoming chaotic. Below, numerous transcenders gazed at the suddenly changing area ahead. They were all too familiar with this feeling. In an instant, everyone was amazed. This was the power of a holy-level transcender, creating a dungeon with a wave of the hand. Terrifying indeed. And at this moment, at the edge of the wasteland, all transcenders were presented with a prompt. Unnamed Dungeon Rule 1, no completion rewards, no completion time. Rule 2, experience gained from killing exotic beasts will be evenly distributed among all team members. Rule 3, challengers will no longer gain experience after reaching level 10. It looked somewhat different from a normal dungeon. In this dungeon, all that filled were rules. However, no one questioned it, because this was the authority belonging to the creator. The creator's rules are the dungeon's rules. Within the dungeon space, there are 1,000 level 20 exotic beasts. The voice of the city lord slowly echoed. They are all in an irrecoverable state of severe injury and are unable to fight under the constraints of the dungeon's power. You need to repeatedly enter the dungeon and kill the critically injured exotic beasts to gain experience. This challenge has only one evaluation criterion: the time taken for all team members to reach level 10. The team that spends the least time will rank higher. The voice of the city lord reached every transcender's ears. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood. 1,000 severely injured exotic beasts that would not fight were presented before them. For a group of transcenders who had not yet reached level 10, killing one was a substantial amount of experience. My goodness. This was like directly feeding them a prepared meal after mixing it up and cooling it down.